The school bell declared, "Wang Yi, my feet are weary. Please massage them." She continued, "Wang Yi, I fear the darkness. Hold my hand." The school bell asserted, "Wang Yi, you belong to me now. There is no escaping." Upon awakening, Wang Yi found himself reborn at the examination venue of 20 years ago. Faced with a test paper that resembled an inscrutable script, he was utterly bewildered. As if the examination itself were not daunting enough, he soon found himself at the mercy of the school bell, who mounted him and delivered a series of blows. Am I truly shameless? Very well, take my face and my body as well. The school bell proclaimed, "Wang Yi, I have taken the blame for you. The burden is too heavy. You shall carry me." A sophisticated hunter often appears before her prey. Wang Yi realized that even at the tender age of 7, he had already become her quarry. She is undoubtedly quite the sly one. Living life anew, one comes to comprehend the missteps of the previous existence. Reborn and setting sail, he intends to rectify past regrets, embracing a life adorned with youthful vigor, not squandering the fleeting beauty of youth. Chapter 88. That child. Fortunately, she was not driving. Otherwise, upon hearing those words, Tao Yuefan might have driven the car into a ditch. "You little rascal, what nonsense are you spouting? How could I possibly be related to old Wang?" Tao Yuefan replied, slightly annoyed, as she playfully struck Wang Yi on the thigh. Wang Yi glanced at his thigh, which bore the mark of her strike. Her grip was quite fierce. It hurt. After delivering the blow, Tao Yuefan shot him a glance, exclaiming, "What a life, what a person!" Wang Xiao often surprises us with his mischievous remarks, but they do provide some amusement. Huang Wei interjected, "Mom, don't bully my brother." "I'm not bullying him," she retorted. "You are," he insisted. As they journeyed home, Wang Yi directed Tao Yuefan with ease. His tone was calm and reassuring, akin to a warm navigation system. Tao Yuefan felt quite satisfied, finding the drive to be exceptionally smooth, and remarked, "From now on, little Wang, you should always sit in the passenger seat of my car." Wang Yi glanced at her, not daring to voice any objections. Upon reaching the entrance of Tuan District 1, Tao Yuefan inquired, "Little Wang, which university do you attend?" Wang Yi honestly replied, "Zhonghai University." Tao Yuefan nodded, having anticipated this response. "When the time comes to head to school, you shall accompany Xiao Wei. Take Auntie's car to Zhonghai." "Yes, thank you, Auntie. Please drive cautiously on your way home." Wang Yi, previously misled by old Wang, had thought of Tao Yuefan as a stern matriarch. However, after spending time with her today, he found her quite amiable, a woman of both a cold demeanor and a warm heart, indeed a beauty. In his past life, the Huang family underwent significant turmoil, and she had suffered as a consequence. This time, Wang Yi was determined to lend his assistance. On their way back, Tao Yuefan glanced at her daughter in the back seat and asked with a smile, "Are you feeling at ease now?" Her words carried multiple layers of meaning. As an academic achiever, Huang Wei possessed strong comprehension skills. Upon hearing this, she turned to her mother and nodded, "Thank you, Mom." Tao Yuefan smiled, stating, "You are my heart's treasure, having fallen from my very being. As long as it is not a matter of principle, I shall certainly support you. I will not assist in matchmaking." Huang Wei's face flushed with embarrassment. "It's my brother." Very well, brother. I am aware of the circumstances in your family. Little Wang, your financial situation is sound, and you are not unreasonable. But, may I inquire why you chose Wang Yi to be your brother?" Huang Wei gazed out the window, observing Wang Yi bouncing towards the community. He seemed to have transformed into that little boy from 10 years ago. A faint smile graced her lips as she softly remarked, "He is that child." Tao Yuefan was momentarily taken aback, not grasping the significance at first. After a moment, her mind resonated with a realization, recalling the year she had been reluctant to revisit. When her daughter was found, it seemed she had been in District 1, and she had heard that a little boy had been by her side, holding her hand. Tao Yuefan's hand trembled slightly as she covered her mouth. So it was him. No wonder. She turned her gaze towards the young man, seeing him turn the corner and wave in their direction. How wonderful. This must be the fated connection that had been established a decade ago. Tao Yuefan was, in fact, a sentimental woman. Otherwise, given her status, there would be no reason for her to remain in Jiangxing. She could have easily transferred to Hangzhou or Zhonghai long ago, but all of this was for Huang Wei's sake. The thought of her daughter having such a childhood story with Wang Yi was profound. When they marry and have children, reflecting on this will be an unforgettable experience. Yes, this brother, this future son-in-law, must be cherished. However, if such a decision is to be made, should there not be a path laid out for him? Xiao Wei. What major did Xiao Yi choose? She inquired. Computer software application. Computer. Tao Yuefan slightly furrowed her brow. That should be acceptable. Arranging a job should not pose a problem. She was already contemplating job prospects for her future son-in-law. Huang Wei's mouth twitched. Little Wang was planning to start his own company, but she chose not to elaborate. The following day, Wang Yi received news that old Huang had interrogated Xiao Changfeng and his associates overnight. Individuals like Xiao Changfeng, who were engaged in such nefarious activities, held no loyalty whatsoever. Soon, the police acquired substantial information and a chain of evidence. At 1 o'clock at midnight, the first and second criminal investigation teams launched a coordinated operation, striking decisively. They dismantled a criminal den located within the city's most notorious entertainment establishment, the Golden White Palace. They rescued 23 women under the control of criminals, several of whom were employed within the establishment, while others were confined in the basement, suffering unspeakable torment. There were also reports that some disobedient women, after being coerced into relations, would be sold off, though the destination varied. Their fates were invariably tragic. Others, before being sold, met grim ends, buried in unmarked graves. This case sparked a tremendous uproar. Authorities classified it as the work of a significant criminal organization with particularly egregious conduct. The primary perpetrator, named N.I. Long, had vanished without a trace. Upon hearing this news, Wang Yi was taken aback. The Golden White Palace, N.I. Long. The convergence of these two pieces of information caused a cold sweat to break out on Wang Yi's back instantaneously. In the previous life, old Huang had met his demise at the hands of this very N.I. Long. Yet Wang Yi recalled that N.I. Long's case was not scheduled to erupt for another half a year, and furthermore, his case was unrelated to human trafficking, but rather connected to drugs. Now, however, the two matters had somehow become intertwined. As Wang Yi pondered deeply within his room, only one possibility emerged. In the past life, N.I. Long had successfully evaded capture in the case of abducted and trafficked women. Moreover, at that time, the existence of so many kidnapped women in the basement of the Golden White House had not yet been exposed. It was precisely the inadvertent discovery of Xiao Chengfeng's affairs the previous night that prematurely triggered this explosive chain of events. By following the trail, it led directly to N.I. Long. This was indeed auspicious. It meant that some of the women who suffered grievously in the past life might be rescued, and those subsequently abducted would no longer endure such fates. Yet N.I. Long was armed. Huang Wei's sister was so endearing that old Huang was determined to save her. Perhaps she might even become his future daughter-in-law. N.I. Long, the drug factory, Shilin Village. Wang Yi recalled these keywords from his past life, though he was uncertain whether the drug factory still operated in Shilin Village or if N.I. Long had gone there. What should he do? If N.I. Long could be apprehended now, old Huang's peril would be completely resolved, and the destiny of the Huang family would be irrevocably altered. Regardless of the circumstances, I must report this to the police first. After all, I can't possibly be the one, a mere high schooler, to catch the criminal myself. Moreover, the call could not be made directly to Huang Liang, lest matters become complicated. Without clarity, things could spiral out of control. Wang Yi descended the stairs, mounted his bicycle, and rode to a public telephone near South City Park. He dialed the police, divulging certain details from his previous life, though he was careful not to reveal his own identity. After completing the call, he used his mobile phone to contact Huang Wei. "Sister, I want to visit the Yu temple and make a wish." Huang Wei replied sweetly. "Brother, come pick me up. Are your leg injuries all right?" "Almost healed, hurry." Wang Yi ended the call and set off for Huang Wei's home. He felt he had done all he could. Now, all that remained was to await the outcome. Chapter 89. A crisis unfolds in comparison to his previous mountain climbing expedition. Wang Yi found this journey considerably more effortless, as if the lingering fatigue from his rebirth had finally dissipated. During his last visit, he had taken several breaks along the way, and Huang Wei had shouldered the burden of the backpack all by herself. But this time, he finally felt a sense of pride, becoming the one to carry the pack. "Brother, what wish are you going to make?" A sweet, melodious voice inquired, belonging to a girl who playfully waved a broken bamboo stick in her delicate hands, reminiscent of a queen wielding a whip. "Well, it's a wish related to you," Wang Yi replied. The girl's hand paused mid-swing, her fair face blushing a lovely shade of pink. A wish concerning her, and at the Yu temple no less, did he mean? She bent down to glance at her abdomen, huffing. "Not yet. Let us hurry," Wang Yi urged. "How about a race to see who climbs faster? If you lose, you must grant me a favor," she proposed. Wang Yi eyed her suspiciously, sensing a trap. Despite her innocent appearance, the campus beauty was indeed a cunning strategist. Considering she had been observant since the age of 7, it was clear she was not to be underestimated. "What favor?" he asked. "Are you already conceding before we even begin?" She teased. "Why would I? I'm more than capable," he retorted. "All right then, let us start," she declared, seemingly triumphant. "Oh, how predictable," he thought. "And what if you lose?" he inquired. She bent down to inspect her feet and responded, "I'm wearing black today." Wang Yi instinctively glanced at her feet, his heart racing. "There is a pond behind the Yu temple. I do like to wash my feet there," she added. Wang Yi nodded vigorously and, seizing the moment, quickly dashed past her, eager to ascend the mountain. After climbing a dozen steps, he noticed she had yet to catch up. prompting her to hastily pursue him. Brother, wait for me. Hold on, sister. Humph. No amount of charm will help you today. Wang Yi gritted his teeth, pushing himself onward. Suddenly, the girl darted past him with surprising speed. How are you so fast? He exclaimed. Sister, wait. My feet hurt. He called after her, panting, with a playful smirk. She turned back to stick her tongue out at him, continuing her ascent. This isn't fair. I'm carrying a backpack while you're not. This race is off. He protested, but she merely ran back down with a cheeky request for him to hand over the bag. Seizing the opportunity, he rushed ahead. Huang Wei glanced at the distant Yu temple and the frantic Wang Yi, then flicked her ponytail and leisurely followed. A short while later, panting heavily, Wang Yi reached the top of the path, exclaiming, I've won. Now I want to touch the trunk of the wishing tree. Huang Wei's cheeks flushed as she approached. I lost, she admitted. Let's make our wishes first, Wang Yi suggested. Meanwhile, a large contingent of armed criminal police had nearly surrounded the entirety of Xylan village, sealing off all exits. Huang Liang was among them. Following Wang Yi's emergency call, the police had responded with utmost urgency, as the scale of the incident was unprecedented in Jiangxing over the past decade, even drawing attention from the provincial authorities. Investigators had already infiltrated the village under false pretenses and discovered an underground drug factory. By that time, Huang Liang had instructed his men to tighten their grip on the village. As soon as the news broke, they sprang into action. Bang! Before the information could fully circulate, gunfire erupted. Huang Liang's heart raced, and he decisively ordered immediate action. Soon, the sounds of fierce gunfire echoed throughout Xylan village. At the back of Yu temple, a serene spring trickled into a small pond. Huang Wei perched on a clean rock, glancing at Wang Yi, who was nearby, and gently removed her white sneakers. Sure enough, she wore black socks. The last time they had gone shopping together, they had purchased several pairs, white, black, and even purple ones adorned with flowers. While socks were merely socks, the sight of them on the delicate feet of the campus beauty transformed them into something extraordinary. Sister, this stone is a bit slippery. Be careful not to fall. Let me help you, Wang Yi said, setting down his water bottle and rushing over. Huang Wei looked at him, accepting her defeat. Fortunately, there were no other tourists nearby to witness their antics. Quickly, she urged. That guy, gritting his teeth, surely wasn't he planning to bite her, was he? I haven't tea washed yet, she protested. Wang Yi held her slightly warm foot, momentarily lost in thought. Just sit still. I'll help you wash, he reassured her, slowly removing her footgear. Before long, a perfect little foot emerged before him, crystal clear and flawless, as if sculpted by a master artisan. Each toe was delicately formed, resembling fine porcelain, with soft pink nails glimmering in the sunlight. In his past life, he had encountered many beautiful feet, yet none could compare to the one before him. Ahem, the girl coughed, breaking his reverie. Noticing him still lost in admiration, she playfully nudged him with her foot. Wang Yi leaned back, hastily propping himself up with his hands as Huang Wei swiftly dipped her foot into the pond, quickly removing the other shoe and sock to join it, gently swaying them in the water. The contrast of her snowy feet and the crystal-clear spring water was breathtaking, creating ripples that mirrored Wang Yi's tumultuous thoughts. Brother, come join me, Huang Wei beckoned. Wang Yi nodded, having climbed a fair distance. His feet felt sore and warm. Washing them seemed like an excellent idea. Let us compare whose feet are bigger, he proposed mischievously, dipping his own into the water. The girl eyed him skeptically. No way. Come on. You just want to take advantage of me. She countered. Please, what advantage is there in feet? I'm more worried about catching athlete's foot. He quipped. Then could you please set my socks down first? No stealing this time, he insisted. How could I, Nyagulu Wang, the future billionaire, possibly steal your socks? It is your socks that are infringing on my territory. Amid their playful tugging, Wang Yi's phone rang. The caller ID displayed an unfamiliar local number. He answered, and immediately, Tao Yuefen's anxious voice came through the line. Xiao Yi, this is Xiao Wei's mother. Is Xiao Wei with you? Her voice was tinged with urgency and a hint of tears. Wang Yi's heart sank, his hand trembling as he replied, Annie, Xiao Wei is right here. What has happened? Xiao Wei's father. He has been shot. He is undergoing surgery now. A deafening silence enveloped Wang Yi's mind, as if struck by thunder, leaving him in a state of shock. The situation had escalated, but could fate truly not be altered? Chapter 90. Old Wang meets Old Huang. What is going on? Is something wrong? Huang Wei, having overheard only snippets of the conversation, sensed the gravity of the situation from Wang Yi's expression. Wang Yi, regaining his composure, leaned back slightly and urgently inquired, Annie, where was he shot? In the leg. He is currently in surgery. It turned out that Wang Yi's tightly wounded heart, as if it had been gripped and held fast, suddenly relaxed. Yet, as the mountain breeze swept by, he felt a chill down his spine. At the very moment he heard that Huang Liang had been shot, a cold sweat broke out across his back. In the previous life, Huang Liang had been shot through the heart, and, despite efforts to save him, had succumbed. Subsequently, the Huang family underwent great upheaval. But now, it was merely a leg wound, which should not pose a serious problem. Annie, please don't worry. I will take Huang Wei to the hospital right away. Which hospital? City First Hospital. Good. At this moment, Huang Wei's hands tightly gripped Wang Yi's arm, her small face brimming with anxiety. Wang Yi put away his phone, clasped her hand gently, and spoke softly, "Don't panic, it's nothing serious. Uncle Huang was injured in his leg during a mission and is now in the hospital. We'll go see him immediately, all right? Is it serious?" "No, it's not." Sweat already moistened the palm of the young girl's hand. Hearing Wang Yi's reassuring tone, her mind gradually calmed. Hastily, she withdrew her delicate feet from the puddle, and the two of them swiftly put on their socks and shoes, descending the mountain with agile movements. On the way back, Wang Yi held the girl's hand without letting go. Even after boarding the taxi, his grip remained firm. Suddenly, the girl looked at him and asked, "Brother, just now at the Yu temple, when you made a wish, did it have anything to do with my father?" Are you really that perceptive?" Wang Yi chuckled, but naturally could not admit the truth. "Do you want me to tell you that I come from the future and am actually a greasy man in my 40s who used to frequent clubs to chat with ladies?" "No, it's related to you. Do you want to tell me?" "Yes." The girl nodded eagerly. Wang Yi squeezed her hand, feeling the softness and moisture of her palm, and said, "I made a wish that everything you desire in your heart will come true, and that all beautiful things will come to you. I wish for your life to be filled with joy and laughter, and may your heart forever bask in sunlight. Also, may you live a long and prosperous life." A tender smile curved the girl's lips. "The first part sounds lovely, but the last wish is a bit strange. Living a long life, isn't that wonderful?" Wang Yi gazed at her with warmth, recalling her previous life. "Brother, it's truly wonderful to know you." The taxi driver in front, overhearing their exchange, was moved to tears. He dabbed his eyes with a tissue and said, "Please stop talking. You are making it hard for me to see the road." "It's too sweet. The tears just one tea stop." Wang Yi grinned. "Sir, are you reminiscing about someone?" The driver replied, "My first love. The widow Wang from my village. I used to sneak over to her place after dark. She lived with her mother-in-law then, who had poor eyesight and hearing. Those are the happiest days of my life." Your first love story is a bit offbeat," Wang Yi teased. "So, did you marry the widow Wang in the end?" The driver shook his head. "No, I married another woman." "What a scoundrel." Huang Wei rolled her eyes fiercely and blurted out. Arriving at Jiangxing City First Hospital, Wang Yi dialed Huang Liang's number. The call was answered by Tao Yufen, whose tone was noticeably steadier this time. Xiao Wei's father's surgery is over. The bone was damaged, so it's not too serious. He is already in the ward, 15th floor, bed 39. Huang Wei pressed the phone to her ear, listening intently. Her anxious heart finally settled. At the hospital entrance, there were shops selling fruit baskets and flowers. Wang Yi selected some items. Huang Wei frowned. "Why buy these?" Wang Yi replied, "It's a matter of ritual." Upon entering the ward, they found quite a crowd. Besides Tao Yufen, there were Huang Liang's colleagues, and even 2 news reporters. The case of the Golden White Palace was enormous, involving women trafficking, forced prostitution, beatings, humiliation, murder, and even a drug factory, shocking the upper echelons. Such criminals brazenly operated within the city without detection, which was a stain on certain high-ranking officials. Attempts to cover it up had failed. The only course was strict investigation and severe punishment. Fortunately, the criminal police handled the case brilliantly, capturing the ringleader and dismantling the entire gang within a day. Now, it was time to publicize the success, turning misfortune into triumph. "Mom." Huang Wei approached Tao Yufen and glanced at her father, Huang Liang, who looked relatively well. The father and daughter exchanged a meaningful gaze that spoke volumes. Tao Yufen gently held her daughter's hand. "Your father is being interviewed. It's best if you don't go over there. In situations like this, it's better if family members stay out of sight." She then looked at the fruit baskets and flowers Wang Yi carried and smiled. "You're just a child. Why are you buying all this?" Wang Yi replied, "Auntie, I'm not a child anymore." Tao Yufen shook her head with a smile. Many knew Tao Yufen as stern and aloof, seldom smiling. But since she had accepted Wang Yi, her attitude carried a different weight. At that moment, one of Huang Liang's colleagues passed by, smiling as he greeted Director Tao. "Xiao Wei, is this your boyfriend?" Tao Yufen quickly corrected. "No, he is a cousin." "Oh, cousins. Well, that's less interesting," the man chuckled. Wang glanced at Tao Yufen, thinking, so my status as a cousin is officially recognized. Soon after, the reporters finished their interview and left promptly. Huang Liang needed rest, and the reporters were pressed for time. The police colleagues also departed one after another, leaving only the family behind, except Wang Yi, who was counted out. Uncle Huang, how are you feeling? Wishing you a speedy recovery. Wang Yi placed the flowers on the floor, as the table was already crowded with dozens of items, fruit baskets, flowers, supplements, all combined. Huang Liang looked at Wang Yi and said, "Thanks to you, young man, it's nothing serious." Wang Yi inwardly nodded, thinking, "You really should thank me. Without me, you would have lasted this long." Tao Yufan interjected, "Old Huang, don't talk like that. Your injury has nothing to do with Xiao Yi." Huang Liang grinned, "Oh, your daughter sides with this boy, and now you do too? What about me? Darling, that is not what I meant. I'm thankful to Xiao Wang. Without him, how could we have traced the clues and uncovered such a huge case? I would have been promoted so quickly either." Huang Liang hastily explained, "When you can't defeat them, join them." Wang Yi smiled, "Uncle Huang, so you're getting promoted. Congratulations. Don't mention it. We're a family after all." At that moment, there was a few knocks on the ward door. A familiar figure appeared. "Old Huang, I heard you were injured. I happened to pass by and came to see you." Wang Yi looked toward the door, stunned. It was his father, Old Wang, who entered carrying some gifts. Chapter 91. What is the relationship between Wang Xiao and Tao Yufan? Wang Xiao held some presents as he walked in. Wang Yi, recovering from a shock, asked Dad, "Why are you here?" The young lady beside them, known for her academic prowess, displayed a rather peculiar expression, one tinged with awkwardness and shyness, markedly different from her demeanor during their previous encounter at the Sanjian branch office. "You rascal, I have known Lao Huang for many years. Is it not entirely natural for me to visit him after his injury?" Wang Xiao maintained his composure, even exchanging pleasantries with Tao Yufan. "Tao, it's been quite a few years since we last met, yet you still exude the same charm." Tao Yufan scrutinized him and remarked, "Director Wang, you appear to be aging gracefully." Lao Wang interjected with a click of his tongue, "Your old Huang is 2 months my senior." Clearing his throat, Huang Liang coughed a couple of times and said, "Lao Wang, your thoughtfulness is appreciated. Xiao Yi, please set down the gifts Lao Wang brought. There's a stool over there, bring it over for him." Wang Yi was taken aback. Why is Huang Liang giving me orders? Wang Xiao's lip twitched, pondering. What does this mean? Is he treating my son as a potential son-in-law? That simply cannot be. Wang Xiao will not allow it. He placed the items aside and smiled. There's no need for a stool. My legs are perfectly fine. I'll visit you for a bit and then depart. After a brief pause, he added, "Xiao Wei, your father is hospitalized and your mother is occupied caring for him. She likely won't have time to prepare meals. How about joining us for dinner at our home?" Xiao Wei was momentarily at a loss. Wang, he felt exasperated. These two are exchanging barbs, as if in a clandestine duel. Is this really necessary? And please, don't use us as pawns in your little game. He added, "My mother is working the night shift. There's no one to cook at home, so let us skip it." Old Wang winked at Xiao Wang, "Son, I'm giving you an opportunity. Why not seize it? I know your mother isn't around, which is why I suggested bringing you home. If she were here, I wouldn't have allowed it." Tao Yufan interjected, "Wang Xiao, please don't be modest. My husband is lying in the hospital. I occasionally need Xiao Wei to fetch things for me, and I appreciate your kindness." "Oh, I see. That makes sense," Old Wang replied without a hint of embarrassment, moving closer to Huang Liang with a sense of nostalgia. "Old Huang, this case you're dealing with is quite significant, shaking the entire province. It seems you'll be earning accolades once more. This leg injury might just be worth it. Should we start calling you Director Huang?" "Not so fast. I might just manage to be a division chief at best," Huang Liang responded, his spirits visibly lifted. "What about you? Will you get a promotion? The last time I visited your company, I heard rumors that you were up for the vice president position. Did you achieve it?" "Not at all. I resigned," Wang Xiao replied, to Tao Yufan's astonishment. "You had a good job with decent pay. How could you just walk away?" "I embarked on my own entrepreneurial venture," he explained. As the conversation unfolded, Wang Yi and Xiao Wei exchanged glances, realizing that these individuals shared a considerable history. After a while, Tao Yufan suddenly said to Wang Xiao, "Step outside with me. I need to discuss something privately." "Why do you need to speak with me alone?" Tao Yufan, however, had already stepped out. Old Wang glanced at Huang Liang, then at Wang Yi and Xiao Wei, before following her into the corridor. At the corridor's end, Wang Xiao and Tao Yufan faced each other. "Old Wang, how'd you been with Nurse Sher all these years?" Tao Yufan initiated. Wang Xiao smiled. "Quite well. We share a deep affection." Tao Yufan nodded. "That's wonderful. And what about you and Old Huang? Didn't you see? Then I can rest easy." At this juncture, Wang Xiao inquired, "Tao, you did call me over just to discuss this, did you?" "There's no need for such formality. We've always supported each other." Enough. Tao Yufan interjected. "You must be aware of the situation between our Xiao Wei and your son, right?" Wang Xiao replied, "Not for long. It was only recently that I learned about it. I do quite like Xiao Wei. She resembles you. Ha, what are you saying? Hey, don't get the wrong idea. I'm speaking of Xiao Wei. My heart belongs solely to my beloved Qing Qing. Do not entertain any misguided notions. Sure, Qing Qing has fallen under your influence. Hasn't she? It's mutual. ISNT old Huang also caught in your web? Wang Xiao then remarked. What do you think about the prospect of my son and your daughter? Tao Yufn furrowed her attractive brows. I'm concerned about your wife. Wang Xiao retorted. Stop right there. I know my wife well. Truth be told, she never had any particular feelings for your old Huang. Your worries are entirely unwarranted. Just keep old Huang away from my wife. He visited the hospital last time. Tao Yufn's eyes widened. Go on. There's nothing more to say. He merely saw my wife at the hospital. Why are you so anxious? So many years have passed. Can't you handle him? Who are you underestimating? However, you should be somewhat aware of my family's situation. If Xiao Yi wishes to pursue a lasting relationship with Xiao Wei, there may be some interference. Then you should assist him. What are you doing as a mother-in-law? You truly know how to take advantage of the situation. We're not even at the starting line yet. Brother, have an apple. In the room, Xiao Wei handed Wang Yi a peeled apple. Thank you, sister. On the hospital bed, old Huang glanced at Wang Yi and said, Xiao Wei, I'm feeling a bit thirsty. Xiao Wei promptly replied, all right, Dad. I'll get you some water right away. Huang Liang added, can I also have an apple? How can you eat while lying down? Look, I'm sitting up now. However, as he attempted to rise, he inadvertently strained his injury, wincing in pain. Dad, what are you doing? Is the apple that tempting? Xiao Wei exclaimed, her heart aching at the sight of Huang Liang's discomfort. Huang Liang reclined again and noticed Wang Yi enjoying the apple, saying, seeing Xiao Yi eat made me crave one. Wang Yi chuckled. It seems I'm at fault. But Huang uncle, I want to eat it. Eat. Xiao Wei offered it to you. You must finish it. Ha. I'll wait until later to eat. Lest Huang uncle blame me again, Wang Yi joked, then inquired about the case, particularly the outcome for Xiao Chengfeng, as he was eager to know. Acknowledging that Wang Yi had been the catalyst for the events of the previous night and had played a role in the case. Old Wang felt it reasonable to share the details now that the case had concluded and the news would soon break. He succinctly outlined the situation. Wang Yi learned that Xiao Chengfeng was likely a novice in the realm of abductions and had only recently joined the gang. However, this was a particularly grave case, and all members of the organization would face severe consequences. Even though he was a recent recruit, he was destined for harsh punishment. This time, Xiao Chengfeng was expected to receive a sentence heavier than in the previous life. As for He Shuiying, who was rescued last night, she had been taken home by her family, suffering only a minor shock and a few surface injuries. However, Wang Yi found little interest in her situation. With Xiao Chengfeng facing a lengthy prison sentence, any lingering grievances between Wang Yi and him would be resolved. Regardless of whether He Shuiying had been coerced by Xiao Chengfeng in the past, it was now irrelevant. They would part ways like distant strangers. As for N.I. Long, now captured, he was surely facing a grim fate. The toxic factory was swiftly dismantled, and all those apprehended were undergoing intense interrogations, extracting the truth from them as one pulls a radish from the soil, leaving uncertainty about how many more might be apprehended. However, none of this concerned Wang Yi any longer. Before long, Tao Yufn returned and informed Wang Yi, your father said he had something urgent to attend to and left, instructing you to return home by yourself. What? Why did he come in to say so himself? Perhaps he had an emergency. He received a phone call and departed. Tao Yufn recalled something and took out her mobile phone. Xiao Yi, please note down Ani's number. In the future, if you need anything, you can contact me directly. Your father is often busy with work, so he might not always be reachable. All right. Upon seeing Wang Yi produce a brand new Nokia phone, Tao Yufn remarked, your father must be doing quite well at the Sanjian company to buy you such a fine phone. Cough, I bought it myself. Then you must have quite an allowance. Well, never mind, I won't explain. Explaining would lead to a lengthy discussion. Huang Wei, with a hint of pride, declared, brother earns his own money. You earn your own money? Yes. Brother is quite impressive. Tao Yufn glanced at her daughter. You're quite impressive as well, calling Wang Yi brother in front of your parents. One might mistake him for your real brother. Huang Liang turned to Wang Yi and asked, are you working at your father's construction site? That must be quite arduous. Wang Yi simply nodded. Huang Wei chimed in. Brother knows how to program and write software. Wang Yi shot a glance at the girl, who immediately blushed and fell silent. He had previously instructed her not to disclose the fact that he had sold something for 3 million. However, she had no intention of mentioning that. She merely wanted her parents to understand that he was not just a boy who squandered his pocket money. Oh, I really have your best interests at heart. Writing software is quite impressive. Tao Yufn remarked. It's just a hobby, nothing too significant. I earn a little pocket money. Angi Ripiet. At that moment, Tao Yufn, wielding a fruit knife, skillfully peeled an apple, the skin curling into a long strip. Xiao Yi, here, have an apple. Ani, no thanks. I still have one that I've barely touched. Take it. Why be so polite with me? Why not give it to Uncle Wang? He resting. So he doesn't need an apple. You should eat. Oh, Wang Yi had no choice but to accept it, nibbling on it slowly. Huang Liang stared at the ceiling, seemingly contemplating his future. Two women in the household, one big and one small, tending to little Wang. Son-in-law, come sit, have some soup. Darling, I've peeled the shrimp for you. Son-in-law, try the seafood porridge I made. Old man, why are you just sitting there? Hurry and buy some cigarettes for your son-in-law. This life was unbearable. Tears streamed down his face. After finishing the 2 apples, Wang Yi took his leave from the hospital, feeling somewhat out of place and unable to assist little Huang with palmistry. Upon exiting, he called old Wang. Dad, why did you leave early? Wang Xiao replied. I had a matter to attend to at the company, so I left first. You can return home by yourself. Oh, I might be late tonight. If you're bringing Xiao Wei back, let me know, and I can stay out. Are you already eager for grandchildren? I would mind. Oh, by the way, what were you and Aunt Tao secretly discussing? Who was being secretive? It's not appropriate to discuss it in front of you 2 kids. It's a good thing for you, anyway. You little rascal, treat Xiao Wei better in the future. Don't come asking me for money. TCH, the secret stash you have now is still from me. When you run out of money, you come to me. Then give me 10,000 to spend. After hanging up, he checked his phone's battery. It had lasted several days and still had 2 bars left. How different from the phones of later generations, which barely lasted a day. Outdoors, one must carry a power bank. Dinner was uncertain. He planned to blow up the website navigation with a little trick, using the backdoor of the rogue little bee to alter the browser's homepage, ensuring the act went unnoticed. Otherwise, if old Lei and his gang discovered it, it would certainly create a stir. Passing by the community gate's vegetable market, he casually bought some ingredients. He intended to cook some noodles and call it a day. However, upon reaching his floor, he noticed that the door to apartment 302 across from his was ajar. A small dog was barking, and a graceful silhouette was inside, sorting through various items, many of which had been tossed out, even blocking the hallway. Hanjia, what are you doing? Wang Yi called out. Han poked her head out, wearing a loose white t-shirt emblazoned with a large Pikachu, which hung down her backside, giving the impression that she wasn't wearing pants, revealing a pair of long legs. This attire left Wang Yi momentarily speechless. Little Huang had a good figure, but she was still somewhat innocent. This mature woman exuded a ripe, alluring aura of veritable poison for men. Xiao Yi, I'm moving. Han smiled and casually remarked. Oh, you arrived just in time. Come in and help me. I want to let you do it for free. Wang Yi paused. Hanjie, you're moving? Where to? The Kiwabin Hotel, ISNT, far from here. Living here is quite convenient. Han replied, I'm quitting. What? The manager of a state-run hotel just quits? Han snorted. It's just a shabby little hotel, utterly uninteresting, with a plethora of trivial issues. If I hadn't felt bad about refusing initially, I would have taken this job. Then where are you moving to? To Zonghai. By the way, did you get accepted into Zonghai University? That's great. Zonghai is my territory. Once you're there, I'll look out for you. Wang Yi glanced at her oversized t-shirt. If she were to shelter him, it would be quite overwhelming. Hanjia, are you from Zonghai? Wang Yi stepped into Han's apartment, glancing around at the chaotic mess. There was nowhere to sit. Of course, the mature woman wasn't inviting him in to sit. She immediately assigned him tasks, asking him to help pack books from the bookshelf into a large box while tossing unwanted items into garbage bags. Meanwhile, she herself moved some things off the sofa and sat down, crossing one leg. Sort of. My mother is from Zonghai. Wang Yi casually inquired, what about your father? Han coldly replied, I have no father. Wang Yi was taken aback and decided not to pursue the topic further. While organizing the books, Wang Yi noticed several original English texts, which were not merely for decoration but had been carefully read, with numerous annotations. He even spotted a few French books, similarly marked. Hanjia, did you read all these books? He asked in astonishment. Han cast a fleeting glance. I didn't read them. Oh, did dog read them? Wang Yi was momentarily stunned. He thought, please, could you not speak so dramatically? Hanjia, you're truly impressive. You can even understand French books. Wang Yi flattered her while tossing the books into the box. Taking her phone, he thought helping her out was a small matter. However, as he followed her instructions to open a drawer, intending to toss everything inside into a garbage bag, he found himself momentarily stunned. The drawer contained all her intimate garments. Are you really throwing this away? This is a treasure, unused. If someone were to put your picture on it in later years, this drawer could fetch a fortune. Han did not exhibit the bashfulness typically associated with being seen in intimate apparel. Rather, she gazed at him with a curious interest and remarked, What? Do you want it? Here, take it. At that moment, Wang Yi found himself in a whirlwind of conflicting thoughts. Han, the elegant sister, spoke again. All right, just dispose of it, you little brat. Wang Yi examined the item closely and responded, Sister Han, I think it's still quite new. Isn't it a bit wasteful to throw it away? It's too small. At your age, you still call it small? Wang Yi glanced at her and thought to himself, never mind. Since she has already said she doesn't want it, if I continue, she might genuinely believe I desire it. He swiftly retrieved the item and gradually tossed it into the garbage bag. What pity, several thousand worth, gone through my hands just like that. Yet, why would she ask me to help dispose of such personal belongings? Could it be that she is reluctant to part with them, or is she merely toying with me? Unable to contain his curiosity, he glanced at her, only to hear her say, Xiao Yi, see if there's anything else you want here. Just take it all away. I'm renting this place, and apart from the furniture, it was empty when I moved in. Now that I can't take anything with me, it's better to leave some clothes and books behind than to let the landlord benefit. Upon hearing this, Wang Yi surveyed the interior and was momentarily taken aback. Sister Han, are you a wealthy woman? Han rolled her eyes dismissively. What about this refrigerator, the color television, the washing machine, and even a microwave and rice cooker in the kitchen? You don't want any of it? What do you expect me to do? Carry it all the way to Zonghai? I already have those at home. Wang Yi replied helplessly. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Why not buy this place? However, he quickly dismissed the thought. The old houses in Qiwen district had yet to be demolished even in the year he was reborn, at best. The prices had risen to over 20,000, but due to the lack of good school districts and the aging structures, it wouldn't fetch more than 3. The cost effectiveness was simply too poor. It would be wiser to save the money and purchase a house in Zonghai. How about this, Sister Han? You sell these appliances and the sofa, desk, and such a lower price, and I'll take them off your hands. I have a friend who might need them. Wang Yi was not referring to Fatty. Although Fatty's family was somewhat financially constrained, they already had everything except for a microwave. Moreover, the appliances Han bought for this rental were not of inferior brands. What? This is a Toshiba television? A Panasonic refrigerator? A Panasonic washing machine? And you don't want them? Sister Han, why don't you support me instead? I'm tired of struggling. Han stood up and flicked his forehead, saying, Have you lost your mind? You haven't even matured yet. Do you know what it means to be supported? Enough. I'm going to the restroom. You hurry and get to work. These items were given to me by an elder. They're not worth much after being used. Should I ask you for money? Bang. The bathroom door closed. Wang Yi felt it was a pity to leave such appliances for the landlord, especially when some were better than what he had at home. Since that was the case, without further ado, he started moving. He even went downstairs and spent 30 yuan to hire a mover to help get the larger items into his own home. The sofa was quite nice, but he simply had no room for it. Han, sitting on the sofa, noticed his pained expression and chuckled. How about this? I'll give you the key to the house. There is still half a month until the lease expires, so you can move in whenever you like. Thank you. Sister Han, let me treat you to dinner. I'm too lazy to go out. Just come to my place. I've just bought some groceries. Never mind. I won't intrude. It'll just be me tonight. My parents aren't home. Han looked at him. You want me to cook for you? Forget it. I'll cook. After a moment of consideration, Han nodded. All right, if you cook, bring it over. Fine, since you're the wealthy woman, you call the shots. With all these appliances, trading them for a meal is quite a bargain for me. Wang Yi returned home to prepare the meal. An hour later, he carried 3 dishes and a soup to Han's place, along with the rice cooker, hoping that Mr. Wang would keep his word and not return early. Otherwise, if the rice cooker went missing, it would certainly cause quite a stir. After glancing at the spread, Han remarked, Not bad. You, young man, have some culinary skill. Wang Yi scoffed. Who are you calling young? Han took a seat at the dining chair and said, Let us eat. Am I supposed to serve the rice? Fine. During the meal, Wang Yi couldn't help but inquire, Sister Han, what are your plans upon returning to Zonghai? What kind of job do you intend to pursue? Han picked up a piece of green vegetable and chewed thoughtfully before responding. I don't know. I plan to rest for a while. Indeed, only a wealthy woman would respond in such a manner. Wang Yi pondered for a moment and suggested, Sister Han, I want to start a company in Zonghai. Since you are local, it would be perfect if you could assist me. Chapter 94. You can call me senior sister. Starting a company in Zonghai? Huh. Aren't you supposed to be in school? Han's interest seemed piqued, laced with a hint of mockery. Wang Yi replied, I'm attending classes while simultaneously starting the business. The elegant sister flatly rejected him. I don't have time to play around with you. Then she picked up a piece of fish and tasted it before saying, If you're short on money and want to make some, I can introduce you to a path. What path? Come to my house and cook for me. The taste isn't half bad. Wang Yi dismissed her suggestion outright. He had returned to conquer the world, not to cook for her. Forget it, that proposal was off the table. He would figure something out when he got to Zonghai or simply acquire a small company. That would be quicker and more convenient. Sister Han, Are you familiar with the area around Zonghai University? He asked. Well, somewhat. Once you enroll, you can call me senior sister. What? You graduated from Zonghai University? What? Doesn't it seem like it? The elegant sister shot him a glance. No, I just think it's fate. Wang Yi immediately replied. We're fated, yet not meant to be. She huffed. If you want to start a company, don't look for me. I can't protect you. Then what can you do? Thud. Han Han kicked him under the table. Wang Yi was momentarily taken aback. He realized she must have misheard him. He meant to ask what she could do, not whether she was capable. Since Han Han was a local and a graduate of Zonghai University, she should be quite familiar with the area. He thought that once he got there, he would check out the nearby houses and purchase a few suitable ones, preferably with yards, standalone, and larger in size. Upon hearing Wang Yi's words, Han Han finally regarded him with seriousness. Are you serious? When have I ever been anything but serious? Buying houses, and not just one, but several? You want them to be standalone with yards? Even if your father is a supervisor at the Dongfang Sanjian branch, you probably still can't afford it. Wang Yi asserted, I earn it myself. Han Han was momentarily taken aback. Is it from that antique snuff bottle you found? Wang Yi shook his head. No, you don't need to ask about that. Since you're my senior sister, can't you lend a hand to your junior? Han Han spat out a fishbone and slowly nodded. Understood. Once I return to Zonghai, I'll find someone to help you inquire. Thank you, senior sister. After a pause, he became curious and asked, by the way, senior sister, you're so beautiful. Why don't you have a boyfriend? Han Han shot him a glance. How do you know I don't have one? Huh? Do you have a boyfriend? No. Then how come? Dining with so many questions. Wang Xiao indeed did not return home for dinner. It remains a mystery where he resolved his meal, and upon his return, he bore a hint of inebriation. Entering the house, he neglected to turn on the lights and, with a resounding thud, collided with an object. Tears nearly welled up in his eyes. What on earth? Has a thief invaded the home? Or have I mistakenly entered the wrong house? At that moment, Wang Yi, who was absorbed in coding in his room, emerged to illuminate the space. Dad, have you been drinking? Surely you weren't imbibing with the Gold Widow? What widow? Oh, it dawned on him. The moniker of the Gold Widow had yet to be bestowed. Wang Yi clarified, I mean the CEO of the company you co-founded with her. Old Wang rubbed his sore nose from the impact and replied, her name is Zhou Xiuying, addressed as President Zhou. Do not refer to her in such a manner. If it reaches her ears, she might take offense. Pausing, he inquired, how did the refrigerator end up in the middle of the room? Wang Yi responded, we can discuss that tomorrow. You're quite tipsy. You should go lie down and rest. Old Wang shook his head. No, I cannot go to my room. I shall merely recline on the sofa. Why can't you go to your room? Your mother, she dislikes the scent of alcohol. Quite the matriarch, just like old Huang. Wang Yi recalled how, in a previous life, a misunderstanding led to his demise, compounded by being betrayed by his own son. Observing his father in such a state, he assisted him into his own room. You may sleep in my bed. I shall prepare warm water for your feet. No, please, not that large basin. Understood. Next time, do not drink so much. If a woman takes advantage of you, how can you complain? The next day, a Saturday, Wang Xiao had no work obligations, and Shi Qingqing also enjoyed a day off. At 10 in the morning, Han Han departed from Jiangxing, leaving behind a key for Wang Yi. Someone had driven all the way from Zonghai to fetch her. No less than a white BMW. In this era, even a modest BMW was a fortune, indeed a sign of wealth. Meanwhile, Mother Shi Qingqing finally comprehended the sudden influx of household appliances. Why did she gift us so many appliances? She inquired of Old Wang, engaged in gutting fish. Old Wang paused, momentarily bewildered. I have no idea. I am not well acquainted with her. Hey dear, what kind of look is that? I assure you, I'm truly not familiar with Miss Han. Didn't you chat with her quite amiably once? You even helped her fix the electrical panel. That time, wasn't he the property management present? Oh, when else was the property management absent? Old Wang pointed at his son. There's no need for suspicion. The gifts were intended for your son. Who is suspicious? Manager Han is beautiful and capable. What could she possibly see in you, you old codger? Shi Qingqing rolled her eyes and added, son, what is your relationship with Miss Han? Wang, while brushing his teeth, mumbled indistinctly alumni. Mom, just use it directly. It was meant for you. Otherwise, Sister Han intended to toss it out. Throwing away such a fine gift? She's wealthy. What does that concern you? Shi Qingqing nodded. True, anyone driving a BMW is undeniably affluent. How'd I never notice? Oh, is she being transferred from her job? She resigned. This weekend passed amid the mundane exchanges of family life. As time inexorably progressed, the day for university enrollment approached ever closer. Shi Qingqing had often remarked that sending her son to Zonghai for studies would grant her some peace, yet as the departure drew near, her heart ached with reluctance. He has been with me since birth. He has scarcely left home. To be apart for half a year will be so difficult. Old Wang countered, he has grown. It's only natural for him to leave. It's normal for a son to marry and forget his mother. Sure, Ching tossed a leafy vegetable at her husband. Normal my foot. He wouldn't dare forget his mother. Wang Yi chimed in, dare? How could I? The books say, in reading family letters, one must not forget one's mother. Once I earn a fortune, I shall buy you a grand villa with a swimming pool, a gym, and a cinema where you can live in comfort. I'll hire several maids, and when you have leisure, you can indulge in self-care, travel abroad, and perhaps even acquire a yacht. When the time comes, I'll bring back a few daughters-in-law, and we can all enjoy outings together. Initially, Shi Qingqing was filled with dreams upon hearing this. Yet, upon reaching the latter part of his statement, she scoffed, a few daughters-in-law? If you can successfully profess your feelings even once, that would be an impressive feat. Old Wang immediately turned his gaze towards his son. Wang Yi smiled, fear not. When the new year arrives, I shall bring one home. During this time, Wang Yi was far from idle. He pursued his driving license, developed software, promoted a website navigation tool, and even studied Wing Chun, examining the fine details of Miss Huang's footprints. In his rebirth, he found himself even more fatigued than in his previous life. Meanwhile, Huang Liang's injury had nearly healed, and he returned to work. The case involving the Golden White Palace was conclusively settled, marking the end for Xiao Chengfeng. Additionally, Zhou Daoki's street stall business was being undermined by Yao Swecken, with the expansive establishment seeing scant customers, resulting in losses despite the noise. Old Wang confided to Wang that Zhou Daoki had finally taken a bait. They awaited the opportune moment for a catastrophic downfall, leading to his ruin. August 25th. On this day, Wang Yi and Huang Wei set forth for Zonghai together. Huang Liang was tied up with work, and his leg injury had not fully healed. Tao Yufan had a meeting, and Wang Yi informed them that his father, Wang Xiao, would drive them to Zonghai. Yet, over here, Wang Xiao was told that Tao Yufan would be the one driving. Wang Xiao then informed Shi Qingqing that he was taking their son. In reality, neither of them accompanied their son. Wang Yi and Huang Wei, hauling their suitcases and holding hands, met with Fatty at the train station, boarding the train to Zonghai. Chapter 95, Let Us Stay in a Hotel. Jiangxing Central Hospital. Shi Qingqing glanced at the clock on the nurse's station, estimating the time was nearly right, and called Wang Xiao. Old Wang, have you set off to take our son to Zonghai? Wang Xiao was in his office, discussing matters with Zhou Xiaoying. Hearing her words, he regretted answering the call. Had he known, he wouldn't have picked up. Now he had no choice but to signal Zhou, all the while saying, "We departed. I'm driving right now." Zhou Xiaoying's lips twitched slightly as she gave him a sidelong glance before turning to get water. What? You're already driving, yet you still answer the phone? Oh well. I just started. I haven't even exited the community yet. I stopped roadside to take your call, fearing you might have new instructions for me to relay to our son. Shi Qingqing finally felt reassured. What new instructions could I possibly have? The moment our son left the community, I began to miss him. What should I do? Hand the phone to our son. I wish to speak with him. Old Wang glanced at Zhou Xiaoying, who was waiting by the window, and thought, where could he possibly find a son to speak to her? Suddenly, he had a clever idea. My phone is nearly out of credit. Each minute is quite costly. If you wish to talk to our son, you may call his number. He has more money than I do right now. Oh dear, 55 seconds have passed. I must hang up. I'm driving now, so please do not call me again. Having said that, he quickly ended the call. Upon checking the call duration, it read 1 minute and 1 second. Drat, he had been too slow. However, he reasoned that it was Tao Yufan driving their son, so surely nothing could go awry with a mother calling her own child? Yes. One must trust one's own son. Surely, there must be some tacit understanding between them, right? President Zhou, shall we continue? Wang Xiao tucked away his phone and said, slightly awkwardly. Zhou Xiaoying smiled. Why aren't you sending your son off to Zonghai? Wang Xiao replied, he didn't want me to send him. He fears his mother would worry, so I had no choice but to say that. As boys mature, they often yearn to escape the confines of their parents, seeking adventure on their own, and since the journey is not far, I shall grant him this opportunity. Zhou Xiaoying nodded in approval. Your educational approach is commendable. Just as Wang Yi, engaged in animated conversation with the jovial Fatty, settled into the train, he received a call from Shi Qingqing. Should he answer it? Huang Wei, seated by the window to his left, exchanged a brief glance with him, yet remained silent. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man sitting to Wang Yi's right remarked, young man, your phone is ringing. Why not answer it? Oh, perhaps my phone is malfunctioning. After a moment, the ringing ceased, enveloping the atmosphere in tranquility. Yet, mere seconds later, it rang again. Nurse Shi possessed an unwavering tenacity. It was no wonder she was a model nurse. Wang Yi inhaled deeply, leaned towards Huang Wei, and answered the call. Mom, son, Mom, my phone is out of battery. I'll call you once I arrive, he said, before abruptly hanging up, silencing the device. The world around him fell into a serene hush. A mother's worry stretches across 1,000 miles, yet he had only just embarked on his journey. The man beside him glanced between him and Huang Wei, likely thinking, "Humph, another son who forgets his mother upon finding a girlfriend." After a short while, Huang Wei's bag emitted a ringtone. She too possessed a mobile phone. It was her mother, Tao Yufan, calling. The chubby fellow across from them, noticing both had phones, felt a pang of envy, but his family's circumstances did not permit such luxuries. Huang Wei hesitated momentarily, but ultimately answered, "Mom, Xiao Yi, have you set off? Where are you now?" Huang Wei contemplated mimicking Wang Yi's excuse of a dead phone. However, at that moment, the train's announcement echoed. "Dear passengers, please pay attention. We are about to arrive at Qingxiao Station." One could only commend the clarity of mobile calls in this era. Tao Yufan heard everything distinctly and was immediately disconcerted. "What? You're on the train? Where is Lao Wang, Xiao Yi's father? Wasn't he the one who took you to school? You took the train?" Huang Wei struggled to conjure an excuse. She was not adept at lying and turned to Wang Yi for assistance. He took her phone, explaining, "Mom, here's the situation." As the words left his lips, he sensed an awkwardness. Huang Wei looked at him with an odd expression, while the chubby fellow's face lit up with the thrill of discovering a remarkable secret. Nearly bursting into laughter. "What did you call me?" Tao Yufan's voice inquired. "Oh, I refer to you as Annie. Did I misstate?" He continued, "The thing is, my dad's car broke down unexpectedly, so we had no choice but to take the train. However, it's all right. We have several classmates with us heading to different universities in Zhonghai, and the journey isn't long. I assure you, not a single hair on Xiao Yi's head will be harmed. If even one falls, you may hit me. I fear I may inadvertently kill you. All right, I understand. Call me when you arrive, keep your phone charged, and answer promptly." "Okay, understood. Worry not. Xiao Yi is a champion. Whoever dares to provoke her will regret it." He earned a fierce glare from the esteemed Huang. After the call ended, Wang Yi reflected on how accommodating Aunt Tao truly was. However, immediately after this conversation, Tao Yufan rang Wang Xiao. "Lao Wang, why did you inform me your car broke down? If you couldn't take them, I could have taken leave to do so. If all else fails, you can drive my car." Wang Xiao, puzzled, responded, "What do you mean? You didn't take them? Didn't you say you were taking the 2 children to school? Who said that? Your daughter did. What could a mother say against her own daughter's words? Never mind. It's not far. Last time she returned alone, and this time she has Wang Yi and other classmates with her. During Huang Liang's hospitalization, she had interacted with Wang Yi several times and had developed a favorable impression of him, mature beyond his years and composed in his actions. He was indeed a rather grown-up young man. Little did she know, residing within the 18-year-old's body was the soul of a man over 40, perhaps even older than she. Yet, she still called her sister, requesting her to meet them at the station. The reporting day was not today, but tomorrow. The Huang family had initially planned for Huang Wei to stay at her Aunt Tao Yuchen's house for a night, while Wang Yi had also been invited to spend the night at Aunt Tao's home, as her sister's residence was a villa with ample rooms, easily accommodating guests. 3 hours later, they arrived at Zhonghai Station. Wang Yi rubbed his slightly sore backside, nostalgically yearning for the high-speed trains of the future. In the future, the high-speed train from Jiangxing to Zhonghai would take just over an hour. Upon disembarking, Wang Yi suggested, "Xiao Wang, I believe it would be inconvenient to stay at your aunt's house. Let us take a taxi to a hotel near Zhonghai University. It will be more convenient for checking in and retrieving our luggage tomorrow. Fatty, your business school isn't particularly far from Zhonghai University. Let us stay together tonight, and I will escort you to school tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Huang Wei regarded him with suspicion. "Wang Yi, did you plan this all along? I will not share a room with you." Wang Yi immediately clarified, "What fanciful dreams are you having? I will share a room with Fatty. You shall have one to yourself." Huang Wei pursed her lips, but eventually nodded in agreement. However, the Zhonghai train station in 1999 was indeed crowded, teeming with people. As they stepped outside, a young woman grabbed Fatty's arm. "Handsome, looking for a place to stay? 50 a night, and there are girls." Fatty, startled, quickly extricated himself and hurried to catch up with Wang Yi. Wang Yi glanced back at Fatty, muttering, "Strange, why did she only grab you and not me?" Fatty huffed. "Perhaps I'm more likable." Wang Yi teased, "Could it be that you resemble a lecherous pervert?" Just then, a young man with yellow hair suddenly screamed, clutching his stomach and collapsing to the ground. Wang Yi hastily grabbed Huang Wei. "What is happening? Why is he on the ground? Do not assist him. Whatever you do, do not." Huang Wei coldly observed the young man and remarked, "He attempted to steal my phone." Chapter 96. The forceful arrival of the eccentric aunt. Wang Yi glanced at the young man and inquired, "Was anything stolen?" Huang Wei replied, "His hands were not swift enough." "Ah, that is good," Wang Yi decisively stated. Let's leave. There is no need to involve ourselves. In the chaotic train stations of 1999, be it Shanghai or elsewhere, disorder reigned due to insufficient police presence. Wang Yi understood that pickpockets operating in such areas were rarely solo acts. They often belonged to gangs with established territories. It was prudent to avoid unnecessary trouble and make a swift exit. However, they were too late. A group of individuals pushed through the throngs, heading in their direction. Pairs of eyes fixated on Wang Yi and his companions, and upon recognizing Huang Wei's stunning beauty, excitement surged through the crowd. Such a rare gem was hard to find. If they could take her home for a few nights, it would be worth it even if it shortened their lives. Brother, this girl kicked me for no reason. My stomach hurts terribly. I must have sustained internal injuries. The yellow-haired young man cried. A familiar tactic. If they could not steal, they would resort to extortion, relying on their numerical advantage. The leader of the group, a man with shoulder-length hair and a cigarette dangling from his lips, addressed Huang Wei. Little sister, what do you intend to do about injuring my brother? At that moment, the surrounding crowd began to disperse, fearing the repercussions of getting involved. Many of the regulars here are familiar with this group of pickpockets. At this moment, they cast sympathetic glances towards Wang Yi and Huang Wei. Yet none of them dared to alert the authorities. The stout Wu Qi felt his legs weaken, gripping Wang Yi's clothing tightly. Brother Yi, they are numerous. What should we do? Wang Yi whispered back. If a fight breaks out, you should immediately head to the train station and find the police. Just then, the crowd surged once more. The pickpocket gang was forcefully pushed aside. A cold, domineering voice, tinged with a Shanghai accent, pierced through the air. Little rogues. Do you think you can provoke my Tao family? Upon hearing this, Huang Wei's face lit up with joy, exclaiming, Brother, my aunt has arrived. Wang, he turned towards the source of the voice, and as the crowd parted, he beheld a striking woman approaching, flanked by 4 bodyguards clad in black, their sunglasses glinting ominously. She wore a radiant blue off-shoulder dress, its hem dancing lightly around her, cinched at the waist with a black belt that accentuated her graceful silhouette. Her sunglasses shielded her eyes, and her hair was elegantly tied back, with a few strands fluttering in the breeze. She appeared quite youthful. The leader of the pickpockets turned pale upon spotting her, hastily bowing his head. Excuse me, are you Miss Yueshin of the Tao family? One of her bodyguards coldly retorted. Is her name one you can utter? I apologize, Miss Tao. No, Miss Fi. The leader stammered, quickly averting his gaze to Huang Wei. Realizing the gravity of their error, they could not afford to offend anyone from the Tao family. This is all a misunderstanding. Truly a misunderstanding. Miss Fio, please do not take offense. We shall apologize to this young lady immediately. The woman interjected firmly. Leave. Do not let me see you again. Her expression conveyed a disgust, as if even a fleeting glance at them was unbearable. The pickpocket gang hurriedly fled, with the yellow-haired man who had just been incapacitated scrambling away faster than anyone. Tao Yueshin approached, observing Wang Yi and Huang Wei holding hands, and her brow furrowed slightly as her gaze fixed on Wang Yi. Simultaneously, Wang Yi scrutinized her, easily deducing from her subtle expressions that Huang Wei's aunt harbored a dislike for him, perhaps even a touch of animosity. Was it because I was holding Huang Wei's hand? Greetings, aunt. Huang Wei finally remembered she was still holding Wang Yi's hand and quickly released it to greet her. Xiao Wei, the Shanghai train station is rather chaotic. Why didn't you call me when you arrived? Tao Yueshin inquired. We just got here. All right, come with me. Adieu. Take Xiao Wei's luggage. Several bodyguards immediately stepped forward to assist with the suitcases. As Wang Yi's luggage was also taken away, Tao Yueshin cast him a glance and pursed her lips, ultimately opting not to speak. During their journey, the stout Wu Qi whispered to Wang Yi, Brother Yi, Huang Wei's aunt possesses a formidable aura. What is her background? Wang Yi shook his head. I have no idea. Tao Yueshin arrived with 2 cars, a Crown and a Buick. She instructed Wang Yi and Wu Qi to board the Buick while she and Huang Wei took the Crown. Before entering, she stated, Xiao Wei, your mother has previously informed me that this classmate Wang is to stay at our home for the night. However, regrettably, the guest room is occupied. So I have booked a room at a hotel near Shanghai University for him, which will be more convenient. Wang Yi nodded. He had initially intended to stay at a hotel. He added, Aunt, there's no need to trouble yourself. We can find a room ourselves. Surprisingly, Huang Wei, the school beauty, also nodded in agreement. Aunt, we've already discussed it. We will stay at the hotel. No, absolutely not. Tao Yueshin snapped coldly. You're a girl. How can you stay in a hotel with them? How do you know some people have ulterior motives? Wang Yi scratched his head. What I meant was, Xiao Wang, you can accompany your aunt, and Wu Qi and I will find a room ourselves. Tao Yueshin waved her hand dismissively. Enough, the room has been booked. Get in the car. We are leaving. The 2 cars proceeded to the hotel. Tao Yueshin instructed Huang Wei to remain in the car while she entered the hotel to check in, then poked Wang Yi in the back, saying, "You, come here for a moment." Wang Yi's gaze flickered. He distinctly sensed the cool detachment, even hostility emanating from Tao Yueshin, and knew she likely had no kind words to share. Nevertheless, he approached and asked, "Aunt, is there something you wish to discuss with me?" Tao Yueshin replied coolly, "Do not address me so affectionately. I'm not your aunt." Wang Yi shrugged. "Do not misunderstand. I call you aunt merely out of courtesy due to your age. Just as I would refer to that cleaning lady as aunt if I needed to ask her something. If you want to turn hostile, should I still be the one to flatter you? Say whatever you wish." Tao Yueshin's lips twitched in irritation, her gaze growing colder as her breath quickened, causing her chest to rise and fall more prominently. After suppressing her anger, she stated directly, "You are just stepping into university. There are many societal matters you may not yet comprehend. However, I wish to tell you this. People are divided into ranks. Your status is determined at birth. The gap between you and our Xiao Wei is too vast. She is not the type of girl you can pursue. Do you understand my meaning?" Wang, he felt a surge of anger. Did this woman even comprehend who stood before her? He was a reborn individual destined to wield great power. "I'm Nagila Wang. What superiority does this old woman think she possesses over me?" Wang Yi locked eyes with her, saying, "Then may I ask, aunt, what rank do you belong to?" Tao Yueshin, already displeased by the term aunt, bristled further upon hearing Wang Yi's tone, immediately dropping her pretense, her voice rigid and indignant. "What rank am I? You cannot aspire to my level." The Zonghai dialect slipped out. Her gaze scrutinized him from head to toe, a blatant expression of disdain. "Repugnant woman." Wang Yi took a step back. "Aunt, your words are rather inappropriate. I am merely 18. How could I ever take an interest in someone so aged? Ahem. I understand your point, but I wish to convey one thing. 30 years on the east of the river, 30 years on the west. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. Who knows, one day I might surpass you." Suddenly, he recalled the anime character Xiao Yan from his past life. He aimed to provoke this self-satisfied woman with a familiar phrase. "What were you about to say about me? Old? Am I old?" Tao Yueshin surprisingly removed her sunglasses and glared intensely at Wang Yi. Objectively speaking, the Tao family certainly produced attractive daughters, and Tao Yueshin was much younger than Tao Yuefan. She indeed was beautiful, not showing her age at all, appearing to be in her 20s. However, this person certainly had a few screws loose. Was that the main point? The crux of the matter was what I said afterward. Wang Yi noticed her ravenous stare and quickly took another step back. After staring at him for 2 seconds, Tao Yueshin finally snorted. "Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. Oomph, do you think you can surpass me? Very well. I hope you possess such capability. Step aside." She unexpectedly rushed over deliberately and gave Wang Yi a shove. Then, in her high heels, she made her way out with a clattering sound. Her skirt flared up, and her hips swayed provocatively. What a vain and crazy woman. Wang Yi glanced at her a few times, and once she exited the hotel, he took out his phone, powered it on, and immediately called her sister. "Auntie, Xiao Wei has already been picked up by her aunt." "Picked her up? Good, good. Oh, you didn't go? Auntie, I feel I might not be able to look after Xiao Wei at school anymore. Your sister just warned me not to see Xiao Wei again. She is particularly fierce and has bodyguards with her. I can't handle that." "What? She even sent someone to beat you up? How outrageous." "Well, she didn't hit me. She just pushed me." "Xiao, you don't have to listen to her. My sister has been spoiled since childhood. Xiao Wei is my daughter, so of course I have a final say. I'll call her right now and teach her a lesson." "Where are you?" "I'm at the hotel." "All right, that is good. Staying at a hotel is fine. Just be careful." After the call ended, Wang Yi smirked slightly. Reporting her was shameful? Nonsense. You secretly came to warn me behind Huang Wei's back, and I'd be a fool to heed your advice. Let us see how it feels for you. Sure enough, Tao Yueshin's phone rang almost immediately. "Yueshin, I asked you to pick up Xiao Wei and Xiao Yi and let them stay at your place for a night. Why did you leave Xiao Yi behind and then warn him?" "Sister, I just don't get it. What is so good about that guy? I think he is not a good person. I know what kind of person he is better than you do. This matter is settled, so don't interfere." "Sister." Tao Yueshin was scolded by Tao Yuefan, and after the call ended, she was furious. She kicked a stone pillar, immediately hopping in pain, cursing under her breath. She muttered, "Little brat, you've got some nerve reporting me. Just wait and see." At that moment, Wang Yi was frowning slightly, reflecting on his words. Had he truly offended Tao Yueshin? But then he thought, as a reborn individual, why should I endure this nonsense? If I want to do something, I'll do it. Suddenly, a song popped into his mind. Just do it, just do it. Show yourself what you can achieve. Just do it, just do it. No mountain is too high beneath my feet. Singing the song, he marched over to the fat guy. The fat guy had been watching from a distance. Still shocked by Huang Wei's aunt, feeling somewhat restrained, he whispered, "Ego, What did that woman just say to you? I feel like she looks down on people. Wang Yi draped his arm over his shoulder. No worries. Just ignore her. She is just a crazy person. What do you mean by that? A cold voice suddenly pierced their ears. The two turned around in shock, their faces paling. What the hell? How did this crazy woman come back? She walked so quietly. Wang Yi also felt a bit overwhelmed. What did I say? You call me a cover. What does that mean? Tao Yueshin, clench your teeth. Having entered to use the restroom, only to overhear Wang Yi's remarks. Cover, well, it refers to the cover of a book, meaning a paper tiger. What is the problem? Kid, I'll be keeping an eye on you. With that, she strutted towards the restroom. Wang Yi's eyes widened. She actually said she would monitor him. Great. You're in a ladies' restroom. Let us see how you keep an eye on me. Wang Yi and the fat guy took the elevator up. But 5 minutes later, they came back down. Excuse me. We haven't even entered the room. Can we cancel this reservation? Wang Yi wanted to change hotels to avoid being stalked by that crazy woman. The Kipeo-clad attendant politely replied, I'm sorry, but since you've checked in, the room cannot be canceled. Can we switch rooms? That is not possible. As you can see, many new students are checking in at Zonghai University today. There are no rooms available. Oh well, that is fine then. No choice but to stay. After all, I didn't spend any money. It's a free deal. He thought to himself, if that crazy woman dares to come, I'll just lose a bit, even if it costs me 10 billion. Boss Wu, let us go. Go to the room. I'll show you what a real boss is like. The fat guy immediately clamped his legs together. You could spare me. I don't want to go to that kind of place. What kind of place? You know, the Red House, Bolon Street? What kind of beautiful thoughts are you having? A college student daydreaming about going to a hair salon to find beautiful women. What an ambition. The fat guy's face turned red. I didn't. You were the one who took me. Just then, a girl walked past them. She stood about 1.7 meters tall and was quite attractive. However, her gaze was filled with disdain, and she spat out 2 words, disgusting. Then she sidled past them against the wall, as if Wang Yi and the fat guy carried some sort of virus that could infect her at any moment. Fat guy, she just insulted you. Wang Yi remarked. Oh, fat guy, you're stuttering again at the sight of a beautiful woman. Ding. Swiping the card to open the door. Just before entering, Wang Yi turned to glance back at the girl who was about to turn the corner and called out, Hey woman, you dropped something. The girl turned back, confused. What did I drop? Wang Yi replied, Your dignity. With that, he slammed the door shut. Chapter 98. Do you want to die? Ego. 1T this offender? The fat guy looked at Wang Yi. Wang Yi waved his hand dismissively. How can this be considered offending someone? The fat guy replied, Look at her. She is likely a student at Zonghai University too. 1T be awkward if we run into her later? Wang Yi said, Zonghai University is so vast. It's not that easy to run into someone. Besides, I have a common face. People will forget me as soon as they turn around. The fat guy glanced at his handsome face and mumbled, I wish I had such a common face. Wang Yi encouraged him. You'll have your chance. Earn more money. Become a boss. And if you're determined, you can get a nose job, get your eyebrows done, and reshape your bones. It's no problem to turn into Fan Bingbing. But Fan Bingbing is a woman. You can too. I could do it right now. Do you want to give it a try? Get lost. Wang Yi ultimately preserved his innocence, then surveyed the hotel room. Crazy woman Tao Yueshin still paid attention to her status. The room she provided was quite decent and spacious. It was then that he remembered he needed to call his mom to report his safety. Fortunately, it seemed nothing had gone awry. Shi Qing was unaware of anything and just reminded him to be careful. After that, Wang Yi called Old Wang to synchronize their stories. However, he soon discovered that Tao Yufan had already called Old Wang. These two were in contact too frequently, creating a strange feeling. After hanging up, Wang Yi handed his phone to the fat guy to let him call and report his safety too. Seeing that it was still early, just 2:30 in the afternoon, Wang Yi asked, Shall we take a nap first to recharge, then go out to have some fun at night? The fat guy didn't want to sleep. Looking through the window, he could see part of Zonghai University's scenery. Gazing at the grand and majestic library building, which exuded a vintage charm, he expressed his envy. I want to go inside your Zonghai University and experience what it's like to be in a prestigious institution. Wang Yi looked at him. In his previous life, he hadn't been here either. All right, let us go then. Let us see if we can encounter a beautiful senior. Wang Yi said, You already have a school beauty. The chubby guy huffed indignantly. I merely mentioned encountering a stunning senior. I never claimed we were in a romantic relationship. Damn it, you once deceived me. Claiming that love-struck fools don't engage in such affairs. Who said I was in a relationship? I'm not. You're truly less than a dog. Zonghai University is indeed vast. Wang Yi and the chubby guy strolled around for a while, their stomachs growling. They had only nibbled on a meager box meal during the train ride, which hardly sufficed. Are we still wandering about? Wang Yi inquired. No more wandering. It boils down to 2 words, envy. The chubby guy spoke with a hint of bitterness, having initially thought they were quite similar. All right, stop being so sour. It's merely a school. What is the use of its size if you can't even move back home? Wang Yi draped his arm over Wu Qi's shoulder as they headed out of the university. Let us not forget our original aspirations. Haven't you always dreamed of becoming a boss? Earning money is the ultimate truth. Graduates from Zonghai University will still come to work for you. Upon hearing this, the chubby guy perked up again, nodding eagerly. Brother Yi, you mentioned wanting to start a company. When do you plan to begin? We still need to wait. Wang Yi Rebirth, his navigation website, 0000, had recently launched and subtly altered the homepage of others' browsers through the backdoor provided by Xiaomi, achieving a portion of the installation numbers. However, the figures were not particularly high. He could observe the real data from the website's backend. Currently, there were approximately 30,000 daily visits, including some repeated entries. Nevertheless, such navigational tools are convenient and quick. Those who have used them will remember, fostering a natural process of word-of-mouth growth. Yet, the mission of Xiaomi's backdoor was not entirely complete, as some computers, despite having the software installed, were not powered on or connected to the internet, rendering them ineffective. The 30,000 visits had accumulated gradually, but Wang Yi was certainly not satisfied with this number. Alternative strategies were necessary. During this period, the chubby guy had been deliberately trained by Wang Yi to understand the internet better, frequently visiting forums and chat rooms to share the 0000 navigation link, which could attract a bit of traffic, albeit insufficient. He had thought of several ideas, but the lack of manpower remained an obstacle. Establishing the company was a priority. A few days prior, he had contacted the wealthy woman Han Han, but she informed him that she was traveling and had asked a friend to keep an eye out for properties. This was the best outcome he could hope for, as she owed him nothing and had even gifted him home appliances upon leaving. He should be content. There was no rush. Time was plentiful. The two of them ventured outside and found a noodle shop, but before they had eaten much, Huang Ziahua's call came through. Wang Yi, where are you? Hurry down to find me. Wang Yi was momentarily puzzled. What do you mean? Didn't you return home with your aunt? I did, but I slipped out again. Wow. Why do I feel a mix of surprise and the urge to shed tears? Where are you, at the hotel? Yes. Wait, I'll be right there. Wang Yi set down his chopsticks, stood up, and dashed off. Hey, young man, you haven't paid? The boss shouted. I'll be back in a moment. My friend is still here. Fatty, keep an eye on my noodles. Don't steal any. Actually, just eat if you want. We'll find a nicer place later. Wu Qi pondered over the noodles in front of him. Should I eat or not? If I fill up now, will I just be left watching later? When Wang Yi returned to the hotel, he found Huang Wei quietly seated in a corner of the lobby, her head slightly bowed, a stern expression on her face. As several individuals covertly gazed at her, these people were truly bothersome. She wanted nothing more than to confront them. However, those individuals merely watched from a distance and did not approach, leaving her with no justification to confront them. At that moment, Wang Yi entered and walked directly toward her, causing the onlooking young men to stir with interest. Huang Wei had previously sat there with an aloof demeanor, exuding an air of do not disturb, which had deterred them from approaching. Now, witnessing someone seize the opportunity, they could no longer contain themselves. Two young men, seemingly not much older than themselves, hastened over. Halfway through his stride, Wang Yi glanced at them, momentarily taken aback. What do you intend to do? One of them replied, what do you want? We want what you want. The other coldly sneered, this beauty was discovered by us first. You have no claim here, so step aside. Huang Wei suddenly stood up, grasped Wang Yi's hand, and positioned him protectively behind her, her gaze fierce as she glared at the two young men. Do you wish to die? Chapter 99. What does the cover mean? The socially anxious Huang Ziahua had transformed into a fierce protector, shielding Wang Yi with a fierce glare. The two young men, who had been so eager to approach, immediately recoiled in fear. That gaze was simply too intimidating. If they still couldn't recognize that Wang Yi and Huang Wei were together, then their eyes were truly useless. I'm sorry, we'll leave right now. They stammered, retreating hastily. Internally, they lamented, damn, such a beautiful girl is taken. Life is so unfair. This was merely a brief interlude. Wang Yi turned to the girl, who was still dressed in her earlier attire, carrying a small black crossbody bag. The previously cold atmosphere had vanished, replaced by a shy smile that blossomed solely for the young man before her. How did you manage to slip out? Didn't your aunt keep you restrained? Wang Yi asked. She went to the restroom, and I snuck out, Huang Wei replied. Another trip to the restroom? Wang Yi paused, perplexed. Was her aunt really a bathroom enthusiast? Hadn't she just been in the hotel restroom? Considering the time, it hadn't even been an hour. Huang Wei whispered. She seems to have eaten something bad. Oh, Wang Yi chuckled. Serve her right. Huang Wei looked up at him. Wang Yi, did my aunt say anything about me to you? She tends to look down on people from smaller places, so please don't take it to heart. Wang Yi nodded, signaling his understanding. Indeed, a small portion of the locals in Zonghai harbored a certain exclusivity, looking down upon outsiders, much like this Tao Yueshan, who likely viewed him as a mere country bumpkin. It was understandable. In her eyes, apart from Zonghai locals, everyone else was just a rustic. Are you hungry? I just had noodles with fatty. A little bit, she admitted. Then let us go together. The two departed the hotel, making their way to the noodle shop. After walking less than 30 meters, they witnessed two cars racing towards the hotel entrance, where a woman in a blue long dress and several bodyguards hurriedly disembarked. Wang Yi caught a glimpse of this scene from the corner of his eye and quickly pulled Huang Wei against the wall, leaning in to shield her, returning the favor of their earlier encounter. After being reborn, on the first day, Wang Yi had been cornered by Huang Wei against the wall. Now, it felt like a fitting payback, though their relationship had evolved significantly since then. At that moment, he could hardly have anticipated the myriad events that would unfold between him and Huang Wei. The threads of their fates having been woven together since the tender age of 7, though he remained blissfully unaware of it at the time. He pondered whether, in a past life, after the Wang family's misfortunes, she had ever thought of him. Huang Wei leaned against the wall, their gazes locking, her long lashes fluttered, and in her doe-like eyes there resided a pure, innocent essence that was her truest self. She bit her crimson lip, perhaps feeling a touch of nervousness. They were positioned rather closely, their chests nearly compressed together. Wang Yi glanced over his shoulder and noticed that the wild and erratic companion had already entered the hotel with others, prompting him to swiftly pull Huang Wei away. What does your aunt do? Why does she go out accompanied by 4 bodyguards? Wang Yi couldn't restrain his curiosity. She runs a business, owning a bar and several KTVs. Huang Wei replied, Damn, no wonder she's so impressive. What about your uncle? None. He is gone. Gone? Deceased? Huang Wei rolled her eyes at him. My aunt isn't even married yet. Alas, so she was still a maiden. No wonder her companion was so eccentric. However, Huang Wei's eye-rolling expression was quite enchanting. Huang Xiao Yi, show me another eye roll. Huang Wei frowned. What? Is it not allowed? Of course it is. Your eye rolling is adorably cute. Do it again, and even more fiercely. You creep, Huang Wei exclaimed, pinching the flesh at his waist. Ouch. Are you attempting to murder your husband? Just then, a voice emerged from behind. Miss, we found him. That kid is here. Miss Huang is also present. To Wang Yi's dismay, they had been discovered by Tao Yueshan's bodyguards. They were in hot pursuit. Wang Yi quickly seized Huang Wei's hand, and together they darted through the crowd like untamed dogs, their earlier training bearing fruit as they navigated over the overpass, into narrow alleys, and finally emerged from an old, dilapidated community onto the bustling streets. The bodyguards were utterly lost in their frantic search. Tao Yueshan, clad in high heels, stumbled after only a few steps, incensed enough to discard her shoes. Miss, they ran too swiftly. We lost them, a bodyguard reported. Fools. Useless. You can't even keep up with 2 children. How can you call yourselves bodyguards? Meanwhile, Wang Yi, sauntering with Huang Wei along Zonghai Street, suddenly remembered the friend they had left behind at the noodle shop. Surely the plump fellow had money on him, right? Never mind. He thought he could always wash dishes at the noodle shop as a last resort. 2 bowls of noodles ought to last him half a day. Spotting a KFC ahead, Wang Yi, recalling that in 1999, KFCs were scarce. Only one existed in Jiangxing City, pulled Huang Wei inside. While enjoying their meal, Wang Yi asked, Doesn't your aunt ever call you? Huang Wei, munching on fries and sipping cola, swung her little feet beneath the table restlessly, mumbling her phone is off. Smart girl. Here, a reward. A big chicken leg for you. Wang Yi playfully shoved a fried chicken leg into Huang Wei's mouth. After that, they let loose and decided to take a taxi to the Chenghuang Temple, where they could admire the night scenery, savor local snacks, and immerse themselves in the culture. Back at the noodle shop, the plump friend awaited Wang Yi's return, growing increasingly impatient. After finishing both bowls of noodles, he was fortunate to have brought some money, sparing him from the indignity of washing dishes as payment for his meal. Damn it, that scoundrel Wang Yi surely took Huang Wei to enjoy better food. He grumbled. He must think I'm too much of a nuisance. Forget it. I'll just head back to the hotel and sleep. Thankfully, I still have the room card. However, as soon as he returned to the hotel, he found himself surrounded by Tao Yueshan's bodyguards. What on earth is happening here? What do you want? He stammered, clad only in the hotel as complimentary slippers, while Tao Yueshan sat coldly on the lobby sofa, her high heels discarded and ruined under the wheels of a car. Tell me, where did Huang Wei and that boy go? Tao Yueshan asked icily. The plump fellow stuttered nervously, glancing at Tao Yueshan's long, pale legs, feeling a shiver run down his spine. Stop stammering and speak. I don't know, Auntie. How can you not know? Let us go to your room. But, Auntie, I don't have the room card. It's with Wang Yi. He struggled to suppress his stutter, forcing himself to look at the intricate patterns of the sofa instead of at her. Damn Wang Yi for abandoning him at the noodle shop. He wanted to find him too. If you catch him, please teach him a lesson for me as well. Tao Yueshin regarded him with skepticism. Don't believe me? You can ask the shop owner at the noodle shop. It's called Yunlei Noodle House. Tao Yueshin nodded at one of her bodyguards, who promptly left to verify his claim. How idle are you? What is your name? Wu Qi. Tell me, how far have Huang Wei and that Wang boy progressed? The plump fellow hesitated before answering. I don't know. Aren't they cousins? What more could happen? Nonsense. Tao Yueshin scoffed, pausing before asking, and what does Fengbi mean? Chapter 100. I will make him pay. The plump fellow was fixated on the edge of the sofa, his mind racing painfully. Look at me and tell me, what does Fengbi mean? Tao Yueshin's voice turned frigid. The plump fellow squirmed, his gaze falling upon her icy visage. What is Fengbi? I really don't know. I need to use the restroom. Andy, in a panic, he dashed off to the toilet. Tao Yueshin's expression darkened. At that moment, the bodyguard who had gone to the noodle shop returned. Miss, I inquired with the shop owner. What the plump fellow said appears to be true. The Wang boy received a phone call and left, never to return. Tao Yueshin felt the urge to kick something, but remembered the pain from her earlier mishap. Wearing these hotel slippers, she risked injuring herself further. She longed to call her sister, but refrained, fearing another scolding about her perceived ineptitude. What she truly wanted was to decipher the meaning of Fengbi. How could a rural bumpkin dare to insult her behind her back, especially when she could not comprehend it? This infuriated her. The cherished daughter of the esteemed Tao family could not suffer such an indignity. Someone, figure out the meaning of Fengbi for me, and I'll reward you 300. With a generous reward, courage would surely follow. One bodyguard whispered, Miss, perhaps you misheard? It might not be Fengbi after all. What do you think it is then? Perhaps it's Fengbai. What did you say? Tao Yueshin leaped up in agitation, stomping her feet. You think I'm insane? Am I crazy? Your salary for the month will be deducted by 300. The bodyguard felt a wave of despair wash over him. He had intended to earn 300, but instead found himself losing 300. Yet, Tao Yueshin clenched and released her fists, murmuring, that scoundrel, that country bumpkin, daring to call me insane. I will make him pay dearly. Meanwhile, the scoundrel Wang Yi was happily wandering about the Chenghuang temple area with Huang Wei, a large, colorful cotton candy in hand. Brother, I want, the girl exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. Wang Yi promptly brought the cotton candy to her lips. The girl extended her rosy tongue, licking a portion before taking a bite. Wang Yi watched, his heart stirred with emotion. How delightful she looked, with her pink tongue. It must be so sweet to eat. All right. As the young maiden nibbled her treat, a gentle smile graced her lips, a smudge of cotton candy adorning her cheek. Sister, you have some on your face too. Let me help you clean it off, she offered kindly. All right, Huang Wei responded, tilting her delicate face, inviting assistance. Yet, the sugary residue was sticky and stubborn, impossible to wipe away cleanly. Wang Yi licked his tongue and remarked, Sister, it seems impossible to remove. It's too sticky. The only way is to lick it off. Huang, wide-eyed, retorted, in your dreams, you lecherous rogue, and darted away with quick footsteps. After a moment, she called out from ahead, Brother, come quickly. There's a clay figure here that looks just like you, and it's not even wearing pants. Bah, that clearly resembles you. Look, it's missing the lower part. He teased. You naughty pig, she shot back. What is naughty about me? I'm just trying to reason with you. Don't believe me? Ask the shopkeeper. Wang Yi called out, Hey shopkeeper, is this clay figure male or female? The shopkeeper first glanced admiringly at Huang Wei, then, expressionless, replied male. How can it be male? It clearly isn't. Huang protested. A girl nearby picked up the figure to play with it. Then it disappeared. Embarrassed, Huang Wei tugged Wang Yi's hand and fled. Discussing such matters so openly before a young girl was utterly humiliating. Joyful moments always seemed to pass swiftly. Before long, dusk fell. Yet, the old street by the city god temple was at its most enchanting at night, brilliantly illuminated and bustling with crowds. Wang Yi and Huang Wei wandered, eating as they strolled, so full they had no need for dinner, their stomachs perpetually overfilled. Brother, let us draw a fortune slip, the maiden eagerly suggested upon reaching the city god temple. Wang Yi nodded indifferently. Though it was evening, the temple remained crowded, and they queued patiently for their turn. Wang Yi drew first, receiving a moderately favorable fortune. Never forget your original intention and uphold righteousness. Adapt to circumstances and seize opportunities. Then it was Huang Wei's turn. Upon reading her fortune, tears welled in her eyes. It was a dismal omen. The red thread is tangled beyond repair. Destined love will not be fulfilled. Seeing her on the verge of tears, Wang Yi's heart ached. That fortune doesn't count. Someone must have bumped into you, so it's someone else's. Try again. The temple attendant reminded them. One slip costs 5 yuan. Wang Yi slapped down 10 yuan. 2 more, please. The attendant cautioned, too many 1T help. Wang Yi snapped, could you please be quiet? Huang Wei drew again, a short slip. Wang Yi's brow furrowed as he read. 2 hearts separated by mountains and seas. Time flies and dreams fade away. Tears spilled freely this time. Wang Yi comforted her, I told you, the first slip doesn't count. It's fake. Draw again. Huang Wei nodded, trying to reassure herself. Another slip was drawn, again short. Wang Yi pulled out a 100 yuan note, waving it behind Huang Wei's back and exchanging a knowing glance with the attendant. The attendant understood, lowered his gaze, and nodded. When interpreting the fortune, he initially revealed a page reading. Do not say the path ahead is fraught with thorns. Though fate is shallow and love deep, it is hard to trace. Quickly, he flipped to a different page. Cherish the one before you. May your hearts be forever united. He tore off this page and handed it to Huang Wei, declaring, congratulations. Young lady, this is an excellent omen. The slip was given to her, and the rest collected back. Huang Wei finally smiled through her tears. Wang Yi hurriedly handed over the 100 yuan and led her away, grumbling, what nonsense fortunes, completely deceitful. Those waiting behind had witnessed Wang Yi's crafty exchange. Yet, seeing the lovely girl's tears over the poor fortunes, they felt an inexplicable tenderness. This arrangement was just fine. No one needed to expose the charade. Meanwhile, a woman nearby envied Huang Wei for having a suitor willing to spend 100 yuan to comfort her. In these times, 100 yuan was hard-earned over several days by some. Despite drawing 2 poor fortunes, Huang Wei remained unsettled and melancholy. Wang Yi clasped her hand, chuckling, Little Huang, I'll let you in on a secret. Fortunes at this temple are a fraud, mere superstition. If fortune slips could guarantee safety, there'd be no poverty in the world. Instead of relying on fate, it's better to work hard yourself. Huang Wei nodded, her gaze vacant. Wang Yi frowned, lifted her small hand, intertwined their fingers tightly, and said, see, holding my hand is your best fortune. Then he planted a gentle kiss on the back of her hand. The maiden was struck as if by lightning, oblivious even as the fortune slip fluttered away in the wind. Her eyes widened, cheeks flushing a deep rose. Brother, there drew on my hand. Oh, is that so? Wang Yi leaned in and licked again. That should do it. Chapter 101. What song is this? Having been kissed and licked on the back of her hand, Huang Wei's heart fluttered wildly, the memory of the fortune slips slipping away. The ground beneath her seemed soft and yielding, as if she walked upon clouds of cotton. Wang Yi spoke. Your last fortune said to cherish the one before you and unite hearts forever. Were you seeking a love fortune? The maiden's ponytail swayed as she replied, no, it was a brother's fortune. Broth after merely singing through the lyrics once, Wang Yi noticed that Xiao Huang, the girl, was on the verge of tears. Could it be that she was reminded of her unfortunate fate? He thought to himself, this won't do. I'm here to bring you joy, not to witness your tears. In the next moment, the guitar's tone shifted, ascending 2 semitones, and the rhythm quickened, transforming into a DJ version. He began to sway and nod his head, reveling in the merriment. Finally, the girl burst into laughter, doubling over in delight. As the song concluded, the onlookers unexpectedly shouted, sing it again, it's so wonderful. TCH, you're not my sister. I'm not here to entertain you. Returning the guitar, Wang Yi seized the girl's hand and swiftly disappeared from sight. By 9 o'clock, Wang Yi delivered her to the front of Tao Yueshan's lavish villa. Goodness, the girl truly was affluent. Brother, I had a wonderful time today, Huang Wei remarked. Then may you find joy every day, he replied. And you as well, she added. Wang Yi gently stroked her hair, saying, go inside now. I must return. That fatso may still be washing dishes at the noodle shop. Neither of them noticed a woman standing in the dimly lit corner of the second-floor balcony, barefoot and clutching a dumbbell, wishing to hurl it down. You little brat, calling me a mad woman. I'll show you madness. Yet, upon seeing Huang Wei's sweet smile, she restrained herself. Just wait, you little country bumpkin. Do you think you can have your way with a swan? I want to let it happen, humph. Huang Wei sang as she entered, her heart and eyes filled with thoughts of the boy who played the guitar so beautifully, completely oblivious to the figure lurking at the stairwell. Only when she ceased singing and switched on her phone to dial her aunt did she hear the ringing echoing from the stairs. Auntie? Tao Yueshan, barefoot, descended the stairs, her phone still ringing incessantly. You finally come back. I'm sorry, Annie. Tao Yueshan waved her hand dismissively. It's all right. You're not a child anymore. After a pause, she inquired, what song were you singing just now? It sounded lovely. It's called Divination. Divination? I've never heard of it. Who wrote it? It's a song my friend composed. Your friend? Where is he? Could you ask him to write a song for me? I'm open to discussing payment. The eccentric Tao Yueshan, a bar owner with 3 KTV establishments to her name, harbored the greatest aspiration of becoming a singer. Unfortunately, her previous songs had met with little success. Well, I haven't seen him a long time. I'll have to ask, Wang Yi replied timidly. All right, if you manage to arrange this for your aunt, I'll give you a grand reward. Now it's getting late. Go wash up and get some sleep. Wang Yi returned to the vicinity of Zonghai University, first stopping by the noodle shop to check on the fatso, relieved to find him not stuck washing dishes before heading back to his hotel room. The fatso was sprawled on the bed, engrossed in watching television. Upon seeing Wang Yi, he immediately exclaimed, Wang Yi, you heartless beast. You left me at the noodle shop without a second thought. Wang Yi interrupted. I just noticed that this hotel has a foot massage parlor. Woo boss, shall we go? It's on me. The fatso sat up straight. Foot massage? Is it reputable? Wang Yi replied, What's wrong? Are you not going if it's reputable? This is right by Zonghai University. You're hoping to find an unseemly senior to help you. Huh? That is not what I meant. I just thought it might not be appropriate since we're right at the school entrance. You make a valid point. Then let us skip it. Let us just wash up and sleep, the fatso said, rubbing his feet. He yearned to try it, but lacked the courage. What a sorrowful predicament. The next day, Wang Yi first escorted the fatso to register at their business school, a 15-minute taxi ride, which wasn't too far. Only then did he return to the hotel, check out, and take his luggage to Zonghai University for enrollment. Meanwhile, Huang Wei called him to inform that Tao Yueshan had already completed her registration. Accompanied by her 4 bodyguards, she busied herself in the dormitory, and the eccentric woman generously handed out red envelopes to Huang Wei's 3 roommates, each containing 200 yuan. This gesture firmly established Huang Wei's status as a rich heiress. Though Huang Wei was formidable in martial arts, capable of making Wang Yi cry for his mother, she was rather socially anxious in unfamiliar settings. When surrounded by acquaintances, she was fine, but alone, she struggled to speak. Unless provoked. Upon completing his registration, Wang Yi was assigned to the male dormitory, room 309 in Building 5. A second-year senior with charming dimples guided him to his room. Before they even entered, they encountered a tall, muscular boy, bare-chested, revealing a chiseled 8-pack, mopping the floor, filling the air with a palpable aura of masculinity. The dimply senior's eyes sparkled with admiration as she fixated on his abs, her mouth slightly agape. Chapter 102. This guy's a bit showy. The muscular boy, clad only in shorts and sneakers, was undeniably tall. Wang Yi felt that his recent night runs and Wing Chun training had significantly improved his physical condition, giving him the illusion of having grown taller. Yet standing next to this muscle-bound figure, he felt a sense of intimidation. This guy must be at least 9 meters tall. Moreover, Wang Yi quickly discerned that this fellow was somewhat conceited. In the face of the dimply senior's intense gaze, he not only didn't shy away, but instead puffed out his chest, making his 8-pack even more conspicuous, and, after finishing mopping, he leaned on the mop. Flicking his hair back with a smile, new student? Wang Yi nodded. However, he was blocked at the doorway like a doorframe, unable to enter with his suitcase. The senior finally snapped out of her daze, introducing, This is Wang, also from 309. You two should be classmates. By the way, I'm Lan Ning, a second-year materials science major. You can call me Senior Lan. If you need anything, feel free to ask. Do you have an email address? She said this while still gazing at the muscular student. To be honest, the muscular boy certainly had qualities that attracted girls. His prominent V-shaped torso, belly button, and glistening sweat. Oh, gross. I'm a guy. Why do I feel a bit nauseous? Wang Yi had no interest in the senior's email address, and believed that she was not particularly interested in his either. She seemed more enamored with the muscular boy. Yet, during their walk, she had shown him considerable attentiveness. The fickle nature of attraction is truly disheartening. What a superficial girl. The muscular student glanced at the dimply senior, shook his head lightly. I don't have that sort of thing, and then turned to put on his shirt. What does that mean? He doesn't want to pursue an easily obtainable target? The dimply senior couldn't linger much longer. It was new student registration day, and volunteers were quite busy. After exchanging a few more words, and realizing that the muscular student had lost interest, she reluctantly took her leave. Only then did Wang Yi drag his suitcase inside. Let us formally introduce ourselves. I'm Shi Jingtian, from Liaoning province, the muscular student said with a smile. Wang Yi, from Jiangxing, he responded. Did you come here alone? Yes, so did I. Men don't need to be accompanied by family for registration. We're not children anymore. I saw many new students coming with their entire families, moms, dads, brothers, sisters, uncles, and aunts. How embarrassing. Brother, this is how real men do it. As he spoke, there was an unmistakable air of superiority about him. Just after he finished his statement, a couple in their middle age hurriedly entered the room. The woman directly addressed Shi Jingyan, saying, My dear son, I almost forgot to mention, there might be mosquitoes here at night. Conveniently, their SA vendor downstairs selling mosquito nets, so I got one for you. I'll hang it up right now. You've always been terrified of mosquitoes, crying for your mother whenever you get bitten. Wang Yi. Shy Jinian glanced at Wang Yi, his lips twitching, utterly petrified. The other middle-aged individual, undoubtedly Shy Jinian's father, was a robust man from northeast China, who greeted Wang Yi with a smile. Classmate, you just arrived, huh? I'm Shy Jinian's father. Nice to meet you. Our little Tion hasn't traveled far before. He is a bit timid, so we specifically came along with him. You'll be roommates for the next 4 years, looking out for each other, haha. Shy Jinian's face turned crimson upon hearing this. The imposing image he had just portrayed was nowhere to be found. Dad, could you please stop? I'm not timid. I intended to come alone. But you and Mom insisted on accompanying me. Shijia, his father, paused for a moment before replying, yes. It's actually your mother and I who wanted to see Zonghai University. We never had the chance before. Shijiang's mother, preoccupied with the mosquito net, seemed oblivious. Turning around to say, you little rascal, didn't you say you were afraid of getting lost and wanted your dad and me to come along? Otherwise, your dad would be on a business trip right now. Shy Jingdian closed his eyes, feeling utterly despondent. Just then, more people entered. This time it was a whole family, laden with bags and several large suitcases. Wang Yi noticed the cardboard boxes and immediately understood. This new student had brought a desktop computer, an essential for a computer science major. There was nothing particularly noteworthy about that. Wang Yi's old computer was no longer functional, and besides, it wasn't even his. He planned to purchase a new one in Zonghai. After all, he had already transferred his software. With the arrival of the new group, greetings were exchanged, as they would soon be the closest of classmates, practically living together in one small abode. This newcomer was named Rushing, hailing from Suzhou. His surname was quite rare. He had a fair complexion and a somewhat handsome appearance. He seemed to be quiet but not shy, rather possessing a calm demeanor. From his attire and the conversations among his relatives, it was apparent that his family was relatively well off. After a while, both families departed. In a dormitory meant for 4, 3 had now arrived, and it was intriguing to wonder who the 4th would be, akin to unboxing a surprise. Shy Jingdian observed Rushing assembling his computer and approached, saying, Brother, this computer looks quite sturdy. Nice case, is it steel? Rushing looked up at Shy Jinian and smiled, nodding, it's decent, just adequate. However, Wang Yi recognized the brand. This was a Lenovo PC. It seemed that Lenovo had launched a Lunar series during this era, which was considerably pricier than standard assembled machines. This one must have cost over 10,000 yuan. Shy Jinian asked, Brother, how much did you spend on this computer? Rushing casually replied, 17,000. Shy Jingdian's expression froze. He hadn't anticipated such a price. He had thought 7,000 would be the limit. Yet, he quickly chuckled and said, well, that's about right. When I inquired at the computer market back home, it seemed to be around that price too. But I thought it would be too much hassle to carry it over. So I decided to buy one in Zonghai. Rushing nodded. Carrying it over is indeed a hassle, but I purchased it in advance. So I had no choice but to put in the effort to bring it. Wang Yi noted Shy Jingdian's reactions. He mused, this roommate is quite intriguing. While Rushing appeared to maintain an air of detachment. Shy Jingdian then turned to Wang Yi, asking, Brother Wang, you didn't buy one either? Wang Yi nodded. I also plan to buy one in Zonghai. Shy Jingdian laughed. That's great. We can go choose together later. We might get a better deal. Wang Yi non-committally nodded. However, he intended to buy a laptop and was uncertain about Shy Jingdian's preferences. At that moment, Shy Jingdian suddenly shifted the conversation, grinning mischievously. I encountered an absolutely stunning beauty during my registration earlier. She is in our class, and she is truly breathtaking. Ample bosom, shapely figure, and long legs. She is definitely the campus belle. I think her name is something like Lu Yuyan. Wang, he had no recollection of this. Yet, Rushing suddenly looked up. His expression peculiar. Lu Ruyan? Ah, yes, Lu Ruyan. True to her name, she is like a picturesque scene shrouded in mist. Absolutely magnificent, Shy Jingdian exaggeratedly proclaimed. Even quoting a line of poetry. Of course, anyone who could gain admission to Zonghai University must possess some credentials. Rushing queried, do you like her? Shy Jinian replied, who doesn't like a beauty? Rushing regarded him, saying, a girl like that is hard to pursue. Shy Jinian chuckled, that is just because I Shy Jingdian haven't made my move yet. Just wait and see. Once I do, that Lu beauty might just pursue me. Rushing smiled, returning to his computer assembly. By around 4 p.m., the last student arrived. This one, like Wang, he came alone, standing just over 7 meters tall, named Li Zongbao. Though his height wasn't considered short, standing next to the 9-meter tall Shy Jinian made him feel dwarfed. Then, looking at the nearly 8-meter Wang Yi and the taller, then 75-meter Rushing, he awkwardly remarked, wow, is this a dorm for the sports department? Shy Jinian laughed. How could that be? This is a dorm for the computer science department. Though I'm a sports specialist. Li Zongbao exclaimed. No wonder. Wang Yi inquired, being a sports specialist, doesn't that give you 30 extra points? Shai Jinian nodded. I scored a total of 613. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to enter Zonghai University. Li Zongbao gave a thumbs up. Impressive. I only scored 420. Shai Jingtian was astonished. 420? How did you get into Zonghai University? Li Zongbao chuckled. I have a household registration in Zonghai. The other three chimed in unison. Now that's impressive. After a few exchanges, the young men quickly grew familiar with one another. Shai Jingtian resumed his earlier topic about the beauty, saying, Brother Li, you're a local, so you must know something about our campus belle at Zonghai University, right? There's an absolutely stunning girl named Lu Ruyan in our class. Do you know her? Rushing rolled his eyes disdainfully. However, Li Zongbao bluntly replied, I'm not interested in campus belles. Huh? You're not interested in campus beauties? Then what do you find appealing? Not me, I hope. I'm interested in making money. What does a campus belle to me? In Zonghai's Bund at night, there are plenty of goddess-level beauties. As long as you have money, what kind of beauty can't you have? If you don't have money, even if you manage to win her over now, she'll end up with someone else in a few days. Wang Yi regarded Li Zongbao with several glances. He seemed quite perceptive, likely because he had seen much living in the big city of Zonghai. It wasn't too surprising. As the saying goes, the girl you can't let go of is already someone else's. Ding ding ding. Rushing finished assembling his computer and powered it on, revealing a Windows 98 SE system. At that moment, Wang Yi sat on his bed, able to see the screen with a mere glance downward. Do you play StarCraft? Ru Sheng inquired. Wang Yi remained silent. Shi Jing Tian interjected, of course. StarCraft is a breeze. I've never lost a match. I always win. Ru Sheng gazed at him in astonishment. You're that skilled? Shi Jing Tian chuckled. Indeed. I have my tricks. What tricks? Show me the money. Ru Sheng rolled her eyes. Thinking, is that really a trick? She turned to Wang Yi and Li Zongbao. Do you both play? Wang Yi replied, I know a little, but I'm not proficient. Li Zongbao scoffed. What is the point of playing such games? It's a waste of time, you know? Shi Jing Tian quickly interjected. Old Li. Don't start with that. Just hearing gives me a headache. Li Zongbao shrugged. During college, I plan to start a business. Since we're in the same dorm, it's fate. We'll be brothers. I'm willing to help you guys out. Playing games is childish play. The real essence of life lies in making money. With money, you can drive luxury cars, live in mansions, and have beautiful girls flock to you. Isn't that better? Why waste time on games? Ru Sheng pressed her mouse, remaining silent. Wang Yi felt a twinge of surprise, regarding Li Zongbao with newfound respect. For a freshman, such insight was commendable. Shi Jing Tian, invigorated, asked, Brother Li, what business are you planning to start? Li Zongbao replied, that's a trade secret. I can't disclose it yet. But if you're interested, I'll make sure you're included. How about you, Ru and Wang? Want to join? Ru Sheng shook her head. I'm not interested in money. Li Zongbao exclaimed. What about you, Wang? Wang Yi also shook his head. I have other matters to attend to. Li Zongbao nodded. No worries. We've only just met. There is plenty of time ahead. Once I make something of myself, I'll invite you both. He then pulled out a phone. Oh no, it seemed more like a small communication device, a UT Starcom gadget. Shi Jing Tian marveled. Brother Li, you already have a phone? Li Zongbao grinned. Little stone, this isn't a phone. It's a small communicator, even better than a phone. A phone charges both ways, costing at least 60 cents per minute, and long distance is even pricier. But this communicator is different. It's cheaper and charges only one way, costing just 20 cents per minute, the same as a landline. Shi Jing Tian exclaimed. Is it really that good? Li Zongbao replied. Would I deceive you? So, what do you say? Want one? As dorm mates, I could give you a discount, just 1,200. Wang Yi thought to himself that Li Zongbao was indeed a businessman. Less than an hour after moving in, and he was already selling communicators. Surely, this place must be his business hub? Upon hearing the price of 1,200, Shi Jing Tian shook his head. Let us talk about it later. Li Zongbao then turned to Wang Yi and Ru Sheng. What about you two? Friendship price. I have a good source. They sell for at least 1,400 outside. Ru Sheng silently produced a Motorola phone and placed it on the table. Just then, Wang Yi's phone rang. Upon checking the caller ID, he saw it was Han Han calling. He quickly stepped off the bed, glancing at Li Zongbao. Excuse me. I need to take this call. Li Zongbao glanced at the Motorola on the table and the Nokia in Wang Yi's hand, silently thinking, damn, wealthy people. Wang Yi stepped outside, answering the phone. Senior, you finally remembered me. Han Han laughed. What else with the sulking? Today is your school's registration day. Have you arrived? Wang Yi replied, yes, I've set assigned to my dorm. Great. I just returned to Zonghai today. I have some good news about the house you wanted to buy last time. It's located diagonally across from the south gate of Zonghai University in an old alley. It's a two-story house with a small courtyard, though it's a bit large. Can you handle it? It's quite expensive. How much? It's 142 square meters total. Around 300,000. What do you think? Do you have enough money? What a steal. Too cheap. By 2023, that kind of house would cost at least tens of millions. You've got enough? Wow, you're quite wealthy. Also, there is a policy now where buying a house gives you a blue household registration. Since you're a student at Zhonghai University, you might even get a formal Zhonghai residence permit upon graduation. Is there a limit? How many can I buy? Han Han paused before saying, if you have the money, buy as many as you want. I'll handle the rest. Chapter 104. The stark contrast of the young girl Wang. He was momentarily taken aback, gradually regaining his composure. Han, the senior, was undoubtedly a true heiress, backed by substantial influence. Otherwise, how could she speak so casually about such restrictive policies? The more he thought about it, the more he wanted to secure this mysterious senior for himself. Not only for her capabilities, but also for her connections, which could fast-track his endeavors from the very beginning. Are you free tomorrow? Han Han asked over the phone. I should be free, Wang Yi replied, having heard during registration that military training starts the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow would be relatively uneventful. Good, wait for my call tomorrow. Thank you, senior. Once everything is settled, I'll treat you to a meal. Oh, I'm curious. Just how much money do you have saved up? Well, I want to disclose that. Will you still help me tomorrow? Of course not. Then I'll keep it a secret. You little rascal. All right, I'm hanging up now. Han Han ended the call abruptly, and the phone emitted a series of beeps. Wang Yi chuckled. That was indeed her style. However, why did she always treat him like a child? I'm not that young. Just then, his phone chimed with a text message. He paused for a moment, surprised to see it was a message from Huang Wei. Brother, want to have dinner together tonight? Wang, he was momentarily stunned. When he had just bought the phone, the salesperson had told him that Chinese text messages wouldn't go through and would show up as gibberish. Now, it seemed that technological issues had been resolved. The era of text messaging had arrived. The mobile dream network was surely not far behind. He quickly typed a message back. It's the first day. Do you want to eat with your dorm mates? It's good to build good relationships. The message was sent, but seemed to disappear into the void. Wang Yi frowned, pondering that Huang Wei was likely still hesitating, debating whether to eat with her dorm mates or send a cute message. After all these years of social anxiety, expecting her to change overnight was quite the challenge. A transition period was necessary. So he sent another message. All right, I'll come to pick you up at your dorm building. Huang Wei replied almost instantly. Okay. After sending the message, Wang Yi wandered around the corridor, locating the public restroom and shower facilities. It was clear that individual bathrooms in dorms were a luxury of the past. However, the communal areas of this dormitory were quite spacious and decent. He recalled the university he attended in his previous life, where the dormitory was truly dilapidated. There were hardly any stalls in the public restroom, and waiting in line was truly a hassle. Returning to dorm 309, he found the door closed, the inside eerily quiet. He initially thought that his 3 roommates had gone out, but upon unlocking the door, he discovered all 3 were present, huddled around the computer engrossed in a film. As he entered, the trio, startledly, turned to face him. Upon realizing it was Wang Yi, they collectively breathed a sigh of relief. What are you all doing? Wang Yi inquired. Quick, shut the door. We're watching something intriguing. Sure, Jing Tian exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Wang Yi, glancing at his expression, could surmise what they were viewing. Indeed, as he leaned in for a closer look, he found it was an old Hong Kong film featuring Su Jinjian and strange tales from a Chinese studio, with a monk prominently featured. Wang Yi couldn't help but cast a sidelong glance at Li Zongbao. What was it you just said? Not interested in the campus beauty, not interested in stunning women. Yet now you're drooling, he remarked. At that moment, Ru Sheng interjected, it's not my choice. It was Xiao Shi who opened it. Hey, Xiao Ru. Don't say it like that. Isn't this your computer-esque content? Sure, Jing Tian retorted. The nickname Xiao Ru had a distinctly feminine ring to it. Ru Sheng frowned. Could you please refrain from calling me that? Come on, Xiao Ru sounds delightful. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed on the dormitory door. Ru Sheng's reflexes kicked in as she swiftly pressed the spacebar and then hit a shortcut key to switch back to the desktop. The 4 exchanged anxious glances. Wang Yi then approached the door and opened it, revealing a man in black-rimmed glasses, around 30 years old, exuding an air of scholarly refinement. Hello, students. I'm your computer science class 2 counselor. By winking. To Wang Yi's surprise, they had encountered their counselor so soon. He stepped aside to allow Counselor Bai to enter. The 4 students greeted him in unison and exchanged a few casual words before he departed. Ru Sheng, feeling a wave of relief, promptly closed the video playback software on the computer. On the very first day of reporting, being caught by the counselor while watching such a film would undoubtedly tarnish their first impression. It had been Shi Jingtian's impulsive curiosity that led to the accidental viewing. Ru Sheng felt embarrassed to refuse, which is why she had joined in. She silently resolved to delete all the films later, otherwise it would be a disaster. At that moment, Li Zongbao remarked, "Tomorrow we'll receive our military training uniforms, so we have no obligations today. It's about time we organize dinner. Since it's our first gathering as members of Room 309, shall we go to the cafeteria?" "Oh, I thought you were treating us to a grand feast." Ru Sheng replied, "I'm sorry, but my family hasn't left yet. We've arranged to have dinner together tonight," she added. Li Zongbao responded, "Oh, that is perfectly fine." Wang Yi chimed in, "I have plans as well. Let us save the gathering for another time. We have plenty of days ahead." "Exactly. Let us reschedule," Ru Sheng said with a smile. As time was drawing near, Wang Yi sent a quick message to Huang Wei before leaving the dormitory to seek her out. The medical department, Huang Wei resided in the East District dormitory, while Wang Yi was situated at the northern end, requiring quite a trek across the expansive campus of Zonghai University. He stopped several upperclassmen along the way to inquire for directions, only to receive various conflicting answers, which was rather perplexing. Fortunately, he maintained a general sense of direction. After a thorough 20-minute search, he finally located Building 2 of the East District dormitory. At that moment, in room 211, Huang Wei sat staring blankly at her phone. The three girls in her dorm regarded her with a distinct gaze, having been awed by the earlier spectacle of Tao Yueshan, a fierce and spirited girl. Accompanied by 4 bodyguards, assisting Huang Wei in her check-in and escorting her to the dormitory, it was a truly astonishing display that left an impression. Moreover, she was exceptionally beautiful. As she sat quietly, she resembled a star from the television screen. No, she was even more stunning. Curiosity buzzed among the girls. Which affluent family does this young lady hail from? Since entering the dormitory, she had scarcely uttered a word, responding only with a soft or a nod. Her demeanor was icily aloof, causing the atmosphere of the entire dormitory to inexplicably drop a few degrees. The 3 girls felt somewhat restrained, hesitant to speak loudly. Nevertheless, the red envelope from Tao Yueshan had made a slight impact. One of the girls, Yang Huijin, a round-faced girl, approached with a smile. "Huang Wei, let us go to the East District cafeteria for dinner. I just heard a senior say that their dishes are the best in Zonghai University. Let us go taste them." Huang Wei lifted her gaze and gently shook her head. "You all go ahead. I made plans with my brother. He'll be here shortly." Yang Huijin nodded. "Oh, your brother is coming? That's great." Just then, Huang Wei's phone rang. It was a call from Wang Yi. The girl answered with a sweet smile. "Brother, are you here yet?" The 3 girls in the dormitory gasped at the sight of her radiant smile, their hearts skipping a beat. The contrast was striking. She transformed into an adorable sweetheart in an instant. Chapter 105, The Girl's Envy. The 3 girls exchanged astonished glances, each seeing surprise reflected in the other's eyes. They had assumed Huang Wei was perpetually aloof, only to discover that her smile could be sweet enough to make one want to rush over and savor it. They could foresee that, in the near future, Zonghai University might be swept up in a whirlwind of admiration, and the beauty rankings would surely face a significant upheaval. "I've arrived. I'm right outside your dormitory," Wang Yi said, surveying the ancient-style building with its red walls and black tiles, adorned with climbing ivy, exuding a sense of time-honored charm. "Finding your place wasn't easy. My legs are nearly worn out." "I'll treat you," the girl replied, gracefully leaping down from her upper bunk. As she was about to put on her shoes, she suddenly recalled something and glanced at her fair feet. "Brother, please wait a moment," she said into the phone. Afterward, she slipped on her slippers and scurried out, her footsteps echoing briskly as she dashed toward the communal bathroom. She first raised her right foot, placing it under the faucet for a thorough rinse, then switched to her left foot. Inside room 211, the 3 girls, now that Huang Wei was absent, began to chat animatedly. They hadn't anticipated that this wealthy young lady wasn't always aloof. Her smile was incredibly sweet. She must have a very close relationship with her brother, likely the type who was much older and indulgent of his little sister. "I wish I had an older brother too." Among the trio, aside from the slightly lowly-looking Yang Huijin, the other girl, Zhang Jing'ai, was quite attractive and dressed with care, while the last, Zhou Jingfang, was plump with exceptionally good skin. At that moment, Yang Huijin strolled to the balcony and peered outside, where she spotted a young man standing not far from the entrance, chatting on his phone. In 1999, it was rare for students to have mobile phones. Typically, only those in graduating classes would spend money to acquire one. Most others, if they were somewhat better off, would settle for a pager. Yet this young man appeared to be around their age, seemingly a freshman. The key point was that at that moment, he was the sole male standing outside the female dormitory, talking on the phone. "Hey, come look. Huang Wei's brother could be this guy." Due to their residence on the 2nd floor, and not being too far from Wang, Yang Huijin refrained from speaking loudly on the balcony for fear of being overheard, and hurried back into the dormitory to call someone. Huang Wei had already been validated as possessing financial prowess by Tao Yueshan. Consequently, Huang Wei's brother naturally acquired an additional layer of prestige. Zhang Jing'ai and Zhou Jingfang promptly approached the balcony. Could it be him? They pondered. He seems rather youthful. Does he not? Yet, he is quite handsome. At that moment, Huang Wei, while engaged in a phone call, entered wearing damp slippers. The three girls on the balcony swiftly turned around, anxious about being discovered by Huang Wei. However, she suddenly looked at them and inquired, "Would you like to join us for a meal?" "Huh?" Yang Huijin momentarily faltered before responding. "Aren't you dining with your brother?" "My brother insists on inviting you all to join us," Huang Wei replied. This was indeed what Wang Yi had suggested. He was genuinely considerate, concerned that little Huang might feel isolated in the dormitory, and intended, in an almost impulsive manner, to use his financial capabilities to pave the way for her, embodying the adage that one who receives favors is less inclined to refuse. "Isn't that a bit inappropriate? We don't even know your brother," Zhou Jingfang whispered. Just then, Zhang Jing'ai suddenly asked, "Huang Wei, is that boy over there your brother?" Huang Wei, clad in casual flip-flops, strolled to the balcony to take a glance. Indeed, beneath the verdant shade of the setting sun stood a familiar young man. Unbidden, memories of the previous night flooded her mind. Recalling how he had strummed his guitar beside the bustling Chenghuang temple, serenading her with a whimsical tune, grasping his hand was undoubtedly the best of fortunes. After waiting 10 years, she finally had her moment. A blend of nostalgia and excitement surged within her. She gently nodded. "Yes, that's him. Brother, I see you." She spoke into her phone. "Oh, is that so? Where are you?" "You can't look. I'm hanging up girls' clothes." "Oh, all right. Has your classmate agreed?" Yang Huijin and Zhou Jingfang hesitated, as they were still unfamiliar with Huang Wei, having only just met, let alone her brother. Yet, Zhang Jing'ai smiled softly. "Go. It's the first day of registration, and we should gather for a meal together." As she spoke, she cast a glance at the young man below. Her heart raced involuntarily. He was both strikingly handsome and affluent. Observing Huang Wei's aunt adorned in sunglasses and accompanied by 4 bodyguards was a sight that resonated deeply. Huang Wei's brother undoubtedly hailed from a well-to-do family, surpassing the suitors from her past. Indeed, the prosperity of the metropolis was evident. If only she could ensnare him as a boyfriend. Just the thought made her ears flush with warmth. Firstly, she must cultivate a good relationship with Huang Wei, for proximity breeds affection. Secondly, first impressions must be impeccable, necessitating a change of attire. Zhang Jing'ai immediately opened her small suitcase, rummaging through it in search of her favorite outfit, prompting Yang Huijin and Zhou Jingfang to swiftly do the same. Unbeknownst to Huang Wei, Zhang Jing'ai's mindset was shifting. She merely thought that dressing up for a meal with unfamiliar boys was a standard courtesy. She settled on a stool, selecting a pair of nude stockings and gently donning them on her delicate feet, followed by a pair of chic little shoes. They've been washed, so they should be odorless now, she mused, considering their potential necessity later. Wang Yi waited downstairs for quite some time, yet the girls had yet to descend. If it were just Huang Wei, she was known for her punctuality, always arriving early unless an extraordinary circumstance arose. There was only one occasion during their previous evening jogs that she had been late, when a relative had unexpectedly visited without prior notice. Yet even then, she had only been delayed by half an hour. Such situations were unsuitable for night runs, but she had still managed to arrive. With her now living amongst other girls, little Huang might be inclined to adopt undesirable habits. She must not cultivate the bad habit of tardiness. Fortunately, after a brief 2 minutes, they finally emerged. Huang Wei sprinted ahead, a rare sight in her petite black shoes, the rhythmic sound echoing as she dashed to Wang Yi, exclaiming, "Brother, I'm so sorry for being late." The girl appeared slightly bashful. She had longed to descend earlier, but felt that arriving first might not be appropriate. "It's all right. We can improve next time." Wang Yi gently ruffled the girl's hair. Today, she sported a high ponytail and a plaid suspender dress, the hem falling just below her knees. With her legs long and fair, Wang Yi noticed her adorned in patterned short stockings. At that moment, the 3 other girls observed him closely. Witnessing his affectionate gesture towards Huang Wei stirred a wave of warmth among them. What a caring brother, handsome and understanding. As the 3 approached, Huang Wei quickly introduced them. Pointing at Wang Yi, "This is my brother, a freshman in the computer science department at Zonghai University." They were taken aback. "You're a freshman here too? Are you siblings?" Huang Wei blushed and shook her head. "No, we're cousins." Chapter 106. The Protective School Beauty. Wang Yi regarded Huang Wei, finding her little fib amusing, yet recognizing it as her means of self-defense. It was akin to some women in their 30s who, when introducing themselves, would coyly say, "I just celebrated my 18th birthday yesterday. Look into my eyes. How dare you let your gaze wander elsewhere?" "I understand. I shall comply." Wang Yi nodded, smiling. "Indeed, cousin." Zhang Jing'ai had initially worried that Huang Wei might characterize him as a romantic interest, but upon hearing cousin, she secretly sighed in relief. Cousins are splendid. That means I have a chance. If Huang Wei had referred to him as a romantic partner, Zhang Jing'ai would have lamented the unfairness of fate in the face of Huang Wei's beauty. "Brother, where shall we dine?" Huang Wei inquired. Wang Yi replied, "This area lacks transportation. Walking can be quite taxing on the feet. However, I just consulted a senior who mentioned a restaurant called Tingxianglu outside the East Gate, claiming it offers decent local cuisine. I'm uncertain if you all will appreciate that flavor, or if you prefer something spicier, in which case we could find another place." The plump Zhou Jingfang immediately shook her head. "I don't eat spicy food. It makes me." She nearly divulged her digestive troubles, but managed to restrain herself. "Cousin, I also don't eat spicy," the petite young Huijin chimed in cheerfully. "As for me, I'm open to anything," Zhang Jing'ai said, adopting a playful tone and puffing up her chest. Yet, Wang Yi did not glance at her chest. He merely regarded her face, his expression unremarkable, only smiling as he said, "All right, then let's head to Tingxianglu." After a full 10 minutes, they finally exited Zonghai University's East Gate. Wang Yi couldn't help but feel a tinge of frustration each time he walked to fetch little Huang for a meal. He wondered how many pairs of shoes he would wear out. "I wonder if cars are permitted on Zonghai University's campus?" Huang Wei replied, "I've heard that vehicles are allowed in the commercial area and on the main roads. My aunt parked in a lot nearby." Wang Yi nodded. "That is quite convenient. Are you considering buying a car?" "It's something I'll eventually need to do, perhaps in a few days." In a dialogue between two individuals, overheard by three girls nearby, shock coursed through their hearts. A freshman, newly arrived on campus, boldly declared his intention to purchase a car in just a few days. Not a bicycle, but a sedan. In this era, owning a car is a luxury few can afford. Yet Wang Yi spoke as though acquiring one were as simple as buying a radish. Indeed, purchasing a car is often a financial loss, especially when juxtaposed against real estate investments. However, for Wang Yi, a reincarnated soul accustomed to driving, the absence of a vehicle felt akin to having a limb amputated, rendering him somewhat incapacitated. Previously, under the watchful eyes of his parents in Jiangxing, he refrained from extravagant spending, but circumstances had shifted. One cannot compromise on quality of life simply because real estate investments yield profit, hence the necessity to acquire a car. After securing a home, the next step would be to purchase a vehicle. Money, after all, can be earned again once spent. Upon arriving at Tianxiang Tower, they discovered the first floor was completely packed. The servers suggested the second floor, where there were seats available, albeit with the stipulation that each table must spend at least 100 yuan to ascend. 100 yuan? That equates to 1,000 in modern times, Wang Yi mused. Recognizing the business acumen of the locals, Zhou Jingfang, feeling slightly embarrassed, suggested, "It's quite expensive. Perhaps we should find another place?" Wang Yi chuckled. "Let us go upstairs. There's no need to change venues. With so many of us, I'd hate to tire your lovely feet." After engaging in light-hearted conversation, the group grew more familiar. Wang Yi slowly shed his initial restraint, but suddenly, a small hand pinched the flesh at his waist. Turning, he met the irate gaze of Huang Wei. "What? Are you jealous?" He thought amused. "But I'm your cousin." He whispered in her ear, "I can't carry them all. I must carry you." Satisfied, she released her grip, thankfully not too forcefully. Once they reached the second floor and settled into their seats, Wang Yi urged everyone to order freely. No need for formality. Choose whatever you desire. He anticipated that their selections would be modest, and indeed, each girl ordered a single dish, returning the menu to him. He then added several more substantial items before inquiring, "Would you like some drinks?" Huang Wei promptly interjected, "No alcohol." Wang Yi smiled. "Then let us opt for beverages, coconut juice or milk." After finalizing the orders, he addressed the girls. "Xiao Yi is a bit shy. Don't be fooled by her seemingly aloof demeanor. She is actually quite socially anxious. I appreciate your kindness towards her. Additionally, if any of you encounter difficulties, feel free to reach out to me. I will certainly assist within my capabilities." Huang Wei huffed at his description of her as timid, yet was moved by his concern. Yang Huijin reassured him, "Rest assured, with Huang Wei's beauty, we would never bully her." Wang Yi nodded but thought, bullying her? You wouldn't stand a chance if you angered her. Zhang Jing'ai, with a flirtatious flutter of her eyelashes, remarked, "You're so kind to your cousin. A boy like you, brimming with love and responsibility, must make your girlfriend incredibly happy. By the way, do you have a girlfriend?" Wang Yi glanced at Huang Wei and replied, "Not yet. Having a younger sister is enough to worry about. Dating is a different matter altogether. Laughter ensued as the dishes began to arrive. Wang Yi showcased his financial prowess, ordering an array of delectable dishes including river shrimp, crabs, and free-range chicken, filling the table to a lavish extent, leaving the girls wide-eyed. Zhang Jingai's gaze sparkled with admiration. "Brother, eat," Huang Wei exclaimed. Feeding him shrimp, she appealed. This gesture surprised Zhang Jing'ai and the others. "The bond between you siblings is truly enviable," Zhang Jing'ai commented, while the serene Huang Zaiwa added. He is a bit clumsy with his hands. Without missing a beat, Zhang Jing'ai offered, "Let me help you peel. I excel at this back in Wenzhou." "Ah, no need for such courtesy. Wang Yi, you're treating us. So peeling a shrimp is nothing." As Wang Yi pondered how to decline, a strikingly tall woman approached him. Upon recognizing her as the one from the hotel incident yesterday, he inwardly cursed. What a coincidence. It was indeed a case of enemies crossing paths. However, the matter was not overly contentious. The woman, with a voice dripping with disdain, announced, "You're all freshmen at Zonghai University, right? Don't let this scoundrel deceive you. He has frequented sordid places and associated with dubious women." With a smirk, she turned to leave. Wang Yi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. "Really? Just because I mentioned your lack of morals?" He thought incredulously. The next moment, a delicate hand suddenly grasped the woman's clothing, yanking her back with force, none other than Huang Wei. With a cold glare, she demanded, "You have no right to speak about my brother like that. Apologize." Chapter 107. I will pursue Wang Yi. The girl, of a similar age, nearly stumbled from the unexpected force exerted by Huang Wei. Meeting her icy gaze, she trembled. "I was merely trying to reveal his true nature to protect you," she stammered, bewildered by Huang Wei's aggression. "What's wrong with me? Why are you attacking me?" Though visibly shaken, she was also defiant, having arrived alone without companions, and she wasn't inclined to apologize. "What if I refuse to apologize?" "Are you certain?" Huang Wei pressed. "I want tea. Why should I apologize?" "Very well. I shall call the police and hire a lawyer for defamation and slander. Do you understand? This is a serious matter that could lead to imprisonment for up to 3 years. You're a student at Zonghai University, right? If the court finds you guilty, what consequences do you think you will face?" At that moment, Huang Wei shed her timid persona, her words resonating with authority that left the girl quaking. This was no surprise. Being the daughter of an influential family, she had naturally developed an imposing presence. Just like the time Wang Yi encountered that official's son, Su Jiawang, and the driver, a mere servant in her presence. "Still not apologizing?" Huang Wei inquired. The girl's eyes brimmed with tears, yet her stubbornness held them at bay. She turned to Wang Yi. "What did I say wrong?" He himself admitted to visiting those places. At her words, Zhang Jing'ai and the others were momentarily taken aback. Wang Yi hastily replied, "I was merely jesting with the chubby one. I never anticipated that she would take it to heart and respond so earnestly. All right, sister. Let her go. We all attend the same school, so there's no need to frighten her. However, dear classmate, spreading slander and defamation outside does warrant legal consequences. It would be prudent to ascertain the truth before making such statements. Farewell." The girl adjusted her clothing and left in a state of disarray. Yet, after just a few steps, tears began to stream down her cheeks. Nevertheless, Wang Yi and Huang Wei were utterly oblivious to her plight. Even if they had noticed, it would not have altered their demeanor. Zhou Jingfang looked at Huang Wei with a hint of admiration. "Huang Wei, you were incredible. The way you spoke just now, with such authority and presence, it truly intimidated me." Huang Wei quietly resumed her demeanor of a well-behaved girl. Wang Yi interjected to ease the tension. "It's nothing. Nothing at all. Merely a misunderstanding. I was joking with an old high school friend yesterday." Suddenly, Huang Wei inquired, "Do you think Wu Qi would venture to such places?" Wang Yi chuckled. He would like to go, but he lacks the courage. He would sell out the chubby one in a heartbeat. "But you wouldn't want to go, would you?" "Of course not. Why would I ever go to such places? I am a young man of substance, housing, a vehicle, wealth, and companionship." "Companionship? Are you referring to me?" She laughed. Zhang Jing'ai chimed in, "Wang Yi, you are quite the wit. However, that girl from earlier did seem rather attractive. It was rather unkind to send her away." Wang Yi defended himself. "No matter how beautiful she is, can she compare to my sister?" Zhang Jing'ai replied, "You have a point. I doubt there exists a girl in the entirety of Zonghai University who could rival Huang Wei's beauty. But Wang Yi, do you find me attractive?" "Ah, well, you are quite pretty. Let us eat. The food is getting cold." As the meal concluded, the bill came to nearly 200 yuan, which was certainly not inexpensive. Upon leaving the restaurant, Wang Yi said, "Dear classmates, my sister and I are headed elsewhere. You may return first. Travel safely. Goodbye, cousin," called the lowly young Huijin, smiling. This girl was rather amusing, calling him cousin alongside Huang Wei. Zhang Jing'ai, seemingly by chance, brushed against Wang Yi, her touch deliberate as she gently nudged him with her shoulder, inadvertently brushing against a rather soft area. Given the summer heat and her choice of a thin, V-neck, ruffled white silk blouse, the fabric was particularly smooth, and Wang Yi immediately sensed the unusual contact. Wang Yi, rest assured, from now on, Huang Wei will be my best friend. Should anyone dare to bully her, I will stand by her side without hesitation. However, could you share your phone number with us? If an issue arises, how shall we reach you? Wang Yi subtly withdrew a fraction, providing his phone number. After parting ways with Wang Yi and Huang Wei, Zhou Jingfang was the first to speak. Huang Wei is truly impressive. The way she dealt with that girl was so commanding. My heart nearly leapt from my chest, as if I were witnessing a fierce master. Yang Huijin chuckled. How could you compare her to a fierce master? I meant her commanding presence. Is it truly that terrifying? Not terrifying, rather exhilarating. I felt an urge to leap up and cheer. Yet, Yang Huijin then adopted a more serious tone. Huang Wei must come from a distinguished background. I have encountered someone similar before. A neighbor of mine has a father who holds a significant government position, and Huang Wei's aura reminded me of him. It's a demeanor cultivated from childhood. A government official, no wonder. Zhang Jing'ai remarked. What do you think of Wang Yi? Zhou Jingfang mused. He seems quite easygoing. Do you think he has ever frequented those kinds of places? Zhang Jing'ai asserted. He certainly has not. Yang Huijin's eyes sparkled with insight as she glanced at Zhang Jing'ai. A boy like him must have many admirers. He likely would not settle for just any girl. She had already discerned Zhang Jing'ai's feelings, yet having only met today, she refrained from being overtly frank. Zhang Jing'ai, however, smiled confidently. That's even better. I have decided to pursue Wang Yi. You must assist me, but please keep it from Huang Wei for the time being. Zhou Jingfang was taken aback. Wait, Zhang Jing'ai. Don't you have a boyfriend? The guy who accompanied you to your dorm today. Zhang Jing'ai immediately retorted, don't be ridiculous. That was merely a good friend from high school. Meanwhile, the girl extended her hand. Brother, hold my hand. Wang Yi grasped her delicate hand. Where'd you like to go? Anywhere. Then let us stroll around the campus. Have you explored this area today? No. In truth, she had visited numerous times before. But today she had not roamed, thus she was not lying. Chapter 108. My aunt is quite affluent. Yesterday, while wandering with the chubby one, the heat was unbearable, and the sun blazed down, rendering the university's scenery rather lifeless. It was rather mundane. However, this evening's stroll around the school felt entirely different. The breeze was refreshing, the scenery enchanting, and even the air was sweet. The street lights, newly illuminated, exuded a gentle warmth. Yet, none of this could compare to the tender, silky touch of Xiao Huang's delicate hand. Brother, it seems Zhang Jing'ai has taken a liking to you. After walking for a while, Huang Wei suddenly remarked playfully. Wang Yi paused slightly. Oh, so you noticed too? Huang Wei replied. My eyes are perfectly functional. You are quite charming. It's no surprise that a girl would wish to be your girlfriend after just one meeting. Wang Yi quipped. When we were dining earlier, there was a bottle of vinegar on the table. Did you sneak it out? The girl spread her hands. Look, where could I hide it? Wang Yi glanced beneath her dress, and she playfully tugged at her skirt as if to lift it, but then quickly smoothed it down again. You lay chick. You really want to see? I merely wish to check if there is a vinegar bottle hidden inside. He paused before continuing, since you've noticed. Why do you still pretend I'm your brother? Because you are. She huffed. Can a cousin hold your hand like this? Of course. Then, can a cousin kiss you? The girl halted, her entire being stiffening, and her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Fortunately, the dusk had settled, and the streetlights were dim, making it difficult for Wang Yi to see her. Well, that certainly wouldn't be permissible. You see, you also agree it's out of the question. However, a cousin like me would like to find a beautiful and charming girlfriend to share a kiss with. So, dear cousin, could you keep an eye out for any lovely girls who might be willing to be my girlfriend? The moment those words left his lips, Wang Yi felt her grip tighten. The girl seemed to summon all her strength. Oh dear, Huang Zhaoyayu. Wang Yi turned to face her, only to be taken aback. Just moments ago, she had been perfectly fine, but now she was biting her red lip, her expression one of distress. Her beautiful eyes shimmering with unshed tears, on the verge of spilling over. What's wrong? Did I say something amiss? It seemed the girl's tears flowed as easily as water. Huang Wei's sister, what's the matter? Why are you crying? I come here for a kiss. Ahem. Wang Yi's heart involuntarily skipped a beat. As he glanced around, he noticed a small lake ahead, largely devoid of people, yet adorned with resting benches. Nearby, a street lamp stood broken. What a splendid retreat. Sister, let us sit there for a while. I find myself rather fatigued. However, scarcely had they settled down when they were compelled to bolt back, their posteriors ablaze. Goodness, the mosquitoes by this lake are ferocious. Within moments of sitting down, a swarm of mosquitoes surged forth, with Wang Yi bearing the brunt, receiving an immediate bite on her thigh. It was evident these mosquitoes were drawn to the sweet scent of a girl's blood. Wang Yi hastily swatted away the pests, and the two departed in haste. Damn it! Now I understand why such a lovely setting at night remains devoid of couples flaunting their affections. One risks being devoured by mosquitoes. Brother, it itches terribly. Let us go. I'll take you to the pharmacy to buy some ointment. The pair made their way to the entrance, where a sizable pharmacy stood adjacent to the hotel. After spending $1.50, they procured a bottle of ointment. At the checkout, a plump woman cast a couple of glances at Wang Yi and pointed to a small pack of disposable balloons on the counter. Hey, handsome, new product. Want to get a try? Wang Yi shot her an irate look. What do you mean, sister? This is my sister. Wang Yi, her eyes wide with curiosity, inquired. What is it? Wang Yi casually replied, bubblegum. The girl blinked. I want to eat it. No, little one, you can't have it. It will rot your teeth. He hastily grabbed the items and tugged her away. The audacity to desire such a thing was utterly mortifying. However, considering her social anxiety and lack of friends, she might genuinely be oblivious to such trivialities. Should he perhaps enlighten her on this subject in the future? After all, for a university student to be unaware of something so simple would be rather embarrassing. Then, the recent experience of being bitten by mosquitoes reminded Wang Yi of the necessity of a mosquito net, which Shijing Tian's mother had kindly provided him. Conveniently, a supermarket was nearby, and Wang Yi led Wang Yi inside. This establishment catered primarily to students, offering everything from mats and mosquito nets to basins and toiletries. Knowing that little Huang had already set up her mosquito net and curtains, Wang Yi realized the curtains were indeed indispensable. One would not want to change clothes in full view, after all. They also purchased a variety of snacks, returning to campus laden with bags. On the way, Wang Yi mentioned a matter. My aunt heard me singing your song. Oh, and then? Wang Yi paused, intrigued by the sudden topic. Could this song be so special as to arouse such fervor? My aunt is quite fond of this song and wants you to write one for her. Write a song for her? What is she thinking? Wang Yi dismissed the notion without a second thought. What was she aiming for? Did she want him to compose a song praising her, extolling her virtues to the heavens? No, my aunt's greatest dream is to become a singer, Wang Yi explained. Wang Yi was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, that was quite the aspiration. He envisioned the absurdity of his aunt performing on stage, and it was a rather incongruous image. Brother, why didn't he say it was you who wrote it? That is good. But my aunt is quite wealthy. What do you mean? You could charge her a higher price. So you're suggesting I take advantage of her aunt's wealth? Well, it wasn't entirely out of the question. I'll think about it. After escorting Wang Yi back to her dormitory, Wang Yi instructed her. 2 bags of snacks. Keep one for yourself and share the other with them. After today, your standing in the dormitory will be secure. The girl pouted. But I don't like Zhang Jing. Then just tell her I'm your boyfriend. Absolutely not. Why not? It's just not the right time. The girl, clutching her snacks, flicked her ponytail as she approached the dormitory entrance, waving goodbye to him. Once Wang Yi departed, she ascended the stairs slowly, muttering under her breath. How many times have you confessed to he shuing? I haven't had a single chance. As Wang Yi made his way back, he felt the length of the road acutely. I really ought to buy a car. Something inexpensive, yet it must have 4 wheels, lest my feet be rendered useless. Upon returning to his dormitory, he found it empty and took the opportunity to set up his mosquito net. Before long, Shijing Tian and Li Zongbeo returned. Upon seeing Wang Yi, Shijing Tian excitedly exclaimed, Wang Yi, do you know who I just saw? Lu Ruian. She was hiding by the floor bead, crying. Damn it. I wonder which scoundrel made her cry. If I find out, I'll have words with him. Li Zongbeo interjected. Who else could it be? It must be her boyfriend. Every pretty girl has one, right? Wang Yi shrugged. Indeed, that reason accounts for 90% of the time. Yet, he suddenly recalled the girl Wang Yi had chastised today. Lu Ruian? No way, what are the odds? What does Lu Ruian look like? And what was she wearing? Wang Yi inquired. Wait, Wang Yi. You're not interested in Lu Ruian, are you? Planning to pursue her? Shijing Tian, realizing the implications, halted mid-description. Brothers' wives are not to be trifled with. Lu Ruian is the one I had my eye on first. You must not be inconsiderate. Wang was speechless. You two probably haven't even spoken to her. And already she's a brother's wife? I don't even know who Lu Ruian is. What could I possibly pursue? Wang Yi continued to set up the mosquito net, casually adding, but I did encounter a tearful girl earlier. She was quite presentable. So I was curious if she was the Lu Ruian you mentioned. Shijing Tian suddenly understood. Lu Ruian is exceptionally beautiful. I heard she was the most stunning campus belle before entering Zonghai University. and she is now the president of our student council. We just saw a photo of senior Xiaoyu at the bulletin board outside the cafeteria, but I feel Lu Ruian is not inferior to her. You've been talking for ages, yet you haven't described what Lu Ruian looks like or what she was wearing. Her clothes? Shai Jing Tian paused. I only paid attention to her face and body. Who cares what she was wearing? Wang Yi, exasperated, asked. So she was wearing clothes? Of course. Wouldn't that be a treat for me? Li Zongbao chimed in. Lu Ruian is indeed quite stunning. She must be around 170 tall, wearing a white shirt and blue jeans. After a moment of thought, he continued, her upper body is likely larger than a B cup, and her legs are genuinely long. They seem to reach my waist. Wang Yi. So, you claim to be uninterested in campus belles and beautiful women. Yet you seem to be observing quite closely. Wang Yi reflected on this, feeling a chill in his heart. A girl who stood at 170 was already a rarity, particularly if she was attractive and well-dressed. To his surprise, he had already made an enemy among his classmates shortly after arriving at university. He hoped that this encounter with Lu Ruian would not lead to any lingering animosity. As night fell, Rusheng returned. After a round of washing up, the group climbed into bed but, filled with excitement, found it hard to sleep. Engaging in light-hearted banter, Shai Jing Tian suddenly posed a question. Li Ge, are you no longer interested in beautiful women? Do you have a girlfriend? Li Zongbao paused for a moment before responding. Not at the moment. I broke up with my girlfriend last month. She was too much of a hassle and only served to impede my ability to earn money. Xiao Shi, you haven't experienced love yet, have you? Shi Jing Tian immediately straightened up, exclaiming, how could that be? Who am I? I'm a basketball prince. Pursued by countless girls. I've been in a few relationships, 2 or 3, perhaps. After saying this, he turned to Xiao Ru and Wang Yi, asking, what about you two? Have you ever been in love? Rusheng replied, I haven't. Wang Yi echoed, neither have I. At that moment, Rusheng suddenly interjected. Say that again. Don't call me Xiao Ru. You all might not even be older than I am. Do you dare to rank yourselves? The final lineup revealed that Li Zongbao was the youngest, followed by Shi Jing Tian, while Rusheng was indeed the eldest, with Wang Yi in second place. See, I told you I'm the oldest. From now on, you shall refer to me as Desheng, while you'll be Xiao Wang, Xiao Shi, and Xiao Li. Rusheng declared. Li Zongbao immediately protested. That sounds crude. My name resembles that of an old man. I shall call you Desheng Zi, Desheng Zi, and Sun Zi. Wang Yi also found it unacceptable to be referred to as a little prince and suggested, how about we drop the suffix altogether? After much back and forth, their titles finally reached a consensus. Rusheng as Desheng, Wang Yi as De Wang, Shi Jing Tian as De Shi Tu, and Li Zongbao as De Bao. Although Shi Jing Tian was originally called De Shi Tu, Wang Yi had humorously nicknamed him De Ji Ba, a title unanimously acknowledged but difficult to vocalize. The minds of the youth are indeed vibrant. No one wishes to be small, only grand. It was proven that mosquito nets are indeed useful. Wang Yi was fortunate to have purchased one, while Shi Jing Tian expressed gratitude to his mother. Otherwise, like Rusheng and Li Zongbao, they would have battled mosquitoes throughout the night. Before dawn, the two rushed out to buy mosquito nets, only to discover that the shops were not yet open. In truth, Wang Yi hadn't slept well either. Accustomed to sleeping alone, suddenly sharing a room with 3 others, compounded by the incessant complaints from Desheng and De Bao about mosquito bites, led him to wonder if Zonghai University was a haven for mosquitoes, as their blood-sucking prowess was quite formidable. The following day at 9 o'clock, Wang Yi received a call from Han Han. They had arranged to meet at the entrance of Zonghai University at 10. Upon arriving at the gate, he spotted a white BMW parked nearby. Han Han, clad in a fitted horizontal striped short-sleeved t-shirt and denim shorts, leaned against the car door, sipping from straw and leisurely enjoying a can of milk tea while observing the ebb and flow of people at the campus entrance. She was gazing at others, who in turn were subtly watching her. The sight of a beautiful woman beside an exquisite car always draws attention. Many onlookers silently speculated about the identity of the fortunate individual she awaited. Ultimately, a boy who appeared to be barely 20 approached her vehicle. Senior, long time no see. Wang Yi greeted, glancing at Han Han as she settled into the driver's seat. You've gotten darker. Han Han nearly choked on her milk tea, her nose tingling. You little rascal, can't you speak tactfully? Wang Yi feigned innocence. I'm not lying. Did you go on vacation? You look sunburned. Your neck is peeling. Han Han touched the back of her neck and waved her hand dismissively. What are you staring at? I just spent a few days at the beach. I'll be fine in a few days. Did you bring your ID and money? Wang Yi nodded. I did. She immediately started the car. Let us go. Let's make the deal. Her tone suggested they were engaged in some clandestine transaction. As the car started, Han Han tossed him a bag of buns. Eat up. They were a gift from someone. Thank you, senior. Wang Yi indeed hungry, accepted the offering without hesitation. He was unsure what from someone meant, but as long as it wasn't tea poisonous, it was fine by him. Before long, the car came to a stop at the mouth of an alley. There stood a man in his 40s, dressed quite formally, waiting for them. Upon seeing Han, he respectfully greeted, "Miss Han, it's a pleasure to serve you." Wang Yi noticed him bow slightly while speaking. This demeanor exuded genuine respect. Han remained composed, nodding slightly, and pointed at Wang Yi, saying, "This is my brother. His surname is Wang. Today, he is here to buy a house. Mr. Nye, please be accommodating." Wang Yi thought to himself, what? He is actually a big shot. Instantly, Han's image in his mind elevated significantly. What sort of status does she possess? "Young Master Wang, it's an honor to serve you, Mr. Nye said warmly and courteously, clearly humbled by Han's presence. "Has the landlord arrived? If so, let us go see the property." Han inquired. "He is already here, inside the house. The car can't fit, so we'll have to walk a bit," he replied. "All right, lead the way." Chapter 110. The first house in Zonghai. The walk was not far. Within 5 minutes of entering the alley, they arrived. The house was 2 stories high, with a rather long, semicircular balcony on the second floor, accompanied by a small courtyard of about 20 square meters, featuring a fragrant pomelo tree bearing several heavy green pomelos, releasing a faint, pleasant aroma. However, the house was indeed quite old and somewhat dilapidated, with much of the plaster peeling away to reveal the bricks beneath. Han frowned upon seeing it. It was her first time witnessing the actual condition. This house is far too shabby. How can anyone live here? And the asking price is so high. She expressed her dissatisfaction towards Mr. Nye, her expression one of disappointment. Mr. Nye quickly explained. Such old houses with courtyards are rare on the market, especially since this one is adjacent to Zonghai University. Many prefer to rent rather than sell. And this landlord is selling because the entire family is emigrating. Wang Yi wandered inside to explore. The landlord, a straightforward woman in her 30s, stated, "You want to find another house with such a large courtyard nearby. It's a flat price of 300,000 if you want to buy it. If not, then forget it. I have things to attend to, so don't waste my time." Her voice was crisp and clear. Han turned to leave upon hearing this. But Wang Yi stopped her, saying to Mr. Nye, "All right, I'll take it for 300,000. A house with a courtyard and land in Old Zonghai for 300,000 was practically a steal. Disregarding future demolition possibilities, such properties would surely skyrocket in value in a few years. Han jabbed a finger at Wang Yi's forehead. "Are you really that foolish with money?" Wang Yi replied, "While the house may be a bit run down, it will require renovation regardless. The key factor is its proximity. I'm too lazy to look elsewhere. I'll buy it. Suit yourself." Mr. Nye specialized in handling such matters, and with the landlord present, the transfer paperwork was promptly completed. The full payment was made, and although there might be issues related to household registration and other procedures, Mr. Nye handled everything smoothly. By 11 o'clock, the transaction was finalized. At that moment, the house officially belonged to Wang Yi. "Mr. Nye, I'm also interested in purchasing a few more properties, similar to this one, or even ordinary residential buildings, preferably near good schools," Wang Yi informed Mr. Nye. Mr. Nye inquired, "Young Master Wang, how many do you wish to acquire?" Wang Yi responded directly, "I plan to spend 5 million. Buy as many as you can, but they must be cost-effective. I want to consider overpriced options." Han exclaimed, "What? You have that much money?" Mr. Nye was also taken aback. 5 million was no small amount. And this young Master Wang was merely 18, still a freshman in college. "What do you intend to do with so much money buying these rundown houses?" "Let's go buy a villa or a new house," Han exclaimed. "I must be out of my mind to consider purchasing a villa. How can its value possibly compare to this old, dilapidated place? Sister, I believe property prices will rise in the future, so I've bought it as an investment. If you have the means, perhaps you should consider acquiring a few properties as well," Wang Yi suggested. However, Han Yujie shook her head. "I do not lack for housing." Mr. Nye was quite pleased. Investing 5 million in real estate is indeed a substantial deal. He was so excited that he skipped lunch and hurried back to make preparations. Han looked at Wang Yi with a curious expression. "Where did your money come from?" At this moment, Wang Yi decided to be candid. "Sister, I'll be honest with you. I sold a software program and a patent, earning over 10 million. The company I plan to establish will be a software firm, and I have everything mapped out. I just need the foundational support to get it off the ground. I need your help, senior. I promise to make you a billionaire." This time, Han Yujie did not immediately refuse. Instead, she gazed at him with an unusual expression. Wang Yi began to feel a bit uneasy under her scrutiny. "So what do you think, senior?" "Rest assured, I would never deceive you." After a moment of contemplation, she replied, "Once your military training concludes, I shall provide you with an answer." Wang Yi frowned. "Senior, opportunities wait for no one. This is the best time to enter the internet realm. and my schedule is quite tight. Therefore, you need to act swiftly, or I may have to seek assistance elsewhere. You little brat, do you think you can pressure me? Yu rolled her eyes. I need to familiarize myself with the internet first. This decision bears significant weight. 2 days, I will come to Zonghai University to see you. Agreed. Now, let me escort you back to school. No. First, let's find a place to eat. And then, dear senior, you can do me the favor of taking me to the car dealership. I need to buy a vehicle. Zonghai University is simply too vast. Walking would be exhausting. Han looked at him incredulously. Are you really that delicate? Wang Yi replied. Suddenly, Yu Jie interjected. Are you interested in smuggled cars with duty fees? Wang Yi's eyes lit up. From customs? Do you have connections? I have a relative cough if you don't mind. I can help you sort it out. Then I shall rely on you. Senior, you are truly a good person. Nothing comes free. There will be a cost. I understand. And I assure you, there will be benefits for you as well. With your wealth, we should certainly negotiate a good deal. After noticing Wang Yi shivering, she chuckled. But for now, let's let it go. It's your first time in Zonghai. As I mentioned, I'll look after you. Just do a day's work for me later. A day's work? What kind of work? You'll find out in due time. The two entered a local restaurant and ordered several dishes for a simple meal. During this time, Wang Yi received a call from Sheng. Boss, where are you? It's time to pick up the military training uniforms. Sheng, I'm out handling some matters. Can you collect them for me? The phone's volume was surprisingly loud. Upon hearing their exchange, Han Yujie nearly spat out her egg custard. How tall are you aiming for? About 8 meters should suffice. All right. After hanging up, Han chuckled. You've made friends rather quickly. That nickname is quite amusing. Wang Yi offered an awkward smile. What can I do? My assigned roommates are all jokers. They insisted on calling me boss, and I had no choice but to reluctantly accept these 3 subordinates. Once their meal concluded, Han dropped Wang Yi off at the school gate. She had intended to drive in, but Wang Yi needed to stop by the supermarket to purchase some essentials. Having discovered he was lacking numerous daily items after spending a night there. All right then, goodbye. Goodbye, senior. Don't forget those housing matters. Wang Yi smiled, not overly concerned. As he exited the car with his folder, Han pressed the accelerator and sped away, muttering to herself, Guizio Beizi, though young, possesses quite the capability. The internet. Looks like the rookie is diving into that. At that moment, her phone rang. She slowed down and answered it directly. In this era, there are no restrictions on taking calls while driving. The trend from Hong Kong and Taiwan has made it fashionable to chat on a big phone while cruising in a convertible, saying, I can't hear you over the wind. Hello? Second miss, the Master's birthday is next week. Will you be returning? What's second miss? I'm not your second miss. Get lost. Chapter 111. The first encounter with Lu Ruyin. Wang Yi first went to the supermarket to buy some daily necessities, such as paper, pens, hooks, and napkins. Upon returning to the dormitory, he discovered that the military training uniforms had already been distributed. He tried one on and felt a wave of sadness. Is this really how they skimp on quality? This is supposed to fit someone 8 meters tall. His hands barely reached the sleeves, and his feet could hardly touch the ground. Ru Sheng chuckled. This is actually quite decent. Just take a look at it, Shi Tu's, and you'll feel balanced. Shi Jing Tian lay on his bed, legs propped against the railing, gazing at the ceiling with an expression of complete apathy. With this height, well, I guess I feel balanced now. But can I exchange it? Can I just switch it out? There is no exchange policy. But I've heard there's a tailor shop outside the East Gate that can help with alterations, Li Zongbao mentioned. His uniform didn't appear small. In fact, it looked rather large because he had taken 2 sizes up. Noticing Ru Sheng and Shi Jingtian also had oversized uniforms, he thought, with so many girls around. Wouldn't it be embarrassing to wear a smaller size? Hence, he opted for the 8 meter size as well. Forget it, a 1T fuss over it. I won't be wearing it for long anyway. At this moment, Ru Sheng powered on his computer and opened up the game StarCraft. However, there was no internet connection, and the interface appeared rather dull. What is the point of having a computer without internet? Sheng, let us watch a movie. We didn't finish yesterday, yes. Shi Jingtian perked up instantly. Not anymore, it's been deleted. What? Such a good movie, and you just deleted it? This was Li Zongbao speaking. Ru Sheng glanced at him. Aren't you uninterested in women? Li Zongbao replied, that is true, but I'm interested in the plot, not the women. All right, you have a point. Just then, Li Zongbao's pager rang. He picked it up and saw the number, instantly becoming excessively excited. Forgetting about the movie, he said, I need to take this call. He rushed to the balcony, took a deep breath, and finally answered. In an exceptionally tender voice, he said, Qian, you finally decided to call me. The 3 in the dormitory felt an icy chill run down their spines. Shi Jingtian whispered, what is going on? Didn't Tita Bao say he broke up with his girlfriend? Who else on the other end? Ru Sheng replied, let us listen and find out. The 3 of them stealthily gathered by the balcony door, one on top of the other. Li Zongbao, facing away from them, was unaware of their eavesdropping. Qian, I bought you a bracelet a few days ago, and Li Zong Bao, I must reiterate, we were broken up. Please stop bothering me, all right? To be honest, I already have a boyfriend, and he is 8 meters tall. If you send me those ridiculous messages again, be careful. My boyfriend might come and deal with you. That's it, goodbye, and I hope we never meet again. It turned out the pager's volume was quite loud. Wang Yi and the others heard everything clearly. Li Zong Bao, still holding the already disconnected pager, stood in a daze for quite some time. When he turned around, he found his 3 roommates staring at him, and he was already in tears. It appears quite pitiable. That is to say, Bao, having a girlfriend merely hampers our ability to amass wealth. A heart devoid of women naturally excels in the art of earning. Wang Yi approached to offer a few words of comfort. Damn it. This fellow was boasting just yesterday about how bothersome his girlfriend was, which led him to cast her aside. Now, he comprehends the true meaning of that. Indeed, girlfriends can be a nuisance, but that is only because they find him exceedingly bothersome, resulting in his dismissal. Li Zongbao had merely been shedding silent tears until Wang Yi's comforting words struck a chord within him, and he suddenly saw a semblance of kinship. Abandoning all pretense as he embraced Wang Yi and began to wail audibly. Why did she treat me this way? Why? Was I not good enough for her? For 3 years in high school, I provided her with everything she desired. When she expressed a fondness for the breakfast buns from Chinen's Huji, I rose earlier than my mother each day just to buy them for her, maintaining this routine for a full 3 years. She once admired a handbag, and I pilfered money from my father to purchase it for her. For that, my father nearly broke my legs, and our family almost went bankrupt over that sum. Yet, she was only my girlfriend for 2 months, and we merely held hands a few times. I never even touched her leg. Upon hearing this, Wang Yi could hardly suppress a laugh. He recalled how he had pursued He Shuiying for 3 long years, playing the fool all along. Though he had stolen money for her, the amount he spent on her certainly surpassed the cost of a designer handbag. Ru Sheng and Zhu finally grasped the situation and joined in to console him. Bao, didn't you say that as long as you earn money, you can have any beauty you desire? I believe that wholeheartedly. Just focus on making money and find someone even better. Her loss is her own. After crying for a while, Li Zongbao lamented, but I never even slept with her. Now that she's in college and has a boyfriend, she'll surely be, just thinking about it makes me feel cheated. Wang Yi replied, that doesn't count. You broke up first. Sure, Jing Tian suddenly interjected. What if she was already someone else's girlfriend while she was with you? The atmosphere fell silent. Wang Yi quickly clarified, what sure means is, you cheated on someone else, not the other way around. Doesn't that feel a bit better? Then he forced a wry smile and continued to bow. You're actually better off. I once pursued a girl for 3 years too, buying her breakfast, jewelry, and clothes, yet I received nothing in return. When you think about it, your 2 months with her are still an improvement over my experience, right? Really? Indeed, that makes me feel a bit better. It seems I needed a scapegoat. Damn it, what a wretched situation. Wang Yi refrained from boasting that the girl he once pursued was now crying and begging to be his girlfriend. Not long ago, He Shuiying had even approached him, claiming she wanted to thank him for saving her life, which he had outright declined. All right, let us all have dinner together tonight. We can celebrate Bao's heartbreak, or rather, his newfound singleness, Ru Sheng suggested. I've heard Tianxiang Tower is quite nice, with waitresses and key payos. Let's go there. Ha, De Sheng, so this is the kind of person you are. Sure, Jing Tian remarked, pausing before adding. But I've heard Tianxiang Tower is quite expensive. Perhaps we should just go to the cafeteria instead? Ru Sheng hesitated. That's true. Tianxiang Tower is indeed overpriced. A real ripoff. Wang Yi remained silent. A ripoff? Well, I suppose I played the role of father in that regard. However, the cafeteria food was indeed lackluster. Yet affordable, a mere 3 yuan for a meal that was quite filling. Unfortunately, after finishing, they discovered a hare nestled within the braised pork with dried vegetables. Thank goodness it wasn't curly. The next day, military training commenced. Amongst the throng of students, Wang Yi indeed spotted that girl, Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan noticed him as well, and their eyes locked, igniting sparks. Damn, De Wang, you know Lu Ruyan? Sure, Jing Tian exclaimed, as if witnessing something astonishing. Chapter 112. Who is the pinnacle of beauty in room 309? The intensity of their gaze suggested that something was amiss. Surely there was something more. Otherwise, how could Lu Ruyan's eyes reflect surprise, anger, and turmoil, all of which combined to form a sense of melancholy? To elicit such a mournful gaze from a girl must surely pertain to matters of the heart. So what was truly transpiring? Wang Yi, the scoundrel, had just claimed yesterday that he pursued a girl for 3 years, yet he hadn't even laid eyes on her bare skin. It couldn't possibly be her. Could it? Sure, Jing Tian had already set his sights on Lu Ruyan as the future mother of his children. only to discover that she harbored feelings for Wang. Wasn't that an unexpected twist? Yet at that moment, Wang Yi averted his gaze and casually remarked, I don't know her. What? You don't know her? Then why is she looking at you like that? Is it possible that I'm simply more handsome? Impossible. In room 309, Shi Jingtian, and the pinnacle of beauty. Upon uttering this, he not only earned the disdain of his 3 roommates, but also attracted the attention of surrounding classmates. Shi Jingtian was not unattractive. Yet he soon realized that after a few fleeting glances from the girls, their attention swiftly shifted elsewhere, namely to Ru Sheng and Wang Yi. Why is that? Why do the girls' gazes gravitate toward them? I'm clearly more robust than they are. You shallow women will come to appreciate the merits of muscle one day. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyan's dorm mates noticed her peculiar behavior. Ruyan, do you know that guy? He is not bad looking. I don't know such a man, Lu Ruyan replied coldly. Huh? What do you mean by that? Just as the conversation unfolded, the instructor and counselor by winking approached, signaling the commencement of military training. The training was rather monotonous, devoid of any romantic encounters or clandestine affairs. Everyone remained cautious, gradually getting to know one another, and during free time, they largely stayed within their respective dormitory circles. Huang Wei's medical training was not held here, but rather on another field. Notably, the Ishida finally took his first step, purchasing a bottle of water to deliver to Lu Ruyan. However, before he could present it to her, he witnessed a boy from the adjacent class delivering 4 cups of milk tea to Lu Ruyan and her dorm mates. Shi Jingtian glanced at the milk tea, then at his 1 yuan bottle of water. Faced with the gazes of 4 girls, he resolutely twisted open the cap, drank half the bottle, and drenched himself from head to toe with the remaining half. Refreshing. Afterward, Shi Jingtian returned to Wang Yi and the others, his expression one of despondency. I've experienced heartbreak. The mother of my future children has been snatched away. The group erupted into laughter. Damn it, you heartless beasts. Is this truly so amusing? Shi Jingtian lamented. Ru Sheng cast a glance at Lu Ruyan and shook his head. Don't worry. That guy won tea stand a chance. Indeed, the boy who had delivered the milk tea managed to serve 3 cups, while the one intended for Lu Ruyan was promptly returned. Shi Jingtian looked at Ru Sheng and asked, Sheng, why do I feel like you're quite familiar with Lu Ruyan? Do you two know each other? Ru Sheng smiled faintly. We were from the same school previously. No way. She was the ethereal muse of all the boys from Nan South High School during our era. At that time, there was a rather special box in the mailroom where all the love letters addressed to her would be deposited. Yet, she never glanced at them. And that box was emptied once a month because it could no longer accommodate the overflowing letters. Can you believe it? Is it truly that exaggerated? Li Zongbao turned to Rushing and asked, You must have written one too, right? Rushing scoffed, I would never pen such nonsense. As she assisted Wang Yi, she got up to head to the restroom, asking, Anyone else going to the restroom with me? No, you can go alone. It hasn't been that long, has it? Are you feeling unwell? Rushing looked quite vexed. After having porridge in the morning, she felt an overwhelming urge to relieve herself. Should she just hold it in? But then, considering she'd have to stand for quite a while later, what if she couldn't hold it and ended up soiling her pants? Forget it. She hastily went to the restroom alone. After running a few steps, she happened to pass by Lu Ruyan and her friends. She stole a few glances, but attracted no attention whatsoever. Lu Ruyan, I fear she wouldn't even remember whether I was her schoolmate. My numerous love letters truly sank without a trace. Lu Ruyan, cold as ice and difficult to approach. Indeed, it is you. Wang Yi, upon hearing his muttering, suddenly came to a realization. 2 days later, Wang Yi received a call from Han Han. After finishing military training that day, Wang Yi hurried to the South District Commercial Plaza, where he spotted the youthful and casual Han Yujie. She wore sunglasses, sipped on bubble tea, and sat under a sunshade outside a casual beverage shop, accompanied by a girl who appeared to be of similar age. Though her attire suggested she was more likely an employee of the establishment, Wang Yi approached and glanced at the shop's name, Flowing Time, a rather nostalgic name. The decor was quite charming, with flowers at the entrance and a chalkboard announcing the day's special, while the other side of the board was adorned with various little notes. He leaned closer to inspect. The notes were a colorful mix. Chun Yu, you bastard, if you don't come find me soon, I'm getting married, you will. To the classmates sitting in row 9, seat 5 of the West Cinema watching Terminator, please return my socks, phone number, XXX, I lost a turtle named Rabbit. Please return it to Flowing Time for a generous reward. Hiring. Wang Yi chuckled at a few, but some messages carried a tinge of melancholy. An idea sparked in his mind. Perhaps he could post a notice seeking a graphic designer, someone not overly skilled, but it would be more convenient to collaborate with fellow students rather than going through external companies to tackle minor technical issues. Hey, what are you looking at? Come here. Han Han called out to him from behind her sunglasses. The girl sitting beside her then realized that Wang Yi was indeed the person Han Han was waiting for. Wang Yi grinned as he approached. This message board is quite interesting. In later years, during a trip to Lijiang, he would encounter such message walls often. But it was only 1999 now. The owner of Flowing Time certainly had an eye for trends. Senior, he's complimenting you. Han Han remarked to the woman. Senior? Wang Yi was taken aback, glancing at the girl in an apron next to him. This woman was actually Han Yujie Senior, also a graduate of Zonghai University. How did she end up working here? Han Han then added, this kid is my brother, Wang Yi, a new freshman. She pointed at the woman, saying, this is the owner of Flowing Time and my senior. You can call her senior too. The woman stood up, smiling and nodding at Wang Yi. I'm Gu Lingyu. Nice to meet you, Junior. Wang Yi extended his hand to lightly shake hers. She was quite a woman of intellectual beauty. Junior, what would you like to drink? I'll go get it for you. I'll have a cup of iced milk tea, please. Gu Lingyu nodded and walked into the shop. Wang Yi watched her retreating figure, suddenly struck by a realization. This seemingly gentle and intelligent owner walked with a slight limp. Chapter 113, Lu Rian's Prank. Han Han shot him a glare and whispered, stop staring. Only then did Wang Yi turn back and sit on a stool. About Senior Gu's foot. Han Han spoke softly. It was an accident. She got hurt saving her boyfriend. Such a pity. He went abroad and hasn't returned yet. Oh. Wang Yi paused, quickly changing the subject. Just then, Han Yujie lightly kicked him, saying, sit a bit further. You smell too strong. Wang Yi scoffed. That's the scent of male hormones. It's nothing unusual. After a whole day of military training in this heat, I haven't had the chance to shower. How could I not smell? He did, however, move a bit further away, saying, should I go shower first? Forget it. I have things to do later. All right, then let's talk business. What have you decided? Han Han took a sip of her milk tea, elegantly lifted her left leg, and casually rested it on her other leg, gazing at Wang Yi. Since you're serious, let's talk business. If you wanted to work with you, I have a condition. What is it, Senior? I want to invest. Wang Yi nodded slightly. He had already considered this. If he wanted to bring Han Yujie on board, merely paying his salary wouldn't suffice. He had initially budgeted to offer her a 10 stake, but now it seemed that might not satisfy her expectations. How much are you willing to invest in starting this software company? Han Han inquired. Initially 5 million, and I expect to add more later. Software development is quite a costly endeavor. However, I also have methods to earn quick returns, so that isn't a concern. How confident are you that your plan will succeed? I'd say 10 out of 10. Do you believe me? Han Han pondered for a moment, and then extended 2 delicate fingers. I'll also invest 5 million for a 20 stake. If you agree, I'll commit to working with you. Frankly, investing the same amount for only 20 of the shares would typically be considered a disadvantageous deal. But she was unaware of Wang Yi's plans. As a reborn individual, he knew exactly where the ship was headed and how to navigate bends and avoid risks. She did not comprehend what securing 20 of the shares for 5 million now could mean for the future. All right, let us have a pleasant partnership. Wang Yi readily agreed, extending his hand to shake Han Han's delicate hand. At that moment, Gu Lingyu emerged from the shop holding a cup of iced milk tea, and upon seeing their handshake, she smiled and returned inside. Wang Yi gulped down a few large sips and got straight to the point. Senior, we could discuss the specific projects the company will undertake in detail later. Right now, the priority is to register a company or directly acquire a small software company. We don't need many employees, just a few skilled ones. Moreover, check around here to see if there are any factory spaces for sale, or even just land. Aren't software companies supposed to be in office buildings? You want to run a factory too? No, I want the land. With your 5 million combined with mine, we will have a total of 10 million. At the start, there won't be many areas needing investment. Should we let the money sit in the bank and gather dust? Of course not. We should acquire land. Land is incredibly valuable. He recalled how in 1995, a certain Mr. Tang spent 600 million to secure a plot of land, which later became the highly sought-after Tang Chunyi Pin, where a single apartment unit would eventually cost $1 billion. Wang Yi currently finds himself in a state of financial distress, unable to secure such prime land. Nonetheless, acquiring a modest plot should not pose much of a challenge. Given Han's formidable influence, she is undoubtedly the most suitable ally for this endeavor. It is likely that he would struggle to navigate this on his own. Han, baffled, retorts, "You little rascal. Just days ago, you were contemplating spending 5 million on a dilapidated old property, and now you wish to purchase land? What exactly are you scheming? If the house fails to sell, won't it become a burden?" Wang Yi responds with a mysterious smile. "Trust me, this is all about making money. Even if I were to face losses at my software company, possessing land and property would still allow me to reap substantial profits. Do you possess such unwavering confidence in real estate?" Han, not a naive newcomer, inquires. "One day, you'll be grateful to me. Now off you go. I need to return for a bath." Han, momentarily losing her composed demeanor, exclaims, "You expect me to handle all of this alone? What other choice do I have? Why else would I enlist your help? How rude. Come here. With a swift kick to his leg, she asserts, Wang Yi. My decision to assist you is tantamount to wagering my entire fortune and life on you. This is my mother. Her voice falters, and she fights back tears. Wang Yi recalls her previous phone call, where she was addressed as the second young lady. He solemnly nods. Sister Han, rest assured, the future is firmly within our grasp. Han rises. I'm leaving now. Await my updates. After a brief pause, she adds, oh, by the way, there are a few vehicles at customs. Would you like to take a look? She retrieves 4 photographs from her handbag and hands them to Wang Yi. He examines them, pointing to one. How much for this? 300,000. So inexpensive? Is there any issue with the quality? It has been inspected and is in perfect condition. The registration is legitimate. Then I'll take it. A Land Rover. At this moment, acquiring one domestically is nearly impossible. But is it too ostentatious? Never mind. It's not like I stole it. He waves her goodbye, watching as she hops into her BMW and drives off. Wang Yi returns to his past, settling the bill for his milk tea. Gu Lingyu insists. You are Han's brother. What's wrong with treating you to a cup of milk tea on our first meeting? Are you looking down on your senior? No. I simply feel that your sister was instrumental in starting this shop. Well then, next time, you must pay. Otherwise, I won't dare to come again. Understood. I will definitely pay next time. Wang Yi chuckles, noticing some sticky notes and a pen nearby, likely left for posting on the blackboard outside. He ponders briefly, writes a note, and affixes it to the blackboard before hastening back to his dormitory. However, he does not notice that a tall girl nearby has just seen him. She discreetly hides behind a tree, waiting for Wang Yi to leave before approaching to take a closer look. Hiring part-time graphic designers, monthly salary 500. What does he need a graphic designer for? This girl is none other than Lu Ruian, Wang Yi's classmate. Not one to be trifled with. She believes in retribution. She promptly tears down the note and, seeing paper and a pen nearby, imitates Wang Yi's handwriting to craft a new note. Hiring a part-time girlfriend, requirements, well endowed. Monthly salary 500, contact. She posts it, satisfied with her handiwork. A smirk crosses her lips as she imagines the consequences for Wang Yi, causing her to sway with glee. Suddenly, a voice calls from behind, Ruian. Lu Ruian jumps slightly and turns quickly. Second uncle, you're here. The newcomer is a middle-aged man. If Wang Yi were present, he would certainly find the world remarkably small, as this man is none other than Mr. Nya, who has been assisting him in his search for a house. Chapter 114. What do you think of me? Mr. Nya, whose full name is Nye Zhongyuan, operates a real estate agency and has achieved a modest level of success. At this moment, he exudes a calm and composed demeanor, quite different from his cautiousness around Han. Yet he gazes at his niece with an abundance of affection. Ruian, how have you been settling in at school? Lu Ruian nods. Quite well. Nye Zhongyuan smiles. That's wonderful. I've been swamped with a major project recently, and Haven T had the chance to visit you. Last time, I even had your aunt bring you. So, you're striking it rich again, uncle. Hee, just luck, thanks to Zonghai University. Wang Yi is indeed a new student at Zonghai University. Had he not enrolled there, this lucrative deal would not have arisen. However, considering Miss Han, it is clear that Wang Yi is no ordinary individual. Thus, he refrains from mentioning Wang Yi's name, as doing so might stir up unnecessary trouble and provoke the young master, and one must tread carefully around Miss Han. As the two depart, several girls arrive at the milk tea shop. Habitually glancing at the blackboard, they are immediately drawn to the new note. What the heck? Who is this idiot? Thinking he can find a part-time girlfriend for 500 bucks? And he demanding someone well-endowed? Mr. Wang? Ugh, this Wang is utterly disgusting. Does he think we, the students of Zonghai University, are to be trifled with? The girls are indignant, feeling deeply offended. One exclaims angrily, this Wang must not be one of our own. P.S. Just an outsider trying to prey on women. Disgusting. I can't even enjoy my milk tea now. We must expose him, thoroughly. Call him. No. Let us post this on the school BBS. The girls, incensed, are determined to make their voices heard, believing that such societal scum has no place in their esteemed university. The commotion outside reaches the shop, prompting Gu Lingyu to step out and inquire about the disturbance. Boss, look, someone has posted this vile note. Do you remember who this person is? It's absolutely disgusting. He must be a weirdo. Gu Lingyu shakes her head, equally angered. How can there be such a scoundrel? But I truly don't recall who put it up. It must be exposed. Gu Lingyu furrows her brow. Could this be a prank? Who would pull such a pointless prank? It must be genuine. Come on, let us head to the computer lab. Gu Lingyu suggests. Shall I make a call to confirm first? That works. When a call is made, no one answers. The girls, unable to wait, rush to the computer lab. Wang Yi's phone goes unanswered because he is currently in the shower, leaving it in his dormitory. The other dorm mates, having already eaten, are idly gathered around the computer, watching movies. Though some content has been deleted, there are still plenty of films, including a Chinese Odyssey, currently playing. Unbeknownst to them, Wang Yi's phone rings repeatedly, not once but twice, and then again. Is there something urgent with Wang Yi's phone? Should we answer it? What if it's a girl? I'll answer it. Shai Jingdian's eyes sparkled with excitement as he hurried to grab Wang Yi's phone. Upon connecting the call, a sharp voice from a girl pierced through. You pervert. Finally decided to answer. How can you be so disgusting? Someone like you wants a girlfriend? Why don't you go find your mother instead? Scum trash, ugh. I wish you impotence soon. The girl hung up abruptly, leaving Shai Jingdian in a daze. As if struck by lightning, Li Zongbao inquired, Shidu, what is going on? Why are you silent? Shai Jingdian, still bewildered, replied. A girl just called and berated me before hanging up. She scolded you? Oh, she must have been insulting the great king, right? Yes. It was the great king she was scolding, not me. How harsh her words were. Shai Jingdian regained his composure and remarked on the severity of the insults. Let me think. In the next moment, Shai Jingdian mimicked the girl's tone and repeated her tirade verbatim. Considering he was admitted to Zonghai University, he was indeed quite bright, and his memory proved exceptional. Ru Sheng and Li Zongbao exchanged looks. Goodness, did the great king abandon that girl? Otherwise, why would she be so vicious? Even wishing impotence upon him? Just then, the phone rang again. Shai Jingdian held the phone. Should I answer? Li Zongbao rushed over. Let me take this one. He answered, only to be met with another girl-ass rebuke. You sick pervert. CNM. Without uttering a word, he silently placed the phone down. The phone rang again shortly after. Shai Jingdian noted, it seems like a different person. The number is different. He answered again. Hello. Attempting to sound gentle. A woman's voice queried. Is your surname Wang? Who are you? I'm your mother. Shai Jingdian, momentarily bewildered, noted the youthfulness of the voice, yet he quickly responded. Oh, is this Auntie? Hello. Auntie, how dare you? Trying to find a part-time girlfriend for $500? You want her to have both breasts and a butt? I've got what you need at home. Do you want it? What do you have? A fat old so. Perfect for a beast like you. The woman continued. You dog named Wang. Don't let me see you, or I'll turn you into a stick. With that, she hung up. Shai Jingdian hastily placed the phone on the table, declaring he would no longer answer. At that moment, Wang Yi returned, clad in shorts and slippers, his hair damp. Upon entering, he found his 3 roommates staring at him as if he were some monstrous calamity. What is with you all? He exclaimed. Don't look at me with such disgusting eyes. I'm not interested in men. Wang Yi shielded his sensitive parts and walked in. Li Zongbao remarked, Great king. How many women have you harmed out there? Are you insane? What women have I harmed? Just then, the phone rang again. Wang Yi swiftly picked it up, pressed the answer button, and after 10 seconds, he ended the call, looking bewildered at his roommates. I just got scolded. Shai Jingdian nodded, I know. I've endured it for you twice. Ru Xing asked, what heinous acts have you committed outside? Wang Yi, looking frustrated, replied, I did nothing. Shai Jingdian recounted. In the call I answered, a girl said you offered $500 for a part-time girlfriend, wanting her to have both breasts and a butt. Come on, great king. Even if you can't find a girlfriend, you don't have to resort to this, right? $500? What do you think of me? I have abs and a big butt. Chapter 115, what to do? Just end it. Get the hell away from me. Wang Yi shoved Shai Jingdian aside like a towering iron tower, his face a mask of frustration. What did I ever say such a thing? I only mentioned $500 for a part-time job. I see where the misunderstanding lies. Which scoundrel set me up? Wang Yi quickly donned his clothes and shoes. Unexpectedly, the phone rang once more, displaying another unknown number. Wang Yi thought for a moment before answering nonchalantly, Hello. What's good? You're the one named Wang, right? Yet again, another scolding voice erupted. Wang Yi replied directly, Hello, this is the Zonghai Jing'an Road police station. May I ask, madam, what issue you are encountering? I didn't quite catch that. What? Jing'an Road police station? The girl, who had been so fervently scolding, was now taken aback. Yes, I just heard you berate me. And I've noted down your phone number. May I know why you insulted me? I dialed the wrong number. I'm so sorry, truly sorry. The girl hastily hung up, her heart racing in panic. How did she end up calling the police station? She only intended to scold the scoundrel. Was she stepping into a trap? Great king, look at that. Our 309 has turned into a police station. Li Zongbao chuckled. Damn it. I don't know which despicable person set me up. I'm going to find that bastard. Wang Yi stormed outside, now utterly convinced that it was that note that caused all the trouble. Hey, great king, wait for me. Shai Jingdian called, quickly lacing up his sneakers to chase after him. Ru Sheng turned to Li Zongbao. Should we follow and see what is going on? Li Zongbao scratched his head. Do you think the great king actually placed an ad for a girlfriend? Hardly possible, right? Such a foolish thing. Li Zongbao replied, This isn't foolish. It's a blunder. Let us go, let us go. The two hurried to catch up. The group arrived at Liu Guangy's, where Wang Yi had already silenced his incessantly ringing phone, anticipating a crowd of onlookers, yet found everything serene. Upon glancing at the board, he discovered that the note he had posted was long gone. Great King, what are you looking for? Shai Jingtian trailed behind Wang Yi like a cumbersome anchor, while Ru Sheng and Li Zongbao exchanged glances. Li Zongbao whispered, Great King, we're all men here. If you did it, you did it. No brother would look down on you. To stop the fuss. At that moment, Gu Lingyu emerged. Spotting Wang Yi, she smiled. Junior, you're here? Wang Yi, now at a loss, finally asked, Senior, could I ask you something? Did someone tear down a note I posted here? Upon hearing this, Gu Lingyu's expression grew peculiar. She didn't know Wang Yi well, but thought to herself that as Han Han's brother, he must have wealth. Thus, the note seeking a part-time girlfriend couldn't possibly be his, right? Wait, oh my. Gu Lingyu suddenly recalled that this junior's surname was indeed Wang. She was taken aback. She hadn't expected Han Han's brother to be this kind of person. Having realized this, Gu Lingyu's demeanor cooled. Junior, why did he expect you to be this kind of person? Such a note isn't suitable to be posted here. Out of respect for Han Han, I want to disclose your information, but don't come around here again. With that, she turned to leave. Wang Yi quickly stopped her. Senior, what did I post? I merely affixed a recruitment sticker for a graphic designer, and an odd sensation enveloped me. Incessant phone calls bombarded my device, leaving me utterly bewildered. After much contemplation, the only plausible explanation I could fathom was that your note had somehow incited this bizarre series of events. Would you be so kind as to inspect it? Is it possible that someone's playing a prank on me? Do you have any surveillance? Surveillance? You mean cameras installed at the entrance? Wang Yi scrutinized the surroundings. But alas, there was no surveillance in sight. In this day and age, street cameras are a rarity, and such commonplace shops within a university would be even less likely to have them installed. Gu Lingyu observed him, gradually coming to believe that he was indeed the target of a prank, as she had her own suspicions from the outset. Who would be foolish enough to scribble such a note? Yet, alas, there is no surveillance. I apologize. Then, have you noticed any suspicious individuals lingering near this blackboard? Gu Lingyu pondered for a moment. It seems there was a girl, but I didn't pay much attention. Could she be the one who switched it? Wang Yi inquired. What's her girl? Gu Lingyu recalled. Quite tall and rather rough around the edges. Wang Yi immediately thought of someone. Lu Ruyan. Goodness. Could it truly be that shameless fool? All right, I understand now. Thank you, Senior Gu. Junior, have you thought of someone? Did you offend someone? I cannot be certain about this, so please do not act recklessly. Wang Yi reassured her. Worry not. It is merely a prank, and I shan't take it to heart. Senior Gu, I shall take my leave now. Very well. Oh, by the way, a few girls just saw that note and were furious, declaring their intent to expose this incident on the BBS. I suspect that's why you've been receiving calls. BBS? Wang Yi was genuinely unaware that Zonghai University had a BBS. After ascertaining the address, he departed. The Shitu exclaimed, Goodness, Wang, someone truly is out to get you. And it's a woman. Did you offend someone, or perhaps wronged her in some way? Dabaotai asked. Wang, do you have classmates at Zonghai University? Wang Yi replied, I do have classmates there, but it's not possible. Never mind, it's quite challenging to pinpoint the culprit at this moment. I haven't even eaten yet. Have you all dined? Let's go together. I'll treat. How long have we been eating? Why didn't you say so sooner? This meal counts as your debt. Make sure to repay it next time. Once the three roommates departed, Wang Yi casually purchased a bite to eat at a convenience store and headed straight to the university's computer lab. Upon opening the Zonghai University BBS, he found it to be a rather rudimentary website, far removed from the bustling scenes of the future. After all, in the future, one can access the internet directly via their mobile devices, while here at Zonghai University, one must access the BBS through the school's computer room. After browsing for a while, he indeed stumbled upon the post. Lecherous man offers 500 to keep Zonghai University girls. Requirements. Well endowed. The view count on this post was significantly higher than others, adorned with a hot topic emblem. Intrigued, Wang Yi clicked on it, only to find the content even more outrageous. The poster had even shared a phone number, rallying others to insult him. Goodness, who is the author of this post? An ID named Qimu Fengni, a rather ostentatious moniker, certainly reeked of insincerity. Wang Yi was incensed. Was his number now rendered unusable? No, he must take action against this vile woman. Without hesitation, he began devising a plan to breach the BBS, discovering that it was astonishingly simple, as the website was built on ASP code riddled with vulnerabilities. Within 10 minutes, Wang Yi had acquired ownership of the site, even gaining control over the server. What to do? With so many people targeting me, perhaps it would be best to obliterate this BBS entirely? Chapter 116, I shall castrate you myself. Ultimately, Wang Yi showed mercy. He refrained from annihilating the Zonghai University BBS, but did lock the account of Qimu Fengni, rendering it inaccessible even to the administrators, an account that had been deliberately bugged requiring manual database alteration to unlock. Playing games with me? Regardless of whether it is you? Lu Ruyan, if you wish to engage in this farce, let us elevate the stakes. Wang Yi searched for and found the mobile number of a teacher from the disciplinary office at Zhonghai University, replacing his own number with it, and conveniently locked that post, ensuring it remained in a state that administrators could neither modify nor delete. Covering his tracks, he concluded his task, clapping his hands and munching on a piece of bread as he exited the computer lab. Whatever happens next, let it unfold as it may. In a rather atmospheric restaurant in Zhonghai, a middle-aged man, whose hair was beginning to thin, was on a date with an alluring woman. The man gently placed his smartphone, a rather new Motorola, prominently on the table. The woman across from him, upon noticing the phone, displayed a hint of approval. As the dishes arrived, the man attentively began to peel crab for the woman, stating, "Miss Qian, I have been working at Zhonghai University since I was 23. My social experience is rather straightforward, and I currently serve as the deputy director of the disciplinary office. I believe I will ascend to the director position within 3 years. Moreover, let me say, I am quite naive, and I deeply admire the kind of unwavering love that lasts until the end of time." Just then, his phone rang unexpectedly. Glancing at the screen, he saw an unfamiliar number. As he was in the midst of peeling crab, he chuckled and asked the woman, "Miss Qian, would you mind pressing the speakerphone for me?" Miss Qian nodded with a smile, swiftly answering the call and switching to speaker mode. Before the man could utter a single word, a woman's voice erupted from the phone. "Scoundrel! Trash! You think you can play with women for $500? Why don't you go look for your mother? Do you think Zhonghai University girls are like your mother? Be a decent human being. Don't dig your own grave. I wish you an early castration, you beast." The volume was quite high, and given the upscale nature of the restaurant, the patrons possessed a certain status. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted to one of eerie tension. With dozens of eyes fixated on the man, their gazes laden with judgment, Miss Qian, seated across from the man, had her expression freeze entirely. The man, setting down the crab, hastily exclaimed, "Miss Qian, this is a misunderstanding. Someone must have dialed the wrong number." Just then, the phone rang again. Without a moment's hesitation, Miss Qian answered, putting it on speaker once more. "Beast! Scoundrel!" Another voice had joined the fray. Recognizing it was a different voice from the last, Miss Qian seized a bowl of soy sauce mixed with vinegar and splashed it across the man's face. "You claim to be the deputy director of Zhonghai University? Scoundrel! Degenerate! A disgrace to your station. Go to hell." After her outburst, she stood and departed. The man was left in a state of utter shock, unable to comprehend the situation as rage surged within him, feeling as though his scalp might ignite. Who's responsible for this prank? He quickly picked up his phone to call back, only to be met with the response, "This is a public phone." Infuriating, who could it be? Who is orchestrating this? 10 minutes later, a teacher responsible for the BBS website at Zhonghai University received information relayed from their subordinates. A satirical message appeared on the BBS, leaving behind the phone number of Deputy Director Lin Fengyuan from the disciplinary office. Deputy Director Lin received numerous insulting phone calls, which disrupted his blind date and resulted in him being drenched in soy sauce. Incensed, he awaited the opportunity to take action against those responsible. The teacher in charge, a middle-aged woman named Wang Chenyu, was immediately overwhelmed upon hearing the news. What sort of prank message was this? Quickly delete it. Has it been removed? For some unknown reason, it couldn't be deleted. How could there possibly be a post that cannot be erased? What kind of absurd message is this? Upon learning the content of the prank, Wang Chenyu felt not just her head but her entire body ready to explode. Who was the lunatic that concocted such a malicious scheme? This is utterly harmful. If the post cannot be deleted, won't you just shut down the entire website? All right. I will promptly take the server offline. Wang Yi had ceased to monitor the happenings on the Zhonghai University BBS. After a while, he checked his phone and found no new harassing calls had come in. It was peaceful. However, it wasn't long before he received a call from home. And on the other end was his mother, Shi Qingqing. "Son, how are you doing out there on your own? Have you gotten into any trouble or caused any mischief?" Shi Qingqing's languid voice resonated, accompanied by the sound of Lao Wang, who had previously lamented how much he missed his son. "Why can't you speak properly?" Shi Qingqing snapped. "Get lost and wash the dishes. Don't interrupt my phone call with our son." Lao Wang retorted, "Can I listen in? We're discussing secrets, so mind your own business. Go on, go." With a disgruntled huff, Lao Wang exited the room. Listening to their banter, he felt a wave of warmth wash over him. After enduring the trials of rebirth, he had barely spent any time at home before rushing off to school. "Mom, would you like to come to Zhonghai?" Wang Yi suddenly asked. "What do I go to Zhonghai for? I'm not working anymore. To accompany you to school? I should be the one being taken care of." "You can cook for me," he teased. "Cook for you? That me taking care of you? You little rascal." Can't even grasp logic, and you call yourself a college student. Sure, King King's voice was laced with playful arrogance. Also, I heard some old folks downstairs gossiping, claiming your college entrance exam score of 666 was a result of cheating. Those gossip mongers. I wish I could so their mouths shut. But remember, don't let the university expel you, understood? Wang Yi felt a wave of embarrassment. How could I be expelled? This isn't a return policy. Who says it doesn't happen? Your cousin's school had a case where someone got expelled for being caught engaging in illicit activities. You have plenty of money. If you dare to get involved, I'll personally see to it that you're neutered. Is that really necessary? Aren't you afraid of not having grandchildren? If you're neutered, your father and I can always. I'll forget it. She finally realized that such words shouldn't be spoken carelessly. Just behave yourself out there, don't cause trouble, and avoid failing any courses, and everything will be just fine. All right, I got it. Can you let my dad take the phone? Do you find me tedious? No. Yes, you do. I haven't even said much yet. Fine, go ahead. What should I talk about? You tell me about college life. How are your roommates? What's the school like? Mom, phone bills are expensive. Then find a public phone. Never mind, I have money. After a lengthy 10-minute conversation, it was finally Lao Wang's turn to speak. After exchanging a few words, Wang inquired, Dad, how is Zhou Daoki doing? Chapter 117. Huang Wei faces expulsion. Wang Xiao glanced at his wife, Shi Qingqing. Perhaps the earlier conversation between Wang Yi and Lao Wang was rather dull, as she had wandered off to the balcony for some unknown purpose. Lao Wang then lowered his voice to say, The fish has taken the bait. Within half a month, there will be an explosion. Wang Yi, feeling a twinge of worry, asked, Will it affect others? Lao Wang, appearing confident, replied, Don't worry. Your father's operations are foolproof. I've even advised him. Wang Yi nodded. That's good. By the way, Dad, do you have enough money? I wrote some software during the summer, and after releasing it online, many showed interest. So I sold it and made a bit of money. If you need cash, I can help. Lao Wang was taken aback. That old computer of yours can actually generate income through software? Absolutely. How much did you make? A few tens of thousands. Wang Yi was cautious not to divulge too much, fearing that revealing too much would mean losing ownership of the money. Lao Wang exclaimed, Good lad. You've clearly inherited my brains. Keep the money to yourself. I'll help you keep it from your mother. I've long suspected my son takes after me. You're clever and destined for great things. If you have any plans, pursue them without worrying about the family. With me around, everything will be fine. I plan to collaborate with someone on a small project, which won't interfere with my studies. Good. The father-son conversation had delved deeper this time. After concluding the call, Wang Yi felt a sense of tranquility wash over him. In his previous life, he had been blinded by illusions, swayed by anger, and misunderstood his father's intentions. This time it felt wonderful. The collaboration of two Wangs is indeed a formidable partnership. After finishing this call, Wang Yi sent a text message to Huang Wei. It had been 2 days since they last met, and he missed her, as well as her socks. Xiao Huang, what are you up to? After a considerable wait, a text finally came back from her. Brother, I'm doing well. This response felt somewhat strange to Wang Yi. He promptly dialed her number. Sister, where are you? In the dormitory. Just as he finished speaking, he heard a stern female voice on the other end. Who are you calling? Family. All right, give me the phone. I'll speak. Wang Yi's heart raced with anxiety. What was happening? A moment later, a woman's voice came through. Are you Huang Wei's guardian? Wang Yi was taken aback. Yes, what happened to Huang Wei? The woman replied, I am Huang Wei's counselor, surnamed Lung. Today, Huang Wei committed a very serious error that could jeopardize her college career and even lead to imprisonment. It would be best if a parent could come over to discuss how to handle this matter. Wang Yi's mind reeled. Imprisonment? Teacher, can you briefly explain what Huang Wei did? She hit someone, and quite severely. Wang Yi was momentarily stunned. This indeed sounded like the rhythm of the school's boxing queen. Yet, upon hearing this, he felt a slight relief. As long as the person wasn't dead, there was room for negotiation. Moreover, he believed Huang Wei would not strike someone without cause. Teacher, I understand. Please let Huang Wei speak. Why do you sound so nonchalant? Do you realize she knocked out a male classmate's teeth? Wang Yi couldn't help but chuckle. The counselor, surnamed Lung, was immediately incensed. You're laughing? How can you still laugh at a situation so grave? Do you understand the nature of such a reprehensible act? I trust she wouldn't hit someone for no reason. Where are you? I'm coming over right now. Upon learning they were at the university's infirmary, Wang Yi rushed over without delay. The infirmary here is quite spacious, and the doctors possess commendable skills, so generally, students do not need to venture to external hospitals when unwell. Upon his arrival, he noticed Huang Wei sitting on a bench with a cold expression, silent and withdrawn. Beside her was a woman in her 30s, her gaze unkind, who occasionally offered unsolicited admonitions. Wang Yi caught snippets of her discourse, mentioning that the assailant's family was local, influential, and already en route, advising Huang Wei to brace herself mentally for what was to come. Wang Yi hastened to Huang Wei's side and inquired, "Are you all right?" Huang Wei, her eyes icy, shook her head and replied, "I'm fine." "That is good to hear," Wang Yi responded. The stern counselor regarded Wang Yi and asked, "Who are you?" "Teacher. I'm the person you spoke with earlier. I am Huang Wei's brother." "Brother? How old are you?" 18. The counselor scoffed. 18, and what can you possibly handle? "Whatever it is, I can manage. If necessary, we can involve the police," Wang Yi asserted. The counselor's face hardened. She was reluctant to escalate matters to the authorities. It was preferable to minimize the situation rather than risk adverse consequences for herself. She stated, "You must understand the gravity of the situation. Assaulting someone without cause, especially so severely, could lead to dire repercussions for Huang Wei if it reaches the police. It's best to resolve this privately." Wang Yi chose not to continue listening and sat beside Huang Wei, grasping her hand. "Sister, what exactly happened?" Huang Wei's face remained stoic as she replied, "Some guy was harassing me." Wang Yi's anger ignited instantly. "Did he touch you?" Huang Wei met his gaze and nodded. Wang Yi surged to his feet. "How dare he? Where did he touch you? I'll cut off his hand. Where's that scoundrel?" Huang Wei turned her head, delicately pointed to her shoulder, and added, "He also threatened me." "Good," Wang Yi exclaimed. The counselor's brow furrowed in concern. This brother seemed even more reckless and violent. "Do you even understand what I've been saying?" "Enough, enough. Huang Wei, call your parents or another relative. This is beyond what you two children can handle. Let me clarify. Zhao Wejing's father is a government official in Zonghai. Do you comprehend what that entails? If this isn't handled properly, Huang Wei, you may face expulsion." Wang Yi smirked slightly and leaned closer to Huang Wei's ear. "Have you notified the authorities?" Huang Wei's cheeks flushed slightly. Wang Yi's lips almost brushed against her earlobe. She nodded gently. Wang Yi felt a wave of relief and turned to the counselor. "Teacher, do you know Zhao Wejing's father?" The counselor's expression soured. "What do you mean by that?" Wang Yi retorted without courtesy. "My sister was harassed. Why didn't you mention this earlier? This is not a trivial matter. Zhao Wejing not only harassed my sister, but also threatened her. Such a student should be expelled. You do well not to show favoritism, or you'll be the one who suffers." The middle-aged teacher's brow furrowed deeply. At that moment, a young man, his head and face wrapped in bandages, emerged from the infirmary, striding over with a brazen demeanor. He looked at Huang Wei and said, "Huang Wei, you knocked out one of my teeth. I'll give you a choice. Be my girlfriend, and we'll forget this incident. Otherwise, I assure you, I'll have you expelled." "I'm serious." Wang Yi's brow furrowed in response. He stood up and delivered a punch. Chapter 118. The madman makes his entrance. "What the hell do you think you are? You want my girlfriend?" "No, my sister." "As your girlfriend? Who do you think you are?" Wang Yi roared in fury, outraged at the audacity of such words spoken before a counselor. Huang Wei, hearing her brother's declaration, couldn't help but smirk slightly, her eyebrows almost lifting as she thought, "This fool is finally showing some backbone. He has learned a bit of courage." Wang Yi himself was unsure of what had overtaken him. He was simply infuriated, and in a moment of loss of control, he acted. Had he been the soul of a 40-something man in his previous life, he might not have been so impulsive, but he was now embodied in an 18-year-old's form, with all the fervor of youth. Thus, a little recklessness was understandable. The young man, Zhao Wejing, who had previously lost a tooth to Huang Wei, now faced the same fate again at Wang Yi's hands, blood streaming from his mouth and nose. Zhao Wejing howled in agony, drawing the attention of the infirmary's staff. The counselor waved her arms, exclaiming, "You! How can you resort to violence again? Are your family all such unreasonable troublemakers? Do you think this is an appropriate place for such behavior? You will pay for your actions." Wang Yi replied, "Teacher, you just heard how this scoundrel threatened my sister. How dare he say such things in front of you? Shouldn't he be punished?" To his astonishment, the counselor replied, "What did Zhao Wejing say? I didn't hear." "What?" Wang Yi was taken aback. He glanced at the teacher, then at Zhao Wejing, who wore a pained yet smug expression. Wang Yi's understanding deepened. No wonder he had sensed the teacher's comments were somewhat callous. Her bias was evident. Just then, footsteps echoed down the hallway as a group of 5 hurriedly approached. 3 men and 2 women. A middle-aged woman in high heels rushed forward, supporting Zhao Wejing with a pained expression, exclaiming, "Son, how could you be beaten like this? This is outrageous. Why did he send my son here to be harmed?" She turned to the counselor. "Xiaolong, what is going on? Why was my son beaten?" The counselor, sweating profusely, stammered, "Mrs. Zhao, well, the ones who hurt Zhao are them. I tried to stop it." The woman's expression darkened as she glared at Wang Yi and Huang Wei. Her eyes filled with venom. "It's you two? You country bumpkins dared to injure my son? Old Zhao, what are you waiting for?" Look at our precious son. Expel these beasts. No, I want them imprisoned. Wang Yi held Huang Wei's hand, his gaze cold. Why don't you ask what your son has done? The woman retorted. Our son has been raised with excellent morals. How could he have done anything wrong? Is it acceptable to hit someone? Zhao Wujing's father, a portly middle-aged man, turned to another man nearby, Director Zhang. Why don't we take them to the campus security? I trust the school will deliver justice for my son. All right, replied the middle-aged man in a blue shirt and glasses, nodding. He then addressed Wang Yi and Huang Wei. I am from the campus security. Zhang Yang, you both need to come with me. Wang Yi gestured toward Zhao Wujing. Aren't you taking him too? Zhang Yang replied coldly. You're the ones who assaulted someone. Do you understand what that means? Have you even asked if he is at fault? Wang Yi retorted. No need to ask. Hitting someone is inherently wrong. Wang Yi scoffed. So you're all just a bunch of biased fools, aren't you? What did you say? Care to repeat that? Wang Yi's temper flared, having lived a second life. Was he to cower like a turtle? He declared, if anything, I shall simply withdraw from this wretched institution. He pointed accusingly at the cold-faced counselor and said, you both are utterly biased. Your son harasses female students and threatens classmates, yet you turn a blind eye, as if we are mere pushovers. Wang Yi shouted vehemently. Zhao Wujing's mother, her expression fierce, proclaimed, at Zonghai University, I can do as I please. Suddenly, a solitary applause echoed from the infirmary corridor. A woman clad in a black asymmetrical dress and high heels approached with measured steps, wearing sunglasses even at night, flanked by 4 bodyguards. Such a flamboyant entrance could only belong to the eccentric Tao Yueshan. Wang Yi had always held disdain for this aunt of his, but her arrival sparked an inexplicable sense of anticipation within him. He felt that a fitting background score akin to a grand guest entrance on a dating show should accompany her. Even Huang Wei couldn't help but smile slightly. However, Tao Yueshan's flamboyant gait faltered as her high heel twisted unexpectedly. She stumbled, arms outstretched. Quick, help me. Wang Yi was at a loss for words. Was she a clown summoned by a monkey? 2 bodyguards rushed forward, and she limped toward the crowd. Huang Wei glanced at her foot. Aunt, are you all right? Director Zhang of the security department looked at her with a mixture of astonishment and disdain, inquiring, who are you? Wearing her sunglasses, the eccentric replied, are your ears merely for decoration? Did you not hear her call me aunt? Director Zhang responded, oh, so you are the aunt. Mrs. Zhao chimed in, great. Finally someone who can speak. However, you are late. No matter what you say now, it's all futile. Compensation for medical expenses, expulsion, and imprisonment. None can be overlooked. The eccentric nodded slightly. Very well. If that is how it is, then I agree. The onlookers were taken aback. Was she truly so agreeable? After her grand entrance, they expected a formidable figure, only to find her to be a mere show-off. In the next moment, she turned to Huang Wei. Xiao Yi, were you hurt? How much do they owe for medical expenses? What on earth? Whose fault was it, really? Everyone was dumbfounded. The girl raised her right hand to inspect it. Here. I hit him in the teeth. The skin is a bit red. The eccentric nodded, then turned to Wang Yi. And you? Wang Yi examined his fist, which appeared unscathed. He pointed at the cold-faced counselor. Aunt, she just insulted you. He then gestured to Mrs. Zhao. She did too. Tao Yueshan raised an eyebrow. Oh, what did she say? Wang Yi replied, this counselor called you unreasonable, and Mrs. Zhao called you a country bumpkin. What? The eccentric suddenly lost her composure. She was the one who labeled others as country bumpkins, when had it come to others insulting her. Both Counselor Lung and Mrs. Zhao looked ready to explode. Why had they ever insulted this woman? They hadn't even spoken those words before Tao Yueshan's arrival. However, Wang Yi had included them in his account. Zhao Wujing's father, with a cold gaze, scrutinized Tao Yueshan and snorted, what kind of nonsense is this? Director Zhang, there is nothing to discuss. Take them all to the security office. If anyone causes trouble, we will call the police without hesitation. As his words fell, 2 men and a woman hurriedly entered. Upon recognizing the newcomers, Director Zhang and Counselor Lung were taken aback. It was Principal Luo, and Vice Principal Mi was with him. The one leading the charge was none other than the principal of Zonghai University, Luo Yuankai, who rushed up to the crowd. Scanning the room before locking eyes with the eccentric Tao Yueshan, and politely remarked, Miss Tao, I apologize for my tardiness. The cold-faced counselor felt as if her head were about to explode. The principal of Zonghai University, disregarding their greetings, had come for this woman in sunglasses. Who exactly was she? Zhao Wujing's father felt a jolt in his chest, being familiar with the power dynamics. He recognized that Luo Yuankai's demeanor indicated the complexity of the situation. This was not someone to be trifled with. Yet Mrs. Zhao's mind was clouded with fury over her son, leaving no room for rational thought. Before Tao Yueshan could speak, she seized Luo Yuankai's arm, exclaiming, You are the principal here, perfect. My son has been beaten to this state. You must expel these two brutes immediately. Before she could finish, her husband clamped a hand over her mouth, stifling her words. This thoughtless fool. The eccentric glanced at the couple, scoffing. Ah, so you are from the education department. But are your hands not reaching a bit too far? Has Zonghai University truly become your personal playground, where you can expel students at will, reversing black and white as you see fit? Principal Luo, you must keep a watchful eye. Luo Yuankai's expression darkened. A mere administrative staff member from the education department dared to dictate terms here? This tarnished his reputation. He replied, Miss Tao, rest assured. Zonghai University prides itself on fairness and justice. Though a few bad apples may have appeared, we are committed to rectifying any wrongs and will not tolerate any miscreants. Tao Yueshan responded, Then I must ask Principal Luo to ensure justice. My second sister is far away in Jiangxing and entrusted her precious daughter to me. She is the jewel of our Tao family, cherished by my father. If she is bullied, well, Luo Yuankai quickly interjected, Please be assured, Miss Tao, that Zonghai University will handle this matter with utmost fairness. He cast a glance at Zhao Wuji's father, Zhao Deu. Zhao Deu's mind was spinning. Luo Yuankai's words were a pointed remark at him. The Tao family, the elder of the Tao family. Who could that be but the very esteemed elder? A chill coursed through Zhao Deu, his legs almost giving way. They had indeed kicked a steel plate. What was to be done? He wanted to plead for leniency with Tao Yueshan, but it was clear that she was not one to be trifled with. After recounting the events in detail, Tao Yueshan took Huang Wei and Wang Yi and departed. The Tao family indeed held power, but Tao Yueshan was not a figure in the political arena. She was merely a guardian addressing the situation. The remaining matter now lay in Principal Luo's hands. While others may have been unaware, Luo Yuankai enjoyed a close relationship with the Tao family, having been favored by Huang Wei's grandfather, and they privately referred to each other as mentor and disciple. Upon leaving the infirmary, Wang Yi sought a chance to slip away unnoticed. However, before he could take more than a few steps, the eccentric called out, Wang, you brat. You also struck someone today. If I don't bail you out, do you think you won't be expelled? Wang Yi halted in his tracks. Huang Wei nervously exclaimed, Aunt, he was just helping me. Tao Yueshan replied, and what of it? He helped you, not me. He was expelled. What does that have to do with me? This statement seems entirely reasonable. The main issue is that the madman has always harbored a dislike for Wang Yi. Wang Yi shrugged nonchalantly, replying, do as you wish. At that moment, he thought of Han Han. If there were truly a problem, would Sister Han have any insight? Kid, you have some backbone. Then I shall inform Principal Luo that you are not involved with me, nor with our little Wei. Your act of violence is entirely your own doing, the madman sneered. Wang Yi responded with a cold smile. Huang Wei suddenly looked at the madman and said, Aunt, if you act this way, Grandpa will be displeased. You might say the Tao family repays kindness with enmity and lacks vision. Upon hearing this, Tao Yueshan seemed as if someone had stepped on her tail. Her raised foot momentarily forgotten. Huang Wei, are you using your grandfather to pressure me? How have I treated you? I traveled a great distance to help you. And you actually... The madman's chest heaved violently, trembling with agitation. Wang Yi glanced at her and then at Huang Wei, as if he had uncovered some remarkable hereditary secret. This trait seemed to originate from the Tao family. Tao Yueshan was like this, and so was Tao Yuefan. Now, Huang Wei too. This one do. I must expedite matters. I cannot merely linger on her beautiful feet. Seeing the madman infuriated, Huang Wei suddenly grasped Wang Yi's hand. Aunt, didn't you want someone to write a song for you? If you expel him, no one will write for you. The madman glared. Have you learned to threaten me as well? After a pause, as if realizing, she asked, You mean he's the one who writes songs? Huang Wei looked at Wang Yi, seeking his approval. Wang Yi nodded. Indeed, that would be me. Tao Yueshan paused, saying, There are countless people who can write songs. I've encountered over 100, each claiming to be a songwriter. But Aunt, those you sought previously were not up to par. Huang Wei interjected. The madman was immediately rendered speechless. She recalled the day she heard Huang Wei sing. It was indeed far superior to the song she had received before. The artistry was tenfold stronger. One could only say that good songs are like waves washing away the sand. Those that became popular in later years emerged from fierce competition. Yet Wang Yi knew of those who had fought their way to the top, and he was well aware of many. The madman fell into a state of indecision. She had successfully reincarnated, lacking for nothing, but singing was her greatest aspiration. If she relinquished her most cherished dream, what difference would there be between being human and being a pig, or a salted fish? Observing the conflicted Tao Yueshan, Huang Wei said, Aunt, you should leave first. Allow her an exit. The madman maintained a stern expression. My foot hurts. Wang Yi glanced at her foot. Those delicate feet. Huang Wei immediately turned her gaze to Wang Yi, knowing that he had a peculiar fondness for feet. Indeed, Wang Yi was fixated on her aunt's feet. inexplicably feeling a surge of anger. She grasped Wang Yi's hand, digging her nails in with force. "Aunt, you rest here while I take Wang Yi to buy you a bottle of medicinal oil," Huang Wei suggested. "No need, there are mosquitoes everywhere." "Do you want me to be bitten to death?" "I'll leave first," the madman stated, casting a glance at Wang Yi. "Kid, I hope you learn to be smarter. Do not bully little Wei. Furthermore, write me a song as compensation for my assistance, understood?" Huang Wei promptly added, "Aunt, Wang Yi charges for his songs." The madman scoffed. "Women with outward hearts, just like your mother." "I understand, I'll 1T shortchange him." Once the madman departed, Wang Yi exhaled a sigh of relief. Although he was not afraid of her, she was a formidable presence in Zonghai, with deep connections. He truly could not contend with her at this moment. "Wang Yi, why did you say I am your girlfriend?" the girl suddenly inquired. Wang Yi was taken aback. "Did I?" "You did. Are you willing? Is this a confession?" The young lady appeared quite concerned about whether he had confessed. Wang Yi gently held her fingers from the tips to the pads. If she were not someone he liked, would he be holding hands in such a manner? What would happen if he lost such a charming campus belle? Reflecting on this, he recalled Huang Wei's fate in his previous life. This time, it absolutely could not happen that way. Nodding firmly, Wang Yi declared, "I want you to be my girlfriend, and I wish to stroll with you through the streets, watching the sunsets glow, chasing the waves on a summer beach, feeling the sea breeze against our faces, and sharing an umbrella on rainy days, listening to the sounds of thunder and rain." At this point, Huang Wei shivered slightly. "Thunder? Why mention thunder? Do you not know that I'm most afraid of it?" Wang Yi keenly sensed her shift in demeanor and turned to her. "Oh, on every thunderous day, I shall accompany you, holding you close so that you need not fear. If you still feel afraid, we can hide under the covers together." "Oomph. That last line seems to be your true intention," Huang Wei suddenly remarked. "Ah, how could that be? Then if you were to make me your girlfriend, what is the first thing you would want to do?" "Of course, kiss your feet." "Pervert. I need to think about it." No, I misspoke. I meant a kiss. That, too, requires consideration." "Ah, that is not acceptable. Nor is this. What can we do then?" "I can offer you a kiss on the hand," the girl mused. Wang Yi took her hand. It was quite lovely as well. "Humph." A kiss on the hand seemed trivial. Young Wang glowered at her and then took one of her delicate fingers, shamelessly placing it in his mouth. After half a minute, the girl withdrew her finger. Her face flushed with shyness. Wang Yi spat out a bit salty. "Huang Ziao Yi, have you washed your hands after using the restroom?" Huang Wei smiled coolly. "No." Wang Yi was stunned. "Humph. Then you might as well let me lick." "Huang Ziao, you perverted scoundrel." Wang Yi bolted. Huang Wei, fists clenched, pursued him fiercely, resembling a mad dog. Soon, they reached the entrance of Zonghai University. Wang Yi felt a sudden impulse. "Stop. No more playing around." Huang Wei lightly punched him. "From now on, you must not be so vulgar. Given your conduct, I shall take more time to consider." "Ah, how long will that take?" "It depends on your performance. Then, during your consideration period, what can we do?" "Do you head?" "All right. Let us go outside. I'll take you to a place." "Where?" "Our home." "Yeah." At the campus entrance, numerous stalls selling food caught Wang Yi's eye. He took a few steps forward, suddenly stopping. Huang Wei, who was following closely, bumped into him hard. "Ouch." Wang Yi turned around, blinking, "So soft. Why did you stop?" The girl rubbed her chest, feeling a bit sore from the impact. Wang Yi's eyes sparkled with mischief. He wanted to help her massage it, but maintained a serious facade. "I'm a bit hungry. There is stinky tofu over there. Do you want some?" "Where?" "Over there." "Yes. Let us go." Wang Yi dashed ahead, and Huang Wei hurried to catch up. Then, Wang Yi came to an abrupt halt, and she bumped into him again. This time, not only was her chest sore, but her nose hurt as well. "Are you doing this on purpose?" The young girl wore a stern expression, her face radiating anger. This time, Wang Yi was indeed being deliberate. "But only a fool would admit it. There are quite a few people ahead, and I was afraid of losing you, so I held your hand." Huang Wei glanced at his hand, a hint of skepticism in her eyes, yet lacking any evidence. "You omitted a word of request." "Oh, dear little Wei, I implore you to hold my hand." "All right." The two purchased 2 boxes of stinky tofu and began to savor them with delight. "Ouch, brother, it's spicy," the girl exclaimed, her little pink tongue peeking out, sounding almost petulant. Wang Yi immediately offered her the piece he had bitten into. "Mine is sweet." The girl promptly took a bite. Wang Yi then chuckled, "But I just bit into it, so there rests my saliva on it. Isn't that an indirect kiss?" Huang, the flower of the school, shot him a glare with her round, sparkling eyes. "I don't want to deal with you anymore." Wang Yi scratched his head, realizing that such words were hardly befitting a reincarnated individual. How juvenile. Yet, he couldn't help but express his feelings. "I'm only 18, so what?" At that moment, his phone rang, displaying yet another unfamiliar number. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to answer. "Hello, Ego." Oh, it turned out to be Fatty. "How's it going at your school? You must be undergoing military training these days, right? Wang Yi inquired. Yeah, it's exhausting. Fatty complained on the other end, then added, Ego, I saw he shoeing and phone licking. What? Where? At the same school. I didn't expect them to also be in the business school. So be it. It doesn't concern me anymore. Fatty continued, but I feel something is off. He shoeing asked me for your phone number today. It seems she's not giving up. Damn, you didn't tell her, did you? Absolutely not. Next time she asks, just say, I already have a girlfriend. Fatty paused, then mischievously said, Ego, is this not your cousin anymore? Is it a real girlfriend now? Are you going to make it official? Not yet. She hasn't agreed. Hey, what are you saying about me? Huang Wei's voice suddenly interrupted. Fatty stuttered, Huang, the school flower. Do I have to start calling you sister-in-law now? Huang Wei scoffed. You used to call me godmother. Ha, godmother's great. This lad, indeed, had become bolder. Huang Wei chose not to retort about the cousin matter, as she had just heard about He Shuiying's relentless pursuit, which was quite bothersome. However, she was somewhat satisfied with this fool's attitude. After the call ended, the duo strolled towards the house adorned with fragrant pomelo trees, with the key dangling from Wang Yi's belt. Upon seeing him retrieve the key to open the courtyard door, Huang Wei's eyes widened in astonishment. This is... Wang Yi smiled and said, I just bought this house. What do you think? Are you interested in becoming the lady of the house? Huang Wei's face flushed crimson. Now let's take a look first. All right, if you're not satisfied, I'll have to find a new lady of the house. You dare. I wouldn't dare. Please, step inside, future lady of the house. Huang Wei cautiously peered inside, then recoiled, clutching Wang Yi's garment. It's a bit dark. Wang Yi nodded. It was indeed somewhat dim. But could that not enhance their bond? This is an old house. I'm not sure where the power source is, but I'll look for it. How about this? You can hold on to me tightly, and that should alleviate your fear. Chapter 121, Memories of Childhood. Huang Wei stood frozen in place. Wang Yi reached out and wrapped his arm around her waist. In an instant, the girl's body stiffened as if electrified. The skin he held felt as if it were covered in goosebumps, tingling and warm, as if some magical force quickened her heartbeat and rendered her breathless. Her long legs seemed to lose their strength, gradually yielding to the boy's embrace. Wang Yi himself felt a surge of emotions. Little Huang's waist was both slender and delicate. If this scene were witnessed by the boys from Jiangxing Yizhong, one could only imagine how many would weep in despair in the restroom, and how many would compose heart-wrenching poems of lost love. Xiao Wei. Thank you. Why say that? Thank you for holding on for so long, just for a silly person like me. From the age of 7 to you're 17. A full decade where I've been absent from your youth. If we had been together back then. Wang Yi intended to evoke some sentimentality, but abruptly recalled the story, realizing that childhood friendships cannot compete with fated encounters, and thus he fell silent. Huang Wei softly replied, No, I often saw you. You used to watch me often? I remember one time you just learned to ride a bicycle. You got on and couldn't get off, falling like a log and crying. What? And another time, you played marbles and cried when you lost everything. Impossible, absolutely impossible. You even tricked little kids out of their candy. You were so greedy. As Wang, he held her slender waist in the darkness. Listening to her recount their shared childhood memories, gradually, a series of recollections, long buried, began to resurface with clarity. In these memories, there was always a pristine little girl, quietly standing or squatting in some corner. I have so many flaws. Why do you still like me? Wang Yi asked. I don't know. I'm not sure if this is called liking, the girl replied, pausing before asking, What about you? You want me to be your girlfriend, but do you like me? Or do you see me as a substitute for He Shuiying? Wang Yi shook his head vigorously. Of course not. To be honest, I never liked He Shuiying that much. It was merely an obsession. After investing so much, one longs for a return, not wanting to fail. But you are different. It's an entirely different feeling. How can anyone not like such a beautiful and adorable girl? Moreover, a bond established since we were 7 must be ordained by fate, right? It's the greatest. The darkness granted this pair of youths immense courage to express their innermost thoughts. Brother, you can hold me now. Wang Yi instantly comprehended. Previously, he had merely held her waist, but now the implication was clear. He could embrace her fully, a significant step beyond mere contact. When he enveloped her entirely in his arms, it felt as if he had embraced the whole world. Little Huang's figure was indeed exquisite. Her shoulders were delicately sculpted, her waist slender and soft, as if she were a pet. However, after a moment, Huang Wei pushed him away. What's wrong? Wang, he said, feeling a sense of incompleteness. It was too sudden, and he hadn't even fully explored yet. Had it been less than a minute? You don't want anything good, the girl said shyly. Oh. Wang Yi instantly felt embarrassed, suppressing a laugh. After a while, he finally located the power switch in the house, and upon turning it on, the lights in the living room illuminated brightly. Due to the landlord's family planning to emigrate, various household items, furniture, and and even some inexpensive appliances were left behind in the house. Although the exterior was somewhat dilapidated, the interior remained quite satisfactory. Furthermore, it seemed the landlord had tidied up before their last visit. Now, just a couple of days later, the place still appeared fairly clean. The two of them wandered around, inspecting both the inside and outside. Are you planning to move out eventually? Wang Yi inquired. It depends on the circumstances, Wang Yi replied. The purpose of purchasing this house is twofold. Firstly, as an investment. Secondly, to set up a few wooden dummies here, so we can continue practicing Wing Chun. Our training has been halted recently due to military drills at school. Indeed, he continued, we could also get a large bed. If our practice runs late, we could stay here overnight. The girl's face flushed crimson as she timidly remarked, Brother, my dad said I absolutely must not get pregnant. Huh? Wang Yi was taken aback. Staying over doesn't necessarily lead to pregnancy. No, it definitely won't. In any case, I want to be staying over. All right, I'll take your word for it. The house was still somewhat old-fashioned, so Wang Yi decided to find a renovation company to give it a simple makeover. It didn't need to be extravagant, just clean and comfortable. After spending a little time there, Wang Yi even washed her feet. And only then did they leave to return to Zhonghai University. Meanwhile, regarding the events on the BBS, although the heat dissipated following the server shutdown, whispers continued to circulate among certain individuals. Lu Ruyin learned about the situation from a classmate in her dormitory. This classmate had an older acquaintance from high school who was a member of the student council at Zhonghai University, and she inadvertently revealed the matter. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyin was left in a state of utter confusion. She had thought it was merely a small prank involving a note to Wang Yi, but she could never have anticipated that it was a significant issue, so significant that it could potentially explode, even drawing in the vice director of the disciplinary office, and prompting the school's security department to investigate, which might lead to police involvement. Lu Ruyin sat on a stool, beads of sweat trickling down her face, soaking the back of her white shirt. Ruyin, what's wrong? Why do you look so pale? A concerned classmate asked. It's nothing. Perhaps I'm just a bit tired from the training today, Lu Ruyin replied. Then you should hurry and wash up and get some sleep. After finally lying down in bed, she tossed and turned, unable to find rest. This situation was far too serious. Yet she could not fathom how a phone number could become the vice directoress. Did Wang Yi know the vice director? Had he written down his number from the outset? Just then, there was a knock at the dormitory door. A classmate named Hua Yurong peeked in, grinning, and said, Ruyin, there is someone looking for you downstairs. Lu Ruyin hurriedly turned over, nearly falling from the top bunk. Her face turned an alarming shade of pale, her eyes wide with terror. Who is looking for me? Hua Yurong replied with a quirky expression. It's a boy from our class. He is quite handsome. I think his name is Wang Yi. Lu Ruyin's dorm mates burst into laughter. This guy has some guts. He is definitely here to deliver a love letter to Ruyin. Ruyin, just ignore him. Yet deep down, Lu Ruyin suspected he might be coming to confront her. But how did he find out? Had someone seen her? Lost in thought, she climbed down from her bed. I know him from before. I'll go see what he wants. She quickly dressed and hurried out. Her roommates exchanged glances. You knew him before? But didn't you say you didn't know him last time? Chapter 122. That girl is mine. Wang Yi had nearly guessed that the prankster was Lu Ruyin when she reluctantly acquiesced. Observing her pale countenance and anxious eyes, he realized she was merely a recent high school graduate. At 17 or 18, how much wisdom and courage could one truly possess? Lu Ruyin, it was you. Wasn't it? Wang Yi stated directly. It wasn't me, she instinctively denied. Oh, I haven't even revealed what the matter is. And you're so quick to deny it. Are you feeling guilty? Where's the courage you had when you decided to act? Wang Yi sneered, scrutinizing her face. He had to admit, Lu Ruyin was quite beautiful. No wonder Desheng had penned so many love letters to her. However, she paled in comparison to Xiao Wei, who surpassed her in grace, beauty, and figure, not to mention her dedication to Wang Yi. I don't understand what you're talking about. Lu Ruyin attempted one last stand. Wang Yi replied coolly, if you wish for others to remain ignorant, then you must first refrain from wrongdoing. You don't believe your actions went unnoticed, do you? You're unaware that there are surveillance cameras in that area? Everything you did was captured, along with your fingerprints. In fact, someone saw you, and now the vice director is frantically searching for you. Lu Ruyin's last shred of hope was shattered. Her face grew increasingly pale, and she finally succumbed to her emotions, crouching down and sobbing, murmuring, I'm sorry, I was just playing a prank. Wang Yi regarded her without a hint of sympathy. Do you understand the extent of the damage your prank has caused others? What good is crying? If tears were effective, we wouldn't need the police. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyin cried even harder. Her shoulders trembled, tears streaming down her face like a rain-soaked pear blossom. This was in front of the girls' dormitory. Her display would soon attract attention. Wang Yi frowned and said, "Stop crying. I've taken the surveillance footage. The security department won't find any evidence. However, we need to have a serious discussion. Follow me." Wang Yi turned and walked outside. Lu Ruyin wiped her tears and followed him. This scene was witnessed by Hua Yurong, who had just called for Lu Ruyin. She was equally curious and wanted to see what Wang Yi was doing so late at night. Was he really delivering a love letter? To her surprise, mere moments later, Lu Ruyin was left in tears, while Wang Yi remained cold and aloof, turning to leave. Could it be that Lu Ruyin was pursuing Wang Yi? Were they actually a couple? Wang Yi hadn't yet figured out how to handle Lu Ruyin. It was unlikely he could force her to withdraw from school, especially since the comments on the BBS weren't made by her. Yet he couldn't simply let it slide. "Since you've acted against me, you must bear the consequences. What do you want from me, so you let me go?" Lu Ruyin asked, sniffling. Wang Yi recalled a little story about a boy who had caught a school beauty in a compromising situation and threatened her for 5 kisses. The beauty, with no choice but to agree, found herself in a predicament where, after just a few kisses, she became pregnant, leading to an endless cycle of demands. Wang Yi considered Xiao Wei and abandoned this tempting thought. "What can you offer me?" Wang Yi asked. "I can give you money," she replied. "And then report me for extortion? Do you think I'm as foolish as you? Then what do you want?" "I want to sell my body." "What are you thinking? How about this? You owe me 3 favors, and when I need them, I'll come to you." Lu Ruyin's eyes widened. "Are you trying to emulate Zhao Min and Zhang Wuji?" Wang Yi scoffed. "I'm not Zhao Min, and you're not Zhang Wuji. Besides, I have no interest in you. I just want to focus on my studies in peace. Just leave me alone. Moreover, should the deputy director of the guidance office uncover any additional clues, your fate shall rest solely in the hands of Providence." Wang Yi cast a glance at her before turning to leave. This neurotic girl, possessing a certain beauty and pursued by numerous boys, was not someone he could easily manipulate. It sufficed to maintain a delicate balance of mutual non-interference. However, as Wang Yi had only taken a few steps, Lu Ruyin interjected. "The information on the BBS was not posted by me. Someone altered your number to that of the deputy director of guidance. Was it you who made the change? Damn, at least she has some wits." Wang Yi halted his stride. "It wasn't me. I lack the ability to do so. You've been used." Upon returning to her dormitory, Lu Ruyin was immediately surrounded by her female companions, inquiring eagerly if she had received any love letters, if she had accepted any proposals, or whether an affair had long been underway. Lu Ruyin shook her head. "No, that's not it. Don't let your imaginations run wild." Yet her roommates remained unconvinced. In truth, Wang Yi harbored some concerns. The university's security department was relentless in their pursuit, and it was entirely plausible they could trace his phone number to him. Nevertheless, as the military training concluded, no one had approached him regarding the matter. As if it had been entirely forgotten, the waters calmed once more. He even made a point to check the BBS, and everything appeared normal. The data he had locked away had vanished. However, he later heard whispers that the deputy director Lin Fanyuan was seen frequently in the company of a female student from the student union, having shared drinks and karaoke outings. Yet no scandalous details emerged, likely to quell any potential uproar and minimize repercussions. Thus, the matter faded into obscurity. On the afternoon following the conclusion of military training, Wang Yi received a text from the campus beauty Huang Wei. "Brother, my aunt has invited us out for a meal. Are you coming?" Wang Yi replied. "A banquet of intrigue?" Huang Wei responded. "It might involve singing." Wang Yi felt exasperated. From that day, when the eccentric could easily bring in Principal Luo Yuankai and observing the latter's courteous demeanor, he began to analyze the immense influence of the Tao family in Zonghai, which left him feeling rather overwhelmed. He had previously thought Huang Wei's connections through her father, a police officer, and her mother, a department head, were impressive, but he now discerned the significant power her maternal grandfather wielded, which indeed added considerable pressure. This led him to reconsider the seemingly aloof demeanor of the formidable Tao Yufan. It was not high-handedness, but rather approachability. Yet for someone with such a background, to be compelled to sing, had her brain been caught in a door as a child? Should he go? Indeed, otherwise, the eccentric would surely cause a ruckus. After taking a shower and donning a fresh outfit, he overheard Shi Jingtian exclaiming dramatically, "Brothers, do you know who the most beautiful girl among this year's freshmen at Zonghai University is?" Dabeo, rolling his eyes, retorted, "Here we go again with your idolization of Lu Ruyin. Day in and day out, you sing her praises. Yet you wouldn't even dare to offer her a bottle of water. That's the extent of your courage. I'm starting to doubt you've ever even had a girlfriend. How could that be? Just look at me, my height, my physique, never mind. I want to crush your spirit," he replied. "So what if you're tall? Can you even sleep straight? Enough of this. The girl I consider the most beautiful is not Lu Ruyin." Rusheng looked up and asked, "Not Lu Ruyin? Then who?" Sure, Jing Tian replied. Hey. She is even more beautiful and charming than Lu Ruian. She's a freshman from a medical department in the East District. Wang Yi thought to himself, wow, this must be about my little Wei. Sure enough, Sure Jing Tian continued, his excitement evident. That girl is named Huang Wei. She is absolutely stunning. I caught a glimpse from afar, and my heart is still racing. Her face, her waist, her legs. Coughing to interrupt, Wang Yi asserted, hold on, Big Stone. Don't get ahead of yourself. That girl is mine. Chapter 123. Yang Huijin's Discovery. The moment Wang Yi uttered these words, the dormitory fell silent for a brief moment. Ru Xing chuckled. Big Wang, I noticed during military training that you showed no interest in girls at all. I thought perhaps you had developed a case of misogyny from past failures, but now it seems like you're finally ready to make a move. Sure, Jing Tian laughed. I too thought you had turned into a mannequin, dismissing Lu Ruian as just average. Clearly, you've long had your eye on that girl. Your vision is keen. After a pause, he added, however, this Huang Wei from the medical department may be difficult to pursue. I've caught wind of some explosive gossip that will leave you utterly stunned. Come on, don't leave us hanging, little stone, Li Zongbao urged. After spending a few days together, sure Jing Tian's status had diminished, with Big Stone now referred to as Little Stone, standing at nearly 6 feet 3 inches. The contrast was significant. Sure Jing Tian, as if presenting a treasure, proclaimed, I heard that in Huang Wei's class, there's a local boy named Zhao Wuji. I remember his name. To which Li Zongbao interjected, I've heard of him. He used to attend Kaibao High School. His father works in the Education Bureau. You're in the same school? Not at all. I'm from the Transportation Affiliated School. But he gained fame for writing an essay titled My Father is the Education Bureau Chief and received high marks. Sure Jing Tian continued. So this Zhao Wuji, enamored by Huang Wei's beauty, attempted to strike up a conversation. And what happened? You'll never guess. He lost a tooth. What? That's quite fierce. But Zhao Wuji's father is an official in the Education Bureau. Surely she'll be in trouble. Ah, you're mistaken. The one in trouble is Zhao Wuji, who got expelled. What? Wang had already been aware of this incident. The day after that night, he learned the outcome. The primary reason for Zhao Wuji's expulsion was not the harassment of Huang Wei, but the revelation that he had not gained admission through merit, but rather through connections. This made matters even more serious. Zhao Wuji's father faced dismissal due to this scandal, and other involved personnel faced strict penalties. The counselor, surnamed Lung, completely vanished. And the new counselor for Huang Wei's class was replaced by a man in his 30s, while Director Zhang from the security department was also seeking employment elsewhere. This incident stirred some ripples in certain circles, yet the news was suppressed, leaving the students largely unaware. After Sure Jingtian's revelation, Ru Sheng remarked, Big Wang, this girl appears to be quite formidable. You might want to reconsider your target. I fear you could end up expelled as well. Wang Yi smiled. The more challenging the girl, the greater the allure of the chase. Just watch. Once I, Big Wang, make my move, it won't take long to win her over. Li Zongbao quipped. The sun hasn't even set, and you're already dreaming. Didn't you fail to win over a high school classmate after 3 years? How much more difficult will it be with someone like her? Wang Yi retorted, Dabao. That was merely to comfort you. Do I strike you as the type to be a sycophant? Ru Sheng interjected. Is that so? How crude of you. Li Zongbao clutched his chest, wounded. That was a critical hit, dealing 666 damage. Sure Jing Tian cautioned, but I feel Big Wang. Don't let your confidence get the better of you. She is the goddess of the East District Medical Department. And there are already discussions on the school BBS, declaring her the top beauty of Zonghai University, overshadowing even the student council president Xia Yu. We're in the North District, and there's a considerable distance. You should really choose another target. Wang Yi declared, it's her. Or shall we make a bet? Sure Jing Tian chuckled. All right, but don't say I didn't warn you. If you manage to get her to join you for a meal, I'll wash your socks for a week. A week? That is hardly a few pairs of socks. Wang Yi was about to dine with the campus belle, Huang Wei, and the challenge seemed rather trivial. Wait until you hit a snag to speak such words. Sure Jing Tian remarked. Wang Yi nodded. De Sheng Dabao, what about you? Care to place a wager as well? In a surefire bet, one ought to seize every opportunity. The Bao chuckled. There must be a time limit. If you manage to arrange a meal within 2 weeks, I shall take you as my teacher. No free rides here. If you lose, you'll clean the dormitory for a week. That is acceptable. What about you, De Sheng? I sense a trap here. Ru Sheng interjected. Dining together is hardly a feat. Why not set a rule, say, at Tianxiang Tower, just the two of you, that would count. Wang Yi agreed. All right, it's settled. If you lose, you shall fetch water. And if I lose, I'll treat you to KFC for 3 days straight. Let us hold you to that. Wang Yi glanced at the time, rose, and departed. De Sheng asked, where are you off to now? Leaving the group? Wang Yi replied, I'm going to invite the belle for dinner. KFC is rather pricey. I'd rather not lose. With a scoff, Wang Yi smiled as he left, sending a message to Huang Wei. I'm on my way. After a while, Huang Wei replied, come pick me up. Wang Yi messaged back, beg me. Brother, please come pick up your sister. After sending this, the girl covered her face, twisting on her bed. Wang Yi contemplated sending another message, but reconsidered, realizing he was merely working for the mobile service provider and decided against it. Having been busy with military training, he and T found time to visit the computer mall, and it was infuriating that the largest computer mall in Shanghai closed at 6 in the evening. Clearly, they hadn't faced the harsh realities of society yet. In later years, computer malls would operate around the clock, from 8 in the morning until the next day at 8. They were all-night owls working tirelessly. Consequently, he hadn't even had time to write on his communication app. After visiting the madman's place, he planned to buy a computer. In the East District Girls' Dormitory, room 211, Huang Wei declared, military training is finally over. Let us have a gathering. Zhang Jing'ai smiled. Last time, your cousin treated us and brought so many snacks. It'd be rude not to invite him this time, making it a reciprocal gesture. Yang Huijin remained silent. Zhou Jingfang spoke up. Indeed, we should invite him. Huang Wei glanced at Zhang Jing'ai and replied, let us postpone that. We're going out today. Zhang Jing'ai asked, just you and your cousin? Where to? Huang Wei answered, to my aunt's house. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jing'ai's disappointment was palpable, but she quickly added, how about tomorrow then? It's the weekend, and we can explore outside. Since coming to Shanghai, we haven't even left the campus. Or we could arrange a social event with your cousin Storm, a fun and safe outing. Huang Wei pondered, I'll ask him. Zhang Jing'ai's intentions were blatantly transparent. Huang Wei mulled over her words, but she had just claimed that Wang Yi was her cousin. It would be awkward to backtrack now. Well, if Xiao Wang calls my mother Annie, doesn't that make him my cousin? No problem there. Before long, Wang Yi sent a message, indicating he had arrived. Huang Wei descended the stairs. Brother, let us go. Wang Yi extended his hand. Huang Wei glanced toward her dorm and gently grasped his hand. In room 211, Yang Huijin's eyes widened in surprise. Oh, this is getting interesting. Chapter 124. The Madman Has a Story. Strolling through the tree-lined paths of the campus with Huang Wei, they occasionally encountered a few striking boys, but they were merely fleeting glances. Shanghai University was vast, with numerous students. Moreover, since there were no smartphones capable of capturing photos yet, the kind of overnight fame that spreads throughout the campus was non-existent. Even on the current BBS, mentions of Huang Wei overshadowing CIU were sparse, while many upperclassmen remained loyal fans of CIU. My dorm mates know about you, Wang Yi said, playfully squeezing her delicate fingers and kicking at the fallen leaves. Recalling Xiao Shitu's exaggerated expressions, a roommate of mine has seen you and said you're the most beautiful girl among the freshmen. Oh, he must have seen the discussions on BBS and specifically sought you out. Many claim you will be the new campus belle of Shanghai University, replacing the former CIU. Oh, the girl responded with a lack of enthusiasm, consistent with her nature. It seemed that apart from Wang Yi, she had little interest in other boys. Don't you feel happy about that? Wang Yi inquired. The girl turned her gaze aside. If while you're eating, walking, reading, or even using the restroom, many eyes are fixed upon you, would you feel happy? Wang Yi imagined such a scenario and thought, no way would I be happy. I'd be uncomfortable even in the restroom. Yet, there must be some who would revel in such attention, like He Shuing, who desperately aspired to enter the ranks of campus belles. Wang Yi nodded. I should keep you hidden. Perhaps, while there's still time, you could wear black-framed glasses. Style your bangs heavily and don oversized, outdated clothing that no one wants. Just as he spoke, she pinched his waist. As the two continued their playful banter, they reached the entrance, where they spotted Tao Yueshin's luxury car parked nearby. They promptly approached, opened the door, and got in. Today was rare. She and T brought a bodyguard. However, as soon as they settled in, the madwoman turned to them. Hey, hands off. Wang Yi was baffled. What was the madwoman's mindset? She chose to remain single and unmarried, yet forbade others from dating. Xiao Wei, come sit in the front. She commanded. Wang Yi retorted. How about I just don't go? I still need to visit the computer mall. Xiao Wei, you can go with her. The madwoman grew anxious at this. Sit down. You're not getting out of the car. Pushing her sunglasses up the bridge of her nose, she relented. Fine, you two sit in the back. With that, she started the car and drove off. Suddenly, Huang Wei chimed in. Annie, Wang is different from that person. The madwoman's gaze, peering through her sunglasses and the rearview mirror, scrutinized Wang Yi's face before she retorted. Don't you dare discuss my matters with him. Oh. Wang Yi's curiosity was piqued, casting a side glance at Huang Wei. However, she feigned ignorance, as if she hadn't noticed. Never mind, I'm not that nosy. At this moment, Tao Yueshin announced, today we have some plans. First, we'll head home to rest and change. Then, I'll take you to a place to broaden your horizons. You are now students of Zonghai University and should familiarize yourselves with some influential people. It will be beneficial for you. Wang Yi was momentarily taken aback. Such an arrangement was unexpected. What was the madwoman up to? Did she actually recognize my worth and wish to pave a path for me? But that didn't seem likely. However, upon hearing this, Huang Wei's expression turned icy as she tightly gripped Wang Yi's hand. Auntie, I don't want to go. The madwoman insisted. You will? I've already said I'm taking you. Some of them are your grandfather's friends' children and wish to meet you. It will be very beneficial. Huang Wei's voice dripped with frost. I understand your intentions, but we are not the same. The madwoman replied coolly. Then we shall go. What is there to fear? Wang Yi was utterly perplexed, as if he were caught in a riddle, unable to comprehend the cryptic messages being exchanged around him. However, he was not the naive 18-year-old he appeared to be. Upon reflection, he began to grasp the underlying intention. The erratic individual must have orchestrated this charade to lead him to an upscale venue, perhaps a gathering of professional elites, intending to expose him to embarrassment, instill a sense of inferiority, and illuminate the stark contrast between himself and Huang Wei, ultimately prompting him to distance himself. Delving deeper into his thoughts, he recalled Huang Wei's assertion that he was unlike that other person. That person, it seemed, must be linked to the erratic one. That individual had retreated, abandoning the erratic individual, had they not? Suddenly, a notification chimed from his phone. Wang Yi opened it to find a message from Huang Wei beside him. Brother, don't be afraid. I'm here. He smiled in response. Texting back, with you, I fear nothing. After a brief pause, he added, Is she trying to make me look foolish? Huang Wei replied, Indeed. Hold your ground. You're the best. Wang Yi assured her, Rest assured. She is merely crafting an opportunity for me. In the back seat, they exchanged messages like a flurry of telegrams, the rhythmic notifications ringing out. The erratic individual, not deaf to their antics, abruptly pulled over and turned to inquire, What are you two conspiring about? Do you think I can't hear you? Wang Yi replied, I'm just chatting with my classmate. Huang Wei added, So am I. The erratic individual scrutinized them, extending her hand, Show me. The pair instinctively concealed their phones. Show you? Not a chance. This was Wang Yi's first visit to the erratic individual's home, a modest 3-story independent villa, not particularly grand compared to the opulent estates he had previously toured in his past life. Yet in 1999, amidst many families constrained to 50 or 60 square meters of aging apartments, such a villa was indeed a symbol of luxury, especially situated in the heart of Zonghai City, or more aptly described as the garden loft of Zonghai. After a brief tour, Huang Wei was whisked away by the erratic individual to bathe, wash her hair, and change clothes, while Wang Yi sat in the living room, engrossed in television. After an hour, Huang Wei reappeared before him. In that moment, Wang Yi felt his heart skip a beat. She was utterly stunning, clad in a powdery white princess dress. The delicate lace puff sleeves gracefully adorned her shoulders, while the form-fitting waistline perfectly accentuated her enchanting figure. Her hair, meticulously styled, cascaded in light curls, exuding an air of lazy elegance. A few strands playfully brushed against her forehead, enhancing her allure. Around her neck hung a slender necklace, the neckline slightly open, revealing her delicate collarbones and graceful swan-like neck. With her flawless visage, she resembled the most radiant princess in the world. Noticing Wang Yi's astonished expression, Huang Wei lowered her head with a gentle smile. The erratic individual let out a slight huff. Control your drool. You look like someone who's never seen a woman before. After a moment, she tossed a plastic bag at Wang Yi. Go. Change your clothes, and then left. Wang Yi questioned, Do I need to change too? The erratic individual scoffed. In those clothes, you wouldn't even be allowed in a doghouse. Inside the plastic bag were garments that clearly appeared to be from some low-end market, a blatant attempt to ensure he felt out of place. After 40 minutes, they finally arrived at the venue the erratic individual had mentioned, a private mansion. She had changed into a sultry and alluring outfit, but still wore her oversized sunglasses and walked in with the confidence of a model on a catwalk. Yujia, you're here. Yujia, please. As they entered, the atmosphere became electrified, with numerous individuals greeting the erratic one, clearly in their element. She cast a furtive glance at Wang Yi, surprised to find him unperturbed by his shabby attire. Was he truly so oblivious? With the entrance of both the erratic individual and Huang Wei, the ambience within the mansion grew palpably warmer, not solely due to their beauty, but also because of the esteemed reputation of the Tao family in this locality. The weight of the erratic individual's presence was palpable among the crowd, as elegantly dressed men and women rose to greet them, their gazes entranced by their every move, while envy and admiration mingled among the women. As for Wang Yi, he was entirely overlooked. Someone even pulled him aside and whispered, "Don't walk next to Yu Jie. You're quite bold, but this isn't how you leverage your fame." Wang Yi was taken aback. Did they not realize he had entered alongside the erratic Yu Jie? What sort of vision did they possess? If they were unsure, perhaps they should consider spectacles. At that moment, someone familiar with Tao Yuchan approached, initiating conversation. Yu Jie. This young beauty must be Miss Huang you mentioned earlier? Tao Yuchan then publicly introduced Huang Wei. Indeed, this is my grandfather's most cherished granddaughter, Huang Wei, a distinguished student at Zonghai University. Please extend her your kindness. Remarkably, she didn't utter a word about Wang Yi, nor did she spare him a glance, as if he were merely an incidental companion. Immediately, several young men stepped forward, eager to strike up conversations with Huang Wei. "Miss Huang, a pleasure to meet you. I'm Li Jian. My father is Li Gang, the director of Zhengtian Group." Miss Huang, greetings, Amazaida. Huang Wei, with an icy demeanor, was actually socially anxious. Facing their advances, she uttered not a word, merely turned to find Wang Yi, and upon spotting him, hurriedly rushed over. Grasping his hand with a sweet smile, "Brother, I'm a bit hungry. Let us get something to eat." The young men who had encircled her suddenly froze, casting bewildered glances her way. Although Wang Yi had anticipated feeling isolated, this sudden display from the girl stirred a wave of warmth within him. With such a protector by his side, what need was there to fear gossip or conflict? "All right, I'm indeed a bit hungry. Let us eat." The food was laid out buffet style, allowing them to select whatever they desired. The erratic individual stood amidst the throng, observing the young couple as they held hands and fetched food, her gaze somewhat distant. She reflected on her own past, recalling someone from her history. If only she had possessed the courage, like the young Huang Wei, to boldly grasp that person's hand, would her fate have been different? Yet, she mused. It was hard to say. The pressures of the future loomed larger, potentially overwhelming an ordinary person, leading to sleepless nights. At that moment, faced with the inquisitive stares of the crowd, Tao Yuchan casually explained, "Oh, that young man is just a classmate of Xiao Wei's from the countryside. We happened to cross paths, so I brought him along." Upon hearing this, the crowd's perception shifted. Initially thinking he was a relative of the Tao family, they now realized he was merely a passerby, observing Huang Wei's closeness to him. They speculated they were a couple, but lamented the disparity in their backgrounds, which would likely lead to an early demise of their relationship. They reflected on Tao Yuchan's own past, recognizing a similar pattern. Thus, the nature of their gazes towards Wang Yi morphed into something peculiar. They regarded his inexpensive attire with amusement, their eyes filled with scrutiny, disdain, and derision. Some began to comprehend that Yu Jie had brought this young man along to instill a sense of self-awareness in him. "Brother, you're more impressive than all of them." As they reached for food, Huang Wei earnestly spoke to Wang Yi in a hushed tone. Wang Yi smiled gently. "Of course, do you think I would feel intimidated? Before long, I will have them all under my heel. After all, I am Naugula Wang." "Naugula? Is that like twisting screws?" she teased. "Hee. Little girl, you look truly beautiful now, but what a pity there's no camera. Let's buy one later. Wasn't I pretty before?" she retorted, puffing out her cheeks. Wang Yi playfully flicked her petite, straight nose with his finger, prompting her to make a face before stuffing a piece of cake into his mouth. However, the mischievous boy seized the opportunity, playfully pinching her finger between his lips. It didn't hurt, but it felt oddly tingly, and her heart raced with an inexplicable thrill. "Bite me? Are you a dog?" she pouted. "Woof woof." Not long after, a notorious friend approached and pulled Huang Wei away, claiming there was an old acquaintance from the Tao family at the venue to visit, leaving Wang Yi behind, of course. Wang Yi nodded, realizing he had almost finished eating. He surveyed the crowd, assessing potential allies and discerning which among them might be demons or monsters. Soon, several individuals approached to greet him, their words laced with an unmistakable superiority, identity, status, wealth. Among them was a fellow from Zonghai, clad in a suit on a sweltering day, visibly sweating, who boasted to Wang Yi, "Zonghai University is really just average. I have a student from there working for me, earning 1,500. He does whatever I ask, brother. Want to join me?" Wang Yi inquired, "What company are you running, brother?" The suited man replied, "An advertising design firm. Just a small company. I invested about 800,000. Just ordinary money, a few apartments worth, just a bit of fun." Wang Yi observed the man's animated expressions, clearly proud of himself. He nodded, 800,000. Indeed a bit small, keep it up. With that, he turned to mingle with another group. The suited man froze, thinking, "You country bumpkin, do you even grasp what 800,000 signifies? You could buy a dozen houses in your village. You might not even earn that much in your lifetime, yet you dare to act tough before me. What does keep it up even mean? Damn it." After wandering around, Wang Yi stumbled upon a treasure, the founder of the Sheng Tai group, Chen Xiaoqiao. Upon seeing him, Wang Yi was instantly reminded of the game legend. This was a veritable goldmine. In his past life, Chen Xiaoqiao had staked everything on this game, turning 300,000 into 8 billion, evoking envy and jealousy among countless others. However, in 1999, this game had yet to be released. 2 more years were required. At present, Chen Xiaoqiao was likely just embarking on his entrepreneurial journey. Wang Yi stood a short distance away, observing him and noting that compared to others, Chen Xiaoqiao's status appeared relatively modest. He was genuinely here with a purpose. Wang Yi leaned closer to listen and discovered that Chen Xiaoqiao was seeking investment for a virtual community. Oh, he recalled that before representing Legend, Chen Xiaoqiao had indeed secured some investment, but it hadn't yielded significant results. After witnessing Chen Xiaoqiao being turned down by a young entrepreneur, Wang Yi approached with a smile. "Senior brother, I overheard you're also a graduate of Zonghai University. I'm Wang Yi." He greeted cheerfully. "Oh, a junior brother. Nice to meet you." Chen Xiaoqiao nodded. "I'm a bit busy now. Let's talk later." He then dashed off after a middle-aged businessman, Mr. Sun. "Just a few more minutes of your time." Wang Yi sighed, feeling ignored. However, he could understand, being a student, introduced as a country bumpkin by a notorious friend. What else could he offer? Yet, seeing Chen Xiaoqiao sparked an idea in Wang Yi's mind. Online gaming was the most lucrative venture in the current internet landscape. It seemed there was still time to secure the rights to the online game pioneer Stone Age. Chapter 126. I have a billion-dollar project to discuss with you. Stone Age. In his previous life, it had caused a sensation in the gaming world, dominating internet cafes. This game was expected to be introduced next year, and it seemed to have just launched in Japan. Wang Yi thought he should hurry and try to get in on it. This was a project with far greater monetization potential than communication software. If successful, he could relax for life. As he strolled through the crowd, casually engaging in conversation and occasionally exchanging a few words, he felt invigorated. Meanwhile, in a corner upstairs, the notorious friend had been discreetly observing Wang Yi's every move. What astonished her was that this lad, dressed in what appeared to be street market attire, navigated the crowd with absolute ease, exuding the confidence of a seasoned attendee at such gatherings. His demeanor did not resemble that of a fresh high school graduate, but rather that of a composed and mature professional. She couldn't help but glance at Huang Wei, pondering, what kind of creature have you found? Suddenly, she recalled a year when she had attended a similar gathering with her boyfriend in a nearly identical environment and social stratum. Yet, her boyfriend's performance paled in comparison to Wang Yi's current poise. Wang Yi continued to wander the venue, recognizing only Chen Xiaoqiao among the crowd. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaoqiao was fervently pitching his project, lacking the time to engage with Wang Yi. Most importantly, Wang Yi had no interest in his virtual community project. It was bound to incur losses. Bored, he called Han Yuja. After a moment, the call connected, and Han's voice came through. "What is up?" Wang Yi hesitated. "Senior sister, why so brusque? Are you in a bad mood?" Han replied, "After being worked like a dog by you, how could I be in a good mood? Just spit out. I'm starving." Wang Yi said, "Then I'll tell you tomorrow." "No, right now." "Oh, I have a billion-dollar project I want to discuss with you." Han was momentarily taken aback. "What billion?" Wang Yi clarified, "Of course, it's about making money." "Making a billion?" Han's eyes sparkled with greed, her tone brightening significantly. "How to earn it? What project? Where are you? I'll come find you." Weren't you just saying you hadn't eaten? You can eat any time. Making money is what truly matters." His words flowed with a certain rhythm. "But let us make it tomorrow. I'll come find you. You eat first. By the way, how is the company registration going?" "Next Monday, it will be done. See you tomorrow, bye." Upon hearing tomorrow, Han hung up and went to eat. The company name had already been decided. Zonghai Wei Network Development Company, Limited, abbreviated to Wei Network. The combined funding of 10 million was all set. Wang had already signed several documents. They were just waiting to launch. However, if they were to represent an online game, it seemed they would need to invest a substantial amount up front. Not long after finishing that call, the notorious friend returned with Huang Wei. Little Huang was unwilling to leave Wang Yi alone in this environment, genuinely concerned that he might develop some negative feelings in such a setting. Fortunately, he appeared quite relaxed and in high spirits. The eccentric woman, striding over in her high heels, looked at Wang Yi and asked, "So, have you made any gains?" Wang Yi's unabashed gaze fixed on her. "Aren't you here just to set me up for failure? You want to see me make a fool of myself? I merely came to see what kind of trap you would lay out, but I am sorely disappointed. The people you've gathered are hardly worth my time." The eccentric woman's brow twitched in irritation. This insufferable wretch, given a hint of encouragement, thinks he's on top of the world. Who does he think he is? She was tempted to kick him. However, Wang Yi seized Huang Wei's hand and led her aside, saying, "Xiao Wei, Let us go grab a bite. Those tiger prawns are delicious. I'll peel them for you. Wang Yi nodded, but after taking a few steps, turned back and said, Annie, you should join us for a meal. You haven't eaten yet. The eccentric woman snorted dismissively. I'm not hungry. Yet. No sooner had she spoken than her stomach let out a loud growl. Wang Yi glanced at her belly, chuckled softly, and continued his culinary adventure with Wang Wei. Utterly indifferent to whether the eccentric woman would starve. If it weren't for little Huang, he wouldn't have bothered to come at all. At the food station, there were indeed several tiger prawns left, and the chef's skills were commendable. Wang Yi unapologetically took them all, causing the eccentric woman trailing behind to bristle with annoyance. She had intended to take some for herself. She approached with a plate in hand, demanding, give me a bit. Wang Yi replied, weren't you just saying you weren't hungry? Now you are? If you're famished, go eat something else. There's fried rice available. Why are you competing with the younger generation for prawns? The eccentric woman shot him a fierce glare, furious enough to spit blood. Am I old? As she walked past, she deliberately stepped on Wang Yi's foot, truly a madwoman. Wang Yi shook his foot, feeling a twinge of pain. Wang Yi and Wang Wei settled down to eat, while the eccentric woman carried her food to another corner. However, she had barely taken a few bites when a woman approached her, also dressed in a striking purple dress, with an absurdly high slit revealing her fair thighs. In fact, it was a Kipeo. The woman, heavily made up, sauntered over to the eccentric woman and said, Sister Yu, I have something to discuss. Hey, Sister Yu, your niece is truly beautiful. I wanted to mention that I have a brother who just returned from studying abroad. He is 23 and also single. I believe he and Miss Wang would make a splendid match. Shall we arrange an opportunity for them to meet? The eccentric woman glanced up at her, her demeanor freezing. You must have seen that she has a boyfriend. The woman smiled, a mere country bumpkin, hardly a serious contender. How could he possibly match your niece? She continued, my brother is cultured and handsome, having returned from the UK. If we simply arrange for them to meet, I trust Miss Wang will make the right choice. The eccentric woman's gaze turned icy. Do you think my Tao family would be so fickle? Oh, Sister Yu, that is not what I meant. I merely meant he's not worthy. It's like back in the day when you slap. The eccentric woman swiftly raised her hand and delivered a resounding slap. You. Sister, you get lost. The Kipeo-clad woman covered her face, too terrified to express any resentment, and retreated in shock. Many onlookers had witnessed the scene, but upon seeing Tao Yueshin's fury, none dared to approach, and even the woman who had come close instinctively moved away. Chapter 127, Wei Yi Network. As they departed the conference hall, the night had already fallen. Wang Yi checked the time. It was 8 o'clock. He returned to Tao Yueshin's villa to change into his own clothes, when Tao Yueshin approached him, extending her hand and inquiring, what about the thing you promised me last time? Wang Yi stared blankly at her. What thing? The woman's eyes narrowed slightly, her aura imposing. The song. Hey, don't call me brother. It confuses our generational roles. Impudent wretch. The eccentric woman kicked at him. However, Wang Yi quickly dodged, still feeling a twinge of pain from her earlier step. The eccentric woman insisted, I mean the song you wrote. Wang Yi retorted, do you think writing a song is as easy as passing gas? I've been occupied with military training these past few days. When would I have time? And what about the money? Selling songs is essential for my rebirth. After all, fortunately, he was a man who could play the guitar and knew how to compose music. Otherwise, he would have had to sing it himself. Smack! The eccentric woman tossed a contract onto the table in front of Wang Yi. He picked it up and glanced at it, noticing the header read, ULM Music Entertainment Company. Are you saying you're a signed artist of this company? This is my company. Oh, so no other company was willing to sign you, and you decided to create your own? Wang Yi continued reading, and upon finishing, he slightly furrowed his brow. You want to buy divination? The price is quite decent, 200,000 plus 65 of the song's profits. After all, the songs I sell are essentially my own compositions, so the contract is quite fair. Such treatment is typically reserved for masters. However, if her singing wasn't up to par, this classic would be wasted. Wang Yi said, sing it for me first, let me hear. The eccentric woman's expression tightened, clearly reluctant. Wang Yi pressed, aren't you the one who wants to sing? Why are you shy? I need to see if you can handle this, otherwise, I'll be a loss selling this song. With a cold huff, the eccentric woman replied, follow me. Just then, Wang Wei returned from upstairs, having changed clothes, and asked, where are you going? Wang Yi smiled, to listen to her sing. In the basement of the villa, there was a room equipped as a music studio, complete with various musical instruments and soundproofing. It seemed the eccentric woman truly had a passion for music. On the way there, Wang Wei was already aware of her aunt's desire to purchase divination. Although she felt a slight regret at Wang Yi selling the song he had sung for her, she soon thought that such a beautiful song should not be buried. If it could become a hit, it would be a tribute to Wang Yi's talent. And her spirits lifted once more. Actually, my aunt sings beautifully, the young girl remarked softly. Really? I hope so. I heard you play the guitar. You should take this one. The eccentric woman handed Wang Yi a guitar. Wang Yi shrugged and accepted it. After tuning the instrument, the prelude began. The eccentric woman's demeanor suddenly transformed, as if she were standing on a stage. Winds blow sand, butterflies love flowers, a timeless tale. Wang Yi's eyes widened. Her timbre and vocal quality were impressive. She must have had the complete lyrics already and knew how to sing it. He wondered if she had received them from Huang Wei or if they had leaked from the performance at the city god temple that day. Once the song concluded, the eccentric woman asked, "How was it?" Wang Yi initially intended to say it was quite good, but noticing her overly proud expression, as if demanding praise, he replied, "Your voice is a bit too sharp, the emotion is lacking." The eccentric woman frowned, coldly retorting again, once more. Wang Yi's brow raised in surprise. The eccentric woman's vocal tone had completely transformed into a husky one. This woman was truly a vocal chameleon. However, to be fair, having her perform divination should pose no issue. That's sufficient. Let us sign the contract, Wang Yi declared. The eccentric woman shot him a sidelong glance. Do you have any other songs? If they're good, the price will be the same. Wang Yi grinned. Actually, I do have one that I think would suit you perfectly. What song? Let me play it for you. This time, Wang Yi did not play the guitar. Instead, he sauntered over to a drum set and sat down. Huang Wei and Feng Pai were momentarily taken aback. You could do this too? Soon, Wang Yi began to beat the drums rhythmically, breaking into song. The rain is pouring heavily. I step outside to embark on a vacation, rowing a boat for my travels. Paddling with all my might. Quickly say you're sorry. Be cautious lest you incur my wrath. After devouring these egg tarts, you must smile sweetly at the crowd. 1, 2, 3 for little gray donkeys. Halfway through the song, Huang Wei could no longer contain her laughter. It was a children's song, imbued with unrestrained joy. Feng Pai initially held back, but ultimately could not suppress himself, picking up the guitar to provide accompaniment. As the song concluded, little Huang Wei laughed so hard her stomach hurt and asked Wang Yi, "What is this song?" "Little Gray Donkey." "No, it's called Little Gray Donkey, isn't it?" "Surely referring to you." Feng Pai interjected, "I want this song too." Wang Yi was momentarily taken aback. You truly want it? He had only intended to tease Feng Pai. But indeed, the tastes of the affluent were beyond his comprehension. After signing the 2 contracts, he had secured 400,000. And of course, Wang Yi believed that the big boss was behind this. Someone had once earned $1 billion from a single song, while he was uncertain about the potential of divination. Selling a few hundred or thousand copies should not be a problem, right? As for Little Gray Donkey, he was unsure. Could it be that her music company had a children's singer? Tao Yueshin dropped them off at the entrance of Zonghai University. As they got out of the car, Feng Pai turned to Wang Yi and said, "Wang Yi, if you dare to let Xiao Wei down, I'll toss you into the Huangpu River to feed the fish." Wang Yi glanced at Huang Wei and nodded gently. Watching Feng Pai drive away, Wang Yi smiled at Huang Wei and remarked, "I inadvertently made a small fortune again. Come, let me treat you to ice cream. It's sweltering today." They purchased 2 ice creams at the entrance, licking them as they entered the school. Suddenly, Huang Wei recalled what Zhang Jing'ai had said before she left and mentioned it to Wang Yi. Outdoor activities for the dormitory social event? Wang Yi immediately shook his head. No time for that. I have matters to attend to tomorrow, busy making money to marry a wife. Huang Wei took a lick of her ice cream and looked over. So, you're marrying me, huh? Of course. Look at you. So beautiful. Your father is a doting parent. The bride price will certainly be substantial. I need to earn money quickly. Otherwise, if someone else marries you, I'll be in tears. The girl licked her red lips, playfully retorting, "I'm not expensive." "That won't do. Your bride price must be the highest. How can you be sold cheaply?" After a pause, he added, "Tomorrow I will discuss matters about the company. By the way, my company will be registered next week. You can call me Boss Wang from now on, and, Wang Hubby is also acceptable." Huang Wei blushed, choosing to overlook the Wang Hubby remark, and asked, "When did you register?" "Just a few days ago." "Oh, and I have a partner, also a graduate of Zonghai University. A senior." The girl fell silent for a moment, licking her ice cream, feeling it was no longer sweet. Wang Yi noticed her expression and said, "She is a senior who graduated long ago and used to live next door to me. How about you come with me tomorrow? After all, you have nothing to do." Huang Wei pondered for a moment and shook her head. "No, it will leave a bad impression to discuss business." "That is fine then. What is the company called?" "Wei E Network." "Wei, as in you, and E as in me." The girl stuck out her pink tongue and licked her ice cream again. "Strange, it's too sweet. Look up at the sky, what a big moon." "Huh? Where?" "It's all trees." Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly felt something soft pecking at her cheek, It was the girl tiptoeing to steal a kiss. The electric sensation left Wang Yi momentarily stunned. The girl, however, shyly lowered her head and hurried ahead. Huang Xiao Wei you. You took advantage of me. You stole a kiss. I didn't tea. You're being unreasonable. No. I must take one back. No way. I simply want to allow it. The girl turned and dashed forward. Chapter 128. The Stone of a Dog's Nose. The boy and girl continued to the entrance of the girl's dormitory, and Wang Yi was unable to reclaim the stolen kiss from his cheek. What a loss. Huang Xiao Wei. I'll keep a tally of this. Interest will be charged, Wang Yi declared. Interest? How is that calculated? It's 1 centimeter closer to your lips every day. The girl widened her beautiful eyes and asked, what if it's many, many days later? Wang Yi replied with mock severity. Then the interest will be substantial. What if it exceeds? Then it counts toward your lips. Yuck. Bad person. The girl turned and entered the dormitory, pausing to look back. Brother. Say good night to me when you reach the dorm. Wang Yi nodded. As Huang Wei ascended the stairs, she gently touched her cheek, the very spot where she had just impulsively stolen a kiss from Wang Yi, measuring the distance to her lips. It seemed that in 2 days, she could reach them. Or perhaps she should wait for 3 days. The girl turned the corner and peered down, seeing that Wang Yi had already left, before returning to her dorm with a sense of relief. In her heart, she mused Wei Yi Network, what a lovely name. Upon arriving at the dorm, she found several roommates already in their beds. Yang Huijin reading, Zhang Jing'ai looking in the mirror, and Zhou Jingfang adjusting her pants. Upon seeing Huang Wei enter, they wore expressions of delight. Huang Wei, you're back. You seem to have had a great time today, Zhang Jing'ai remarked. Huang Wei nodded. It was all right. Your cousin must have brought you back, right? Huang Wei nodded, preparing to fetch a basin to wash her feet and brush her teeth. She had already bathed at her aunt's house earlier. Hey, Huang Wei, what about tomorrow's dormitory social event? Did your cousin agree? Zhang Jing'ai pressed, having pondered over it for quite some time. If she didn't get an answer, she would likely lose sleep that night. Huang Wei subtly frowned and replied no. He has something on tomorrow. What about the day after? He has something on the day after as well. He must have someone he likes, Huang Wei added, pausing before adding, someone he really likes. Does he have a girlfriend? Didn't he say he wouldn't date? He asked, just too shy to say. Yang Huijin glanced to Huang Wei, chuckling softly as she continued reading. Zhang Jing'ai immediately deflated, no longer interested in the mirror, while Zhou Jingfang carefully set down a small pair of scissors and said, Zhang Jing'ai, I sent telephone from our class pursuing you. I think he is not bad. He runs really fast. Him? What a fool, Zhang Jing'ai scoffed. Then we should just go out and play ourselves tomorrow. We still don't know what Zonghai looks like. Yang Huijin and Zhou Jingfang shared the same sentiment. Huang Wei considered this and nodded. Wang Yi had advised her to maintain good relations with her dorm mates. Otherwise, she would feel isolated, which was quite unpleasant. Having already helped Wang Yi turn down Zhang Jing'ai, it felt inappropriate to refuse going out together again. When Wang Yi returned to the dormitory, only Shi Jingtian was present, sitting at Dashin's computer watching a movie. The sounds of the theme music from demigods and semi-devils were emanating from a pair of small speakers. I, Qiao Feng, am leaving. Who can withstand me? Wang Yi leaned in for a closer look and asked, where's Dashin? Shi Jingtian sniffed the air and replied, you seem off. What do you mean I'm off? You smell like seafood. Wang Yudeo. I consumed seafood, so naturally it carries the essence of the sea. Shi Jingtian continued to sniff. There's also a hint of a woman's perfume. Wang Yi forcefully pushed Shi Jingtian's head away. Are you a dog? Shi Jingtian chuckled. The book says that the scent of perfume combined with the aroma of seafood equates to femininity. Almighty King, weren't you supposed to dine with Huang Wei from the medical department? You've been gone for ages. I suspect something is amiss. Wang Yi changed into his slippers. The book you read must be harmful, young man. You should avoid the likes of the emperor's uncle. He paused and inquired, where are Dashin and Dabeo? Have they been out all night? Sure, Jingtian nodded. Dashin went out for an all-nighter. It seems he has joined some battle team. By the way, this team has established an interstellar club at Zonghai University dedicated to interstellar competitions with cash prizes for victories. Unfortunately, I lack the skills. That sounds rather pointless, doesn't it? How much can one earn? The champion team gets 20,000. Wang Yi glanced at him, understanding Shi Jingtian's limited financial means. Previously, he mentioned his monthly allowance was 400 yuan, which indeed is meager in Zonghai. He advised, you should learn some programming or something. I'll find a way to help you earn some money. What kind of help? You could work for me. Gross. You're not suggesting I help you woo the campus beauty, are you? Or wash your socks? No way. I plan to join the basketball team. They also have competitions with cash rewards. I used to be the captain of the basketball team, and with my addition, Zonghai's basketball team will surely soar to greatness. Wang Yi nodded slightly, considering that with his physique, not playing basketball would indeed be a pity. However, he He wondered if it might be a bit late to pursue a professional path. As for Dabeo, it was said he had gone home, which is quite normal for a local to return home on weekends. Wang Yi felt that the most humane aspect of Zonghai University was that the dormitories remained unlocked at night, with no power outages or bed checks. This was indeed a delightful situation. Once the external house renovations were complete, well, perhaps it would be fine to move in even before they were finished. Hey, King, you still haven't mentioned where that perfume mixed with seafood scent came from? I had dinner with a campus beauty. Oomph. I suspect you went to find the sister in the glass house. Get lost. Wang, you want to take a shower. Only to recall, he forgot to say goodnight to Xiao Huang. Would that girl be foolishly waiting? Quite possibly. He hastened his pace, quickly finishing his shower and rushing back to send a message. Good night, little princess. After a while, a reply came. Good night, little knight. What does that mean? Why not little prince? Is this some sort of metaphor? Wang Yi replied, I can't ride a horse. Huang Wei, you can learn. Wang, well, you'll help me. Huang Wei, sure. That evening, Shi Jingtian was engrossed in binge-watching dramas, leaving Wang Yi devoid of sleepiness. He decided to join him, and soon, a few raucous fellows from the neighboring dormitory barged in, leading to a night that stretched well into the early hours. At this point, Wang Yi began to realize that the dormitory's perpetual power supply also had its downsides. It disrupted sleep. The next morning at 9, Shi Jingtian was still in deep slumber, occasionally emitting snores, while Wang Yi had already risen. He first called Han Han to confirm their meeting location, then casually grabbed a bite from a street vendor to satiate his hunger, making his way to a place called the Guanghui Building, the registered address of the company, located in one of its offices. Upon arrival, Wang Yi found Han Han already there, standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, sipping milk tea. She seemed particularly fond of it. Beside her stood a middle-aged woman in her 30s or 40s, dressed in a professional suit. Senior sister, you're here, have a seat. Han Han turned to Wang Yi, while the middle-aged woman regarded him with curiosity. Wang Yi remarked, this place is quite spacious. Rented? Han Han replied, it's mine. Wang Yi fell silent instantly, realizing he was in the presence of a wealthy woman. The middle-aged lady cut to the chase. Come, tell me about this billion-yuan project. I endured an entire night waiting for this. Wang Yi glanced at the middle-aged woman. Aren't you going to introduce yourself? Han Han replied, she's one of us. Previously working with my mother, you can just call her Aunt Yu. Ang Yu no dit in ajnodit. Aunt Yu smiled and said, how about you two chat first? I'll step out to buy something. Han no dit. Aunt Yu promptly left with her bag. The senior sister said, Aunt Yu is fiercely loyal to me. She has been assisting with the company registration and all, so you can trust her. Wang Yi smiled. I'm not well acquainted with her. Just as Wang Yi was about to discuss the billion-yuan project, the door swung open from the outside. A man in his 30s wearing a white shirt sauntered in, directly addressing Han Han with a smile. Han Han, I heard you're starting a software company, so I came to offer my help. He then turned to Wang. You must be Han Han's partner. I'm a senior programmer and currently the project manager at Langeo Technology. By the way, I'm also a graduate of Zonghai University. If you're starting a company, I'm willing to join as your technical director. Just pay me a modest salary. But I do require 10 equity. You can rest assured, I will undoubtedly prove to be worth your investment. Chapter 129. Sister is not interested in men. Wang Yi stared at the suddenly appeared man, momentarily at a loss for words. To demand 10 equity right off the bat, what gall did he possess? Is he my father? Wait a minute. It glanced at Han Han. Surely, this person wasn't he arranged by her. However, the senior sister seemed equally taken aback. Her expression even somewhat repulsed, as she coldly replied, And I, Yang-ku, who let you in, and you dare to ask for 10 equity? Do you have any idea how much that is worth? The man named Inai Yang-kayu confidently retorted. In a freshly opened software company, how much could 10 be worth? ISNT, the registered capital, around 100,000? That is only 10,000. Han Suzme, if you're concerned, I could even invest a bit of money, say 10,000. You'd surely accept that, right? I heard from Gujia that you're looking for programming experts. The moment I learned it was you, I rushed over. I earn a decent salary at Langeo Technology, plus commissions. I make at least 2,000 to 3,000 a month. I'm genuinely here to assist you. Upon hearing this, Wang Yi couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Initially, he had worried that this man was someone Han Han intended to bring on board. If that were the case, he would have to reconsider their collaboration. But now, it seemed he was merely a clown. He probably didn't even know that Han Han was a wealthy woman. I'm sorry, we don't need your help. Thank you. Please leave. Han Han directly rejected him, taking a sip of her milk tea. And Yang Kayu's expression immediately darkened. Suzme, what do you mean by this? I came here with good intentions, willing to give up my job to start a business with you. How can you treat me this way? Han Han replied expressionlessly. You opened with a demand for 10 equity. What kind of attitude is that? Our stance is clear. Equity is out of the question. Then I'll ask for less 5. Surely that's acceptable? Get lost. At this, Inai Yanku, his anger flared. Han, you're crossing the line. Don't think that just because you're a beautiful campus beauty, you can speak to me like this. 3 is my final concession. The senior sister rolled her eyes. Thank you. But could you do us a favor and leave? Don't come back. Inai Yankayu fell silent for a full 10 seconds before finally exploding. Fine. You want me to leave, right? Han. You choose to partner with such a petty child and refuse to accept a technical expert like me. You will surely regret this. I am curious to see how your company will unfold. Pausing for a moment, he suddenly added, this young lad, could he possibly be your kept boy? With that, he turned to leave. Why would he leave after tearing the mask off? Hey, you insulted me, and now you want to walk away? Wang Yi finally spoke up. What? Do you want to fight? And Yang Kaiyu turned around. How could a man shrink before a former beauty classmate? Yet, the very next second, he received a kick to the stomach. Stumbling back, he fell to the ground with a thud. You little brat, how dare you lay a hand on me? And Yang Kaiyu scrambled to his feet, charging toward Wang Yi, only to be kicked down again. Fortunately, it was just the floor. Had it been cement, he might have been bleeding. I'm not using my hands. I'm using my feet. Wang Yi looked down at him, bemused. What audacity, you have to come here flaunting your might. Our initial capital is 10 million. You want 10% equity, which amounts to 1 million. Do you think you're worth that? How much? And Yang Kaiyu's eyes widened in shock. 10 million. In this era, 10 million was an amount the ordinary person wouldn't even dare to dream of. And Yang Kaiyu stood up again, dusting himself off, and surprisingly said, then I won't take equity. Can I just work as an employee instead? With 10 million in registered capital, being a founding member of a startup sounds quite appealing. Doesn't it? Sorry, but your interview didn't pass. You can leave. The man glanced at Han, and suddenly felt that the former campus belle had become even more aloof. Defeated, he turned and left. An interlude quietly came to a close. Han looked at Wang Yi. I apologize. I must have embarrassed you. This guy has always been a nuisance. I don't know what he was thinking, just charging in like that. Wang Yi chuckled. He has ulterior motives, not just for the game, but for the beauty. He has even a father now. Wang Yi returned to the main topic. Senior, regarding the billion-dollar project, I would like you to take a trip to Japan. What? The mature woman exclaimed. The company hasn't even been registered yet. I'm swamped. And now you want me to go abroad? What for? To watch cartoons? Wang Yi picked up a pen and wrote 4 characters. Stone Age. What is this? The Stone Age? I might as well be in Jurassic Park. Do you believe I'm a dinosaur? If you secure the rights to this game, I guarantee your 500,000 will turn into 5 million, or even more. Is that true? You have such high hopes for this game? Absolutely, but we must act swiftly. The matter of purchasing the factory and land can wait. Is it really that profitable? I'm the big boss. If I say you go, then you go. It's up to you whether to accept. Fine, I'll do it. If I don't achieve some remarkable results, just wait and see how I deal with you. Subsequently, Wang Yi shared some information about the Stone Age, along with his target price. He was somewhat aware of the copyright disputes from his previous life and the impact of cheats, so he specifically advised her to pay careful attention to copyright when signing the contract. If feasible, a buyout would be ideal. They spoke for over an hour before wrapping up. By the way, when you go, take a few people with you for your safety. Wang Yi joins with it. At least you have a bit of conscience. The mature woman rolled her eyes. I've never been to Japan. It's a public-funded trip, right? If I can negotiate successfully, anything is possible. I could even give you a Kimura Takuya. Get lost. I have no interest in men. Just then, Aunt Yi returned. Wang Yi checked the time and said, Senior, I appreciate your help. I have many things to attend to today, so I'll be leaving. Call me if anything comes up. It's noon. Aren't we going to have lunch together? No. Iemebusi. Busy with flirting, I suppose. Have there been any failures in confessing your feelings recently? Damn. How do you know? Your father told me. That old dog really spills everything. How could you let such matters leak? Don't you care about your face? Your allowance is halved from now on. I'm leaving. Don't see me off. Aunt you, goodbye. You are the most beautiful woman here. Wang Yi said with a smile and walked away briskly. The mature woman gritted her teeth, that little brat. After Wang Yi departed, a moment later, Han said to Aunt Yu, prepare yourself. We're going to Japan tomorrow. Aunt Yu was taken aback. What for? He wants me to negotiate a game project in Japan. Xiao Han, do you trust him so readily? This is your last chance for a turnaround. Han replied. I believe that someone who can make by Qian gnash her teeth in frustration cannot be a fool. That 15 million was pried from Lei Busi's mouth. Are you suggesting he could be the next Lei Busi? Regardless, since I've made a decision, I'll see it through to the end. Aunt Yu, I have nothing left to lose. If it ends badly, so be it, as he wishes. Chapter 130, by 2. Beep beep beep. Wang Yi had just arrived downstairs, preparing to hail a cab to the computer city when his phone rang. Pulling it out, it was none other than the mature woman. Senior, did you remember something else? Wang Yi answered the call, relieved that he hadn't left yet. Han Han said, there is something I forgot. I need to take your car. The paperwork is done? Wang Yi was suddenly elated. Life without a car was truly difficult. Running around was exhausting. And taxis were scarce, not to mention rideshare services. All right, where are you? I'll bring it to you. I'll come back to get it. Just wait by the main entrance. You and T know where the car is parked. Before long, Han Han came down, carrying a bag, likely also ready to leave. The office was now empty, save for a few office chairs and little else. Follow me. The mature woman walked ahead in her high heels, click-clacking on the floor. After walking less than 100 meters, Wang Yi spotted an orange Land Rover parked by the roadside, standing out among the other vehicles, like a crane among chickens. This was indeed the car he had seen in the photo before. You could drive, right? Han Han turned back to Wang Yi. Of course. I'm an experienced driver. Such a boastful tongue. The mature woman handed him a car key. The documents are in the car. I'm a bit worried about you. You drive me for a bit first. If you can't handle it, I'll take it back until you're more proficient. I can't explain to your parents if something happens. No problem. Hop in. Beep. The car unlocked, and Wang Yi opened the door, inspecting it thoroughly. At this moment, he felt quite satisfied with the $30,000 purchase. Even a regular Buick from a dealership would cost that much. And he heard that the Huang family's Buick cost $30,000. Very good, very satisfactory. Thank you, senior, Wang Yi said, smiling as he settled into the car. A car is a man's grand toy. There's no man who doesn't appreciate it. As long as you're satisfied, drive on. Do you need me to teach you how to drive? Stop. I know how to drive. My license is still fresh. Fresh is what's concerning. There's a living person beside you. Wang Yi chuckled, starting the engine and driving out steadily. After driving for a bit and assessing the car's condition, he asked, Senior, where are you headed? I'll drop you off first. Let's grab a bite. I'm hungry. All right. The two casually found a restaurant. While dining, the mature woman asked, if you secure that game deal, what's next? Can we just launch it immediately? Wang Yi shook his head. That is certainly not feasible. We must translate it. Furthermore, certain elements may require modifications and testing, which necessitates hiring personnel. We'll also need to purchase servers and produce game cards. So there is indeed a considerable amount of work involved. However, this is a golden opportunity. If we execute it well, we could find ourselves counting money until our hands cramp. Han Han, seemingly struck by a thought, nodded vigorously. All right, regardless of the circumstances, I will secure this game. Wang Yi regarded her and said, just do your best. No, if we're going to do it, we must do it thoroughly. At that moment, Han Yujia appeared transformed. Her resolve unwavering and radiating a formidable aura. Wang Yi recalled her previous phone call, nodded, and refrained from probing further. Boss, 2 bottles of cola. Wang Yi ejnamit. And then turning to his senior, he added, best of luck on your endeavor. Let's toast with cola in lieu of wine. After their meal, Wang Yi drove Han Han back to the original Guanghui building, where her car remained parked. He then made his way directly to the computer market. Meanwhile, Huang Wei and her dorm mates, along with 2 girls from the neighboring room 212, formed a group to explore the Zonghai Zoo. The weather was delightful with mild temperatures. Upon exiting the zoo, they proceeded to browse the small commodity market. The items in this market were sold at wholesale prices, significantly cheaper than the school supermarket, and the quality was commendable with a wide variety available. One round-faced girl from the group, named Song Wan from room 212, remarked on this. Zhao Yingfeng inquired, you seem to know a lot. Is your family involved with Zonghai? Song Wan shook her head. No, but my boyfriend attends the Zonghai Business School. He is in his senior year and is already an entrepreneur, having made quite a fortune, even purchasing a car this year. Huang Wei's eyes sparkled with interest. Recalling that the chubby Wu Qi was from the business school and that she had heard the surname, he was also associated with it. She wondered if there was any connection to her brother. The other girls were captivated, exclaiming, wow, Songwan, your boyfriend is amazing. Starting a business in college and already owning a car. You must be quite wealthy. Songwan smiled, a hint of pride in her demeanor. It's all right. The school isn't the best, and my mother is somewhat opposed to us being together. By the way, do any of you have boyfriends? No, neither do I. Zhang Jing'ai, in a hushed tone, asked Songwan, have you, The girls blushed, intrigued. Even Huang Wei perked up her ears. Songwan responded, oh, why ask such questions? We've been together for 2 years. Oh, so it's been a while. Where's it the first time? How was it? I heard. Oh, you can find a boyfriend and see for yourselves. She replied teasingly. The group of girls giggled. Without any boys present, their conversations could delve into surprisingly profound topics. Sometimes even more so than those in the boys' dormitories. Huang Wei listened, her ears turning crimson. She thought, so this is what boys enjoy, touching feet. At that moment, she spotted a small fan shaped like a cartoon character, inquired about the price, and said, "Boss, I'll take 2 of these identical ones, please." Zhang Jing'ai questioned Huang Wei. "Why do you want 2?" The girl replied, "One is for my brother." Zhang Jing'ai paused, then added with a smile, "Oh right. Wang Yi treated us to a meal last time. I should buy something as a gift for him too. This jade necklace looks lovely. Huang Wei, do you think he would like it?" Nearby, Yang Huijin shrank back, having guessed the relationship between Huang Wei and Wang Yi. She was also aware of the incident where Huang Wei injured Zhao Wuzhe, causing him to drop out, and she worried that Huang Wei might take action against Zhang Jing'ai. Huang Wei's pupils constricted, and she shook her head, indicating her disinterest. Zhang Jing'ai, however, laughed. "You never know. Let's just buy it." The girl observed her, but remained silent. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed outside, and it seemed a storm was brewing. Startled, Huang Wei trembled, her fingers clenching tightly. Fortunately, they were indoors, alleviating some of her fear. Meanwhile, Wang Yi, purchasing computers at the market, felt his heart race at the sound of thunder, which came in rapid succession. "Boss, I'll take this model. I need 2 units, and please hurry with the setup." As he spoke, he pulled out his phone and dialed Huang Wei's number. "Xiao Wei, brother." The girl's voice trembled slightly. "Where are you?" "Stay indoors. Don't go anywhere. I'll be there shortly." Chapter 131. Waiting for brother to arrive. The thunder rumbled ominously overhead, as complaints arose near the entrance of the Zonghai small commodity market. "What is going on? The weather forecast didn't predict rain today. My comforter is still out drying. What are you drying blankets for in this scorching summer? That's just foolish." The two nearly came to blows over such a trivial matter, but a sudden clap of thunder was so loud that it startled everyone, causing the woman to scream and instinctively seek refuge in the arms of the man she had just been arguing with, even giving him a playful slap. Meanwhile, Huang Wei and her companions were present. The earlier thunder had been deafening, and the girl, who had always feared storms, squatted down, her face pale. However, Yang Huijin and the others were also startled. Zhou Jingfang, clutching her chest, gasped, "That thunder was terrifying. And without an umbrella, how will we get back in this rain?" Yang Huijin suggested, "There are umbrellas for sale here. If the rain doesn't stop, we can buy a few." Zhou Jingfang suddenly realized, "Oh right, how did I not think of that?" Yang Huijin glanced at Zhou Jingfang, who was noticeably bigger than her, and a thought popped in her mind, big-chested but dim-witted, though it was indeed curious that she had managed to enroll in Zonghai University. Just then, she noticed Huang Wei crouched on the ground, her complexion ashen. She quickly approached her, asking, "Huang Wei, you look unwell. Are you feeling all right?" Huang Wei shook her head. "I'm fine." Yang Huijin touched her forehead, finding no fever. Just then, another crack of thunder boomed, causing Huang Wei to shut her eyes in fear, her body trembling uncontrollably. Yang Huijin, slightly taken aback, immediately wrapped her arms around Huang Wei's shoulders, gently saying, "That thunder is too loud. It's frightening. Come here. Give me a hug to steady your nerves." Huang Wei looked up at her, gratitude flickering in her beautiful eyes. "Will brother be coming soon?" Yang Huizhen inquired. "MHM." At that moment, Song Wan chimed in, "Everyone need not worry. I had previously arranged with my boyfriend to meet us at the entrance of this small commodity market at 3:30. He should arrive in about half an hour, and we can all squeeze in together without any issue." Song Wan spoke with a hint of pride. For a boyfriend who had successfully started a business and purchased a car while still in college was indeed a rarity at Zonghai University. Showing him off to classmates was merely a standard practice. Huang Wei quietly said, "You all go ahead. I'll wait for my brother." Song Wan, unaware of Huang Wei's brother's identity, did not know that Huang Wei had been accompanied by 4 bodyguards, nor that Zhao Wuzhe had dropped out due to Huang Wei's actions. Only Yang Huijin had witnessed the incident. "Huang Wei, is your brother coming by car as well?" Song Wan asked. Huang Wei shook her head. "I don't know. Probably not." Song Wan glanced at her, pondering, "Why does this sound a bit strange? Don't you know whether your brother has a car or not?" This girl, while undeniably beautiful, exuded an air of aloofness that seemed somewhat pretentious. In truth, Wang Yi had mentioned to Huang Wei that he was in the process of purchasing a vehicle, but it would take a few days. She herself was uncertain. Before long, Song Wan's boyfriend arrived, a slender young man, slightly over 1.7 meters tall, wearing glasses, named Chao Zijin. "Wanner, I'm here. It's pouring outside. Fortunately, I set off early." Upon reaching the group, he glanced at the girls, and when his eyes fell upon Huang Wei, they sparkled with admiration. She was breathtakingly beautiful, far surpassing his own girlfriend. If only he could have some connection with such an exquisite woman, it would be utterly perfect. Chao Zijin felt a flutter of attraction. He believed himself to be a success in his entrepreneurial endeavors, a notable figure at Zonghai Business School, and with his charming little car. He had recently attracted the attention of several lovely classmates. A romance with a super beauty like Huang Wei seemed well within his reach. Zijin Ji. Songwon quickly approached Chao Zijin, playfully tugging at him. Deep down, she felt a twinge of regret for bringing her boyfriend to flaunt in front of her classmates. What if Huang Wei, known as the most beautiful girl in Zonghai, took a liking to him? Hey, why are you looking at my classmate like that? Are you not afraid I might get jealous? Songwon teased. Chao Zijin, slightly embarrassed, replied, Wanner, don't misunderstand. I noticed your classmate looks a bit pale. Perhaps she is unwell. Should I drive her to the hospital? Songwon pouted and remained silent. Huang Wei shook her head. Her voice cool and clear, no, thank you. Yang Huijin held her, and she felt considerably better. Meanwhile, Zhang Jing'ai discreetly scrutinized Chao Zijin. He might be a bit shorter and rather ordinary in appearance, yet his success in entrepreneurship and ownership of a car lent him an undeniable allure. She compared him to Wang Yi in her mind. While Wang Yi had a more attractive exterior, his family background was uncertain at the moment. However, the rarity of someone who could succeed in business while still in college set Wang Yi apart, albeit slightly. If only Wang Yi could drive over in a decent car. Honestly, I think Wang Yi has more potential, Zhang Jing'ai mused. Who knows when this rain will let up? Zijin Ji, could you please drive us back to school? Songwon didn't want her boyfriend to spend too much time with Huang Wei, fearing unforeseen complications. Gao Zi note that, Anzai. Wait here for a moment while I bring the car to the entrance. He went off to move the vehicle. They had been standing not far from the entrance. And soon enough, a black Santana pulled up. It appeared somewhat worn, not like a new car at all. Chao Zijin opened the door and stepped out with an umbrella. Quickly get in. It's fine to squeeze a bit. Huang Wei was definitely reluctant to get in, and Yang Huijin pulled her aside, saying to Zhang Jing'ai and the others, I'll stay here with Huang Wei. You all can go back with him. Chao Zijin argued, it's all right to squeeze. Songwon interjected, Huang Wei is waiting for her brother to pick her up, so she won't be getting into your car. Chao Zijin's disappointment was palpable. Zhou Jingfang hopped into the car, finding it uncomfortable to stand in the rain due to her ample bosom. Zhang Jing'ai contemplated, not want to take the bus in such torrential rain, so she quickly said her goodbyes to Huang Wei and Yang Huijin before climbing into Chao Zijin's Santana. Zhou Jingfang, somewhat puzzled, remarked, why would Huang Wei's cousin come pick her up? Doesn't he have a car? Did he take a taxi? Just then a sleek, vibrant orange Land Rover gracefully drove by, turning sharply and halting in front of the Santana. What kind of car is that? It looks so cool. Songwon couldn't help but exclaim. Chao Zijin, a car enthusiast, recognized it immediately and exclaimed, wow, it's a Land Rover. You can't even buy that in this country. They say it costs nearly $1 million. People who drive such cars are definitely big shots. At that moment, a tall young man in a white t-shirt dashed out of the driver's seat, not even turning off the engine, sprinting through the rain towards the entrance. Songwon couldn't help but express her envy. That big shot is so young. The three girls in the backseat were also watching. As Zhang Jing'ai caught sight of the young man's face, her heart raced, as if it might leap from her chest. It's him, Wang Yi. Wang Yi had actually bought a car, a luxury one worth over $1 million. How much money did his family have? Zhang Jing'ai covered her mouth, fearful of bursting out in excitement, trembling with exhilaration. In contrast, Chao Zijin's Santana was clearly secondhand. Even Chao Zijin himself seemed second-rate. The oddsen inside the car was no match for Wang Yi's charm. Huang Wei had mentioned she had a crush on someone. Zhang Jing'ai, however, was convinced that with enough perseverance, there was no wall that couldn't be broken. I must get out of this car. I deserve to be in that luxury vehicle, not in this old, strange-smelling one. With that thought in mind, she flung open the door and dashed out, the rain failing to deter her ardent heart. Clutching a jade necklace, her mind raced with fantasies of how she would stand before Wang Yi to adorn him with it. Or perhaps he would embrace her while helping her wear it. As she sprinted towards the entrance, half-soaked, she noticed her white shirt had become slightly transparent, which she thought made her even more alluring. Wang. Zhang Jing'ai raised her voice, preparing to call out to Wang Yi sweetly, only to see him embrace Huang Wei tightly, pulling her into his arms. What is happening? Zhang Jing'ai gasped in shock, but quickly rationalized it. Oh, Wang Yi, the cousin, truly cares for Huang Wei. He must be so protective of her. Being his girlfriend would be blissful. She couldn't help but envision Wang Yi as the romantic hero from Kai Yao drama. Her gaze becoming dreamy. Imagining herself in the rain, her delicate figure held tightly by Wang Yi's strong arms, she longed to hear him whisper sweetly, Jing'ai, I love you. But what she actually heard was Wang Yi gently assuring Huang Wei, don't be afraid. I'm here. Huang Wei leaned against him, her heart calming rapidly. Yang Huijin, having held her earlier, had provided some comfort, but nothing compared to hiding in his embrace, where she felt utterly fearless. Yang Huijin, overhearing their conversation, became more certain of Huang Wei's fear of thunder. She found it odd that a girl with such prowess, capable of delivering a knockout punch, would tremble at the sound of thunder. Surely, there was a story behind it. Meanwhile, the occupants of the Santana were observing the scene through the glass. Song Wan's face flickered with surprise and envy as she asked Zhou Jingfang, "Is that Huang Wei's brother? He looks more like her boyfriend." "I'm not too sure anymore," Zhou Jingfang replied, her eyes glued to the window. In the driver's seat, Chao Zijing glanced at Wang Yi and Huang Wei, then turned his gaze towards the bright orange Land Rover parked ahead, a bitter smile appearing on his lips. The disparities among individuals are apparent from the moment of birth. Although he had achieved some success in his entrepreneurial endeavors at school, it was merely enough to impress a few classmates. In the presence of genuine signs of wealth, he felt utterly insignificant. For instance, one of his dorm mates was a wealthy heir who drove a BMW, and every girl he dated was a paragon of beauty. Meanwhile, the girls who showed him any affection could only be considered passable. A stunning girl like Huang Wei could never possibly notice him. In that moment, Chao Zijing's thoughts underwent a subtle metamorphosis due to this trivial incident. "I must earn money, substantial amounts of money. I refuse to drive a second-hand Santana. I want to drive a Land Rover, and then I must provide for Wang's cosmetic enhancements. I have no interest in those gaudy vixens." After casting one last glance at Huang Wei, he started the car. Song Wan inquired, "What is going on with Zhang Jing'ai? Is she trying to pursue Huang Wei's brother?" Zhou Jingfang turned around, shrugging her shoulders. "I think she might be overthinking it." Chao Zijing chuckled, "What brother? You must be misunderstanding. Wan, or what do you call me?" Song Wan smirked, calling sweetly, "Brother, Zijing Gij I want." "Whoa, ahem." At the entrance, seeing Wang Yi and Huang Wei in an embrace that showed no signs of letting up, Zhang Jing'ai felt a twinge of jealousy. Is this a joke? A cousin embracing his cousin might have been acceptable in childhood, but at their age, shouldn't they be more discreet? Otherwise, this future sister-in-law might just turn envious. Unable to restrain herself, she spoke up, Huang Wei, haven't you two been hugging for too long?" No sooner had she finished speaking than Yang Huijin tugged at her, whispering, "Jing'ai, can't you see it yet?" Zhang Jing'ai paused. "What do you mean?" Yang Huijin chuckled and gestured towards Wang Yi and Huang Wei. "You're saying..." Zhang Jing'ai wasn't foolish. She simply didn't want to believe it. However, now that Yang Huijin had pointed it out, she felt a chill run through her limbs and her face flushed with heat. That day, didn't they claim to be siblings? Cousins, for heaven's sake. Why would they deceive everyone? She cast a glance at the Land Rover, feeling as if her heart might shatter. Yang Huijin remarked, "Couples tend to enjoy this kind of intimacy." Zhang Jing'ai froze for several seconds before finally speaking. "Am I being foolish?" Yang Huijin replied, "A guy like Wang Yi truly deserves someone as exceptional as Huang Wei." Though Wang Yi was holding Huang Wei, his ears were keenly attuned to the conversation. He feared that the playful banter he and Huang Wei had shared previously might lead to misunderstandings among the girls, and he wished to shield his little sister from such turmoil. After pondering for a moment, he released Huang Wei, taking her delicate hand in his, and cheerfully addressed Yang Huijin and Zhang Jing'ai. "Hello again. I have an announcement to make. Just yesterday, Xiao Wei accepted my confession." Huang Wei's eyes widened in astonishment. "When did I accept anything yesterday?" "You're lying," Zhang Jing'ai interjected. "So, you just confirmed it yesterday?" Wang Yi laughed. "Indeed. Pursuing her has been quite the endeavor. From the age of 7 until now, my efforts have finally borne fruit." "You were pursuing her since you were 7? You two must truly be childhood sweethearts." Yang Huijin exclaimed, surprised. "Yes, my mother and Xiao Wei's mother are best friends. She used to call me her cousin. I apologize for the misunderstanding during our last meal. Tonight, let me treat you all to dinner." Wang Yi declared earnestly, casting a particularly grateful glance at Yang Huijin. "Thank you, classmate Yang." Yang Huijin smiled. "Congratulations indeed. It's a tale of love finally coming to fruition. Treating us is a must." The most beautiful girl in our dormitory, the future campus flower of Zonghai University, has finally been won over by you. Zhang Jing'ai managed a forced smile. "Congratulations, congratulations." After saying this, she discreetly hid the necklace she had been holding. Meanwhile, Huang Wei discreetly pinched Wang Yi's hand. "You lying brother, deceiving my roommate in front of me. You didn't confess yesterday. I never agreed to anything. What am I supposed to do now?" "Ah, forget it. I'll just pretend I agreed." Chapter 133. This is a fan, you pig. The thunderstorm did not cease immediately. Wang Yi thought that driving with the campus bell Huang Wei might result in her being startled by a sudden clap of thunder. So he decided it best to wait a while longer. The Zonghai small commodity market looks quite bustling. Since we are here, I'd like to explore a bit, Wang Yi said with a smile. "I'll move the car aside, and we can wait for the rain to stop." How does that sound? The girls were indifferent. Wang Yi promptly parked the car in a suitable spot before returning. Upon noticing the car keys in his hand, Zhang Jing'ai couldn't help but ask, I heard from Song Wan's boyfriend that your car costs over $1 million. Is that true? Wang Yi smiled, casually responding, not that expensive. Just a few $100,000 will suffice. Come on, let's take a look. Xiaowei, what is that you're holding? A piggy bank? This is a fan. You pig. With Wang Yi's company, the girl felt at ease, her social anxiety dissipating as she became more talkative. Then Wang Yi unlocked a new level. This level had been held by Huang Wei's father, Huang Liang, for over a decade. Which one do you prefer? The girl held up 2 cartoon fan toys. Wang Yi observed, aren't they identical? The girl replied, one is male, and the other is female. Ang yi jujklet, prefer yours. Yang Huijin and Zhang Jing'ai, walking alongside, immediately erupted into a chorus of squeals. Could it not be so cheesy? It feels like something heavy has been stuffed into my stomach. I'm so full. With classmates around, Huang Wei felt shy and avoided overly intimate comments, merely tugging at his clothing and obediently following behind. In contrast, Yang Huijin was like a gossiping monkey, bombarding Wang Yi with questions. Wang Yi felt that this girl was a bad influence. She is going to lead my little Huang Wei astray. Do you know what she asked? Huang Wei, when Wang Yi confessed to you yesterday, did he give you flowers? Did he kneel? Does he call you baby in private? I hear many boyfriends prepare hot water for their girlfriends. What is this? Are they trying to set me up? Yang Huijin. Wang Yi called out seriously. Do you have a boyfriend? Huh. The petite Yang Huijin, who stood under 6 meters tall, blushed as she replied no. Then you shouldn't be reading unhealthy books. Too much exposure will prevent you from finding a boyfriend. I don't read unhealthy books. Yang Huijin protested, covering her face. Huang Wei nodded in affirmation. Yes, brother, Huijin reads novels by Cin Kailun, not what you're thinking. Wang Yi chuckled at Yang Huijin. Cin Kailun, huh? I've read one of her books, and wow, the depictions of the characters. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Yang Huijin covered her ears. Stop talking, stop talking. I'll throw the book away when I get home. Huang Wei's eyes widened. So that book, Yi Zhao it. Reading that kind of book too much can lead one astray. By the way, Huijin, how about I introduce you to a boyfriend? A muscular athlete with an 8-pack. Standing at 9 meters tall, guaranteed to make you feel secure. Yang Huijin shook her head vigorously. Are you trying to kill me? A group of individuals strolled around, acquiring numerous items that, in truth, held little value. Mere pens, paper, envelopes, and small scissors. Wang Yi purchased the entirety of their collection. As the rain gradually ceased and the thunder faded away, he ushered the 3 young ladies into the car and took them to a steakhouse to treat them. Subsequently, he dropped off Yang Huijin and Zhang Jing'ai at the eastern gate of Zonghai University before driving Huang Wei to a quaint courtyard he had in mind. On the return journey, Zhang Jing'ai appeared despondent and brooding. Passing by a garbage bin, she was tempted to discard the jade necklace from her pocket, but hesitated. Reluctant to part with something she had purchased for over 20 yuan, Yang Huijin chuckled. Keep it. Who knows, you might encounter your Prince Charming someday. Zhang Jing'ai retorted gloomily. A prince on horseback pales in comparison to one driving a Range Rover. It's rare to find someone who makes my heart flutter. Yang Huijin inquired. If Wang Yi came from an ordinary family, struggling to meet his monthly expenses, would you still hold him in such high regard? Zhang Jing'ai replied. Every romance is fundamentally anchored in material wealth. Alas, I shall regard this necklace as a tribute to my lost love. With a swift motion, she did not discard the necklace into the trash, but rather hurled it towards the edge of the tree-lined path. Unexpectedly, a voice emerged from behind the trees, exclaiming, ouch! Which scoundrel threw a stone at me? The 2 young women were startled, their fright prompting them to flee immediately. Wang Yi parked the car and opened the trunk, revealing 2 boxes. Xiaowei, help me with one, the lighter one, he said. After all, the illustrious school beauty, the champion of the boxing ring, could easily manage a hefty backpack and scale the Tianmiao Peak, her physical prowess surpassing his own, making the task trivial. Is this a laptop? Huang Wei inquired, momentarily taken aback. Why did you buy 2? One male, one female, Wang Yi chuckled. One is for you. Huang Wei furrowed her brow. Are you out of your mind? Laptops are so expensive. Why purchase 2 when I don't need one? It's such a waste. You will definitely find it useful for taking notes and such. But I'm not even majoring in computer science, she pouted. If only I had chosen that path. It's all your fault. Huh? How is this my fault? You said computer science was dreadful, that it would make one messy and greasy. All right, I concede. Studying medicine is also commendable. When I fall ill, I can simply consult you. By the way, what specialty did you choose? Huang Wei replied, I've decided to study acupuncture. Huh? ISNT, that traditional Chinese medicine? What is the point of learning acupuncture? If you misbehave, I'll give you a needle. Please don't. I already have one acupuncturist in my family. A nightmare from my childhood. If I had to endure another, I might not survive. The two then carried the boxes containing the laptops into the courtyard. Wang Yi had hastily requested the items be packaged at the store, so some assembly was required. The model was a ThinkPad 570, affectionately dubbed Transformers, featuring a top-tier configuration of a 40GB hard drive and 128M memory. Each laptop cost nearly 30,000, totaling Wang Yi 60,000, a substantial expense indeed. Though it came with numerous bonuses, including software systems, installation services, tools, and various films, most of which were pirated, without a doubt. While it is true that modern laptops generally lack durability, this particular model sufficed for Wang Yi's current needs, boasting a 14-inch screen that was more than adequate for gaming. Upon entering the house and setting down their belongings, Wang Yi glanced at her feet, having stepped in puddles on the way over, her pristine white feet now sullied. "Wang Yi, I'm going to wash my feet. They're all muddy," she exclaimed, making her way to the bathroom. Wang Yi, who had intended to unbox the laptops, perked up at her words and hurriedly followed her, saying, "Be careful. The lighting here is rather dim. Let me assist you. Or perhaps you should sit while I fetch some water for you to wash. You're going to bring me foot washing water? What are you trying to?" "Nothing. I'm just concerned you might slip. Please just sit down." The place was still undergoing renovations, but he had ensured there was a water heater for the convenience of bathing. Previously, he had brought over several items, including a large foot basin that could comfortably accommodate 2 pairs of feet. In no time, Wang Yi returned with a basin of water, placing it beside Wang Wei's delicate feet. "Please, my little princess, remove your shoes." Chapter 134, Old Huang's Call. Wang Yi drujit, fixated on the jade feet nestled within her sandals, his gaze intense as if awaiting a feast. Wang Wei, rather than removing her shoes, instinctively drew her feet back, feeling a wave of shyness. "You, don't stare at me. I'm not looking at you. I'm observing your shoes. Look, your sandals are dirty. Let me help you. I would tee one of your hands to get muddy." He reached out, prepared to assist her directly. Startled, she jumped back like a frightened rabbit. "What are you doing? Wang Yi sujrutinizit hef. Am I being too attentive? Why don't you wash first?" "Huang Huags, you suggested." "Me?" Wang Yi blinked, glancing at his own sneaker-clad feet before returning his gaze to hers. A sly grin spread across his face. "I think this basin is quite large. To celebrate today's new car and laptop purchases, we should soak our feet together. Give me a moment. I'll rinse off first." After a day of wearing sneakers, he was certain they bore an odor. It wasn't just girls who felt self-conscious about their scent. Boys shared the same sentiments, unless they were a group of men joking around. He recalled a memory of middle school boys after a basketball game, stuffing their nostrils with napkins to see whose feet smelled the worst, with the loser treated to a meal in the cafeteria. An amusing recollection indeed. Watching Wang Yi dash off to wash his feet, Wang Wei glanced at the basin on the floor, her heart racing. She had never washed her feet with any boy, let alone with her mother. Stealthily, she peeked towards the bathroom, feeling like a thief as she quietly considered slipping out. She sensed that remaining here might lead to complications. Wang Yi, noticing the silence outside, poked his head out. "Whoa, is she trying to sneak away?" He quickly rushed out and seized her, pinning her against the door. "I just wanted to enjoy the view," she chuckled, attempting to duck under his arm, but Wang Yi swiftly encircled her waist. In an instant, her body stiffened, her legs growing weak. "What do you still owe me from yesterday?" "We've made it official now. You've acknowledged that I'm your boyfriend. Should we have a little celebration?" Wang Wei's face flushed crimson, but she immediately countered. "You're lying. You didn't confess yesterday." "I silently declared my feelings in my heart." "Liar," she exclaimed, delivering an elbow jab. However, Wang Yi had anticipated her move and tightened his grip. Wang Wei, already hesitant to exert force, found her resistance akin to playfully struggling in the embrace of a loved one. "Two choices. Either let me kiss you, or we both soak our feet." I choose to soak our feet." Moments latte. Wang Yi triumphantly lowered his and Wang Wei's feet into the same basin, with the girl perched on an old wooden stool. Her head bowed as she watched their mismatched pairs submerged in the water. The basin's diameter was certainly insufficient to accommodate the combined length of their feet. Placing her smaller ones in the center and his larger ones on either side, Wang Yi sat across from her, his heart inevitably surging with emotions. Having lived 2 lifetimes, this was his first experience of sharing a foot bath with a girl, an exhilarating encounter that surpassed even the wildest antics of his mother. As he shifted slightly, his toes brushed against her delicate foot. The girl instinctively recoiled, and Wang Yi remarked, "You touched me." She looked up, her beautiful eyes wide with surprise, clearly thinking it was he who had initiated the contact. Yet Wang Yi continued, "I must reciprocate." He lifted his foot and gently placed it atop her exquisite foot. The school beauty's eyes widened even further, and in the next moment, she too raised her foot, stepping down with a bit of force, even giving it a slight grind. At that, chaos erupted in the foot bath as a playful skirmish ensued, water splashing and feet colliding with a cacophonous rhythm, soaking the ground and even splattering some water onto their faces. Just then, the sound of Wang Wei's phone rang out. She quickly glanced at the screen and saw it was a call from home. She gestured to Wang Yi, signaling, cease fire. It must be my dad. Wang Yi quipped back, what if it's your mom? Wang Wei shushed him again before answering the call. Hello. On the other end, her father's voice chimed in cheerfully. Oh, my precious daughter. Hearing your voice brings me more joy than any elixir. Dad, have you been eating on time? Of course I have. Rest assured, your father remembers what you've told him. The two engaged in a light-hearted conversation, but as Wang Wei chatted, she suddenly felt Wang Yi's hands at work, assisting her with the foot washing. She squirmed a bit, but ultimately endured it. Just then, her father inquired, has that Wang kid been bothering you lately? No, she replied, though there was a noticeable pause on the other end. Your aunt mentioned she took you both out to dinner yesterday. Wang Wei shot a couple of glances at Wang Yi. Oh, yes, I sought him out. Her father, sensing a disconnect, said, does it really matter who sought whom? Well, it does matter. My daughter would never deceive her father. Are you in your dorm? He asked. Yes. How's your roommate situation? Pretty good, they're nice. Especially since Wang Yi has treated them to meals a few times. They intentionally make things difficult for me. He even bought them snacks and stationery. Dad, he wonderful? It feels like he has taken care of me. He is so thoughtful. Wang Wei eagerly praised Wang Yi in front of her father. Finally, Huang Liang smiled. Ah, indeed, Wang Lao, old Wang's son, has his ways. That has put my mind at ease. However, remember this. Never engage in a relationship with him. Once a man possesses you, he will not cherish you. He may easily turn his affections elsewhere. Do you understand? The girl nodded, seemingly still processing his words. Wang Yi inwardly cursed old Huang, thinking, isn't this just a warning for me? Once the call concluded, Huang Wei glanced at Wang Yi, preparing to withdraw her foot from the bath. I'm done. Wang Yi, still reluctant, replied. Just a little longer. They aren't clean yet. I've washed for quite a while. 10 more minutes. After they finished washing, Wang Yi felt content as he resumed unpacking. He retrieved 2 laptops, both equipped with a Windows 98 SE operating system, known for its stability, free from frequent blue screens. When he purchased them, he received a plethora of CDs, a whole box filled with various films for her to choose from. Wang Yi first took out a toolkit and installed a media player named Real Player on one of the computers. Huang Wei sifted through the stack of CDs and selected one titled Neon Genesis Evangelion, a popular anime. Holding the disc as if it were treasure, she exclaimed, this one. Wang Yi chuckled. A girl who loves anime is quite adorable. However, after a long wait, the disc refused to be read. Damn it, these pirated discs are hopeless. He muttered. Try another. Huang Wei then picked out Sailor Moon. This time, it was finally recognized, but the video quality was dismal and choppy. The player isn't working well either. Wang Yi lamented, noting that back in those days, software like Real Player was notoriously problematic without modern alternatives. Huang Wei declared, I don't want to watch that. I want to watch you. Wang Yi was taken aback. Huang Wei quickly realized her words were too forward and blushed, correcting herself. I want to see you set up the computer. Oh, I thought you were so infatuated with me that you couldn't eat or sleep without seeing my face. Just then, Huang Wei abruptly mentioned, I haven't practiced Wing Chun in a while. It seems testing time is approaching. Instantly, Wang Yi swallowed his words. I'm busy. He hurriedly continued installing software. The programming environment of that era was limited, and the machines struggled with memory constraints. This mouse is a bit subpar, he casually remarked, while Huang Wei noted the black mouse in her mind. The software installation proceeded swiftly, and soon both laptops were ready for use. This one is for you. Take it to your dorm later, Wang Yi said. Huang Wei shook her head. It's not safe in the dorm. Leave it here. Wang Yi considered this and realized she had a point. Laptops were easy targets for theft. He recalled a past roommate whose laptop was stolen, losing not just the device, but also precious videos and half-finished projects. Indeed, it was safer here. Then, recalling the previous night's experience in the dorm, Wang Yi felt the need for a secure space. Since they had decided not to renovate the house for now, a simple touch-up was necessary. Sister, I've turned on the water heater. Would you like to take a shower here before heading back? He suggested while browsing the contents of the CDs. Huang Wei shot him a wary look. Are you trying to peek? Wang Yi glanced at her and immediately understood her thoughts. Rest assured, I'm not that kind of person. The girl huffed. You clearly are. I just think using cold water to shower in the dorm isn't good for your health. You can lock the door, and I promise I have no ulterior motives. But I didn't bring any clothes. Just rinse off and change when you get back. Otherwise, you'll feel sticky. After considering the allure of a hot shower, She eventually nodded but issued a stern warning, no peeking, and definitely no barging in. Or else you're in big trouble. Wang Yi chuckled, finally hearing her assertive tone again. Huang Wei dashed upstairs to shower, and he made no move to intrude. The allure of the unknown between men and women was what made things exciting. Good things are worth the wait. At that moment, he suddenly spotted something intriguing. The joyful treasure, an unexpected gift from the computer store, an absolute favorite. No, he must hide it. He couldn't let Huang Wei see it, or it would surely be ruined. He hurriedly selected a few items and tucked them into the innermost drawer of the cabinet behind him. In dormitory 211 of Building 2 in the East District, several roommates were engaged in gossip. Song 1 is quite bold, isn't she? To have done that so early. She even mentioned how she dreads those few days each month. Why, pray tell? What else could it be? She's terrified of the prospect of an unplanned pregnancy. Oh, so you're implying they aren't being careful? Haha. Do they not have any protection? I thought her boyfriend was quite impressive. But it turns out he drives a second-hand car. And here I thought you all were being inconsiderate, going out for steak without inviting me. I too desire a ride in a Range Rover. At that moment, Huang Wei entered the room, causing the roommates to pause in surprise. The rather dense Zhou Jingfeng blurted out, Huang Wei, why are you back? We thought you were spending the night out. Huang Wei's face flushed crimson. How could that be? Zhang Jing'ai, ever observant, chimed in. Oh, you've already showered, and your hair is still damp. Wang, was it that quick? Yang Huizhen interjected. Stop speculating. It's certainly not what you think. Huang Wei feigned calmness and replied, Wang Yi wouldn't let me shower with cold water. What? And then what happened? He bought a place nearby, and he wanted me to shower there. The dormitory fell silent for a few seconds before erupting into a cacophony of exclamations. Wow, I want an older brother like that. No, I want a childhood friend like him. I truly do not comprehend the world of the affluent. Madam Wang, allow me to be your maid. I have no other requests, just a desire for a hot shower. I was freezing in my last shower. Huang Wei pondered for a moment and said, I'll mention it to my brother later and see if it's possible. Meanwhile, Wang Yi returned to his dormitory, only to find Sheng seated at the computer, the keyboard and mouse clattering chaotically. He was wearing headphones, intensely focused on a game of StarCraft. The Shidu sat beside him, idly picking his toes while holding a string of something, swaying it back and forth. Hey, why so tense over a game? Wang Yi chuckled. The Sheng didn't even look up, his eyes fixed on the screen, likely oblivious to Wang Yi's presence. The Shida grinned. The Sheng is suffering from a setback. He got utterly crushed in the club, and has returned to vent his frustrations. De Wang, let me tell you something. I'm about to strike it rich. Oh, what is this? A necklace? A stone necklace? What? You illiterate. This is jade. It fell from the heavens. It must be a treasure. Do you think it could be a magical artifact? Wang, he rolled his eyes. It looks more like a regular rock to me. It's genuine, see? It even gave me a bump. Chapter 136. You want to hit me? Take the hit away. Wang Yi leaned in for a closer look, and indeed, there was a noticeable bump. Upon examining the necklace again, what jade? If a big rock like you can produce a bump, it's definitely just a stone. It's absolutely jade. If you don't believe me, just feel it. Whoa. Wang Yi jumped back. Don't touch me, you toe-picking giant. Sure, Jing Tian sniffed his fingers. Gross, this is quite pungent. Even my father would be disgusted. He quickly stopped picking and said, You can't doubt it. This necklace is new. Da Wang Yi, don't you think it's possible that some beautiful girl has a secret crush on me and sent me this as a token of affection? Where exactly were you hit? In front of the East District entrance. The food at the East Cafeteria is delicious, so I ran over there for a meal. After indulging in too much soup, I couldn't find the restroom and had to solve my problem behind a tree. Who knew? This necklace just fell from the sky. Wow, you're a social butterfly. Aren't you afraid of getting caught mid-pee? Well, what can I do? I couldn't find a restroom. I couldn't just wet myself. It was dark and no one could see. Don't you think this is destiny? Do you believe the other party is also a toe-picking giant? I believe she is a beauty. Wang Yi chuckled and said, What if it was Lu Rian who secretly dropped it for you? At the mention of this, sure, Jing Tian's spirits plummeted. Don't even mention it. Sister Lu has a boyfriend now. Wang Yi was momentarily taken aback. Then accept my condolences. Out with the old, in with the new. Just then, Ru Sheng, who had been fervently gaming, suddenly looked up. Lu Rian has a boyfriend. Who said that? Wang Yi and Sure Jing Tian exchanged bewildered glances. Aren't you playing a game? Can you hear with those headphones on? Not anymore. It's boring. Ru Sheng removed his headphones, tossed them on the table, and turned to Sure Jing Tian. Big stone. How do you know Lu Rian has a boyfriend? Sure Jing Tian replied. Why are you so anxious? Oh my gosh. You and Lu Rian are high school alumni. That mysterious boyfriend of hers wouldn't be you, would it? Ru Sheng retorted. What mysterious boyfriend? It's not me. Hurry up and tell. Sure Jing Tian dramatically donned the necklace around his neck. Want to know? Then it's a breakfast. 2 breakfasts will do. right? Hurry up. The Sheng interjected, delighted. Well, someone saw Lu Ruyan meeting a boy in front of the dormitory a few days ago, and then they went into the small woods together. I heard Lu Ruyan even cried. I suspect she was chasing after that guy. De Sheng, upon hearing this, uttered a single word, gross. He then appeared utterly disheartened, rummaging through his pockets for a pack of cigarettes. Wang Yi wore an odd expression. A few days ago, in front of the dormitory in the small woods, this so-called mysterious boyfriend could he possibly be referring to me? Could it? This misunderstanding could escalate dramatically. Yet, the incident between Lu Ruyan and me was not something I could disclose. Never mind. It's not like they specifically mentioned me. Perhaps she genuinely has a boyfriend. At that moment, Wang Yi's phone rang. Looking at the caller ID, it was Mr. Nia, the person who had previously helped him find housing. After all these days, he finally called. It seemed the task he had entrusted was coming to fruition. Hello, Emer. Nia. Wang Yi answered the call and stepped out onto the balcony. Shi Jingtian looked at Wang Yi, who had moved to the balcony to take the call, incredulously remarking, in this day and age, there are still people who call bastard. Truly a marvel. Ru Sheng had already lit a cigarette, exhaling clouds of smoke. Shi Jingtian immediately protested. Duh, Sheng, you scoundrel. You're polluting the air. Unless you give me one too. Ru Sheng glanced at him through the smoke, tossing the entire pack in his direction. It's all yours. Shi Jingtian caught the cigarettes. Looking suspiciously at Ru Sheng. What's your deal? It's just a game. Nothing extraordinary. Playing games won't fill your stomach. You wouldn't understand. All right. Your troubles as a young master, I genuinely don't comprehend. Come on, let me borrow your lighter. Just as Shi Jingtian was about to light up, Ru Sheng suddenly declared, I've written Lu Ruyan 28 love letters. Whoa. Shi Jingtian nearly singed his eyebrows with the lighter in his hand. He lit his cigarette and reached out to ruffle Ru Sheng's hair. Accept my condolences. Gross. You haven't washed your hands after picking your toes, have you? It doesn't smell at all. You can smell it if you want. Get lost. I'm going to shower. Haven't you already showered? I'm afraid of getting athlete's foot on my head. Shi Jingtian took a drag from his cigarette, eyeing his fingers that had just been digging at his toes. What is the difference? Ugh. On the balcony, Wang Yi heard Mr. Niao on the other end chuckling. Young Master Wang, during this time, I've been tirelessly directing my employees to search high and low, and I'm pleased to report that I have successfully located over 50 properties that meet your requirements. I've compiled a list. When would you be available to take a look? Wang Yi nodded and smiled, saying, all right, thank you for your hard work, Director Nia. There's no need to call me young master. Simply address me as Wang Yi. Nizhunquan chuckled. And the two exchanged a few pleasantries before agreeing to meet at 9:30 the following morning. Originally, Nie Zhongyuan suggested they could view houses all day until evening. However, Wang Yi had other commitments tomorrow night. At 6:30, there would be a class meeting, likely to elect class leaders, and classes would officially commence the day after. Yet he had yet to receive the course schedule. The thought of attending classes was both intriguing and overwhelming, and he wished there would be no roll call. He was not all concerned about exams. Lying on the upper bunk, he flipped through the textbooks he had received during military training. Just then, his phone chimed with a message. Upon opening it, he saw it was from Han Yuja. Boss Wang, I'm flying to Japan tomorrow morning. Is there anything you would like to convey? Wang Yi pondered for a moment and replied, safe travels. After a while, she sent another message. Keep your phone on 24/7. I'll call you if any issues arise. Understood, Boss Han. Is there anything you need me to get from Japan? Wang Yi thought carefully. Yes, please bring me a DSLR camera. I want to take pictures of Huang Wei when she wore her princess dress last time, but unfortunately, it didn't work out. Once the camera arrives, I must take her out, dressed in white stockings, JK uniform, and sailor suit, striking various poses. It would be absolutely splendid. With this thought, he edited another message. Also bring some white stockings, black stockings, and bodysuits. However, he quickly deleted it. Inappropriate, he thought. What if Han Sueja thinks I'm a pervert? Han replied with a simple okay. Afterward, Wang Yi messaged Huang Wei. Do you have any plans for tomorrow morning? Huang Wei responded. My aunt called. We'll go to my uncle's house tomorrow. All right then. Do you have something to do? I can cancel. No, it's not important. Just be careful on your way out. What? Do you want to hit me? No, just drop the hitting part. After a long while, the little girl shyly replied with a single word. MHM. Wang Yi said, get to bed early, cutie. Huang Wei replied, good night, big cutie. The next morning, Wang Yi was munching on fried dough sticks with one hand while driving his Land Rover with the other. Before 9:30, he arrived at the storefront where he had arranged to meet Nie Zhongyuan. Upon stepping out of the car, he spotted Director Nie accompanied by 7 or 8 subordinates, all dressed in matching uniforms of white shirts, black pants, and ties, waiting orderly. At Nie Zhongyuan's behest, they collectively greeted Wang Yi. Good morning, President Wang. Wang Yi was taken aback. causing his fried dough stick to fall to the ground. Is this 1999? Why does it feel like 2019? Has the real estate industry been this competitive since 99? Wang Yi exclaimed. Director Nya, what S with this grand display? He asked. Absolutely necessary. It's a pity I don't have enough staff. Otherwise, I would ensure every house comes with a personal attendant for President Wang. Nie Zhongyuan replied with a grin. With such a significant deal, it's only fitting to create a bit of spectacle. Hurry, go buy 10 fried dough sticks for President Wang across the street. Oh no. No, Wang Yi quickly interjected, thinking I can barely finish what I have. If you go buy 10 more, I'll be eating until eternity. Feeling full, Wang Yi bent down to pick up the remaining half of his fried dough stick, only to have a handsome young man snatch it up with lightning speed. Wang Yi chuckled and gave up. He turned to Nie Zhongyuan, saying, let us first look at the list to get a general idea. Nie Zhongyuan responded with a smile. Of course, let's go inside the store. Just then, a group of women in matching outfits rushed over from the roadside. One of them, a young woman in an OL suit, hurriedly approached Wang Yi, grabbing his hand. Hello, handsome boss. Looking to buy a house? Why not come to our Phoenix real estate? Our service is comprehensive and hospitable, ready to meet all your needs. While she spoke, another young woman from the other side seized Wang Yi's arm and leaned against him, instantly enveloping him in a soft, comforting embrace. Wang Yi momentarily found himself at a loss for words. Is this really how one competes for clients? Yeah, Zhang Yuan's expression turned grave as he shouted angrily. Lei Phoenix, what do you think you're doing? Wang Yi is my major client. Our company has been busy with his deal for a while now. We cannot afford to lose him. Moreover, Wang is also Miss Han's brother, and her connections are extraordinary. Such a network is not something we can let slip away. In a flirtatious tone, Lei Phoenix replied, Oh, Director Nya, in business, we must also respect the client's right to choose, don't you think? As the saying goes, one should compare prices from 3 different places. If you don't have what he needs, why not let him come see what we have at Phoenix Real Estate? He might just find something to his liking, right, handsome? Wang Yi quickly withdrew his hand from the 2 women, stating, while that is indeed a valid point, I approached Director Nya first. Nie Zhongyuan added, exactly. Lei Phoenix, President Wang is my client. Your attempt to poach clients in my storefront is rather unseemly, don't you think? Lei Phoenix giggled. Oh, Director Nya, that is not a fair accusation. We just wanted to meet President Wang. She then instructed her group, ladies, greet President Wang and call him Brother Wang. Thus, nearly 10 women in matching outfits lined up and collectively shouted, Brother Wang. The spectacle was akin to a grand event, drawing the attention of numerous onlookers. Wang Yi truly hadn't anticipated this turn of events. Nie Zhongyuan, too, was taken aback. Although there had been some competition between the 2 real estate agencies, nothing had been this overtly aggressive. He recognized several female employees from Phoenix Real Estate across the street, and it was evident that Lei Phoenix had brought in external support, probably from a nightclub, to specifically allure Wang Yi. How careless! Nie Zhongyuan suddenly realized that the news had leaked. Lei Phoenix was clearly employing the beauty strategy, and given Wang Yi's youth, it was entirely possible he could be swept away. I must formulate a counter-strategy. He did have a few female employees, but they could not compare to the alluring group before him. Suddenly, an idea struck him. His niece, who was exceptionally beautiful and also a freshman at Zonghai University. This connection would naturally create a sense of familiarity. President Wang, regarding the matter your sister entrusted to me, I, Nya, will certainly do my utmost. Without delving into details, I assure you I will strive to secure the best price, and I can guarantee our commission will be the lowest in Zonghai. I can offer you a further 30% discount compared to last time, Nie Zhongyuan declared. Wang Yi smiled, realizing that the visit from Phoenix Real Estate had its advantages. Otherwise, this 30% discount would not have been on the table. Haha, Director Nya, I certainly trust you. Now, let us go inside and check the list. Nie Zhongyuan immediately signaled to his subordinates, who surrounded Wang Yi, guiding him into the store. Lei Phoenix stamped her foot and called out loudly, President Wang, if you don't find anything suitable, come find me at Phoenix Real Estate. Our commission is only 0.5. You can choose whichever beauty you fancy. Wang Yi paid no heed to her. For one, Nie Zhongyuan had been introduced by Han, and he had successfully completed a transaction with him before, proven to be quite reliable. Conversely, Lei Phoenix's approach seemed rather unscrupulous. Were he to actually go over, not only would it tarnish his reputation, but he might also end up being taken advantage of. Wang Yi entered Nie Zhongyuan's shop to peruse the listings. Meanwhile, Nie Zhongyuan hastily sought an excuse to call his niece, Lu Ruyan, who, although lacking a mobile phone, possessed a pager. Wang Yi casually scanned the list, which detailed the names of communities, specific buildings and floors, square footage, and total prices. A charming young man enthusiastically presented a map of Zonghai, providing Wang Yi with an intricate description of the location. After a brief 15 minutes, Wang Yi rose and declared, "This will suffice. Let us proceed to view this property in person." He found the prices to be reasonable, and regardless, he was confident of making a profit. He was not particularly concerned about a few extra dollars. Seeing Wang Yi's eagerness to view the property, Nie Zhongyuan hesitated before saying, "Well, Mr. Wang, I happen to have a niece who is also a freshman at Zonghai University. Not to boast, but she is truly stunning. Since viewing properties can be rather dull, I could have her accompany you. You would share a common language as alumni." Upon hearing this, Wang Yi furrowed his brow and replied, "Brother Nie, I already have a girlfriend. Furthermore, I wish to maintain a low profile." Nie Zonghai heart sank. He realized his flattery had backfired. He quickly responded, "My apologies, Mr. Wang, but I assure you, I have not disclosed your name." Wang Yi nodded, "Let us go. There are many places to see." He was acutely aware that if word spread in the university about his intention to purchase dozens of properties for 5 million at Zonghai, it would be a cause for considerable annoyance, not to mention that it would place him squarely in the spotlight, altering the dynamics of his relationships with classmates. Upon exiting, Wang Yi opened the door to his Range Rover and took a seat inside. Nie Zhongyuan, eager to accompany him, opened the passenger door, but Wang Yi cheerfully remarked, "Brother Nie, please take the back seat. My girlfriend dislikes having others occupy her place." Nie Zhongyuan immediately nodded in understanding. Of course, that is only right. He then settled into the back seat, experiencing the luxury of the Range Rover for the first time, marveling at the wonders of wealth. As he started the car and prepared to drive away, he unexpectedly noticed a taxi pull over, from which a young woman alighted. It was none other than Lu Ruyan, his classmate. She hurriedly exited the vehicle and made her way into Nie Zonghayuan's shop. Observing this scene, Wang Yi smirked and inquired, "Brother Nie, is that your niece?" Nie Zhongyuan promptly affirmed, "Indeed, that is my niece, Lu Ruyan. What do you think? Quite beautiful, isn't she? Should I call her up?" Wang Yi shook his head, opting to remain silent as he drove away. Throughout the property viewing process, not only were Nie Zonghayuan's subordinates astonished, but even Nie Zhongyuan himself was left in awe, exclaiming that being wealthy was indeed delightful. While others meticulously selected even the most trivial items, Wang Yi casually strolled through the properties, marking his selections on the list, effectively closing the deal. Naturally, he was not foolish enough to accept the prices as they were. He delegated the negotiations to Nie Zonghayuan's company, ensuring he would not have to engage directly. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon, he had finalized the selection of 21 properties, sealing the deal. The priciest among them was a small villa listed for 1 million. Although this did not quite align with Wang Yi's initial criteria, he found himself enamored with the villa. Its furnishings were brand new, and its proximity to Zonghai University made it an attractive option. Why should he confine himself and his girlfriend to that rundown courtyard? Without a second thought, he resolved to purchase it, envisioning the potential for a substantial profit in a few years. Initially concerned about purchase restrictions, he was reassured by Nie Zhongyuan, who remarked, "What restrictions? The government is employing various strategies to stimulate the real estate market. If one has the funds, they can certainly acquire property. Restrictions only apply to those of us who are less fortunate." With matters settled, Wang Yi drove back to the university. Upon returning to his company, Nie Zhongyuan discovered that his niece was still at the shop. Lu Ruyan wore an expression of displeasure. "Uncle, what is going on? You called me out early this morning, and I tripped on my way here. It hurts terribly. What alumni? You made it sound like if I didn't come, you'd go bankrupt." Nie Zhongyuan sighed. It seems he is simply not interested in you." "Not interested in me? Who does he think he is, a student from Zonghai University?" Lu Ruyan was already quite irritated. She had been dragged here by her uncle, who had exaggerated the situation as if her presence was crucial to his financial survival. Rushing here, she had ended up injuring her knee. How could she not be upset? Moreover, she took pride in her appearance, only to feel unjustifiably dismissed, leaving her in a sour mood. "Uncle, what is that man's name?" Upon hearing her tone, Nie Zhongyuan was taken aback. "Ruyan, what are you planning?" "He is a major client of mine. I intended to play matchmaker, but alas, he already has a girlfriend. Regardless, the business has been concluded, so let me take you back to school." Lu Ruyan simmered in her anger, only to be struck by curiosity. "I heard that he is spending 5 million on properties. Did he really finalize that deal? He truly is a student from Zonghai University?" Nie Zhongyuan replied candidly, "Do not pry into matters that do not concern you. It could jeopardize my business." I already know that he drives an orange Range Rover. I refuse to believe I cannot find out more. Come on, I beg you. Do not make this difficult for me. Mr. Wang has insisted on keeping a low profile. If you let anything slip, he may hold me accountable. If that happens, I won't be able to make a living in Zonghai, and I might have to move in with you." "His surname is Wang?" Lu Ruyan scoffed. "Why do all the jerks have the surname Wang?" Nie Zhongyuan nearly slapped himself for his folly. Lu Ruyan reassured him. "All right, I understand the stakes. Rest assured, I will not disclose anything and will not interfere with your business. Then I thank you, dear niece, he replied gratefully. After returning to campus, Wang Yi first joined his 3 roommates for a meal at the North Cafeteria. Fortunately, today's meal was devoid of any hair, though the taste left much to be desired. Among the 4, only Dashitu was ravenously consuming his food, occasionally emitting satisfied pig-like grunts. Wang Yi nudged him, Shita, look a beauty. Dashitu immediately paused his eating, looking up expectantly. Where? Over there. She has been stealing glances at you. Upon noticing the girl, Dashitu realized that she was indeed a female classmate, albeit rather ordinary in appearance. Yet, knowing she was watching him, he feigned nonchalance, straightening his posture and taking small bites, all the while glancing over to see if she was still observing him. 5 minutes later, however, the girl, wearing black-rimmed glasses, was clearly annoyed. She approached Shitu, scolding, What is wrong with you? Why you keep staring at me while eating? No, I wasn't. Aren't you the one who was looking at me? Crazy, she retorted, likely a fiery senior, before walking away without finishing her meal. Dashitu wore an expression of innocence. I swear, I am being wronged. Wang Yi chuckled, I understand. Here's a chicken leg to cheer you up. A while later, Dashitu exclaimed, What the heck? This chicken leg has only skin and no meat. Did you gnaw on this, Wang? Dasheng chimed in, I have a chicken leg too. It's untouched, take it. Dabao added, how about half a fish? Dashitu protested, do you think I'm a trash can? Who eats fish? Chicken legs should not go to waste. Dabao gazed at Dashitu, muttering, Now I understand why I don't have an 8-pack. My stomach isn't that accommodating. The doctor says I can only eat soft food. After finishing their meals, the group headed to the classroom for their class meeting. Dashur touched his belly and remarked, The quality of the girls in our class is quite commendable. Aside from Lu Mai, there are 3 others who possess the potential to be the class beauty. Hua Yurong, Tang Zanu, and Feng Lu. Dabao shook his head and replied, I agree with you regarding Hua Yurong and Feng Lu, but I don't think Tang Xianu deserves a place on that list. Dashur chuckled and said, Oh, Dabao, you must be mistaken. Don't let Tang Xianu's old-fashioned glasses and thick bangs deceive you. Her beauty is merely obscured by those spectacles. Wang Yi interjected, What old-fashioned glasses? A girl in her teens wearing reading glasses? You mean those large black frames resemble my grandmother's reading glasses? Sheng quipped, Have you both been conducting a study on the girls in our class during this time? Dashur replied, Opportunities favor the swift. With a gender ratio of 2 to 1 in our class, it won't be long before they are all chosen. As they chatted, they entered the classroom, where they found a considerable number of students already seated, engaged in conversations. The 4 boys from Wang Yi's dormitory drew the attention of many upon their entrance. The imposing figure of Dashur, standing over 6 feet tall, was a rarity indeed. He strode in with an air of confidence, prompting whispers among the girls. He is so tall. I noticed it during military training. I barely reach his stomach. He is way too tall for my taste. The second one is quite handsome, like Rukoa Kwed. I think his name is Dasheng. The third one seems nice, resembling my ex-boyfriend. Who is he? Dawangi? What an amusing name. Dawang, come catch me. Meanwhile, Dabao was internally lamenting, Damn it. Why am I walking with them? Did I forget to look in the mirror this morning? Suddenly inspired, Dabao quickly pulled out his pager and held it to his ear, speaking loudly. Hello, Dogzy, are we having supper at Tianxiang Tower tonight? I can't. We have a class meeting. I'll call you back later. Don't call my phone, it's inappropriate. Wang Yi walked ahead of Dabao, glancing back, damn. What a show-off. Your pager ISNT even ringing. You didn't T-press a single button, yet you're making calls? Seeing his performance was convincing, Wang Yi decided to assist him, saying after he finished, Dabao, when did you buy a phone? How much was it? Can I borrow it for a moment? Dabao felt a surge of gratitude. What a good brother. It was too expensive, just over 3,000. Feel free to use it. After saying this, he sensed numerous female gazes upon him, and his steps felt lighter. Under the spotlight, who else could it be but him? Indeed, girls are attracted to money. Having funds would draw them in. I must strive to earn more. At 6:30, the counselor, by winking, arrived punctually. She began with a self-introduction, followed by the customary introductions from each student. The manner of speaking varied greatly. Some were lengthy, while others were brief and more profound. When a girl named Tang Xianu took the stage, Shi Jing Tian quietly urged to bow. Pay close attention. Is she class beauty material? This piqued Wang Yi's interest, and upon closer inspection, he found that she wore heavy glasses and had thick bangs that nearly obscured her eyes, though her figure seemed quite appealing, albeit her attire was somewhat plain. Nervously, she introduced herself. I am Tang Xianu from Lishan, Gizhu, and I am of the Miao ethnicity. She hastily exited the stage. When it was Shi Jing Tian's turn, he confidently showcased his muscular physique, eliciting shy giggles from several girls. As Wang Yi stepped up, he barely uttered, My name is Wang Yi, when suddenly his phone blared incessantly. As he pulled it out to silence it, he noticed it was an international number. He realized it was Han Han calling from Japan, likely regarding something important. He glanced at Bai Winking and asked, "Counselor, may I take this call? It's from abroad." Bai Winking regarded Wang Yi with a nod. Wang Yi apologized to his classmates and exited the classroom, answering the call. Senior. His earlier conversation with Bai Winking had been soft-spoken, likely only heard by those closest to him. However, everyone's attention was now on him as he pulled out a bright yellow Nokia phone, instantly recognizable to many. Just moments ago, Wang Yi had pretended to borrow Dabao's phone, and now everyone thought he was the normal one. It was unusual for a freshman to have a phone, so he was just pretending to show off. What a brazen move. Bai Winking announced, "Wang Yi has a matter to attend to. The next person is Li Zongbao." Dabao felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Had Wang Yi not revealed his phone, he would still be floating in pride. But now he felt a flush of embarrassment as countless eyes scrutinized him during his walk to the podium. What had once been enjoyable now felt like knives cutting into him. He muddled through his self-introduction. "Hello everyone, I am Wang Yi. No, I am Dabao. Actually, I am Li Zongbao. Teacher, I suddenly feel a stomach ache. May I go to the restroom?" Laughter erupted in the classroom. In the hallway, Wang Yi heard Han Han say, "I conducted a brief survey in the most bustling area of Japan, and there's indeed a game called Stone Age here. But it's not particularly popular. Street Fighter attracts more players. I even went to an internet cafe to play it, and found it rather juvenile." Wang Yi listened patiently and replied, "That merely indicates you're not the target audience for that game. Don't hesitate. Secure it before someone else beats you to it, or your trip will be in vain." "All right, I've already found the location of the game company. I'll visit them tomorrow." Quite efficient. By the way, do you speak Japanese? Wang Yi recalled that during the previous meeting, she had uncovered several foreign language books at home, and she could even speak Russian and French. As for Japanese, I only know one phrase. One phrase? What is it? It can't be something like Yamet Kudase, can it? Considering her figure, he chuckled. However, to his surprise, Han replied in a cold tone, "Baka?" Wang Yi paused, then laughed. "I know one too. Hana Ga Shitamisa Yo sure." Han burst into laughter. "You have potential. All right, I must go. I'm at a class meeting." After ending the call, Wang Yi stealthily re-entered the classroom, hoping to slip into his seat unnoticed, but a girl immediately called out, "Isn't that Wang Yi, who hasn't introduced himself yet?" Wang Yi turned to the speaker, who was none other than Hua Yurong. The girl Shi Jing Tian had deemed class beauty material. She had a doll-like face, stood at about 5 feet tall, and was characterized by her fair skin and ample bust. Bai Winking smiled and said, "Wang Yi, please introduce yourself." Below, Lu Rian watched Wang Yi expressionlessly, her resentment palpable. Yet, knowing she held a secret over him, she felt quite helpless. "Rian, your boyfriend," whispered her roommate, Lu Shaiwen, seated beside her. Lu Rian quickly corrected her, "Don't say nonsense. I have no relationship with him." "Didn't he say he knew you?" "That was because there was a misunderstanding at the restaurant before. He came to apologize." Wang Yi stood on the platform once again and thought for a moment before saying, "Hello everyone. My name is Wang Yi, hailing from Jiangxing, an unremarkable freshman. I look forward to mutual assistance and support in the future." And that was all he said. After all, he had no desire to compete for any class positions, so there was no need for further elaboration. Once the first round concluded, Dabao returned from the restroom. The next hour was dedicated to the selection of class officers. Wang Yi found himself utterly disinterested. After silencing his phone, he engaged in a light-hearted exchange with the charming Xiao Huang. "Shall we bathe together tonight?" "No way, you rogue. I misspoke. I meant to suggest we wash up in the courtyard together. Are you in?" "Absolutely not, you scoundrel." "Dear girl, you sent that message again." "Big brother, I've already bathed. I don't believe you. I need to check." "Absolutely not. I just want to see if you wash your feet properly." "Oomph." After a while, Huang Sua sent another message. Huizhan asked if she could wash in hot water over there. She can't stand cold water today. Wang Yi understood immediately. He felt a certain rapport with Yang Huizhan, perceiving her as a wise and considerate young lady, albeit with a penchant for rather risque literature. Perhaps it wouldn't be a bad influence for Xiao Huang to learn from her. After all, the rewards would be mine. As long as it doesn't involve the dissemination of toxic platitudes. I'll hold the class meeting. Don't you have the key? You all go ahead. I'll join later, Wang Yi replied. "Thank you, big brother. How shall I express my gratitude?" A moment later, Huang Suihua messaged, "I'll give you a gift later." Wang Yi was instantly elated, his smile broadening. When he looked up, he noticed a mischievous head peering at his phone. "Were you sneaking a peek at, Shida?" Shida blinked. "I saw the word school beauty. It can't be Huang Wei from the medical department, can it? Have you really hooked up?" "School beauty is merely her nickname." Wang Yi replied, "Of course, I'll save 2 weeks' worth of socks for you to wash." Shida was skeptical. "You're just boasting. That school beauty could be any foot-picking brute." Finally, the voting for class officers concluded. Surprisingly, Lu Ruyan, the cunning girl, had been elected class leader, garnering a staggering 41 votes out of 55 students. Had all the boys voted for her? A herd of cattle bowing before beauty. Wang Yi turned to Shido. Who did you vote for as class leader? Lu Ruyan. If she's the leader, we'll get to see her often, right? But did you say she has a boyfriend? So what if she does? If she's beautiful, that's all that matters. Fool, one day you'll be counting money for her after being conned. As for the other class officers, they barely registered in Wang Yi's memory. Afterwards, each student received a paper with the weekly class schedule. Upon glancing at it, a collective groan erupted. Tomorrow is Monday, and there are 8 classes? Goodness, that is more than high school. Thursday also has 8 classes. How can university have so many classes? I must have enrolled in a fake university. Returning to the dormitory, Wang Yi retrieved the floppy disk he had brought from his box, grabbed the car keys, and stepped outside. Meanwhile, Huang Wei, accompanied by her 3 roommates from dormitory 211, had just arrived at the courtyard entrance. The walk from the dormitory to here took a full 15 minutes. Huang Wei had initially intended to bring Yang Huijin along, as she had helped her during yesterday's thunderstorm. However, once Zhang Jing'ai and Zhou Jingfang learned about the bathing plans, despite having already bathed, they insisted on joining to see the house Wang Yi had procured for Huang Wei. To their astonishment, they had expected a small apartment, but were instead greeted by an entire building with a courtyard. The fragrant tree at the entrance was utterly refreshing. Which student at Zonghai University could be foolish? Although the property was somewhat aged, it was far more comfortable than living in cramped dormitory conditions, and undoubtedly more expensive. Xiao Wei, does your boyfriend need a housekeeper? I'd like to apply. Chapter 140, Hit Me, at Zonghai University, along the main thoroughfare. A group of girls laughed and chatted together. Rian, I told you becoming class leader would be a cinch. Surely all the boys voted for you. Feng Lu added. What could she possibly contest with? Truth be told, I never wished to be class leader. It turned out that Lu Ruyan and her friends were celebrating her election as class leader and were preparing to head out for a late-night snack. Suddenly, a car horn blared. After a few seconds, the girls finally made way, with one of them grumbling, Why honk? You startled me. What poor manners. The vehicle passed smoothly, leaving behind a yellow tail. It was an orange Land Rover, the very car Wang Yi drove to the courtyard. Lu Ruyan, clad in a green dress, immediately widened her eyes. Wasn't he that the scoundrel Wang Shi, who had caused her to stumble today and then made her wait in vain? He had the audacity to claim he was uninterested in her. What was he anyway? People who drive such cars are few and far between. It had to be him, without a doubt. Shai Wen, did you catch a glimpse of the driver? Lu Ruyan inquired. I only saw the car, not the person. The vehicle is quite striking. Unlike any other, it's rather beautiful and surely not inexpensive. I recall seeing it in a magazine. It's called a Land Rover, a foreign brand. Quite pricey. Over $1 million. Wow, over $1 million. He could buy me outright. Lu Ruyan knew he had even contemplated purchasing a house worth over $5 million from her uncle. What a true, rich second generation. In truth, she wasn't so angry. After all, today, this incident couldn't be blamed on Wang Shi, as he hadn't even met her. She was merely curious how someone of similar status could possess such wealth. It stirred feelings of inequity and envy of the affluent, especially since he claimed to be uninterested in her, which only intensified her resentment. In the courtyard, Yang Huijin had already gone upstairs to bathe. Wang Yi had mentioned he would come over later, prompting Yang Huijin to hasten her bath to avoid feeling awkward. Meanwhile, Zhang Jing'ai and Zhou Jingfang gazed in astonishment at the 2 identical laptops placed side by side on the table. Xiao Wei, does Wang Yi's family sell computers? Zhang Jing'ai asked. Although she wasn't in the computer field, she had some understanding of their prices. Laptops were exceedingly expensive these days, suggesting that those in the business were quite affluent. Huang Wei shook her head, no. Then how does he have 2 identical laptops? Just as she finished speaking, she realized the answer. One was bought for you by Wang Yi. The school beauty nodded gently. This foolish boy just loves to squander money. Zhang Jing'ai felt a pang of jealousy swelling within her. When would she ever have a boyfriend who loved and spoiled her while also being wealthy? In comparison to Wang Yi, she suddenly felt that the high school classmate who had dropped her off at school during their ambiguous phase was utterly unimpressive. Zhou Jingfang, always straightforward and lacking subtlety, asked, how much does one of these computers cost? I believe over 30,000. Zhou Jingfang's feet involuntarily danced, her chest bouncing in tandem. As she exclaimed in a transformed voice, my goodness, that's incredibly wealthy. What business does your boyfriend's family run? He can't possibly be a coal tycoon, can he? Huang Wei was reluctant to divulge details about Wang Yi's family. Regarding Wang Yi's software sales, she had pledged confidentiality and thus cannot disclose any details. Yet, When they praised her brother, it felt as if they were extolling her own virtues. It was truly delightful to hear. She yearned to listen once more. Then, little sister Huang began recounting another matter. Her brother earned money on his own, writing songs and composing music. This, she believed, need not remain secret. Indeed, the much-anticipated revelation by Huang, the campus belle, came to pass. My goodness, Wang Yi can write songs and compose music? How extraordinary! At such a tender age, it seemed almost unbelievable. Xiao Wei, I find myself envious of you. Could he be an angel sent from heaven to protect you? Zhang Jingai's feelings had shifted from mere envy to bitterness. She considered that since they were all students of Zonghai University, sharing the same major and dormitory, and given her own decent appearance, her choice of boyfriend ought not to be so vastly inferior. Hence, she resolved to dismiss the ambiguous male classmates from the flirtation stage and seek someone whose stature was at least not so disparate from Wang Yi's. Zhou Jingfang inquired. What songs has Wang Yi written? Huang Wei blinked mysteriously. You'll find out in due course. She had met with her aunt yesterday, who had already begun recording the songs. Having listened once, she found them exquisite, though her aunt was still refining them meticulously. She was confident that when the songs were finally released, her aunt would reap great rewards. But, for now, she must keep the secret. It was at this moment that Wang Yi entered the scene. He immediately noticed that, apart from little sister Huang, Zhang Jing'ai and Zhou Jingfang gazed at him with eyes akin to those of enamored fans. What is the matter? Am I especially handsome today? Zhou Jingfang was the first to speak. Wang Yi, I heard you write songs. You must be an excellent singer as well, right? Wang Yi glanced at Huang Wei, who promptly feigned ignorance and averted her gaze. Wang Yi smiled. I just dabble for fun. Don't listen to Huang Wei's exaggerations. Zhou Jingfang retorted. Your songs are already earning money, yet you remain so modest. Wang Yi laughed. It's just a little money, nothing significant. By the way, have you all taken a bath? Changing the subject, he asked. We bathed earlier today, so we want to bathe again now. Would it be inconvenient if we bathed here sometimes? Occasionally. It shouldn't be a problem, Wang Yi replied, feeling a peculiar sensation that this small courtyard might gradually transform into a bathhouse. Later, after Yang Huijin finished bathing and came downstairs, she gratefully expressed, Wang Yi, thank you so much, you saved my life. No need to be so dramatic. Friends of Huang Wei are friends of mine, he replied warmly. Zhou Jingfang, ever blunt, pointed at the discs in the box. There are so many here. Shall we watch a movie? Yang Huijin smiled. Let's head back first. With 3 big light bulbs here, it would be embarrassing even if someone wanted a hug. Indeed, Yang Huijin's pragmatism prevailed. After escorting the 3 girls away, tranquility finally returned to the courtyard. Huang Wei timidly tugged at Wang Yi's sleeve and whispered softly, Brother, have I troubled you? Wang Yi looked at her and nodded. Little sister Huang slowly extended her delicate jade hand, palm facing upward, presenting it before Wang Yi. What is it? He asked. The girl bowed her head and murmured, Hit me. Wang Yi grasped her small hand, raised his right hand swiftly. The girl immediately closed her eyes, expecting a sting, but instead felt her face gently pinched. Wang Yi squeezed her cheeks with 2 fingers, teasing, You're just asking for trouble, calling me a fool when you're the little fool yourself. The girl lifted her head. Where am I foolish? Wang Yi continued, You even blabbed about my songwriting. What if a beautiful senior from the music department seduces me with charm, and I fall for her, running away? What'd you do then? At the thought, her beautiful eyes reddened instantly, tears threatening to spill. Why? Want to cry? Wang Yi teased. Huang, the campus belle, pouted, Brother, my face hurts. Wang Yi released his grip. Indeed, her cheeks were slightly flushed. He looked at her for a moment, then suddenly bent down and kissed her on the cheek. Chapter 141. You talk in your sleep. He kissed me. Huang's eyes sparkled with moisture beneath long, fluttering lashes. Wearing a red agate bracelet, her right hand extended one finger, then another. 2 days had passed since she had stealthily kissed him on the cheek. She thought she should move a couple of centimeters closer. Perhaps she might touch his lips. She was curious yet hesitant. Never before had she pondered what it might feel like. Would her brother kiss her mouth? She had heard it involved sticking out the tongue. Would he bite? Lost in such reveries, Wang Yi withdrew from her cheek, smiling. Still hurts? The girl stared blankly, feeling a rush of emotion and longing, yet restrained. Just a little pain, she whispered. Wang Yi indeed kissed her again briefly, then withdrew. There, no more pain. I have to use the restroom. I'm bursting. With that, he dashed to the downstairs bathroom. Huang Wei touched her kissed cheek, a smile tugging at her lips, her ponytail swaying. Suddenly, the sound of rhythmic knocking echoed from the bathroom, flushing her face with a deeper blush. Upon emerging, Wang Yi immediately asked little Huang, What about the promised gift? What is it? Is it something you made yourself? Not at all. Huang Wei stepped aside, rummaged in a bag, and produced a box. Here. Wang Yi opened it. It was a mouse, a double, a 4-Tech 4D, an antiquated model. He was moved, not by the mouse itself, but because he had casually complained just last night. And today, she had gifted him the latest model. Xiao Wei. May I hug you? I'm so touched. Wang Yi opened his arms. Huang Wei reached back into the bag, producing a mouse pad. Thank you. There's more. How many things do you have in there? Last one, I promise. Brother. You must like it. She covered the bag, opening, but didn't reveal it. Wang Yi urged, what is it? Hurry up. Why are you blushing? Could be contraception? Are we hitting the jackpot tonight? Of course, he was overthinking. Huang Wei unveiled a white t-shirt adorned with a Doraemon print on the chest. It looks familiar. Wang Yi glanced at Huang Wei, who was wearing the identical shirt. Hey, couple S outfit. The girl's cheeks flushed. Brother, you're faking it. Wang Yi chuckled. Very well. If I'm faking, then so be it. Let me try it on. He stripped off his shirt, revealing a youthful, toned figure without a trace of a paunch. Huang Wei's shoulders trembled with embarrassment, yet she couldn't help but sneak glances. Once Wang Yi donned a shirt, she quickly pretended to focus on her nails. How do I look? Wang Yi turned around and asked. Good. Me, or the shirt? The shirt. Wang Yi pointed to the Doraemon print. I'm the big brother Doraemon. You're the little sister. Let us shake hands, brother and sister. How do we shake hands? Huang Wei asked. Wang Yi gently embraced her. This time, the girl did not shy away. Instead, she allowed him to embrace her, wrapping her arms around her waist. Thus, the two of them nestled closely together, akin to two soft and elastic plush toys. How delightful. How wonderfully springy. Wang Yi's grip around the girl fluctuated between gentle and firm. All right, she exclaimed, abruptly pushing him away, her face flushed crimson. She was no wooden puppet. Having been pressed upon multiple times, how could she remain unaffected? This fellow not only relished touching feet, but also enjoyed making contact in other ways. Wang Yi was well aware of the need for moderation. The day's unexpected progress had already exceeded his expectations. As the hours passed, Huang Wei immersed herself in a novel on her computer while Wang Yi busily transferred data from a floppy disk to his notebook, seated across from her, diligently typing away at code. This instant messaging software, reminiscent of QQ, posed no challenge for him. It was akin to solving elementary math problems, merely tedious, with numerous subdivided functional modules. Moreover, he had devised extensive plans for subsequent upgrades, and database design was a crucial undertaking. After more than an hour, Huang Wei had succumbed to sleep while engrossed in her novel. It was only when Wang Yi completed a function that he noticed her slumped over the desk, peacefully asleep, a truly endearing girl who tugged at one's heartstrings. If it were someone else, they would have stirred up chaos within minutes. Wang Yi, come play games with me. Someone's attacking me. Are you dead? Can't you even respond? So boring. Let us go out for a late-night snack. You scoundrel. Aren't you coming up? Wang Yi stood up and quietly approached the girl, gazing intently at her flawless, exquisite face, a few strands of hair cascading down, adding an extra touch of allure. Brother. She murmured. Kiss wrong. Wang Yi presumed she had awakened, only to realize the little girl was sleep-talking. Kiss wrong? Whom did you kiss wrong? Her words were mumbled, and he could not discern whether she uttered anything else, or if it was merely the sound of drool, too faint to hear. Wang Yi leaned in closer, only to be met with the sound of her gentle breathing. This temperature should not be cold. Yet sleeping in such a position must be uncomfortable. After a few more days, once the deal for that villa was finalized, they would be able to move there. The house was fully equipped. The owner had originally intended it as a wedding home, but due to last year's Asian financial crisis, the owner's business had failed. And now, they were selling the property to raise funds. In truth, the house had been on the market for quite some time. Initially, the asking price was higher, but it had remained unsold. Recently, with the price drop, it fortuitously came to Wang Yi's attention. Glancing at the time, he noted it was already 10 o'clock. He ought to return. After all, there were classes the next day. Wang Yi powered down the computer, the shutdown sound startling Huang Wei awake. She squinted up at him. I fell asleep. Yes, and you were sleep-talking, Wang Yi replied with a smile. You're lying. How would I know? You don't realize when you're sleep-talking? What did I say? The girl became a bit anxious. What did you dream about? Wang Yi countered with a question. I want to tell you. Let me guess. Did something kiss you? Where? Huang Wei's face gradually flushed, contemplating if she truly had spoken in her sleep. This was far too embarrassing. Seeing him still intent on teasing her, she huffed, I was bitten by a pig. Where did it bite you? On the foot. No looking, no touching. I have to go back. This time, Wang Yi refrained from forcibly checking. It was indeed late, and he promptly drove back to the school. In the blink of an eye, the next day arrived. Sitting in class, Wang Yi felt somewhat out of place, as an elderly teacher in a white tank top passionately lectured at the front, while he struggled to stay awake. A glance to his side revealed that the Shitu had already dozed off, drooling all over the desk. Chapter 142. My girlfriend is Huang Wei. 3 days passed in a flash. Wednesday boasted the fewest classes, 4 in the morning and none in the afternoon. Wang Yi had already made plans with Nie Zhongyuan to meet in the afternoon to sign the contract and complete the transfer. Nearly half of the houses he had chosen in the last batch had been settled, including the villa he was particularly fond of. As soon as class ended, a ravenous group of students surged toward the cafeteria. Wang Yi and his 3 dormitory mates were about to leave when they were unexpectedly intercepted by a girl. Class monitor, Lu Ruyan. She wore a white t-shirt paired with a red plaid skirt, standing at the classroom exit, specifically waiting for Wang Yi. Wang Yi, come with me. I need to talk to you, Lu Ruyan said, fixing her gaze on his face. Instantly, many passing students cast curious glances their way. Wang Yi's 3 roommates from room 309 widened their eyes, their minds likely filled with astonishment. What is it? Wang Yi asked, feeling somewhat suspicious. Wondering if Nie Zhongyuan had divulged his matters to her and suggested she join him. If that were the case, he had no desire to purchase a house from him. Lu Ruyan's face bore no discernible expression as she replied, let's talk privately. Wang Yi glanced at his roommates and said, you guys go ahead and eat. We're waiting for you, brother, Dashitu insisted. They were reluctant to leave, eager to witness the unfolding drama, particularly Dasheng. For Lu Ruyan had previously been his unrequited love. Although he had gradually let go, witnessing her seek out Wang Yi for a private chat rekindled painful memories. Wang Yi followed Lu Ruyan to the other side of the balcony, maintaining a respectful distance. He defined this female class monitor as petty, cunning, yet only possessing a modicum of cleverness, not particularly astute. What is the matter? Speak quickly. With you acting like this, others might think we have something going on, Wang Yi stated bluntly. Lu Ruyan was momentarily taken aback, her anger rising. Other boys would jump at the chance to be involved with me. Why are you so peculiar? Are you a glass that prefers men? Considering he spent every day with Shi Jingtian, there was indeed a possibility. Lu Ruyan thought to herself, yet said aloud, I checked. There are no cameras near Liu Guangy's. Wang Yi's interest peaked. She and T completely lost her wits. But what does telling me this now mean? And then? Wang Yi asked her calmly. You lied to me. Lu Ruyan's voice rose, teeth clenched. This outburst was loud enough for his 3 roommates waiting at the classroom door to hear, and they all stared wide-eyed. Shi Jingtian slapped his thigh. I just remembered. Wang has a contact named Schoolflower in his phone. That day during the class meeting, I saw him texting and chatting with her. I thought it was some rugged guy, but it turns out it was Lu Ruyan. This guy's been hiding it so well. He glanced over at Ruyan, Dasheng. Even though you wrote Lu Ruyan 28 love letters, she doesn't T like you. So if Wang Yi is with Lu Ruyan, it doesn't T count as stealing your girl. Right? Don't get too upset. Ruyan shot a glance at Wang Yi and Lu Ruyan, then at Shi Jingtian, feeling as if she had taken a critical hit. Li Zongbeo stared wide-eyed. Dasheng, you wrote Lu Ruyan 28 love letters? Wow, you're not just Dasheng, you're a love saint. Ruyan retorted. Can we not discuss this right now? Wang Yi interjected again, and then Lu Ruyan glared. You deceived me, threatened me, intimidated me, and now you ask me. What's next? Wang Yi replied with a nonchalant hum. Indeed, there's no video, but you confessed with your own lips, did you not? You tricked me. A sardonic smile graced her lips. Well, Wang Yi, how amusing. I have not clung to you, yet you still harbor resentment? If I decide to expose this matter, who do you think will suffer the consequences? Ponder that well. Moreover, the 3 promises you made to me remain intact. Farewell. Wang Yi shook his head gently and turned to leave. What a petty and impulsive girl she is. Upon reuniting with his 3 roommates, they made their way to the cafeteria, where they were immediately bombarded with questions. Wang Yi had anticipated this. It's not what you think. Lu Ruyan had a misunderstanding with my girlfriend and came to apologize. The group fell silent, taken aback that the situation was not as they had imagined. Shi Jingtian exclaimed, you have a girlfriend? No way. Weren't you pursuing Huang Wei from the medical department? Trying to have your cake and eat it too? Wang Yi responded calmly, Huang Wei is my girlfriend. Are you out of your mind, my king? Are you so infatuated that you've lost your senses? Li Zongbao chimed in. This weekend, I'll bring her along for you to meet, Wang Yi stated seriously, seeing his roommate's skepticism. As they were delayed by Lu Ruyan, they found a cafeteria nearly devoid of available seats. Shi Jingtian, tall and with a broad view, pointed to a corner. There's an empty spot over there. Just one girl, let's squeeze in. Upon approaching, they discovered the girl was actually Tang Xiaonu, a classmate. She wore thick black-rimmed glasses, her head bowed, obscuring half her face. Startled by the arrival of 4 boys, she nervously shifted to the side. The sociable Shi Jingtian greeted her with a hearty laugh. Ah, Deng Xiaonu. What a pleasure. To share a table is fate. You wouldn't shoo us away, would you? Tang Xiaonu glanced at them, drawing her neck in. seemingly uncertain whether to leave. Since she had not finished her meal, she continued to eat with her head down. Wang Yi noticed her plate contained only a portion of tofu and plain rice, with nothing else. Observing her attire, he surmised that she likely came from a modest background. Perhaps due to her hurried eating, Tang Xiao suddenly coughed. The group turned to her, and Ru Sheng quickly offered his tomato soup. Slow down, drink some soup. It's delicious. Tang Xiao covered her mouth, glancing at Ru Sheng. She declined the offer, softly murmuring a thank you before hastily retreating with her plate. Ru Sheng, holding the soup, watched her leave, expecting her to discard her plate, only to see her pausing to take several more bites before finally placing it down. Love Guru, what are you doing? She's already gone. Have you lost your mind? Li Zong bao di vet du sheng. He replied, I just feel bad for her. Focus on eating. I'm starving. Shi Jing Tian interjected, diving into his meal. While others had 2 portions, he consumed 5. Yet, given that he had joined the basketball club and required more energy, it was understandable. After their meal, Wang Yi asked Shi Jing Tian to help carry his books back as he had to leave. My king, you seem mysterious, returning late every night. What are you up to? Li Zongbao Inguit, busy making money. How else can I support the campus beauty? Wang Yi quipped before departing. The roommates exchanged glances. Do you think he is working a side job? He doesn't seem like someone in need of money, especially with that new phone, one speculated. You don't understand. Wooing a girlfriend costs a fortune, and my living expenses barely cover it. Li Zongbao replied knowingly. Forget it. I won't pursue a girlfriend. I can barely support myself. Shi Jing Tian sighed. Yet, I feel like Feng Lu might be interested in me. Would it be a shame to miss that? How did you deduce that Feng Lu is interested in you? Just a feeling. I believe that's merely an illusion. Chapter 143. Bought over a dozen houses. Congratulations, Mr. Wang. From now on, this villa is yours. A middle-aged man with a receding hairline shook Wang Yi's hand at the entrance of the Zonghai Real Estate Trading Center. Behind him stood a woman half his age, his fiancée, visibly emotional about selling the villa. With a look of regret, she said, I spent 3 years pouring my heart into renovating this house. Mr. Wang, please take good care of it. Of course, rest assured. Farewell. After leaving the trading center, Wang Yi exhaled in relief. He had purchased 12 houses in one go. The female clerk at the certification hall regarded him with newfound respect, even asking for his phone number while casting flirtatious glances. Even Nie Zhongyuan couldn't help but comment, Sister, are you trying to introduce your daughter to Mr. Wang? It's too late. He already has a girlfriend. This elicited an annoyed response from the clerk. Who are you calling sister? I'm only 26. I'm younger than you. It was amusing to think about. Mr. Nye, aside from this villa, I would like to entrust you with renting out the other properties, if possible. Wang inquired. Absolutely. Our Zhongyuan Real Estate specializes in such matters. You can trust me. Nie Zhongyuan beamed, realizing this was a lucrative deal. By the way, Mr. Wang, is your reason for buying so many houses because you anticipate a rise in property prices? Do you have insider information? Wang chuckled. I possess no insider knowledge. I simply believe that keeping money idle leads to devaluation, so I might as well become a landlord. Mr. Wang, you are too humble. As Nie Zhongyuan pondered. Miss Han's identity is extraordinary. If her brother behaves this way, he must have some information. I should purchase a couple of properties for rental as well. After concluding the matters at hand, Wang Yi promptly headed to the telecommunications office. With home AD cell now available for installation, he knew having the internet was crucial for advancing his career. Otherwise, he would be forced to visit internet cafes for the simplest tasks, which was far from convenient. He then moved 2 computers from his small courtyard to the villa. The 2 houses were not far apart, just separated by a street. But the villa's neighborhood offered significantly better security and comfort. What pleased Wang Yi most was the dedicated bathing area on the 3rd floor of the villa, featuring a spacious soaking tub. While not suitable for swimming, it was more than adequate for 2 people to relax, and if they desired to engage in more vigorous activities. It posed no issue. After all, it was a villa. One could indulge without disturbing the neighbors. Thinking of the possibilities with Xiao Huang, he chuckled to himself. He sent a message to Huang. What are you up to? After a while, she replied in class. Wang Yi responded. Text me when class is over. Let us grab a bite. Okay. Driving his Land Rover back to school, Wang Yi tuned into Zonghai FM, where an old song, Woman Flower, played. Mei Jie's voice was captivating and magnetic. It was a pleasure to listen to repeatedly. Unfortunately, her life was tragically brief. She was diagnosed with a terminal illness this year and, lacking proactive treatment, passed away in 2003. Reminding her seems futile. Her family must have already done so. The vehicle gradually entered Zonghai University, and as it navigated a narrow passage, it was obstructed by a pair of students, a male and a female, engaged in a heated argument. Wang Yi refrained from honking, concerned that his horn might provoke them into a fit of rage, perhaps resulting in damage to his car. After all, there are no exclusive dealerships for Land Rovers in the country. Thus, he patiently waited inside the vehicle, listening intently. Chen Linbin, could you please stop being so annoying? Dislike is dislike. We've broken up, and your persistence is of no use. Rong, I'm aware that you've been frequently dining with Dong's Hai Wen. I've held my tongue long enough. He is truly not a good person. Can't you see that? Should I be the one to wake up? Or is it you who needs to snap out of it? A single meal with him costs more than a month's worth of my living expenses. What have I gained from our relationship? Just a waste of time and youth. Rong, I've been trying hard. Look, I've been job hunting lately, then go find your job, and don't come looking for me again. Suddenly, the stack of four papers in the boy's hand was flung into the air by the girl, scattering his job applications like butterflies in flight. With 2 sheets landing on Wang Yi's windshield, the girl glanced over at Wang Yi, seemingly taken aback by the vibrant orange Land Rover, even managing to smile at him before tossing her hair and walking away. The young man stood there, momentarily stunned, before slowly gathering his resumes. Wiping away tears as he did so, Wang Yi felt an inexplicable pang of sympathy. The resumes were face up, and he caught a glimpse. Name, Chen Linbin. Age, 20. Skills, web design, advertising design, graphic design, proficient in Photoshop and Flash. Wang Yi blinked, unbuckled his seatbelt, and stepped out to retrieve the resumes from his windshield, standing before Chen Linbin. Chen Linbin seemed to come to his senses, glancing at Wang Yi and apologizing. I'm sorry for blocking your path. Are you job hunting? A part-time position? Wang Yi inquired, holding out the resumes. Chen Linbin nodded, reaching for them. However, Wang Yi withheld them, asking, how proficient are you in web design? Chen Linbin was taken aback. Why do you ask? Are you a student here as well? Wang Yi handed over the resumes. I have a website and am in need of a part-time graphic designer. Naturally, having a senior from the university is most convenient. If you possess the ability, I can employ you, and there will be further projects for collaboration, depending on your capabilities. Chen Linbin, slightly piqued, replied. In the entire Zonghai University, especially among the third-year computer science students, no one surpasses my web design skills. So confident? Wang Yi mused. Do you know President Xia Yuyu? She founded an alumni website, and all the pages were designed by me. Initially, President Xia selected me from the entire university. An alumni website? Wang Yi's eyes flickered. He thought to himself, could it be a coincidence? He had a project in mind for an alumni network to support a communication software, only to discover that the student council president had already established one. Could you show me this website? If it's indeed well done, I'll hire you. My part-time salary requirement is 400. Pass the assessment, and I'll offer you 500 plus performance bonuses. Really? Let us head to the computer lab. Oh, you sit in the back. The front passenger seat is reserved for the boss's wife. Chapter 144. Dormitory dialogue. Chen Linbin had ridden in various cars, but stepping into Wang Yi's Land Rover felt distinctly different. The interior and level of comfort were several notches above any vehicle he had previously experienced. This junior must be quite wealthy, perhaps even more so than Dong's Hai Wen. He wondered what kind of boss's wife he had found, not wanting to pry too much. Chen Linbin merely inquired about Wang Yi's class, and upon learning that he was a freshman, he was secretly astonished but chose not to ask further. However, from a corner of his eye, he spotted an adorable little rabbit hair tie in the glove compartment, reminding him that his girlfriend used to have one, but now it was gone. His mood soured in an instant. That hair tie had been left behind by Huang Wei, the boss's wife, after she washed her hair in the courtyard last night and absent-mindedly placed it there while getting into the car. Wang Yi suspected it was intentional, though he had no proof. Upon arriving at the computer lab, as Chen Linbin entered, someone greeted him. Chingu, what brings you to the lab today? The speaker was the lab administrator. Chen Linbin replied, just a bit of business. I need to use the internet and help me power up a machine. Sure thing. Wang Yi noticed the administrator's tone was somewhat obsequious, even waiving the usage fee. Once Chen Linbin accessed the alumni website he had created, Wang Yi casually flipped through a few pages, initially assessing the layout and aesthetics before concentrating on the site's structure and core selling points. He had contemplated purchasing the alumni network if it proved satisfactory, but now that he was confronted with the reality, that notion evaporated. This alumni network was merely a derivative of a forum, with the addition of a registered user profile for students. Its functionality was far too limited, confined solely to Zonghai University. Such a product held no commercial appeal, no derivative value. Its potential was inherently capped. The alumni network he envisioned resembled something akin to Facebook. Chen Linbin, surveying his designed web page, felt a sense of accomplishment and asked, Junior, what do you think? Isn't the page I designed rather good? It's far superior to the current school BBS. Wang Yi remarked, your alumni network probably lacks traffic, doesn't it? Traffic? Oh, you mean visits? That's beyond my control. It's the website's operation that fails to gain traction, Chen Linbin stated. Your foundation is solid, but it tends towards the extravagant. Extravagant? No, Junior, you might just be new to university and not fully grasp the nuances of website design. This ISNT extravagance. It's rich in content and vibrant in color. Chen Linbin felt the sting of Wang Yi's critique of his design and instinctively wanted to counter. To prove his worthiness of the 400 yuan, but Wang Yi interrupted, a monthly salary of 500, no need for office hours, just complete my tasks. If you wish to pursue other part-time work, I have no objections, but one condition. You must follow my instructions without argument. Do we have a deal? Chen Linbin regarded Wang Yi, sensing an assertive aura reminiscent of a domineering CEO from a Taiwanese drama. Nevertheless, if money was on the table, he would comply. He nodded. Thank you, boss. Wang Yi typed the navigation URL 0000 into the browser's address bar, and the navigation page promptly appeared. Your task is to help me optimize this interface. The layout elements shouldn't change, and the total size of the page, including images, must not exceed 200 kilobytes. What? Not exceeding 200 kilobytes? A single larger image 1T fit. You can omit the images. Omit the images? How am I supposed to beautify it then? He raked his fingers through his hair, feeling overwhelmed. That is precisely your job. I operate a navigation website, and if it takes more than 3 seconds to load each time, it becomes utterly useless. Given the current prevalent internet speed of 200K, that is the threshold in Wang Yi's mind. At that moment, Huang Wei sent a message. Brother, come pick me up. Wang Yi glanced at the message and said to Chen Linbin, Senior, here's the situation. I'll give you 3 days, and I'll reach out to you again this weekend. After a brief pause, he added, Not that I covet your woman. Cutting losses is a wise decision for you. With that, Wang Yi left the computer room. In truth, his recruitment of Chen Linbin was merely a matter of convenience. He was too lazy to post a recruitment notice. Moreover, having just witnessed Chen Linbin's breakup, he found himself disapproving of the woman named Rong Rong, especially her final smirk, which he found quite distasteful, prompting a pang of sympathy for Chen Linbin. Exiting the computer room, Wang Yi replied to Huang Wei, I misread it. I thought it said kissing. In room 211, the young lady eagerly awaited the notification and immediately picked up her phone to check. Upon reading kissing, her face flushed crimson. What a fool. He surely only speaks without understanding anything. Zhang Jing'ai, observing Huang Wei's reaction, remarked, Xiao Ei, to what stage has your relationship with cousin Wang Yi progressed? It's been several days since you officially announced it, and you have a place to stay outside. Surely you two have crossed that line? Although Zhang Jing'ai harbored unresolved feelings for Wang Yi, she acknowledged that she could not compete with Huang Wei, who had been with him since they were 7. Thus she readily let go. Yet, this subtly raised her standards for future partners. Recently, a classmate had pursued her, and while he was indeed superior to her previous crush, the disparity compared to Wang Yi was too glaring, leading her to reject him outright. Yang Huijin and Zhou Jingfang also turned their attention toward Huang Wei. Her face reddened even more. No, there's nothing to speak of. But surely there must have been a kiss. What was it like? Share it with us, so we can revel in your sweetness. No, really. This time, the 3 girls were astonished. How could Wang Yi, with such a beautiful girlfriend, not even give you a peck? What is he thinking? Could it be that he feels too familiar, making it difficult to act? Yang Huijin pondered aloud. Books suggest that pairs who grew up together may find it challenging to transition into a romantic relationship, as they subconsciously view each other as siblings. You two aren't experiencing that, are you? Huang Wei's heart raced with apprehension. Could it truly be the case? Was she unconsciously treating Xiao Wang as a brother? Having had little romantic experience and no exposure to romantic novels, she momentarily found herself at a loss. Meanwhile, Zhang Jing'ai suddenly wondered if there was still hope for her. Huang Wei turned to Yang Huijin. Huijin, may I borrow that book of yours? Yang Huijin queried. Which book? The one you often tuck under your pillow. Yang Huijin's face flushed crimson. I don't have it. I don't use a pillow. Huang Wei thought a moment longer. The one by Tsin Kailun. Yang Huijin replied, I tossed it. I saw it under your pillow. Stop bringing up pillows. Yang Huijin hastily retrieved it from beneath her pillow. Here, take it. Study it well. Even siblings can become lovers. Really? Huang Wei's eyes sparkled, but she quickly defended, but we don't have a sibling relationship. He kissed me. Where? Zhang Jing'ai and Zhou Jingfang immediately leaned in. Huang Wei pointed her cheek. A peck on the cheek? That's rather juvenile. My dad kisses my cheek all the time. Huang Wei then glanced at her fair, delicate feet, realizing that this was their secret and must not be revealed. Chapter 145. I won't call you brother anymore. Ding. Ding ding. Wang Yi sent a playful message, but noticed that little Huang Wei hadn't replied for quite a while, prompting him to call her. Upon hearing the phone ring, Zhang Jing'ai laughed. Cousin is calling. He must be missing you. Cousin has become Huang Wei's exclusive inside joke. Yet Huang Wei thought, but my surname is Huang. Not Wang. I'm not Wang Yi, and he isn't Yurong Fu. When a call connected, Huang Wei felt flustered. Cousin, Wang Yi? I will never call you cousin again. Wang Yi paused. What does cousin Wang Yi mean? It's nothing. Where are you? I'm coming to get you. Let us meet at the usual place, the young lady replied gloomily, the term cousin hovering over her like a spell. No, I must eradicate it. After waiting several times at the designated spot in front of the girls' dormitory, Wang Yi felt overly conspicuous. Standing there felt as if he were in a peculiar display window, with passing girls scrutinizing him, and even some from the dormitory pointing and whispering from the balcony, as if he were a product with a price tag on display. Thus, starting yesterday, they had agreed on a new location, under a large tree just a bit in front of the girls' dormitory, close to the street bustling with life, where even the harshest sun would not reach them. Oh, how sweet. The usual spot. Xiao Yi, where is this usual spot? Is it the love courtyard? Huang Wei blushed. I want to tell you. She quickly donned her shoes, grabbed a mirror from her desk to check her appearance, and then hurriedly stepped out. Zhao Yingfeng, sitting on a stool, painting her toenails, remarked, Now I feel like I want to find a boyfriend too. Zhang Jing'ai sighed. It's not that easy to find, is it? Looking around, not a single one catches my eye. Zhou Jingfeng contemplated. That seems to be true. Wang Yi parked his car and walked toward the usual spot, holding 2 skewers of candied hawthorn. Earlier, he had spotted a shop specializing in candied fruits that offered not just hawthorn, but also pineapple and apple flavors. So he purchased one of each and placed them in the trunk. Thankfully, they hadn't tea-melted. Little Huang Wei had a penchant for such treats. Just as he was about to arrive at their agreed meeting place, he suddenly spotted 2 familiar figures beneath the tree, Lu Ruyan and Lu Shiwen. Ugh! Why is Lu Ruyan everywhere I go? He stood by another tree, refraining from approaching. However, Lu Shiwen caught sight of him. She nudged Lu Ruyan. Look, that's Big Wang. And he is holding 2 skewers of candied hawthorn. Is he planning to give them to you? He is too shy to come over. Lu Ruyan turned her head and indeed saw Wang Yi. She furrowed her brow, momentarily perplexed. Could it be that after I spoke to him at noon, exposing his lies, he has come with candied hawthorn to apologize? How childish. I'm not a child. 1 skewer isn't enough. As Lu Ruyan pondered this, Lu Shiwen added, No need to guess. He definitely has feelings for you. I would wager my waist size on it. However, I think this Big Wang is a bit pretentious, just like his name. Lu Ruyan asked, What do you mean pretentious? Lu Shiwen replied, Look at him, dressed in cartoonish clothes, holding 2 skewers of candied hawthorn. How childish. And remember that day in class when he tried to show off? Then his phone suddenly rang, and I'd bet anything it was his roommate calling. I heard he even pretended it was a call from abroad. So immature. Lu Ruyan glanced at her robust waist size, but remained silent. She felt that Wang Yi was not as Lu Shiwen described him. Lu Shiwen continued, Don't believe me? Let me go call him over and tease him. Lu Ruyan exclaimed, Wait, what? You were utterly deceived by him to the point of tears. Don't go. Yet Lu Shiwen, that fierce young lady, truly dashed forward without hesitation. Classmate Wang, Lu Shiwen called out as she hurried over. Unable to summon the courage to address him as De Wang, it felt too silly. Wang Yi was momentarily taken aback. Damn, she actually came over? Can't even avoid her anymore? Resigned, he could only greet her. What a coincidence, classmate. He didn't even know her surname. He only remembered the few names Jing Tian often muttered. Lu Shiwen wore an expression that clearly said, I've seen through you long ago, and smiled. Stop pretending. You came to talk to Liu Yi, didn't you? Hurry up before we leave. Wang Yi replied, You misunderstand, classmate. Lu Shiwen smirked. Tisk. You're so timid when it comes to chasing girls. How can that be? Just then a melodious voice rang out behind them. Xiao Wang. Turning around, they saw a girl so stunning that Lu Shiwen barely dared to meet her gaze. Her features were exquisitely delicate, her high ponytail swinging with grace, her eyes sharp and captivating, even more beautiful than Liu Yi. She was. Suddenly, a name flashed through Lu Shiwen's mind. Recently, a heated debate had erupted on the school BBS about who the top campus beauty truly was. Among the contenders was a freshman from the medical department, Huang Wei, who could rival Xia Yu. Some enterprising individuals had secretly photographed Huang Wei and posted the pictures online, causing many staunch supporters of Xia Yu to quietly switch sides. The BBS had been abuzz for days. Lu Shiwen had even cast her vote for Huang Wei just last night while browsing the forum. She never expected to see her appear in person now. What shocked her even more was that Huang Wei approached Wang Yi, and only then did she notice that they were wearing matching couple outfits. Childish? Perhaps. Sweet? Undoubtedly. The candied hawthorn skewer in Wang Yi's hand wasn't for Liu Yi, but was meant for Huang Wei. What on earth have I done? Who am I? Where am I? Lu Shiwen felt mortified enough to claw at the floor in embarrassment. Meanwhile, Lian also recognized Huang Wei, though she had never visited the BBS. The memory of being dragged by Huang Wei to apologize at Tianxiang restaurant still brought tears to her eyes. That memory was etched in her mind forever. So they weren't siblings, but lovers. Huang Wei received the candied hawthorn skewer and immediately flashed a sweet smile before looking at Lu Shaiwen and asking Wang Yi, "Do you two know each other?" Wang Yi nodded. "We're classmates." Lu Shaiwen forced a laugh and introduced herself to Huang Wei. "Hello, I'm Lu Shaiwen." Huang Wei nodded and gave her name with a hint of aloofness, slightly shy. She looked reluctantly at the skewer in her hand and offered it. "Here, have some." Wang Yi promptly intercepted. "Classmate Lu doesn't tea like candied hawthorn." Then, grasping the girl's hand, he said to Lu Shaiwen, "Classmate Lu, goodbye." Lu Shaiwen mechanically waved her arm. "Goodbye, hee goodbye," before returning robotically to Lian's side, muttering, "Actually, I quite like candied hawthorn myself." Huang Wei, her right hand still held by Wang Yi, asked, "Wang Yi, how did you know she doesn't tea like candied hawthorn?" Wang Yi answered, "Because I painstakingly bought this for you. No one else deserves it. Is it sweet?" The girl extended her rosy little tongue to taste it. "Sweet." After a moment, she asked, "Wang Yi, where are we going?" Wang Yi tilted his head. "Sister, why don't you call me brother anymore?" Hearing sister, the girl cast him a plaintive glance. "I won't call you brother anymore." Chapter 146. You bought this. What? No more brother? Wang Yi was stunned. How about you stop calling him that? Those few words are the last cement holding his heart together. Without them, it would crumble. "I just won't call you that anymore. I don't like it." The girl licked the candied hawthorn, her lower face adorably defiant, while her upper face bore resolute determination. No one could sway her decision. She had made up her mind. Wang Yi hurried after her. Sister, have I offended you somehow? You can't do this." Huang Wei pouted and frowned. "You've offended me right now. Also, this pineapple-flavored candied hawthorn is sour. Swap it for the apple flavor." "I want apple." Wang Yi exchanged his own bitten apple-flavored skewer for hers, then cautiously tasted the pineapple one she had licked. "Not sour at all. It's very sweet." "Impossible. It's sour." "Oh, maybe it turns sweet after you tasted it." The campus belle's resolute expression softened instantly. Her ears flushed, but she still declared, "Anyway, from now on, don't call me sister anymore." Wang Yi, seeing her demeanor, grew anxious. He feared something serious had happened, that the little girl wanted to draw a line between them. Could it be because he mentioned the word kiss that she wanted to sever ties? "Don't want to talk to me anymore?" The girl froze mid-lick. Her pink tongue seemingly stuck to the skewer. She hurriedly said, "I didn't say I'm ignoring you." "Then why not call me brother? And why won't you let me call you sister?" Wang Yi was utterly baffled, thinking women's hearts are truly unfathomable. Love makes them so perplexing. Or maybe I'm just too dim-wit and lack emotional intelligence. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. Looking at the girl, he said, "I get it. You wanted to call you cousin, right?" The campus beauty stomped her foot in frustration. "You idiot. You're such a big fool." Seeing tears welling up in her eyes, Wang Yi quickly soothed her. "Then tell me what you want me to call you, and I'll call you that." "Huang student?" She rolled her eyes. "Huang Wei student?" She scoffed. "Big Huang? That's my dad's name." "Huh? Does Annie call Uncle Huang Big Huang?" Wang Yi wondered if that was a secret pet name the couple used. After persistent questioning, Huang Wei finally confessed, "Brother can't kiss sister, but you already kissed me." "What? That's your reason? Who told you that?" Wang Yi angrily protested. "That's slander, spreading malicious rumors." "Who said that?" Huijin did." "Young Huizhen? How can you trust her? She is such a prude who likes prude things. You definitely shouldn't listen to her." There are plenty of stories online about brothers and sisters kissing and dating. The girl's eyes sparkled. "Really?" Wang Yi nodded, "Of course. I'll find some for you to read later. MHM, then call me brother first. You scared me just now. My heart is still pounding like crazy. Call me brother to comfort me. If you don't believe me, feel it." Wang Yi grasped her hand and placed it over his chest. Their eyes met, their faces close. The girl clearly felt the thudding of his heartbeat. Brother, she softly and shyly called out. Wang Yi immediately let out a long sigh of relief, feeling a few pounds lighter as he glanced around to ensure no one was paying attention. He quickly leaned down and planted a kiss on her cheek, though his aim was slightly off, grazing the corner of her lips. "Let's go. Brother will take you to eat stew sausage rice." The girl secretly extended her tongue to lick the spot that Wang Yi had just kissed, casting a furtive glance at him, thinking, Huizhen must be wrong. After they finished the stew sausage rice, Wang Yi took Huang Wei to their new home, a garden villa that had remained uninhabited since its renovation. Is this what you bought?" Despite Huang Wei's background as a member of the powerful and wealthy Tao family, she was still taken aback to see Wang Yi purchase a villa after acquiring a small courtyard. "This villa must have cost $1 million, right? Aren't you planning to start a company? Have you spent all $3 million?" Wang Wei had some understanding of the real estate prices in Shanghai. I sold a set of algorithms. Money isn't a concern. There will surely be more in the future. My money is your money. Spend it as you wish. Wang Wei gazed at him in bewilderment. Why is your money my money? Wang Yi gently stroked her hair. Because this is the property of future spouses. The girl instantly blushed, her cheeks resembling the fiery clouds at dusk. You haven't even confessed yet. She huffed. No sooner had the words left her lips than Wang Yi knelt before her, a pink flower miraculously appearing in his hand. It was a flower he had just picked from the small garden, not a rose, but a Chinese rose. Huang Xiaowei, I like you. Just like the wind travels 8,000 miles, never asking for a return date. Will you marry me? No. Will you be my one and only? Huang Wei's mind exploded with joy, filled to the brim with happiness. She had waited for this moment for a full decade. He finally said he liked me. Her eyes sparkled, misty with emotion, as she looked at him, recollecting countless memories from the image of him 10 years ago, with snot bubbling from his nose, to the handsome and mature figure before her now. She gently nodded. I'm willing. Wang Yi immediately tossed the rose aside, taking her hand and standing up. Oh no, help me up, my leg's gone numb. The girl, puffing with indignation, helped him up. It's just been a moment, and you're already weak. You should start exercising tomorrow. All right, you are officially my girlfriend now. So may I kiss you? The girl lowered her head. Her face flushed crimson and nodded shyly. However, 3 seconds later, Huang Wei suddenly pushed him away. Brother, you need to first bring me the book about how a brother can kiss his sister. Huh? Are you still hung up on that? Can't we just owe it for now? No way. You've already kissed me today. That's enough. She suddenly remembered what her father had said, that one must not allow a boy to gain too much too quickly, or else he would not cherish it. Wang Yi seek it, but he was relieved to have taken the first step. Wait, I'll find you the book about how a brother can kiss his sister when I get back. Let's go upstairs. There's a big bathtub where we can soak. No, I didn't bring any clothes. We don't have to bathe. Just washing our feet will do. Chapter 147. Help me deliver the money. At 9:30 p.m., Wang Yi escorted Huang Wei back to her dormitory. As she walked, she slightly tiptoed. At their farewell, the school beauty looked at Wang Yi with a pitiful expression. Wang Yi, you really must never bite me again. Otherwise, I will bite you too. Wang Yi quickly promised, don't worry, I won't do it again. Well then, goodbye, brother. Good night. Wang Yi watched as Huang Wei ascended the stairs, cursing himself for not being able to hold back. He resolved never to harm little Huang Wei like that again. Having left marks, what a blunder. Afterward, Wang Yi headed straight to the school's computer room to search for articles on how a brother can kiss his sister. Instead, he stumbled upon stories about Uncle Huang. And surprisingly, an article about Binggu popped up. Wow, the search engines of this era are indeed powerful, though they may also yield some nonsense. Never mind. If it's not online, let's see if there's anything on the Shanghai University BBS. Since Shanghai University has a literature department with many talented individuals and vast readership, perhaps someone has encountered it. He registered an alias, ID, lip and teeth fragrance, because the BBS required an account to use the search function. After searching, he found nothing. He then directly posted a thread. Has anyone read any articles about a brother kissing his sister? No responses yet. There's no rush. Wang Yi opened his navigation website, inputting a string of follow-up data. The backend was simple, merely a data statistics page. He noticed that the installation count had already exceeded 42,000. The natural growth over this period was quite promising. It seemed that Fatty's postings on the internet were gradually gaining traction. He ought to give him a bonus. The navigation site had an email login feature, and he directly logged into his inbox, discovering several new emails. The contact on the Xia Xiaomi website had long been replaced by Jinsan Company, and the version he had previously leaked was also automatically updated after changes. So no one would seek him through that channel anymore. A few emails were from individuals wanting to place their website addresses on the 0000 navigation site, without even mentioning compensation, simply requesting free placement. Damn, where in the world is there such a thing as a free lunch? Even if there was, it wouldn't be available to you. However, one person was sensible enough to offer to buy a spot for a monthly rent of 200 yuan. Wang Yi couldn't even be bothered to open their website address. Expecting a monthly rent of 200 yuan was utterly absurd. Moreover, the homepage of the navigation site was a showcase. It was impossible to clutter it with random things. He planned to sell it later, but most likely, only secondary page positions would be up for sale. Additionally, he had received an email from abroad. Upon opening it, he found an inquiry about whether he was selling a 3-digit international domain name, with the other party willing to offer $1,000 for it. That was far too cheap. He wouldn't sell. Without hesitation, Wang Yi quoted an exorbitant price, not expecting any actual interest. It wasn't he at the time to sell domain names at high prices. He would have to wait a few years. After dealing with these matters, half an hour had passed. Wang Yi reopened the Zhonghai University BBS and found responses to his previous thread. A brother kissing his sister? What are you trying to do? He wants to go to jail. Is the original poster mentally unwell? Lip and teeth fragrance? Are you a girl? I've only read about cousins kissing. Like Wang Yuan and Murong Fu. There were plenty of stories about cousins, including Su Xian's son. Did that count? Upon reading this, Wang Yi quickly edited his profile, selecting a gender he had previously left blank, now identifying as female. He commented below, "It's not real siblings. It's just those romance novels where the female lead likes to call her boyfriend brother." Immediately, someone replied, "Wow, aren't there quite a few of those? But I can't think of them right now. Do you also like calling him brother? Need a boyfriend? I'm Pierre, 9 meters tall and have abs. Crap. This can't be Big Stone's ID, can it?" Wang Yi lifted her gaze and scanned the room. Yet her view was obstructed, rendering her unable to discern clearly. Damn it. Not a single person provided an appropriate response. She contemplated letting it go. After all, there was no absolute necessity for Xiao Huang to call her brother. Calling her father could indeed sound quite charming, but she feared that uttering such a suggestion might result in a broken leg. Suddenly, her phone rang. Hastily, she switched the computer screen to another interface, wary of being seen as a cross-dresser. Upon checking the caller ID, she discovered it was yet another foreign number. No need to guess. It was certainly her senior, Han Han. Given the timing, there must be something important to discuss. She quickly answered. "Good evening, senior." Han Han's voice carried a hint of fatigue and was somewhat hoarse as she replied, "Xiao Yi," after 3 days of interaction and negotiations. The party concerning the online game Stone Age has finally revealed their bottom line. Listening to her tone, Wang Yi asked, "Senior, are you unwell?" Han Han responded, "I caught a bit of a chill, but it's nothing serious." Wang Yi felt a twinge of guilt. "Please take care of yourself, senior. Don't overexert yourself. When you return, you'll have a lot more to do," she quipped. Wang Yi chuckled at her playful remark, likening her words to those of a certain character. "So, senior, what is their bottom line?" Han Han explained, "There are 2 models. You previously mentioned that a regional buyout would be ideal, so I have focused my efforts there. Given that the game's local launch has not garnered much enthusiasm, I estimate that acquiring the buyout for the Huaxia mainland region will require around 3 million, while the agency fee will be merely 1 million, followed by an 80-20 revenue split." Wang Yi inquired, "Can we include Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan in that deal? Those areas have relatively robust economies and high computer usage rates. We cannot overlook them. You see, Stone Age initially gained popularity in Taiwan before moving to the mainland." "I will do my utmost," Han Han replied, followed by a few coughs. Wang Yi paused for a few seconds before stating, "Let's aim for the buyout. The structure of this gaming company is somewhat convoluted, so it would be wise to avoid complications. In the future, it will be like a golden goose, providing for you for a decade. Oh, and be cautious of any potential traps in the Japanese text when signing the contract." Han Han reassured him. "You need not worry about that. I have brought along a team." Wang Yi nodded. "That's great. Senior, make sure to rest early. Upon your return, we shall celebrate. Feel free to ask for anything. I want to hit you." She retorted, "Fear not. I'd rather not be struck dead by you. All right, I'm off to sleep now. Rest well, and don't overthink things. With me as your big boss, you can lay back and relax." Although Han Han harbored some concerns regarding the lukewarm reception of Stone Age locally, she refrained from voicing them. However, hearing Wang Yi's calm and assured tone eased her anxiety. Damn it, whatever. She was already in too deep. At worst, she'd end up broke. After all, it wasn't he her who would suffer substantial losses. There was a foolish boss to bear the brunt. Once Wang Yi hung up, he returned to the previous posts but found no ready articles for Xiao Huang to peruse. Noticing that time was running short, he directly composed a themed post, offering a monetary reward for a sweet romantic short story in which the female protagonist affectionately calls her partner brother, requiring a minimum of 30,000 words at 50 yuan per piece. After that, he logged off and went to sleep. By Friday, good news arrived from Han Han. The deal had been successfully concluded, costing a total of 3,500,000 yuan to secure the national copyright for Stone Age in Huaxia. Now it was time for significant profit-making. Han Han and her team would be returning to the country the next day. That afternoon, after class, Wang Yi joined a few roommates for lunch. Initially, the 4 of them fit perfectly at a table, but unexpectedly, Ru Sheng declared, "You guys eat here. I'm off to another place." To the astonishment of his 3 roommates, he boldly walked over to sit opposite a girl. Was that Tang Xiaonu? Goodness. When did Ru Sheng start dating Tang Xiaonu? Wang Yi glanced twice and remarked, "They probably aren't dating yet. He is still pursuing her. I think Tang Xiaonu is quite lovely." Shi Jingtian turned to Wang Yi and inquired, "What about you? Have you managed to win over the campus belle?" Huang Wei has officially become the top belle at Zhonghai University, surpassing Xia Yuyu, with countless eyes upon her. Are you truly all right? Wang Yi looked at him and suddenly said, Stone, I have a favor to ask. Could you run an errand for me? I'll pay you 5 chicken legs. What do you need? I purchased something on the BBS, and I just need you to deliver the payment. Chapter 148. It's decided. I shall marry her. As Shi Jingtian continued to eat, he asked, Is it really that simple? Wang Yi picked at a fishbone and replied, What else is there? Besides, the recipient is a beautiful senior from the literature department. Li Zongbao immediately interjected, I'll do it. I only need 3 chicken legs. Shi Jingtian instantly protested, his demeanor resembling someone about to overturn the dining table. Dabao, are you trying to steal my job? Didn't you lose interest in women after your heartbreak? Li Zongbao quickly hung his head. Damn, why bring that up now? Wang inquired, Weren't you planning on starting a business in college a few days ago? How'd that go? Li Zongbao's sigh fell through. Did you fail to pass the review? A senior there mentioned that, as a freshman, it was nearly impossible to get approved. Too many projects were vying for approval at Zonghai University unless there were exceptional circumstances. Shi Jingtian asked, What constitutes an exceptional circumstance? Li Zongbao replied with 2 words, connections. Both of them understood what that implied. There was nothing that could be done about it. Wang Yi was aware that his eccentric aunt had a close relationship with the president of Zonghai University. But as long as she didn't come looking for trouble with him, he would be grateful. After all, he would have to be out of his mind to seek her out over such trivial matters. What kind of project were you planning to bow? Wang Yi casually inquired. Dormitory delivery. Forget it. It's all over now, so it doesn't matter to mention it. I know some merchants who can offer competitive prices due to their large quantities, and we could deliver to the door. Wang Yi immediately understood. It was a model combining group buying with delivery. For Li Zongbao to conceive such a business model at this point was somewhat insightful, yet remained rather primitive. With a significant obstacle remaining, the lack of smartphones. Even computers were not widespread. Students at Zonghai University wanting to go online had to either visit the computer room or go to internet cafes. There was no internet in the dormitories, rendering online group buying a moot proposition. Li Zongbao's idea would be a laborious endeavor with little reward. Thus, Wang Yi chose not to comment further. At that moment, Shi Jingtian couldn't help but glance over at Ru Sheng. Damn, this guy really is a romantic. No wonder he piled his plate high with food. It's for Tang Xiaonu. Wang Yi and Li Zongbao also turned their attention in that direction. Just in time to see Ru Sheng placing a large shrimp on a Tang Xiaonu's plate, which she initially rejected, returning it. Ru Sheng then tossed that shrimp aside and offered her another pristine one. Saying something before Tang Xiaonu glanced at the shrimp on the table and returned her meal. The great sage seized the opportunity to add a piece of meat to her plate. Goodness, a romantic indeed. I've learned something here. I wish to apprentice under him. After finishing his meal, Wang Yi took out 100 yuan and handed it to Shi Jingtian, stating that the recipient was a senior from the 3rd-year literature department. Known by her online moniker, Fragrant Thigh Loli, the money was to be given to her, as she would send the items through other channels. Upon hearing this, Li Zongbao's eyes lit up. The senior known as Fragrant Thigh Loli? Let me go. I don't want any chicken legs or rewards. I'll gladly run this errand for you. Dabao, have you no shame? I heard it's the senior Fragrant Thigh, and you're disregarding our brotherhood? Then I'll accompany you. Do you really think you're needed? I'd be a better company. Who knows? She might even bring along classmates. In the end, the two indeed went together, with the meeting spot set at the entrance of the Liu Guangyer's beverage bar. However, upon arriving, filled with anticipation to engage with the beautiful senior, they found that she had yet to arrive, and only a boy with a face full of acne, dressed in flip-flops, sat quietly there. Li Zongbao glanced at his watch. Perhaps she hasn't arrived yet. Let us wait here. Shi Jingtian, eyes filled with longing, remarked, with a username like Fragrant Thigh Loli, she must be a stunning beauty, right? How would I know? After waiting for a while, the boy from the adjacent table approached them. The two looked at him, a bad premonition creeping in. Please, don't let it be. You're looking for Fragrant Thigh Loli, right? The boy inquired. Ah, yes, it wouldn't be you, would it? Shi Jingtian looked at his hairy legs, and his heart skipped a beat. The boy nodded. Shi Jingtian and Li Zongbao exchanged glances, nearly vomiting the meal they had just eaten. The boy asked, So, who is Fragrant Lips? Shi Jingtian tossed 100 yuan onto the table and turned to flee. None of us are called Fragrant Lips. We're just here to deliver money to you. Goodbye. Li Zongbao hurriedly followed suit. Back in their dormitory, they found Wang Yi leisurely lying on the bed, playing with his phone. Damn it. Wang, you rascal, was this intentional? Wang Yi turned over. What was intentional? Did you meet the senior? Li Zongbao replied. Don't even mention her. Just the thought makes me want to vomit. What's wrong? Aren't her legs fragrant? Ugh. That was clearly a foot fetishist brute. Where's the senior? Where are the fragrant thighs? although as there were big, hairy pig trotters. Sure, Jing Tian said, furrowing his brow, clearly wanting to retch. Wang Yi was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, what they discussed on the BBS last night was about a third-year senior. Damn, duped again, another cross-dressing master. As he lamented, Ru Sheng sauntered in, whistling cheerfully. Upon seeing his triumphant demeanor, Shi Jingtian and Li Zongbao immediately turned their ire toward him. Ah, Master of Romance, please allow your disciple to pay homage. Great sage, from this moment forth, we unanimously agree to rename you Master of Romance. Wang Yi, gazing at Ru Sheng, said earnestly, Great sage, girls like Tangzhou should either be left alone or pursued with responsibility. Otherwise, trouble will ensue. Ru Sheng promptly replied, Do I look like someone who shirks responsibility? Let me tell you, I'm dead serious this time. 100 times more so than her mother is over Lu Ruyan. I've decided I want to marry her. The dormitory fell silent for a moment. Wait, you're actually going to marry her? Isn't that a bit too fast? You've known her for just 3 days. Ru Sheng, with utmost sincerity, stated, Some people may take 3 years to understand one another, while others, with just a glance, feel as if they've known each other for a millennium. Shi Jingtian looked at him with admiration. Truly, a master of romance. Although I don't fully comprehend, it seems you speak with great wisdom. Master, take me as your disciple. I too wish to find a girlfriend. I haven't even touched a girl's hand. Li Zongbao was astonished. Didn't you date 3 girlfriends? Sure, Jingtian puffed out his chest. Yes, 3. They were all crushes, but they were still girlfriends. Damn, you're a real piece of work. Wang Yi chuckled. He had long discerned that Shi Jingtian was merely boasting. At that moment, Ru Sheng turned to Li Zongbao. Aren't you looking to start business? How about we partner up? Li Zongbao was taken aback. Aren't you an amateur aiming to compete in StarCraft? When would you have time to start a business? Ru Sheng replied, StarCraft isn't played every day. Besides, as long as I have money, that's enough. Li Zongbao pondered seriously. There was some truth in his words. However, the school had rejected my proposal. It can't proceed. What was your proposal? Li Zongbao recounted his previous plan. Ru Sheng contemplated for a moment and said, We don't necessarily need the school as support. We could simply rent a storefront in the residential area. Li Zongbao had never considered renting a storefront. But that would be expensive, right? Ru Sheng replied, I'll cover the costs. Li Zongbao exclaimed, So you're really a rich second generation? Ru Sheng didn't answer but turned to Wang. Great Wang, I heard you're working part-time. Don't bother with that. Come join me in this venture, and I'll pay you 500 a month, plus dividends each semester. How does that sound? After a pause, he added, But I have one requirement. Tangzhou must be brought on board. Chapter 149, The Shocked Roommates. Shi Jingtian suddenly realized, So great sage, your extravagant spending is all for the sake of winning the heart of a beauty. Damn, if only I had that much money. Finding a girlfriend wouldn't be a concern. Ru Sheng asked, Stone, do you want to join? But you've joined the basketball team, so you probably won't have time. Shi Jingtian shrugged. It seems I really don't have time. I've already started training for the Zonghai University fall tournament. At that moment, Wang Yi interjected, I don't need to be counted in. I'm quite busy. Li Zongbao questioned, Isn't it just a part-time job? How much could you possibly earn in a month? Is it more than what Great Sage offers? Wang Yi shook his head. I'm not working part-time. I've partnered with someone to start a company. I spend my evenings coding outside. Silence. The dormitory became so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The expressions of the others shifted dramatically. Damn, are you operating at such a high level? While we're fretting over the rejection of a student entrepreneurial proposal. You already have a company outside. Isn't that a bit unfair? You can write code? You know programming? Shi Jingtian asked, deeply impacted. Wang Yi nodded. I taught myself in high school. Our company focuses on software development. Ru Sheng stared at Wang Yi for a while, realizing that he had just been flaunting his wealth, preparing to capture the hearts of his dormitory mates, only to discover he was on the 5th floor while Wang Yi was on the 9th. Li Zongbao remarked, So all those times you claimed to be going out with the school beauty were just lies? Wang Yi shrugged, not lies. I did ask her out to dinner, and she watched me code. Puffed. Can't you be a bit more realistic with your boasting? You even turned it into a romantic scenario. Now I'm starting to doubt if you were just bragging about having a company. Weren't you supposed to be dining with the school beauty at Tianxiang Tower tonight? Are you brave enough to ask? Seeing his 3 roommates' excited reactions, Wang Yi chuckled, Then I'll give her a call. Li Zongbao, fearing he might cheat, insisted on putting it on speakerphone. Wang Yi found it a bit absurd but complied with his request. After all, his relationship with the school beauty was innocent and pure, devoid of any third-party interference. He had also given up on his grand aspirations of being a playboy, wishing instead to protect that heart-wrenching girl for a lifetime. Wang Yi labeled Huang Wei as a campus belle. Upon seeing this name, Shi Jingtian immediately conjured up a plethora of thoughts, exclaiming, wow. How many campus bells do you have on your phone? Is there A, B campus bell, C campus bell, an infinite number of campus bells? The big treasure, understanding the situation, chimed in, I see, it's for sorting purposes. Phone contacts are arranged alphabetically, so placing an AAT the front ensures she appears first. Sure, do you not comprehend? Shi Jingtian scoffed. You bunch of rascals, are you taking advantage of my lack of a phone and a little communicator? Wang Yi promptly dialed the number and switched on speakerphone. The call connected swiftly, and Huang Wei's sweet voice resonated. Wang Yi. Yang Huijin's earlier remarks had left her with a slight shadow of doubt. Therefore, she now only referred to him as brother during moments when she needed to act adorable. Moreover, her intonation had subtly changed, the first syllable elongated, while the second had a lilting cadence that evoked deep emotions. Wang Yi harbored serious suspicions that she had recently indulged in some risque content. All of this was Yang Huijin's fault. At that moment, the three inhabitants of room 309, upon hearing Huang Wei's melodious voice, felt as though they had been injected with a potent surge of adrenaline, their excitement palpable. This voice was enchanting, painting a vivid image of a stunning beauty on the other end. Coupled with the knowledge of her status as the first campus belle, their exhilaration soared. Wang Yi said, Sister, let's have dinner together tonight. The three companions were once again taken aback. Wait, you actually called her sister? How sweet is this? Has the relationship developed to such an extent? All right, let's eat at the cafeteria today. You've never accompanied me there. How unfair. Wang Yi continued, never mind the cafeteria. Let us dine at Tianxiang Tower tonight. My three roommates would like to meet you. Is that all right? A moment of silence fell on the other end of the line as she grappled with the idea of meeting outsiders. Sister, Xiao Wei, are you still there? Wang Yi inquired. Can I bring my roommates as well? Huang Wei asked nervously. Shi Jingtian immediately nudged Wang Yi, nodding vigorously, his excitement palpable. The stone necklace around his neck swaying as if beckoning something. Li Zongbao shared a similar enthusiasm, casting significant glances. The only one seemingly unaffected was Rushing, who had already set his sights on a marriage partner and had grown indifferent to other girls. Of course you can. Just let them know. And we'll wait for you on the second floor of Tianxiang Tower, Wang Yi replied. All right. After ending the call, Wang Yi turned to his roommates. So, how about it? Dinner together tonight, my treat? Only then did the three of them regain their composure. So that voice really belonged to the first campus belle, Huang Wei? The medical student, Huang Wei? Yes. You truly are the master of romance. I must take you as my teacher. I absolutely must. Shi Jingtian shouted, as if envisioning his future girlfriend waving at him. Rushing added, Didn't you just say you wanted to take me as your teacher? Shi Jingtian countered, I possess extraordinary talent. It's perfectly acceptable to have two teachers, right? Li Zongbao chimed in, shameless. Big Wang, I also want to be your disciple, but I will only follow you. Wang Yi chuckled. I've known Huang Wei since we were 7. I can't teach you anything. 7 years old. Childhood sweethearts. Innocent and pure. No wonder. Wait, hold on. Last time you deliberately bet against us. Was that a trap? Wang Yi replied. Since you say so, let us cancel tonight's gathering. Shi Jingtian immediately protested. No way. How can we not honor the bet? A man must keep his word. It's just 2 weeks of socks, right? Even Rushing did not oppose, eager to meet the legendary first campus belle. Little did they know, she had long been Wang Yi's girlfriend. Meanwhile, Huang Wei shared the news with Yang Huijin and the others. The three of them mentally processed the information. Yang Huijin affirmed, Let us go. Free Tianxiang Tower? Of course we're going. Xiao Wei, I will definitely accompany you. Zhou Jingfang nodded in agreement. I have no objections. Zhang Jing'ai remarked. It seems Wang Yi gets along well with his roommates. I wonder if there are any handsome guys among them. Have you met any? Xiao Wei? Huang Wei shook her head. I haven't met them yet. Zhang Jing'ai continued. Then it's essentially the gathering we couldn't organize last week. For our first activity, we must not embarrass our 211 dormitory. I plan to bring out my secret weapon for all of us to use. What secret weapon? They inquired. A magical makeup kit. Time flew by, and soon it was around 5 o'clock. This afternoon, Wang Yi and his friends had only 2 classes, and as soon as they were dismissed, the 3 boys, excluding Wang Yi, frantically prepared themselves, washing their hair, showering, styling, rummaging through their wardrobes for the sharpest outfits. The Shito even took the time to groom his armpit hair. Unbelievable. Who notices armpit hair while wearing clothes? Before 5 o'clock, the 3 urged Wang Yi to head to Tianxiang Tower. By about 5:30, faint commotion could be heard downstairs, with boys murmuring, Wow, it's Huang, the campus belle. The new student Huang Wei who outshone President Xia. She is stunning, almost unfairly so. Finally, we get to see her in person, upstairs in the private room. Shi Jingtian and the others began to feel the thrill. Soon, they heard the sound of footsteps ascending, and the door to the room was ajar, allowing a pure and unforgettable young lady to step inside. Shi Jingtian, Li Zongbao, and Rushing collectively held their breath at the sight of the girl, as if any sound might disrupt her presence. Following them, Yang Huijin and the others entered in succession. Wang Yi stood up with a smile. Xiao Wei, come sit here. He knew Wang Wei was somewhat shy, but with him beside her, the impact would be minimized. Chapter 150. Where did that necklace come from? Wang Yi rose, prompting several boys to stand in unison. After a round of introductions, everyone settled back down. Wang Yi cheerfully suggested, since this is our first meeting, how about we have a drink? Just a little to set the mood. Everyone agreed. Wang Yi promptly called for the waiter to place their orders and bring drinks. At this moment, everyone observed quietly, assessing which boys were handsome and which girls were beautiful. The latter was already a given, ultimately arriving at their conclusions. Rushing bore a resemblance to Rukawa Kaed, the most handsome. Zhou Jingfang was formidable, the most impressive. Yet many gazes also fell upon Shi Jingtian, a towering figure at nearly 6 feet 3, naturally drawing attention. Eventually, Zhang Jing'ai suddenly noticed the necklace around Shi Jingtian's neck, finding it increasingly familiar, resembling one she had lost. However, such necklaces were not unique. It was entirely plausible that others had purchased the same design. Yang Huijin also took note of it. After all, Shi Jingtian wore it prominently, almost like it was a collar, making it hard to miss. Finally, after a drink, Zhang Jing'ai could no longer contain her curiosity. Hey, sure, that necklace on your neck looks quite nice. Where did you get it? Shi Jingtian mistakenly thought Zhang Jing'ai was interested in him. Among the 4 girls present, excluding the first campus belle Huang Wei, Zhang Jing'ai was the second most attractive. Following her, the third was the lowly Yang Huijin, though Zhou Jingfang was not far behind, with her fair skin and ample endowments serving as significant advantages. The moment Big Stone perked up, he subtly showcased his pectorals and, while caressing the necklace, remarked, "This necklace. Oh, it possesses an air of mystery. Just the other day, while I was observing the celestial phenomena, it miraculously descended from the heavens, striking precisely at the center of my forehead. I perceive it as a divine opportunity bestowed upon me." Wang Yi and the others chose not to expose his fabrication, allowing him to revel in his storytelling. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jing'ai instinctively recoiled, exchanging a knowing glance with Yang Huijin. It could only be that very necklace from the night she accidentally struck someone. Indeed, it truly is a marvelous treasure from the sky, Zhang Jing'ai managed to utter, suppressing her embarrassment. Why does this seem reminiscent of that evening? Zhao Jingfang nearly blurted out, only to be swiftly pinched by Yang Huijin, which jolted her back to reality. Oh, the necklace is quite lovely, she added. Simultaneously, Huang Wei recognized it as well. She recalled Zhang Jing'ai mentioning her intention to purchase it for Wang Yi and had taken a closer look at it. Moreover, she had heard Yang Huijin recount an incident about it being lost, striking a boy in the process, and now it seemed serendipitously connected to Wang Yi's roommate. At dinner, Wang Yi generously ordered a lavish spread of 17 or 18 dishes. As they chatted, the atmosphere grew increasingly amiable. Beneath the table, Wang Yi and Huang Wei engaged in a playful game of linking fingers. Yang Huijin, seated beside Huang Wei, occasionally observed their antics, chuckling at their endearing display of affection. Zhang Jing'ai had her sights set on Ru Sheng, while Big Stone occasionally stole glances at Zhang Jing'ai. Zhao Jingfang appeared to be a foodie, her gaze fixated on the delectable dishes. Meanwhile, Li Zongbao found himself mired in existential contemplation. Where am I? Who am I? Why am I here? He then, like Zhao Jingfang, channeled his emotions into the food, pondering whether Wang Yi had ordered without regard for cost. This meal could very well cover my monthly expenses. The dinner, initially convivial, was interrupted by an unexpected incident. Zhao Jingfang excused herself to the restroom, but upon her return, trouble ensued. Someone, envious of her assets, deliberately bumped into her, taking advantage of the situation. Infuriated, Zhao Jingfang pushed him away, exclaiming, "You filthy scoundrel! Have you never encountered a woman before?" To her astonishment, the man leered at her provocatively, retorting, "I've seen many women, but none as impressive as you. I didn't mean to bump into you. It's merely that your assets are so prominent they obstruct the path. If I collided with you, it's your fault for not concealing them." The indignation of Zhao Jingfang, coupled with the humiliation of being objectified, brought her to tears. At that moment, Wang Yi and the others, alerted by the commotion, rushed out. Big Stone, towering and robust, took the lead. Recognizing the situation, he seized the perfect opportunity to showcase his strength. charging at the young man and delivering a punch that sent blood streaming from his nose, followed by a swift kick that knocked him to the ground. As a basketball player with a formidable physique, Big Stone's strength was not to be underestimated. How dare you bully a girl and act like a rogue? What kind of bravery is that? Come at me, he bellowed, launching another kick. Zhao Jingfang intervened, pulling him back. Enough. Let us not escalate this. Wang Yi chimed in. No worries, this kind of scoundrel deserves to be beaten. I'll cover the medical expenses. The man, now rising, shouted, Do you know who I am? You'll regret this. He was slippery, and after issuing his threat, he took off. Yang Huijin expressed concern. He doesn't seem like a student from our school. He might be from outside. He wouldn't gather people to retaliate, would he? Huang Wei, pulling her back, cast a cold glance at the fleeing figure. No worries. Let us continue dining. Zhao Jingfang wiped her tears and thanked Big Stone. Thank you, Stone. He flexed with satisfaction. No problem. Scoundrels like that deserve to be confronted. Everyone, fear not. With me around, no one will dare harm you. Well done, Big Stone. Let us eat. The incident had transpired so swiftly that the patrons of the establishment remained oblivious, none questioning the commotion. Wang Yi and his companions returned to their private room to continue their meal. However, less than 10 minutes later, the young man who had been assaulted returned, accompanied by 7 or 8 rough-looking individuals. Even the restaurant owner, alerted to the situation, was shooed away. One of the men coldly addressed the owner, Lin. We are from the Taekwondo Academy nearby. My cousin was just assaulted in your establishment. I haven't sought retribution from you, so don't be foolish. The owner replied. This is the entrance to Zonghai University. They are all students here. If you choose to confront them, you'd better consider the consequences. Rest assured, we are civilized individuals. Will you leave, or do I need to escort you out? Ultimately, the owner departed, uncertain if he would contact the authorities. All right, cousin, point out who threw the punch. The man surveyed the room with a menacing glare, and his eyes lit up upon spotting Huang Wei, a goddess-level beauty. It was him, he accused, pointing at Big Stone. Big Stone, filled with righteous indignation, stood up. Yes, it was me. Your cousin bullied a girl and acted like a rogue. He deserved what he got. The man threatened. Repeat that, and understand the consequences you'll face. Just then, Huang Wei's icy voice rang out, Get out. The man, taken aback, turned to her. Well, little girl, you have quite the fiery temper. I like girls like you. Why not be my girlfriend? In the blink of an eye, Wang Yi charged forward, landing a punch squarely on the man's face. Enraged, the man, trained in Taekwondo, retaliated, swinging his arm at Wang Yi. But someone was quicker. Huang Wei, like a wildcat, darted to Wang Yi's side. With a rapid succession of 3 punches, her speed was so swift it was nearly imperceptible. The ferocity of Wing Chun lies in its precision, striking at vital points with swiftness and ferocity, specifically targeting joints. Huang Wei's training in Wing Chun had instilled in her a philosophy of delivering decisive blows. This training stemmed from the benevolent intentions of Huang Liang and Tao Yufen following an incident when she was 7. The outcome was that the man who had just moments ago been so brazen in his advances towards Huang Wei found himself with a dislocated shoulder, howling in agony. He was then met with a knee strike from Wang Yi, rendering him utterly defenseless, collapsing to the floor. The duo of Huang Wei and Wang Yi was a formidable partnership. The man trembled, fear etched upon his face. He had never anticipated encountering such formidable adversaries when dealing with a few students. This pair, a man and a woman, said nothing yet unleashed a tempest of relentless attacks. Their coordination impeccable, akin to a pair of shameless rogues. The onlookers were utterly astonished, questioning their own perceptions. Yet, after taking down one opponent, Huang Wei did not relent. She charged at another, the assailant who had bullied Zhao Jingfang, delivering a powerful kick that sent him crashing against the wall. Wang Yi, concerned for Huang Wei's safety, rushed to support her, though he acted impulsively. In truth, the fault lay with the aggressors. With the backing of his fierce ally, Wang Yi felt emboldened, unperturbed by the potential consequences. The primary assailant, however, remained Huang Wei. She resembled the fierce jungler Yun Ying from Honor of Kings, lying in wait amidst the grass, and then unexpectedly launching a flurry of attacks, leaving her opponents bewildered and vanquished before they could even react. Mere moments later, the formidable Shi Jing Tian joined the fray. De Bao glanced at his own diminutive stature and thought better of intervening. Perhaps it was wiser to play dead and secure an effortless victory, as his involvement might only lead to defeat. In the blink of an eye, 8 assailants stormed in, 3 dislocated joints, 3 doubled over in pain. 1 pinned to the ground by Shi Jing Tian, and the last retreating to a corner, pleading for mercy. The most exquisite girl among them was nothing short of terrifying. A veritable force of dimensional descent. Despite being practitioners of Taekwondo, who typically indulged in leisure, they had not honed their skills to any remarkable degree. Yet they were still more capable than the average person. However, they were overwhelmed by a coordinated assault, unable to withstand the onslaught. In just 1 minute, yes, a mere 60 seconds, the tide of battle had completely turned. It was indeed unfortunate for these individuals, who had foolishly charged into the private room. Their Taekwondo skills were rendered ineffective, while Wing Chun proved to be their undoing. All that remained were cries of anguish. The occupants of dormitories 309 and 211 cast astonished glances at Huang Wei, who had transformed from an ethereal beauty into a relentless fighter, delivering a beating that rendered the villains utterly incapacitated. The contrast was staggering. Boss Lin of Tianxiang Lu had been monitoring the events unfolding in the private room. After making a phone call, he had taken refuge at the stairwell, and upon hearing the cacophony of pain from within, he feared the worst: students injured in his establishment, potentially leading to dire consequences for his restaurant. With his heart racing, he cautiously peered inside, only to find that the victims were not students, but rather the Taekwondo practitioners themselves. What would they possibly be doing? Were they performing a play? Or had they suffered food poisoning? His mind struggled to comprehend the scene before him. However, his anxiety subsided as he entered the room and addressed the Taekwondo practitioners. My dear brothers, it seems you've bitten off more than you can chew. Those of you who practice martial arts should not be so eager for violence. Now that you've found yourselves outmatched, it's best to accept your misfortune and leave quietly. He then turned to Wang Yi and the others, saying, students, engaging in brawls is ultimately unwise. The school would disapprove, and you might face repercussions. Let us pretend this incident never occurred, and allow me to treat you to the expenses incurred in this private room. Boss Lin was playing the peacemaker. Upon hearing this, several students exchanged glances and nodded, preferring to avoid further escalation. The Taekwondo practitioners, realizing they could not win and fearing the situation might spiral out of control, departed in disgrace. Huang Wei and Wang Yi were unperturbed by the prospect of offending them, but the other students had their reservations, which was entirely understandable. Wang Yi turned to Huang Wei, concern etched on his face. Are you all right? Did you sustain any injuries? Just moments ago, she had been a fierce champion, now transformed into a pitiful little sister. Brother, my hand hurts. Where? Let me see. Oh, it's red, he exclaimed. Instead of blowing on it, he gently kissed it. Ah, I can hardly contain myself. Several classmates displayed exaggerated expressions, their earlier tension dissipating in an instant, the air now seemingly sweetened with the aroma of romantic affection. At that moment, the boss interjected, Dear students, please continue your meal. I just received a call. The security personnel from your school will be arriving shortly. I'll explain to them that it was all a misunderstanding and nothing serious occurred. Wang Yi glanced at him, with his rotund figure and smooth demeanor. It was evident that running such a fine establishment as Tianxiang Lu required a certain level of competence. Thank you, boss. I'll make sure to pay for everything. I cannot allow you to bear the costs. As the meal drew to a close, Zhang Jing had attempted multiple times to engage Ru Sheng in conversation, only to find him rather aloof. With limited opportunities at the table, she proposed, I heard that the science library will be screening Titanic tonight. Since there's still time, why don't we go watch a movie? Sure, Jing Tian immediately voiced his enthusiastic agreement, glancing at Zhang Jing Yi with an eagerness that made the stone necklace around his neck dance. Zhou Jingfang secretly observed Shi Jing Tian, her cheeks flushing inexplicably, and she nodded in agreement as well. Wang Yi and Huang Wei, having never been to the movies together, felt it was a fine opportunity. However, Ru Sheng interjected, You all go ahead. I'll sit this one out. I have plans tonight to play matches at an internet cafe. Zhang Jing Yi inquired, Ru Sheng, you're still competing? What kind of competition? Ru Sheng replied nonchalantly, StarCraft. He had noticed this girl's interest in him, but he was not inclined. His thoughts were occupied solely by one girl, the timid and shy Tang Xiaonu, who had a penchant for frugality, spending no more than a yuan on meals. Yet had an unexpectedly large appetite. Every time he saw her, a fierce protective instinct surged within him. StarCraft, I love that game. May I accompany you to watch the matches? Zhang Jing Yi asked eagerly. After a moment's hesitation, Ru Sheng replied, Apologies, but my girlfriend will be joining me. A chorus of coughs erupted from the occupants of dormitory 309. Ah, the romantic, they thought, pursuing Tang Xiaonu with barely a step taken, yet shamelessly referring to her as his girlfriend. They made a mental note to share this with Tang Xiaonu later. Ru Sheng waved goodbye and left. Zhang Jing Yi felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. Why did it seem that every boy she fancied was already taken? Had all the good ones been snatched up during her high school years? The remaining group proceeded to enjoy a movie. Others were unaware. But Wang Yi found great pleasure in the outing, occasionally interlacing his fingers with Huang Wei's, playfully tickling her feet and dozing off beside her, unknowing that 3 hours had slipped by unnoticed. Upon returning to the dormitory, Shi Jingtian, brimming with excitement, declared, "I've made up my mind. I'm going to pursue Zhang Jingyi. She must be interested in me as well." Wang Yi raised an eyebrow. "How did you come to that conclusion?" Shi Jingtian replied, "It's a feeling. You wouldn't understand, but I'm determined to make her my bride." Wang Yi suggested, "Have you considered other options? I think Zhou Jingfang might be a better match for you." After mulling it over, Shi Jingtian chuckled. "That girl is quite the figure. But I still prefer Zhang Jingyi." Li Zongbao interjected. "Can't you see that Zhang Jingyi seems more interested in Desheng?" Shi Jingtian paused. "Really? Are you sure? You must be mistaken. Besides, Desheng has eyes only for Tang." Xiao, Li Zongbao nodded in silence. "Well, good luck. I hope you two end up together." Shi Jingtian absent-mindedly touched the necklace around his neck. "Don't worry, I have a lucky charm. I'm bound to win her over. But what about you? Has anyone taken a liking to you?" This question struck a nerve. In truth, no one had shown interest in him. The Bao scoffed. "I've told you before, I have no interest in women." Meanwhile, Wang Yi packed a bag of clothes and announced, "I'm heading out to work on some coding. I'll 1T be back tonight." Li Zongbao stared at him, incredulous. "Really? You're working overnight? Are you staying at the office?" "No, I bought a place outside. It's more convenient. The dormitory lacks internet, making it difficult to focus." Once Wang Yi departed, Shi Jingtian and Li Zongbao exchanged glances. "Wow, that is quite a blow," Li Zongbao remarked, pulling out a blank sheet of paper. "Damn it, if he is working that hard, I can't afford to slack off. Write a plan for entrepreneurship and wealth generation." Shi Jingtian inquired, "What about me?" Li Zongbao rolled his eyes. "Aren't you trying to pursue Zhang Jingyi? Without money, how do you intend to chase her? Just take a look at the watch on her wrist and the designer bag she carries. You are quite impoverished, even if you manage to win her over. It won't be you who gets to keep her." Ouch. That statement struck a chord. Shi Jingtian was momentarily taken aback, murmuring to himself, "I need to earn money. I need to compete. I need to win prizes. Right now, I shall begin my slumber." Wang Yi drove into the villa community. After watching a film for over 3 hours, it was already 11 o'clock by the time he arrived. He took a shower before entering his study and turning on his computer. The ADSL had already been installed, and the internet speed was quite satisfactory, significantly faster than the school's computer lab. However, as he settled down, he found himself at a loss for what to do. It was too late to write code. In his past life, his constant late-night work had gradually deteriorated his health. Given a second chance, with financial worries no longer looming, why should he still overexert himself? Wouldn't it be more delightful to indulge in romance and show off a bit? Yet, contemplating this, he felt an emptiness around him. Indeed, he longed for a charming companion to embellish his life. Perhaps the campus belle had not yet retired for the night. He had yet to bid her good night. Swiftly, he retrieved his phone and composed a message. "Are you asleep, little sister?" After a moment's reflection, he altered it to, "Are you asleep, darling?" and hit send. At that moment, Huang Wei lay quietly in bed, her roommates discussing the day's social gathering with excitement. However, she felt none of their enthusiasm. A few taekwondo moves hardly qualified as thrilling. What was her brother up to? She flipped through a novel by Tsin Kiran, but found it utterly unengaging. It paled in comparison to the allure of the manga-rama. Ding! Her phone chimed. Huang Wei's eyes sparkled as she quickly picked it up, only to freeze momentarily. Captivated by the sight of 2 long, slender legs gently caressing the bed, as if they were yearning to encircle something. "Darling." He actually called me darling. How embarrassing. Yet how delightful. Her 3 roommates, having noticed her reaction when the phone rang, exchanged glances filled with curiosity. Yang Huijin broke the silence. "Xiao Wei, what did your brother send you? You look so excited." "And nothing," Huang Wei stuttered, as she noticed her neighbor, Zhou Jingfang, attempting to lean over for a better look. Hastily, she concealed her phone, daring not to move her legs or make any sudden gestures. Once the moment of tension passed, she typed a reply. "Not yet. What about you? Are you going to sleep?" Wang responded, "No. I'm at the villa tonight. It feels a bit lonely in such a large house all by myself." The young girl pondered for a moment before replying. "If you practice Wing Chun, you won't feel scared anymore." Wang Yi chuckled. "I fear that after training, I'll be too hungry. There is nothing to eat here." The girl replied, "Tomorrow, I can cook for you." "You can cook?" He teased. "Don't underestimate me. I'm the best cook in my family. I'll make you braised pig trotters. Now you made me hungry. I barely ate anything earlier. Just hold on. If you sleep, you won't feel hungry. Good night. Good night, my darling." For Wang Yi, who felt somewhat awkward expressing such sentiments verbally, sending a text was entirely different. There was no pressure at all. After concluding the text exchange, he opened his email. "Today, He had spent 100 yuan on 2 short stories. Having read the beginnings, he found them delightful and sweet, aligning perfectly with his expectations, so he made the purchase. Indeed, the 2 stories were waiting for him in his inbox. The sender's email comprised of 6 letters, something he chose to disregard. He opened the articles, picking up from where he had last left off. As he read, he felt an unsettling shift. The initial sweetness transformed into a rapid pace that was certainly not heading toward the nursery. By the time he reached the end, he felt an urge to practice balloon tying in the restroom. Goodness, this is too explosive. I can't let little Huang see this. She might think I'm a complete weirdo. He shrugged it off, deleting the stories, thinking 100 yuan was a small price to pay for a lesson learned. He then turned to his business plan. Securing the gaming rights did not mean immediate operation. Localization, modifications, and various permits such as ICP licenses, game filing, and approval numbers were all necessary. Additionally, setting up servers involved logistical considerations regarding network routes and IDC facilities. With this in mind, he felt grateful that Senior Han was willing to assist him. Not only was she affluent, but she also possessed a network and resources that were invaluable. In 1999, engaging in business in Huaxia, especially in profitable sectors, required more than just capital. One also needed connections and influence. With a 20 equity stake, she had invested 5 million and was actively involved in various capacities, which benefited Wang Yi immensely. Otherwise, if someone powerful were to create obstacles for him, he would have no means to defend himself. If he were to be thwarted, he might not even realize it until it was too late. Resorting to utilizing Huang Wei's grandfather-esque connections was not an option he wished to consider. Not only would it diminish his standing, but there was also no guarantee that they would be willing to help. Based on the snippets of information he had gleaned earlier, if the Tao family disapproved of him, they might not only refuse assistance, but also create trouble, pressuring him to distance himself from Huang Wei. Such a scenario would be insurmountable. The thought of Huang Wei conceiving a child crossed his mind, but he quickly suppressed it. This era was not like the future. College students who became pregnant faced expulsion. After jotting down a few notes, he noticed it was already nearing midnight, and his stomach was truly growling. What to do? Should he venture outside in search of a late-night snack? Just then, the sound of a door opening from outside jolted him into alertness. Who could be arriving at this hour? A thief? He quietly grabbed a stick and crept towards the source of the noise, only to be stunned by the sight before him. It was Huang, the campus belle. She stood there, holding 2 bags, appearing charmingly before him in the dead of night. Pig, do you want some late-night snacks? I want to eat you. Wang, he felt a surge of emotion welling up. Chapter 153. Who is the hunter and who is the prey? Wang Yi approached, casting aside the stick and enveloping the young girl in his embrace. Oh no, be careful not to spill, Huang Wei exclaimed, her arms instinctively wrapping around the bags to protect them, only to realize she had no free hands left to push him away. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. The faint sounds of nature echoed around them, punctuated only by the chirping of insects outside. After what felt like an eternity, she whispered, "Let go. I want tea. I just want to hold you like this. On the count of 3, be careful of my knee strike. Come at me. If you break me, you'll be the one crying." The girl's face flushed. She was no fool, yet she retorted, "Humph, I'm not interested." Wang Yi released her and asked, "Didn't you say you were going to sleep? Why are you here?" "I had dinner too early and got hungry." As she approached with a bag in hand, she glanced at the desolate restaurant and, feeling discontented about dining there, set the bag down on the coffee table before Wang Yi. The two of them shared a meal, which always seemed more flavorful. Wang Yi chuckled lightly, choosing not to address the tension, and remarked, "It smells delightful. I was just about to venture out for some late-night snacks, and here you are. You truly are like a worm in my stomach. Don't say such revolting things. How can I eat with you talking like that?" The girl shot him a fierce glare, clearly exasperated. She had purchased Shanxi knife-cut noodles, 2 bowls of which were contained in somewhat unsightly, white foam boxes that lacked hygiene. "I'll check the kitchen for some proper bowls," Huang Wei suggested. After taking a couple of steps, she halted and extended her hand, saying, "Come help me." Wang Yi, reclining on the sofa like a lord, replied, "Do we really need 2 people to fetch bowls? You go get them. Let's go together. I don't know what kind of bowls you prefer." Wang Yi stood up, successfully suppressing his earlier teasing. He took hold of the girl's delicate hand, and together they ventured into the kitchen. The kitchen was quite spacious, double the size of the one in his family home at Kuiwen District. Not only was it roomy, but the large windows made cooking in such a space a true pleasure. The bowls in the kitchen were new, left behind by the previous owner. 2 sets, one unpacked, and the other still nestled in the cupboard. "We'll have to wash them a bit longer since we lack dish soap," Wang Yi remarked. "How about we visit the supermarket tomorrow? By the way, you're not heading back tonight, are you?" The girl, her ponytail swaying, remained silent as she picked up a bowl to wash. Her graceful hands moved with familiarity, suggesting she had often engaged in such chores at home. As a college student born in '99, she was hardly a pampered princess untouched by household duties. To be truthful, she was indeed hungry. The two of them sat side by side on the sofa, devouring the noodles with gusto. Then came Wang Yi's most anticipated moment, sleep. How are we going to sleep? It seems there's only one bed here. Perhaps we should squeeze together. Don't worry, I'm a gentleman and would never infringe upon your space, he said with mock seriousness. You're lying, the girl retorted. I saw their S.A. children's room here last time. That's for our baby to sleep in. Were you not just calling me baby? Oh well, she smiled sweetly, then added, having just finished eating noodles, how could I possibly sleep? Why don't we watch a movie instead? You go get the computer. We can watch right here on the sofa while I find film. Wang Yi had brought along the box of the discs last time. Huang Wei dashed over to search. By the time Wang Yi returned with the laptop, she had already picked out a film. He glanced at the title, slightly taken aback. A horror film? Aren't you afraid? I am, but I want to see it, the girl replied, her large, glimmering eyes sparkling with excitement. Wang Yi suddenly realized that her fear of the dark and ghosts was merely a facade, an act of the campus beauty. In reality, he was the one being hunted. All right, this is how you want to play it? He turned off the lights. Why did you turn off the lights? It's so dark. To watch a horror film. Of course, we need to set the mood. Quickly, sit down and let's start. You better not bully me, she warned. Rest assured I would never. Don't touch me. Okay. I promise. The living room was enveloped in darkness, illuminated only by the flickering light of a laptop screen, the sounds emanating filled with an eerie and mysterious quality. It must be said, horror films from that era truly captured the essence of fear. Amidst the ominous music and narrative, when a particularly terrifying moment struck, Wang yelped. Huang Wei leaped onto him, knocking him back onto the sofa. Hey, it wasn't me who touched you. It was you who touched me, Wang Yi exclaimed, grinning mischievously as he embraced the girl. Suddenly, silence enveloped them. In the darkness, the girl lifted her hand and pressed the spacebar on the laptop, abruptly halting the eerie sounds. All around them was pitch black, with only the faint glow of the screen paused on a terrifying face. But the two on the sofa were entirely oblivious to it. After a long while, she inquired, did you find the article about the brother-sister relationship? In the shadows, Huang Wei, like a cat perched high, leaned on Wang Yi's chest, her breath brushing against his face. I read 2 articles today, but I found them lacking. I believe I could write better than they did. You're lying. Don't believe me? Then why don't I give it a try? How will you prove it, brother? Wang Yi, holding one of her hands, gradually slid it to the back of her head, gently pressing down. The air seemed to thicken. Huang Wei's face flushed crimson, her heart pounding like a drum. She had never experienced such intimacy before, yet she bravely did not shy away, perhaps feeling a thrilling anticipation amid her nervousness. As his hand exerted gentle pressure, he leaned closer. How long had it been since that moment? When did she truly begin to like him? Perhaps it was in the second year of middle school, when he accompanied her home during a thunderstorm. At that instant, her heart had been entirely his. Each time she witnessed him confessing to he shuiying, it felt as if a sharp blade pierced her heart repeatedly, until eventually, she became numb, her heart shattered. Later, when he completely abandoned he shuiying, giving her a chance to reignite her feelings, she realized she could no longer suppress her emotional impulses. When the seal of her affection broke, it surged forth even more powerfully than before. She feared someone might come along and take him away from her. Oh, how she dreaded that. When their lips finally met, warm and soft, her mind went blank, and her entire being felt electrified. In that moment, their souls seemed to merge, their breaths intertwining into a beautiful symphony. Chapter 154. There are no ghosts in this world. Bang. Oh, Wang, he was immersed in bliss, almost reaching a state of oblivion, savoring the kiss, when suddenly a fist struck his abdomen. He nearly gasped his last breath. He glared at the girl before him. What was that for? You could have killed me. It hurts so much. If you keep this up, I fear I might meet an untimely demise. Huang Wei quickly began to rub his stomach gently. I'm sorry, brother. I promise it won't happen again, but you can't just take advantage of me. It turned out Wang Yi had been so engrossed in the moment that he lost control of his hands. After a pause, Wang Yi said, let's switch places now. But Huang Wei replied, that's enough. I'm fine. Fine? What do you mean? I'm ready to sleep. Good night, bad brother. With that, she jumped off the sofa and headed upstairs. The place was dark, the lights off, yet she appeared completely unafraid. Wang Yi stood dumbfounded for a moment, glancing at the screen, only to be met with a gigantic, ghostly face grinning back at him. Huang Zai, wait for me. I'm so scared. There are ghosts here. Click. The lights flickered on. Huang Wei stood charmingly by the wall, her cheeks flushed, her beautiful eyes sparkling with light, and at that moment, she appeared much more alluring than usual. perhaps even a bit different from her usual self. There's a pervert, she whispered. Wang Yi, you just pressed me down, kissed me, and played a horror film to scare me. You're in big trouble. You have to take responsibility for me. Otherwise, I want to be nice to you, Wang Yi declared ominously. The young girl nodded. All right, from now on, you belong to me. Wang Yi gazed at her and remarked, have you been acting me for the past few months? Not at all, she replied. You said you were afraid of the dark, yet now you seem entirely unafraid. It's because you're here, and you're not afraid of ghosts. There are no ghosts, silly. Ultimately, Wang Yi was unable to lure the little yellow girl into his room. It wasn't until he needed to brush his teeth that he remembered his carelessness in forgetting to bring his toothbrush and toothpaste. However, the little yellow girl was well prepared. She offered, you can borrow mine. Really? The thought of sharing a toothbrush inexplicably thrilled him. Surely, a toothbrush once used by the campus belle of Zhonghai University would fetch a handsome price at auction. He had heard that some students sold bedding left behind by graduating seniors for prices exceeding new items. The bedding of a campus belle commanded astronomical prices. Moreover, this toothbrush had just been in her lovely mouth, imbued with her essence. You idiot, are you thinking something perverted? No, I'm not thinking anything. Brush your teeth. I'm going to sleep. Good night. The girl waved her hand, tiptoed, and gently pecked his lips before swiftly scampering into the children's room, shutting the door behind her. Earlier, in the pitch darkness, she had mustered her courage, but now, under the bright lights, she seemed to lose her nerve. That night, Wang Yi lay in bed, unable to sleep. Oh dear, it was unbearable. Should he rush to the bathroom? Never mind. He should just sleep and conserve his energy. Next door, Huang Wei's eyes widened in the darkness, her tongue lightly brushing her lips. One hand seemed to linger in thought as she murmured to herself, I'm becoming a bit addicted. What should I do? The following morning, Wang Yi stepped onto the balcony and discovered that the sun was already high in the sky. Having experienced a bit of insomnia the previous night, he looked down and saw a young girl practicing her punches in the yard below. Her movements resembled a fairy dancing gracefully, fluidly flowing with the rhythm of her martial arts, her body swaying like a lotus in a gentle breeze, delicate and elegant. It truly felt as though he were watching a film featuring IP Man Wang. He couldn't help but marvel. This woman is extraordinary. I fear I could never surpass her and will forever be beneath her pomegranate skirt. Just then, the girl below suddenly leapt, raising a slender hand, hurling a flower branch toward Wang Yi, which struck him squarely on the forehead, pulling him from his reverie. Pig, come down. I want to come down. You're going to hit me. Wang Yi shook his head. Humph. Your performance yesterday was quite poor. Did you know that? The girl said, tilting her head. What? My performance was poor? Are you slandering my kissing technique? Come up here, and I'll let you experience what it means to be enraptured. The boxing queen's face flushed crimson at once. She quickly turned to glance at the neighboring villa, relieved to find no one present, and scolded, lower your voice. Do you want everyone to know? Hurry up and come down, or I'll really come up there to beat you. Wang Yi could foresee the dismal daily life they would lead as a married couple, constantly receiving beatings for no reason. Huang Yi, have you considered finding another boyfriend? I'd like to live a few more years. The girl nodded, sure. Just let me beat you to death first. Ah, he knew he was caught in a trap, unable to escape. The nature of the boxing queen was laid bare. A few seconds later, she sweetly smiled. Brother, hurry down. I'll prepare something delicious for you. What will you make? Big pig trotters. Don't you like them? Ugh, I prefer little pig trotters. Ultimately, Wang Yi succumbed to the allure of the adorable pig trotters and descended the stairs. He hadn't practiced Wing Chun in several days. This martial art required years of dedication. And at his age, reaching Huang Wei's level seemed unattainable. However, he felt he could manage 1 against 2. Half an hour later, he lay on the ground, drenched in sweat. The disparity was far from trivial. Brother, you did great. The girl praised him. Get up and wash your face and brush your teeth. I've already bought breakfast. Huh? You went out already? I'm not a pig. Unlike you, who only knows how to laze in bed. Oh no. I can't get up. Pull me up. As the girl grasped his hand, Wang Yi suddenly pulled her into his embrace. What are you doing? Baby. I want their lips touched, warm and soft, but she quickly pushed him away. Ugh. You haven't even brushed your teeth yet, and you want to eat meat. The two skipped joyfully into the room, using the same toothbrush and towel. Just then, Wang Yi's phone rang. He took it out and saw it was his father calling. It was the weekend, and he guessed his father was either missing him or in need of money. Hello, Wang Yi answered. At that moment, Huang Wei extended her delicate finger to wipe the corner of his mouth, having noticed the NT cleaned off all the toothpaste foam. The sensation was incredibly heartwarming. Son, I need to tell you something. Zhou Daoki has died. Chapter 155. I want to eat bubblegum. Zhou Daoki is dead? Wang Yi felt a slight shock, but swiftly exhaled a breath of relief. That fellow deserved to die. He was uncertain if Huang Wei had overheard Wang Xiao's voice on the phone. as it was quite soft. He patted the head of the campus bell, encouraging her to continue washing her face while he stepped outside to take the call. Dad, when did this happen? Wang Yi inquired. Last night. How'd he die? He jumped from a building at the Hungry Hotel. Wang Yi paused for a moment upon hearing this. It seemed almost poetic justice. In his previous life, Wang Xiao had also met his end by falling from that very hotel. This time, Zhou Daokai had jumped twice, with the final leap resulting in his demise at the Hungry Hotel once more. What a turn of fate. A project failed catastrophically, leading to his ruin. And coupled with health issues, he must have cracked. Wang Xiao's voice was somber. As an ordinary man who had not truly experienced the tragic end of his previous life, he must have felt a heavy burden knowing that his schemes had led to Zhou Daokai's demise. Wang replied, Dad, he got what he deserved. If I hadn't uncovered their plot, our family would have faced dire consequences. He left us no room to survive. Wang Yi comforted his father for quite some time. After considering it, he brought up another matter. Dad, are you aware of the case involving the Golden White House? Wang Xiao responded, Of course I know. It has stirred quite a commotion in Jiangxing. I even went to see old Huang when he was injured. Why do you bring this up? Wang Yi said, Several people died in that case, but I was the one who first exposed it. What? What did you say? I said I was the one who exposed the case. I inadvertently discovered some information after saving a classmate, then informed Xiao Wei's father, and that led the police to unravel the case. You should have told me earlier. How could you involve yourself in such a dangerous matter without informing me? That's why I didn't tell you or Mom. It is indeed a fortuitous coincidence. I merely wish to convey that you need not bear any psychological burden. If you feel discomfort within, think of me, think of your son. Am I not a greater burden than you? I carry not just one life upon my shoulders. Wang Xiao immediately interjected. That is not how you should frame it. You are a commendable citizen, ridding society of its ills. Wang Yi responded, You are an exceptional father. I commend you for that. That rascal, having attended university for merely a few days, has already learned the art of sweet talk. By the way, how is your relationship with Xiao Wei progressing? Have there been any developments? It seems that even finding a girlfriend is a challenge for you, unlike me. Wang Xiao, comforted by this exchange, appeared significantly more at ease and even ventured to jest. Wang Yi scoffed. You think you surpassed me? When I pursued your mother, I needed no assistance from anyone. Old Wang was momentarily taken aback, likely perspiring profusely. Were you saying, you rascal? I cannot comprehend. Very well, it is the weekend, and I shall take your mother on a trip to Hangzhou, so I want to engage further with you. What? To Hangzhou? In all my years, you've never taken me there even once. Have you considered that it is precisely because of you, my little anchor, that your mother and I have been unable to visit Hangzhou? All right, I shall remember this. Goodbye. I must also take Xiao Wei to the supermarket. How are you two faring now? Not telling you goodbye. Wishing you a delightful honeymoon. Beep, beep, beep. Wang Yi hung up the phone, exasperated. That dog of a father still maintains his canine demeanor. Calling me an anchor? I had intended to buy you a car for the holiday. But now that plan is dashed, humph. After breakfast, the two set off in a Land Rover, heading directly to the largest supermarket nearby, the Wiyame supermarket. Upon leaving, little Huang had changed into a delightful outfit, a puff-sleeved white shirt above and light purple shorts below, cut to the knee. Never underestimate the allure of an ensemble. Often, the lack of appeal lies not in the garment, but in the wearer. In this seemingly ordinary attire, Huang Wei exuded the aura of a fashion icon. However, what captivated Wang Yi were her two luminous alabaster legs. Xiao Wei, your Wing Chun skills are remarkable. I feel there is a particularly challenging move that you would undoubtedly master, Wang Yi remarked, gazing at her. What challenging move? I recently saw online that many are attempting to break a record by sitting and raising both legs to touch the car roof. Can you accomplish that? Little Huang had evidently not perceived Wang Yi's mischievous intentions. After a moment's contemplation, she lifted one leg. Wait, first remove your shoes. I wouldn't want you to dirty my car roof, Wang Yi hastily added. The girl shot him a glance, huffed. I see you harbor ulterior motives, seeking to tease my feet. Nevertheless, she removed her shoes. With effortless grace, she raised one leg and placed it atop the car roof. Wang Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. While others struggle with both legs, how could she manage this with just one so easily, in such a confined space? It must be more challenging than a split. Well, isn't it rather simple? And the other leg? She swiftly placed her other delicate foot atop, as well. Indeed, quite impressive. Wang Yi watched in awe, applauding. Remarkable, remarkable. Congratulations on your successful challenge. He quickly reached to grasp her snow-white foot, gently bringing it down. Don't keep doing that. You'll tarnish the roof. The girl, slightly miffed, lowered her leg. Why were you not bothered the other day? Wang Yi chuckled as he started the car and drove off. For their shopping expedition, Huang, the campus belle, had prepared a list and even took out several hundred yuan from her wallet upon exiting the vehicle. Wang Yi, smiling, took her hand. I require no money. Only your company. Huang Wei cast him a sideways glance, her expression a mix of pride and playfulness, her fingers gently unfurling to intertwine with his, playfully pinching him twice. Their extensive shopping lasted a full 2 hours. While Wang Yi queued at the checkout, Huang Wei realized she had forgotten to buy a bottle of wine, essential for cooking the pig-esque trotters, and dashed off to find it. Unexpectedly, while waiting, she encountered a classmate, the one referred to by Shi as possessing the qualities of campus flower, Hua Yurong. She too was in line. Upon seeing Wang Yi pushing 2 large shopping carts brimming with various items, she was left utterly astonished, pondering the cost involved. Hey, Wang Yi. Wang Yi had noticed her, but, unfamiliar with her, chose to feign ignorance. To his surprise, she greeted him first. Hello, I see you are here shopping too. Wang Yi replied, awkwardly. Yes, but why are you buying so much? Is there space in your dormitory? Oh, I keep it at home. You're from Zonghai then? That explains it. Hua Yurong regarded him with newfound respect, her thoughts shifting as she noted Wang Yi's handsome features and seemingly affluent demeanor. Such attributes were scarce among their peers. With this in mind, she ardently offered, You've bought so much. It must be cumbersome to carry. Allow me to assist you. Just as she finished speaking, a bright young girl rushed over, glancing at Hua Yurong before exclaiming, Wang Yi, I want to eat bubblegum. Chapter 156, A Subtle Sense of Loss. Suddenly confronted by a celestial maiden requesting bubblegum, Hua Yurong found her thoughts momentarily suspended. She swiftly evaluated herself, feeling she was not lacking in beauty, having received numerous love letters in high school. Yet, standing before Huang Wei, she felt akin to an ugly duckling, unable to measure up in any regard. Even her prideful assets seemed diminished. Most striking, however, was the girl's unique aura. How did she blend arrogance, nobility, and innocence so seamlessly, devoid of any discord? How could such exquisite beauty exist in reality? Wasn't this the realm of animated fantasies? Outrageous. My girlfriend, Huang Wei. Wang Yi introduced, a sense of pride swelling within him, as if proclaiming, This is my Porsche, this is my riverside villa, brought him even greater satisfaction. Suddenly, Hua Yurong recalled the recent buzz around the campus regarding the renowned campus flower, also named Huang Wei. Could it be? Yes. The Huang Wei from the medical department? Hello, I'm Hua Yurong, a classmate of Wang Yi's. Huang Wei regarded her coolly, nodding slightly with an air of aloofness. Wang Yi, observing this, thought, She's putting on an act, intentionally not calling me brother. It's all a pretense. He then noticed the girl lift a box of items and toss it into the shopping cart. Hua Yurong, noticing as well, felt her pupils constrict and her mouth fall open. It was a box of contraceptive supplies. They had indeed. Wang Yi hastily threw the box back. That is not bubblegum. It's not? No, but you said it was last time. This is different. This one, isn't. Huang Wei stepped forward, picking it up again, realizing she hadn't examined it closely before. The packaging was discreet, with only the brand name visible, the words silky and sensationless printed. And then she noticed a small line of text in the corner. Although she had never seen nor used such products, she recognized those 3 words. What to do? How embarrassing to be caught in front of his classmates. She quickly set it down, glancing around to find many eyes upon her, instantly feeling a wave of social anxiety. She quickly reached out to grasp Wang Yi's shirt hem. Brother, I want bubblegum. Please help me find some. Wang Yi was taken aback, his voice shifting to an awkward pitch. You could do that too? You picked up a box of chewing gum. Why not have this? You can blow bubbles with it as well. No, this won't do. It doesn't have bubbles. A male cashier, who had been observing the scene, smiled and chimed in. The bubble gum is not over here. It's around the corner in the second aisle. Wang Yi nodded and said to Huang Wei, Wait here. I'll go get it for you. After he left, Hua Yurong glanced at Huang Wei, wishing to say something, yet feeling a certain pressure standing before her, ultimately lacking the courage to speak. Just then, Huang Wei's phone rang. Upon checking, she saw it was her aunt calling. She answered the call. Xiao Wei, I'll be picking you up from school shortly. Tell Wang Yi to come along. Huh, Aunt, do you need something? I seem to be busy today. The big pig trotters have been bought. Everything is ready. How can we change plans? You have something on this weekend? What about tonight? Tonight should be fine. All right. Bring Wang Yi along. I'll be at the school gate to pick you up at 5. There's something I need to discuss with him. What is it? About the songs. Oh, okay. No need for you to come pick us up. We have a car. On the other end, Tao Yueshin paused, surprised they had a car now. That kid took 400,000 last time. He wouldn't have gone and bought a car, would he? This boy is quite resourceful. Can he be trusted? Just as the call ended, Wang Yi returned, carrying a whole box of bubblegum. She could blow bubbles to her heart's content. Huang Wei directly informed Wang Yi. Aunt wants us to go to her place for dinner tonight. Tao Yueshin overheard, So you two are together? Hand me the phone. Oh, Wang Yi took the phone. Hello. Dealing with this woman was not something he particularly enjoyed. She was far too dominant and a bit unhinged. Listening to her tone, did you use the money I gave you to buy a car? Wang Yi felt like hanging up immediately. That was my own earnings, not your gift, Aunt. Don't call me Aunt. The term Aunt reminded her of the time Wang Yi pointed at a cleaning lady and said she was also an aunt. What do you want? I'm a bit busy right now. The 2 songs you recorded are ready. Several versions were made. You're the lyricist and composer. Come over and give some feedback. Wang Yi thought, this is indeed a serious matter. Having received the payment, it is only right to fulfill the obligation. All right, understood. I'll hang up now. Beep, beep, beep. On the other end, the unhinged woman listened to the busy signal, glancing at her bodyguards. Am I being too accommodating? I speak kindly. And this is how he treats me? One bodyguard suggested, Miss, should we go fetch him? The unhinged woman shot him a glare. Good point. Next time, don't speak. At Yume's supermarket, Wang Yi spent over 800 yuan at checkout. He let Huang Wei, who was chewing bubblegum and blowing bubbles, watch the items as he moved them repeatedly until after the 4th trip, they finally left together. Standing beside Yume's supermarket, Hua Yurong watched the 2 drive away, suddenly exhaling a gentle sigh, feeling a pang of loss. Not because she had developed feelings for Wang Yi, but rather wondering if the disparity between people was too vast. Initially, riding the supermarket shuttle from a school gate had its perks, and the process of shopping in this luxurious supermarket was quite enjoyable. Yet now reflecting on it, while they drove off in a luxury car, she was left waiting for the shuttle, uncertain if she'd even find a seat, causing her good mood to dissipate. At the traffic light, Huang Wei blew a gigantic bubble, making a sound to draw Wang Yi's attention. What's so impressive about one bubble? With that, he turned her head and planted a kiss on the bubble. Pop! The bubble burst, and he successfully stole a kiss from her lips behind it. Beep beep. The car horns blared incessantly. The light had long turned green. Wang Yi hastily started the car. You pig, you got my bubblegum all over my face. Don't worry, I'll clean it up for you later. Not a chance. Upon returning home, Huang Wei indeed showcased her culinary skills, but unfortunately, due to someone's meddling, the big pig's trotters were burnt. It's your fault. Look at it now. What are we going to do? It's nothing. It's just a little burn on the bottom. You eat all of it. Not a problem. I can eat yours too. Perverted guy. In the afternoon, Wang Yi received a call from Chun Linbin, saying the beautified webpage was ready for him to review. Wang Yi asked Huang Wei, I have something at school this afternoon. Will you stay here or come back with me? Huang Wei pondered, let us go back. At 2:30 p.m., Wang Yi followed the address provided by Chun Linbin to find his dormitory. The finished product was on his computer. As soon as he entered, Wang Yi couldn't help but pinch his nose, wanting to flee. The male dormitory of 3rd-year students was truly indescribable, messier than a doghouse. And he questioned whether he had stumbled into a storage room. Chapter 157. I can't do anything. Knock, knock, knock. Chun Linbin? Wang Yi knocked on the door and called out. Chun Linbin finally emerged from a cluttered pile of belongings beneath a bed. Boss, I'm here. The term boss summoned another roommate, who peeked down from the upper bunk, glanced at Wang Yi, then lazily returned to his bed, engrossed in a yellowed martial arts novel. Wang Yi approached Chun Linbin, who smiled sheepishly. Sorry, boss. The dorm is a bit messy. Wang Yi reassured him. No problem. It's a boys' dormitory. Cleanliness is a rarity. Let's take a look at the work. Chun Linbin quickly opened his computer, deftly launching the browser and entering a URL. Of course, he had no internet. So he inputted the local host address. He had likely copied the page from the 0000 navigation site. Upon opening it, the content remained the same, but the interface had undergone a complete transformation. If Wang Yi's previous page resembled a bare shell, then Chun Linbin's version was akin to a beautifully furnished home, visually appealing from the very color scheme. Boss, the entire page now has a total size of 185 kilobytes, using 3 small background images and employing CSS2 styles. After listening to his explanation, Wang Yi nodded in satisfaction. CSS2 was introduced in 1998, and Chun Linbin's ability to utilize this layout was indeed commendable. Wang Yi smiled and said, all right, this work is considered completed. Boss, what work is next? This is just one page, and it doesn't require much maintenance. Chun Linbin fretted, fearing that once this was done, he would be out of work, especially since he had yet to receive any payment. He had put considerable effort into optimizing this page and had consulted many people. Unexpectedly, Wang Yi pulled out 500 yuan and placed it on the table. This is an advance for your month's salary. Wang Yi smiled as he spoke, indicating that the next step involved creating internal secondary pages. However, none existed at present. This necessitated the collaboration of a programmer skilled in coding. Xiao Chun, do you know how to write web code? Chun Linbin replied, I can handle front-end development, but I'm not proficient in back-end programming. Do you know anyone who could assist? Indeed, I do. Boss, it's the individual we previously worked with on the alumni website. He primarily manages its maintenance and is usually at the entrepreneurial base office. I'll take you to find him. He elaborated, explaining that the alumni website was currently stagnant and unprofitable. Previously, it was President Xia Yu who financed it out of pocket, yet a viable profit model had never materialized. And the meager support funds from the school were nearly exhausted, leading to its current standstill. Consequently, those involved in the project were effectively in a state of unemployment. Before long, the two arrived at the entrepreneurial base, room 401. Upon reaching the door, they were greeted by the thundering sounds of video game audio emanating from within. Wang Yi instantly recognized that they were playing StarCraft. Recently, his dorm mate, Ru Sheng, had been frequently engaged in the game, and he had grown accustomed to the sounds. As the door swung open, students within immediately became alert, silencing the audio and turning their gazes toward the entrance. Among them was a girl, strikingly attractive with long black hair and glasses, who was also engrossed in the game. The workspace was clouded with smoke, yet she appeared entirely unfazed, with an ashtray beside her, suggesting she might be a smoker herself. "Wow, Linbin, is that you? You startled us. We thought it was President Xia coming in," one exclaimed. "Come on, let us continue. I'm determined to take you all down this round." The girl with long black hair glanced at Wang Yi and remarked, "Xiao Chun, is the junior you brought along your new boss?" President Xia was quite upset upon learning you'd switch jobs. Chun Linbin responded, "I had no choice. My living expenses are insufficient. I need to earn some money." The girl retorted, "Who told you to support a girlfriend? And a high-maintenance one at that. Split?" she inquired. "Split?" The girl turned, her expression a mix of surprise and delight. A teammate called out, "CC, what are you doing? Why aren't you helping me? We were about to win this round." The girl tossed her mouse aside, exclaiming, "I'm done playing. You're all novices, and it's no fun to dominate you." Seizing the opportunity, Chun Linbin introduced, "Let me present my boss, Wang, a junior from our school. Given the situation, he has a website that requires a programmer to collaborate with me. Is anyone here interested?" The group paused, glancing at Wang Yi, with only the girl with long black hair speaking up. "What type of website are we talking about, Junior? A personal site?" Wang Yi interjected. "If all four of you are competent, I could hire all of you." One boy remarked, "Junior, you have quite the confidence. But I've heard your website is just a single page for navigation. We're all programmers here. Why would you need so many of us? One would suffice." Wang Yi replied, "Certainly, this is not the sole project. There are several others on the horizon." At that moment, a woman entered, wearing a bright red t-shirt and white jeans, her feet adorned with high-heeled sandals, and her toenails painted a striking purple. Wang Yi recognized her from the BBS. She was Xia Yu, the president of the student council at Zhonghai University, and previously the campus beauty until recently overshadowed by Huang Wei, the new first beauty. Frankly, she was indeed quite stunning, with notably long legs, surpassing Lu Ruyan in allure. Upon entering, her gaze fixated on Wang Yi, and she remarked, "Oh, who is this big boss intruding upon my workspace to poach talent?" Her tone was decidedly unfriendly. Wang Yi had gleaned some information from Chun Linbin, and, given her current predicament, he could somewhat empathize with her situation. To be candid, he was merely seeking a few web programmers for convenience's sake. If they were unsuitable, he could always resort to recruitment. After all, Wei Networks was on the brink of a significant hiring spree, needing personnel for game localization, adaptation, maintenance, as well as administrative staff, designers, planners, and more. At least 20 to 30 positions needed to be filled. "President Xia, I'm not here to poach your talent. I merely seek assistance in developing a few websites. If you're not welcoming, then I'll take my leave," Wang Yi stated directly. Xia Yu scrutinized him. "A few websites? You mean outsourcing the project? That is feasible. Our studio can take it on." However, her suggestion displeased the programmers, as it implied that Wang Yi's initial approach was merely a side gig, and now Xia Yu intended to take it under the studio's name, leaving them without compensation. Wang Yi, however, looked at her and suddenly proposed, "President Xia, I've heard your project is stagnating, and your studio is on the verge of disbanding. Why not transfer the studio to me?" Xia Yu's eyes narrowed, her breath quickening. "You intend to take over my studio?" Wang Yi replied, "What skills does President Xia possess? If suitable, you could remain involved." Xia Yu, visibly irritated, retorted, "I don't possess any skills." Oh, Chapter 158. There's already a boss lady. Wang Yi thought to himself, why would I want a woman who claims to have no skills? No wonder entrepreneurial ventures fail. However, it was clear that her words were born of frustration. Wang Yi could discern this, but he was not inclined to coddle her. She might be beautiful, but that bore no relevance to him, especially since he had someone even more enchanting by his side. It appeared that President Xia had no intention of pursuing that path, so he decided to move on. A gentleman does not covet another's treasure. Thus, he bid farewell with a smile. He had wealth, a company, resources, and projects. He was not begging. To put it bluntly, he was offering others an opportunity. Those who joined him would have a chance at prosperity. Much like those who followed Jack Ma at Alibaba, who later became billionaires. As he turned to leave, the expressions of the four programmers fell, and they cast resentful glances at Xiaoyu, feeling that she had obstructed their financial prospects. Though it was merely a small opportunity, her actions were undeniably ungracious. Xiaoyu was acutely aware of the tension in the air. She quickly called out to Wang Yi, "Hey, wait a moment." Wang Yi paused at the door. "What is it?" "President Xia, you're the student council president. You wouldn't hold a grudge over such a trivial matter, would you?" Xiaoyu inquired. "Aren't you in need of a few websites? We can assist you with the projects. Outsourcing is negotiable. And you want to find a team with our caliber and such competitive pricing elsewhere." After a brief pause, she added, "For the outsourced projects, whoever participates will be compensated. The studio won't take a dime." Her proposal visibly improved the expressions of the four members. However, Wang Yi shook his head. "I never said anything about outsourcing." Xiaoyu was taken aback. "Wasn't that what you implied just now?" Wang Yi chuckled and shook his head. "That was your interpretation, not mine. There's a saying, keep your secrets, strategize first. For commercial success, let confidentiality be your shield. The projects I undertake are all imbued with commercial secrets, making it impossible to outsource them to others. Anyone involved in these projects is required to sign a confidentiality agreement. Hence, I do not engage in outsourcing. What I seek are individuals I can trust." Having expressed this, Wang Yi truly intended to say no more. However, the individuals within room 401 appeared utterly bewildered. To create a few websites and yet require confidentiality agreements? Had they ever heard of individual confidentiality agreements? Was this something a mere freshman could articulate? "Hold on." Xiaoyu once again called out to Wang Yi. Yet, Wang Yi showed no signs of stopping. President Xia declared loudly, "Fine, I will transfer it to you. I will do so free of charge, but I have one request." In truth, she found herself in a dire situation. The salary for the studio had become untenable. She had invested her savings from years past, only to see no returns. She had even contemplated dissolving the studio, feeling it ashamed to waste her efforts and disband the team. With Wang Yi's emergence, however, she felt compelled to agree, if only to ensure the studio's survival and spare her staff from dire straits. Wang Yi paused at her words. She had said request, not demand. The nuance in her wording caused him to turn back, inquiring, "What request?" "I wish to retain and continue maintaining the Alumni Network project, as it is still utilized by a number of individuals," Xiaoyu replied. Wang Yi pondered for a moment before responding, "President Xia, I am unaware of your initial intentions in planning the Alumni Network, but by now, you must discern what a dismal business venture it truly is, given its lack of monetization capability. You might argue that advertisement sponsorships are possible, yet the site evidently lacks traffic, rendering its maintenance largely meaningless." He shifted his tone, adding, "However, since you have requested it, I shall certainly grant you this favor. Maintaining it requires minimal effort." Xiaoyu was taken aback. "I did not request it. I merely stated my desire." This individual's comprehension was indeed lacking. Was there truly no distinction between a request and a plea? Suddenly, Wang Yi recalled something. "Isn't there a procedure for changing the team leader in a university entrepreneurial team?" "Certainly," Xiaoyu replied. "Otherwise, you would not have access to this office, nor would the school provide supportive policies, such as waiving utilities and rent. If you were to move elsewhere, it would entail significant expenses. I'm not concerned about the expenses. I have a place to stay. My only worry is that the school might send someone to interfere, in which case I would prefer to forego this advantage," she added. "That won't happen, unless the project is led by a mentor," Xiaoyu reassured him. Wang Yi nodded and continued, "Then I will leave the procedural matters in your capable hands." He then turned to the four programmers in Chunlinbin, explaining, "I have another software company outside of this. When the time comes, you will sign contracts with my software company. This space will serve as an office primarily for your academic convenience, allowing for part-time work. The temporary salary will match Chunlinbin's, $500 per month, with quarterly performance assessments and bonuses." Upon hearing this, the group became animated. This freshman had established a company outside, and upon signing the contract, they would be official employees of the company, albeit with flexible working hours due to their studies, far exceeding their previous remuneration, which had been 200 and yet unpaid. "All right, let's leave it at that for today. I have other matters to attend to, so I won't be treating everyone to dinner. We can arrange a meal at Tianxiang Tower another day." After a pause, he turned to Xiaoyu, asking, "You truly possess no skills?" Xiaoyu nodded. "Indeed, I cannot code. I study management." "Oh, I see. Do you have any connections? Do you know anyone in game development?" "Game development? No, I mean developing games." Xiaoyu contemplated for a moment. "Actually, I do know a game company run by a few seniors, but their business isn't thriving. They are on the verge of collapse. The technicians graduating from Zonghai University should still possess some capability. Wang Yi immediately grinned. Xia Senior, could you possibly introduce me? I am in need of personnel. You're still developing games? Yes, it's an adaptation. It's simpler than starting from scratch. Please, Senior, help me out. Just now you call me President. And now you seek my assistance, calling me Senior. You certainly are one who only acts when the stakes are high, she teased. Wang Yi laughed. Xia Senior, I will eventually launch a project that will allow you to witness what a true alumni network looks like. After Wang Yi departed, Xia Yu cornered Chen Linbin, asking, what exactly is his background? Chen Linbin waved his hand dismissively. I have no idea. Perhaps he is a wealthy magnate, driving a Land Rover. Whoa, a Land Rover. He truly is a big shot. President, if you can secure this junior, you one team need to struggle. You could simply enjoy being the boss's wife, Chen Linbin remarked. Xia Yu recalled Wang Yi's face, his composed and capable demeanor, which was certainly unlike anyone she had encountered in this school. And he possessed wealth, if only. Just then, Chen Linbin interjected, he already has a boss's wife. Chapter 159, The Campus Bell as Confession. Upon hearing this, the individuals in room 401 expressed their regrets towards Xia Yu. He is a boss's wife. What a pity, they lamented. Such a fine junior. If only he and President Xia could explore a romantic relationship, we might bask in their glory. But now it's all for naught. What a splendid boss. It's a shame he cannot be won over for our President Xia. Alas, alas, alas. The group sighed dramatically within the office. Xia Yu couldn't help but feel her fair complexion flush with color, playfully scolding. Now that we have a new boss, you are all getting too familiar. Aren't you? Let me remind you, even if I step back from being your leader, I am still your student council president. The long-haired girl, Yang Cici, chimed in. President, we are not being familiar. We are merely expressing our regret. What a wonderful man. If I had half your beauty and figure, I would boldly pursue my love. What does it matter if he has a girlfriend? With a hoe in hand, one can dig through iron walls. Xia Yu retorted, very well. Here, a hoe for you. Go dig through the iron wall. Yang Cici sighed, but I lack your beauty. Unless we swap faces, you can call me president from now on. Yang Cici, you are the most unruly here. The studio's atmosphere has been corrupted by your influence. This Wang Yi seems to originate from an affluent background. He is involved in both websites and games, so his funding must be substantial. You all should seize this opportunity. A boy with a mole beside his nose, known as Yi Ruyan, the most skilled among them, who was in his 4th year, looked at Xiao and said, President, your organizational skills are quite strong. You should stay. Xia Yu smiled. Are you suggesting I join his company as a supervisor? Would he even consider me? Well, I had planned to dissolve the studio today, but now that we have this unexpected turn of events, let us go out for a drink. After Wang Yi left, he received a phone call. Upon seeing Han Han's number, he realized the senior had returned to the country. He quickly answered, Senior, have you arrived in Zonghai? On the other end, the slightly hoarse voice of Han Yu echoed, Yes, I just arrived in Zonghai and called you immediately. How is it? Am I still considered a competent employee? Wang Yi chuckled softly. Senior, you cannot be considered my employee. You are now the CEO of the company. Han chuckled coldly. So it's just me in the company, right? Not a single person to assist me. Wang Yi replied, let's recruit. We'll begin the recruitment process tomorrow. Once everything is in place, we'll officially commence operations. I have a senior who knows a struggling gaming company. I'll ask her to facilitate an introduction. If negotiations go well, we can start the localization and modifications for the game immediately. After a pause, he added, but since you just returned, make sure to rest well tonight. We can discuss everything in detail at the office tomorrow. Han agreed, that works. There's no use in rushing. Wang Yi reassured her, don't worry. There is an endless supply of money to be made. I haven't earned a dime yet. Everything is still investment. If I run out of money for meals, I'll just come over to your place for dinner. Sure. I recently purchased a small villa that has a kitchen. My girlfriend's cooking is exquisite. How about you skip the office tomorrow and come over to my place? Wang Yi said with a smile. Han seemed to have discovered a new world. Girlfriend? Hee. When did you get girlfriend? I remember your mother lamenting about your failed confession the day before the college entrance examination. Now that you're in university, she finally said yes? You must bring her along tomorrow. I want to see her. It's not that. Wang Yi hastily interjected. Not that? Oh, how quickly your heart has changed. Man. Wang Yi clarified, you wouldn't understand. I still have to go to her aunt's house for dinner tonight. Her aunt is quite difficult to please. Already meeting the parents? Parents? You wouldn't believe it, but my parents knew hers even before I was born. After chatting for a while and noticing her evident fatigue, especially as she was already on her way home, Wang Yi ended the call. Will Xiao Huang get jealous when he sees my senior tomorrow? Wang Yi suddenly felt a twinge of worry. After all, Han's looks were undeniably exceptional. However, she was indeed much older than him. So he wasn't mistaken. The key was that they shared nothing romantic. Noticing that it was still early, Wang Yi returned to his dormitory. He found only Shi Jingtian watching a movie. This guy was undoubtedly a film enthusiast. Wang Yi intended to lie down for a bit, but Shi Jingtian removed his headphones and rushed over. Big Wang, let's go to the computer market tomorrow and assemble a computer together. What do you say? It'll be cheaper if we buy in bulk. Wait, you haven't already bought one, have you? Why don't you call me? Shi Jingtian instantly grasped Wang Yi's expression. No, I bought a laptop, not a desktop, Wang Yi replied. However, the company needs to purchase a batch of desktops soon. I'll set a date, and you can join me. Buying more will definitely make it cheaper. Shi Jingtian grinned widely. Sounds great. You're always so generous. Thanks. Then he changed the subject. By the way, Zhang Jing'ai and Huang Ziawa are roommates. Do you think there's a chance for us to hang out together? Wang Yi was taken aback. You really like Zhang Jing'ai? Shi Jingtian's brows rose. Of course. I've liked her for a long time. Just last night, I dreamed about her. We were on a cruise ship. She was in front. I was behind. And then, as he spoke, Shi Jingtian's face reddened. Hey, why are you blushing? Something feels off. Wang Yi suddenly glanced towards the balcony and noticed a red piece of clothing swaying there. Suddenly, it dawned on him. Oh no, Shi Jingtian. Did you wet your pants in your dream? Shi Jingtian straightened his neck. Who wet their pants? That's not what you call it. Wang Yi chuckled. If this were a martial arts film, you would have already broken your innocence. After a pause, he added, as for asking Zhang Jing'ai out, let us wait for the right moment. I can invite Zhou Jingfang along too. What do you think? Zhou Jingfang? Why would you invite her? That would just make her a third wheel. Fine, I'll find another opportunity. Wang Yi initially wanted to play matchmaker between him and Zhou Jingfang. Last night, it was evident that Zhou Jingfang had developed a bit of fondness for Shi Jingtian because he had helped her. Yet, this thick-headed boy had his sights set on Zhang Jing'ai, whose status was far above theirs, akin to He Shuiying. You, thick-headed stone, you wouldn't even be able to get a taste of anything warm even if you acted as her admirer. After staying in the dorm for a while, Wang Yi heard that Desheng and Dabao were looking for a rental place. They were indeed planning to rent a storefront on the campus life street of Zonghai University to open a group-buying supermarket. Noticing that it was almost time, Wang Yi prepared to pick up Huang Wei. Unexpectedly, he received a call from Yang Huijin using the dormitory's public phone. Wang Yi, hurry. Someone is confessing to Xiao Wei downstairs in the dormitory. It's quite a spectacle. Wang Yi responded with a calm demeanor. Someone is confessing to my girlfriend. Why panic? Just call 120 in advance. Yang Huijin was momentarily stunned before laughing. That makes perfect sense. But I'm worried Xiao Wei might hurt someone. Wasn't Zhao Wuji like that back in the day? True. She keeps turning people into pig heads. It doesn't reflect well on her reputation as the first school flower. Wang Yi contemplated for a moment before deciding to check it out. Yang Huijin's voice carried a hint of excitement. Wang Yi, you need to hurry. The person's identity is quite impressive. They're the vice president of the school's combat club, a well-known rich second generation. It's quite a grand affair. Yang Huijin, why do I get the feeling that you're hoping for some drama to unfold? Me? I'm just worried about you too. Childhood sweethearts since you were 7. You can't let anyone break you apart. Otherwise, even I might start doubting love. Hurry up. With that, the call ended. Looking up, Wang Yi saw another excited face. Shi Jingtian. Big Wang, someone is trying to steal Huang Ziawa from you. We must teach him a lesson. Let us go, let us go. What are we watching? That's my girlfriend. Can you show a little sympathy? Shi Jingtian replied. With her skills, she can easily take down anyone, be it taekwondo or combat. Hurry up. Aren't you worried about your own girlfriend? I think you're more anxious than I am. As they spoke, the two quickly left the dormitory. Shi Jingtian took the lead, charging straight towards the East District girls' dormitory. Wang Yi, holding the car keys, watched the frenzied Shi Jingtian and shook his head, then walked over to his stylish Land Rover parked nearby, opened the door, and got in. Shi Jingtian was so exhilarated. As a sports student, he had a natural admiration for strong individuals. Since witnessing Huang Wei's masterful punches, he was utterly amazed. If previously Huang Wei earned the title of the first school flower, it was merely a halo. But now, her champion aura shone like the sun, a goddess worthy of his reverence. Shi Jingtian sprinted ahead, completely unaware that Wang Yi had fallen behind. Half a minute later, an eye-catching orange Land Rover pulled up beside him, honking its horn. What is the matter? I'm not blocking your way. Shi Jingtian continued his mad dash. Realizing too late that he had rushed out without changing shoes, he was only wearing one slipper, with the other nowhere to be found. Get in the car. Wang Yi called out through the window to the panting Shi Jingtian, utterly speechless. Huh? Shi Jingtian froze, seeing Wang Yi behind the wheel. Oh my goodness. Big Wang actually has a car. What kind of car is this? It looks amazing, like a cream puff. Wang Yi brought the car to a halt and exclaimed, what are you in such a hurry for? Get in. At that moment, Deshido snapped back to reality, brimming with excitement as he implored, "My lord, godfather, take me as your adopted son. No, accept me as your foster son. From now on, these 200 pounds will belong to you. Hurry up and get in." "All right, but I've lost one of my shoes. What should I do?" "Just throw away the other one too." His words seemed to carry some weight. Deshido glanced back, seeing no sign of his flip-flops, then resolutely discarded the one he was wearing, considering it a mere trinket bought from a street vendor, and opened the passenger door. Wang Yi cast a knowing glance at her, saying, "If Huang Wei sees you sitting in that seat, what do you think she would do?" Deshido froze, pondering what would she do. She wouldn't hit me, would she? No one had informed him that the front passenger seat was reserved for girlfriends. "Get in the back, quickly." Deshido complied, settling into the rear seat, unsure where to place his hands. Coming from a modest background, the notion of riding in a car, a luxury item, felt utterly foreign to him. He had only ever taken a taxi and feared damaging or dirtying it, which he could not afford. Before long, they arrived in front of the East District girls' dormitory. Wang Yi parked the car, and the two disembarked. Deshido, barefoot, felt no shame. Such confidence was characteristic of his bold nature. At that moment, a throng had gathered in the open space before the dormitory. A large area had been cleared, adorned with 365 vibrant red roses, arranged in the shape of a heart, spelling out Huang Wei's name. Many onlookers were cheering. Wang Yi and Deshido squeezed into the crowd for a glimpse, but Huang Wei was nowhere to be seen. A boy standing within the floral circle gazed up at the girls' dormitory, only to be met with disappointment. How utterly tedious. This chap probably hasn't even laid eyes on Huang Wei and dares to confess his feelings. He must be out of his mind. Wang Yi scoffed. Deshido nodded in agreement. "I think so too." However, several supporters nearby overheard their conversation. After making a ruckus for so long, their voices hoarse, they realized that aside from Huang Wei's name on the ground, they had not even caught a glimpse of her. It was truly embarrassing, akin to a one-man show. They had never witnessed such a situation. What kind of fool was Huang Wei, not understanding the vice president of the fighting club status? Just as they were feeling frustrated, two figures emerged, mocking them. "Were you the one talking? Do you know that words can bring trouble? How dare you say the vice president is out of his mind? You're the one who's truly daft." Deshido, towering over it just above 6 feet, barefoot and imposing, pushed the speaker roughly. "Can you speak properly? What is so great about having a crowd? Is the fighting club so formidable? Shall we have a little competition?" A conflict erupted. Members of the fighting club, who had come to bolster their presence, rushed over, encircling Wang Yi and Deshido. Meanwhile, in room 211 on the balcony, Yang Huijin had been closely monitoring the commotion below, intrigued by the unfolding drama. She was almost tempted to grab a small stool and a bag of seeds to enjoy the spectacle. Suddenly, she noticed the members of the fighting club surrounding Wang Yi and Deshido, seemingly preparing to beat them up. "Xiao Wei, quick, look!" Wang Yi is surrounded. "It looks like he is about to get beaten." Huang Wei, upon hearing this, darted to the balcony edge, and in the next moment, she rushed out. Yang Huijin, watching her retreating figure, blinked in excitement, her expression radiating joy as she focused intently on the scene below. This was going to be a show? In truth, the members of the fighting club were not daring enough to openly assault anyone. They merely encircled Wang Yi and Deshido. However, should the situation spiral out of control, they would not hesitate to act. Wang Yi felt a surge of eagerness to test whether Wing Chun could triumph over their fighting style. Just then, a girl burst forth from the entrance of the girls' dormitory. It was her. Others had also recognized Huang Wei. The first school beauty had truly descended. Clearly, Wei Xiao's methods had proven effective. Wei Xiao, the vice president of the fighting club, Du Shengwei, was immediately captivated upon seeing the real Huang Wei. He hurriedly approached her, bouquet in hand. "Finally, Huang Wei, you are willing to come down and accept me." Du Shengwei's face lit up with a radiant smile, his heart swelling with joy as he beheld Huang Wei, even more flawless than the photos he had seen on the BBS. He felt elated, as if he had stumbled upon a treasure far superior to any beauty he had previously courted. At that moment, he found himself harboring a desire to settle down and pursue a genuine relationship leading to marriage, rather than continuing his quest for various school beauties. He spoke with a slight tremor, and all eyes were now fixed on Huang Wei. A pin drop could be heard in the hushed crowd. Everyone held their breath, eager to hear Du Shengwei's confession, wondering if the first school beauty would succumb to his charms and be swept away. Many upperclassmen were familiar with Du Shengwei. He was a true rich second-generation heir. His family owned a trading company, which afforded him considerable wealth. Generous and handsome, he had successfully wooed numerous beauties, but all his initial pursuits aimed at finding a future wife ended in amicable breakups, often with a substantial settlement. As such, men despised him, while women experienced a love-hate relationship with him. just as everyone presumed Huang Wei to be a superficial gold digger ready to accept Du Xingwei's flowers. They were utterly astonished when the first school beauty unceremoniously kicked the bouquet from his hands. Instantly, petals scattered like confetti, creating a beautiful shower of blossoms. As the crowd froze in disbelief, Huang Wei swiftly brushed past Du Xingwei, charging forward with a powerful punch that struck one of the members of the fighting club encircling Wang Yi. The young man had not even registered what was happening before he found himself doubled over in pain. Clap, clap, clap. Yang Huijin on the balcony of room 211, witnessing this exhilarating scene, began to applaud as if she were appreciating a grand performance. Standing beside Wang Yi, Shita looked at Huang Wei with eyes full of admiration. In the blink of an eye, several members of the fighting club surrounding Wang Yi had been dealt swift blows. The legendary combination of the school beauty and martial prowess was indeed formidable. Wang Yi, are you hurt? The girl asked, assessing him with concern. No, they didn't dare to truly lay a finger on me, Wang Yi replied with a smile. At that moment, the gaze of the crowd shifted dramatically. They had never witnessed the first school beauty unleash her fury. Her fierce demeanor was truly captivating. This school beauty was unlike any before her. Previous beauties were often mere ornaments, possessing little beyond their looks. Even the current student council president, Xia Yu, the first beauty of Zonghai University, was seen by many as just another pretty face, despite having established a studio and website that failed to make any significant impact. This only fueled rumors behind her back that she was merely pretty but lacked substance. At present, Huang Wei captivates the attention of those around her, particularly among the female onlookers whose gazes are imbued with fervor, instantly becoming enamored. I don't know him, the girl exclaimed, pointing at Du Xingwei with an expression of vexation. Do you think I would be concerned about you running off with him? Wang Yi gently tucked a stray lock of hair behind the girl's ear. His touch tender. I'm more worried about you inflicting serious injury on him. This gesture from Wang Yi was well received by the girl, evoking a sensation akin to a cat being petted, comforting yet inappropriate for the current setting. Having experienced such public declarations before, she recalled a similar spectacle in high school when Liu Xan had orchestrated a grand gesture, only to be summoned for a stern talk by old Huang. Now, in university, Huang Liang could not possibly come to her aid, leaving her to resolve matters on her own. The girl fixed her gaze on Du Xingwei and declared, I want a decisive resolution. With that, she strode towards him. Wang Yi hurriedly followed, confident that Huang Wei would not come to harm, yet feeling the responsibility of her boyfriend to protect her. The Shitu, filled with excitement, hurried after them, whispering to himself, let them fight, let them fight. Beat that rich kid into submission. You're the vice president of the Sonic Club, I hear. Huang Wei addressed Du Xingwei, her tone frigid. He glanced at Wang Yi and Shitu before returning his gaze to her face. Indeed, you are somewhat unexpected. You too practice martial arts. This is splendid. I find you even more appealing. Huang Wei smirked coldly. Defeat me first, then you can speak. Du Xingwei chuckled. Very well. Let's have a match. If you lose, I shall treat you to a meal. Huang Wei's expression turned icy. Yet Du Xingwei continued. Why not in our Sonic Club's activity room? Huang Wei replied. To fight you? How cumbersome. One punch will suffice. As the vice president of the Sonic Club, Du Xingwei possessed considerable strength. He was not particularly interested in academics, but was fervently passionate about martial arts. Indeed, he was the most formidable member of the Sonic Club at Zonghai University. He laughed. Huang Wei, you have surprised me sufficiently. Let us proceed. You go first. Ha, fine, I shall. Du Xingwei, without hesitation, showcased his true prowess with an impressive yet ostentatious move, executing a high kick midair. However, he barely completed the maneuver before a heavy punch landed squarely in his abdomen. Bang! Du Xingwei cried out in pain, collapsing to the ground in a disheveled heap. He could not rise again, as he was utterly incapacitated. Silence enveloped the surroundings, a stark contrast to the previous excitement. The onlookers' perceptions of Huang Wei shifted dramatically, from admiration to fervor, from fervor to adoration, and then to sheer infatuation. Do not return. Every visit will result in a beating, just like the others. The girl's icy voice echoed through the crowd. With that, she grasped Wang Yi's hand and walked away. Faintly audible as she said, Wang, I want to eat candy hawthorns, the apple-flavored ones. Too sweet. It's bad for your teeth. Don't eat them, he replied. I want to. Just buy a skewer, and I'll share half with you. Countless eyes followed the couple as they walked away, feeling an inexplicable sweetness despite having consumed nothing. The Shitu watched with envy, thinking how wonderful it must be to have a girlfriend. When will I ever have a girlfriend? He lamented. Just then, a girl appeared before him, Zhou Jingfang, the bold and vivacious one. She greeted him with a smile. Sure, Jingtian, good to see you again. Sure, Jing Tian looked down at her. Oh, it's you? By the way, did you come alone? Is Zhang Jing'ai from your dormitory with you? Zhou Jingfang's expression dimmed slightly. She's in the dormitory. What do you want with her? Sure, Jing Tian replied. I wanted to invite her to watch me compete. Oh, Zhao. Would you like to come along? In a street lined with vendors at Zonghai University, a shop sold candied hawthorns. Huang Wei held a skewer, nibbling on one piece while casting a glance at Wang Yi, who was distracted. She quickly popped another piece in her mouth, her cheeks bulging, before offering him, muffledly saying, Here, have one. Wang Yi looked at her. She promptly retracted her cheeks. Simon, it's just candied hawthorn. Only toddlers are so fond of them. I want to eat anymore. Take your time, just don't choke. With her mouth stuffed with candied hawthorn, she could only manage to utter such clear sounds. Wang Yi remarked that vice president of the Sonda Club had quite the aggressive move earlier. If it were me, I would have just evaded his attack. How did you manage to subdue him with a single punch? I just rushed in and punched. She replied nonchalantly. It's that simple. Speed is key. How can one improve their speed? Huang Wei, chewing like a little hamster, mused, perhaps it's innate. A perfect answer indeed. Meanwhile, on the Zonghai University BBS, a video surfaced titled, The First Beauty of Zonghai University Wields Thunderous Might, Ascending to Divinity. In 1999, digital cameras were becoming common, albeit with lower resolutions. In a bustling metropolis like Zonghai, wealth was abundant. Thus, a keen observer had followed the classic scene of Du Xingwei vying for the affections of a beauty, only to unwittingly capture the moment of Du Xingwei's defeat. The poster, whose identity remained a mystery, not only shared the video of Du Xingwei being knocked out, but also detailed his martial arts accomplishments, boasting of his ability to shatter sandbags with a single punch, demolish a large flower pot in front of the science library with a kick, and scale the girls' dormitory wall in 3 seconds. All while having won the district's middle school Sonda championship. In essence, it painted Du Xingwei as quite formidable. Yet, upon viewing the footage, it became evident that he had merely served as a stepping stone for Huang Wei. As the news spread, Huang Wei's name began to circulate throughout the campus, attracting an ever-growing following. Subsequently, some users began to affectionately refer to her as Sister Huang, describing her speed as lightning and her punches as cannon fire, bestowing upon her the nickname Cannon Sister. All of this, however, remained unknown to Huang Wei. She and Wang Yi strolled around the campus until they deemed it time to drive straight to the home of the eccentric Tao Yueshan. Today, Tao Yueshan donned a simple outfit, a creamy, wrinkled long dress that appeared almost like sleepwear, exuding a casual vibe. Nevertheless, her makeup remained consistent with her usual appearance. A woman of such a quirky nature would undoubtedly never step outside without some form of adornment. Ah, you've come. Tao Yueshan's languorous voice seemed to evoke a thrill. She stood at the entrance of a villa in flip-flops, her eyes narrowing upon spotting Wang Yi's orange Land Rover. Is that car yours? Wang Yi replied, indeed. Tao Yueshan approached, lightly kicking the front of the car. So it was all for you. Wang Yi was taken aback. What do you mean? I had my eye on this car. Do you know Han Han? Wang Yi was even more astonished. What a small world. You know her? Of course. She's my wife. Do you think I wouldn't know her? Wang Yi's mind was filled with questions. Han Sueja is your wife. How explosive. Are you too? Oh, right. I recall my senior mentioning a phrase. I have no interest in men. How crude. So, it wasn't merely a jest, it was genuine. This is remarkable. At this moment, she took out her phone and dialed a number. Darling, I have finally discovered who that scoundrel is, the one you've been keeping hidden away. Come over to my place immediately, or I shall take matters into my own hands. Wang Yi could almost sense the lethal glare emanating from Huang Wei's eyes without even looking. He promptly grasped the hand of the little Huang sister and said, Do not heed the lunatic's ramblings. That so-called hidden lover is none other than Han Han, my business partner I mentioned to you. By the way, you heard her refer to herself as my wife. These two women have unwittingly revealed their true identities. Both are sapphic. Suddenly, a sharp kick landed on Wang Yi's rear. Damn it, if it weren't for Huang Wei standing in front of me, I would have fallen flat on my face. The lunatic shot him an angry glare. Who are you calling sapphic? And who dares to insult me? Wang Yi snapped back to reality, realizing he had been too engrossed in explaining to Huang Wei and had neglected to guard against the lunatic's ears. Isn't it true? Fine. When she arrives, you can explain it to her yourself. She turned and entered the villa, pausing at the door to glance back. Aren't you coming in yet? At this moment, Huang Wei looked at Wang Yi and asked, The senior you mentioned, it wouldn't be Aunt Han, would it? Aunt Han? Perhaps. I do not care for her. Why not? She's gluttonous. Sister Han, gluttonous? How is it that I feel the person they are referring to is not the same one I know? Where's the gluttony? She merely enjoys drinking milk tea. Upon entering the villa, Wang Yi discovered that a housekeeper was present. The dining table was already laden with an array of dishes. It was now past 5 in the afternoon, indeed time for dinner. Ding, ding. Wang Yi's phone chimed with a text message. It was from Han Han. Have you been caught by Tao Yueshin? Just as he was about to reply, he noticed two heads peering in from beside him. Tao Yueshin and Huang Wei were fixated on his phone screen. I need to use the restroom. The lunatic snorted derisively. The restroom is out of order. Go water the trees outside. Wang Yi cast a glance at the lonely tree standing outside, surrounded by emptiness. Who knew if someone might stroll by? He dared not venture there to relieve himself. Actually, I've lost the urge. However, I assure you, my relationship with Senior Han is entirely innocent, without a hint of impropriety. The lunatic inquired, how did you two meet? Wang Yi replied, she lies across from me. One night, she got drunk and was pursued by a district head who attempted to usher her inside. I intervened, and that's how we became acquainted. Drunk? What a fool. Who does that district head think he is? Tell me his name. Wang Yi could not help but feel a twinge of suspicion. It appeared that the bond between these two women was indeed rather complex. Before long, Han Han arrived. Clad in a simple t-shirt and jeans, she peeked through the doorway. The lunatic observed her and said, stop staring and come in. I've already heard your car pull up. Han Han smiled as she entered. I caught a cold and was hoping to catch a nap, but here you are, interrupting me. The lunatic pointed at Wang Yi. Come, take a look and see if you recognize this little man. Han Han glanced over, chuckling as she walked towards Huang Wei and embraced her. Little Wei, you're becoming more beautiful by the day. Come here for a hug. Let me kiss your adorable little face. Wang Yi was taken aback as he watched Han Han plant two playful kisses on both of Huang Wei's cheeks. He then noticed the little Huang's sister standing frozen, her eyes wide in shock, as though she had just faced some immense fear, her mind blank. Yet, Han Han quickly released her and stepped back, exclaiming, oh dear, I got too excited and forgot I'm sick. Hurry, little Wei. Go wash your face. Only then did Huang Wei dash off to wash her face. Wang Yi finally comprehended what Huang Wei meant by calling Han Han gluttonous. It was a yearning for her cheeks, an affinity for kissing. Senior, little Wei is my girlfriend. Henceforth, without my permission, you are not to kiss her indiscriminately. Wang Yi stated with conviction. Smack. The sister unexpectedly flicked Wang Yi's forehead with her delicate finger. You little rascal. Taking advantage and then playing coy. You've stolen away our little Wei, and now you want to even allow me a kiss. Turning to the lunatic, she remarked, little Yu, this nephew-in-law of yours is quite lacking. Perhaps it would be best to return him. The lunatic scoffed, and leave the spoils for yourself. Is that it? Oh dear, Yu, are you feeling a tinge of jealousy? The sister, like a flower thief, spun around to kiss the lunatic, who quickly covered her face and fled, exclaiming, stop being ridiculous. This boy recently dubbed me with a nickname that I think suits you better. What nickname? Crazy woman. Wang Yi watched the two women bicker and found it rather amusing. Perhaps only those with a strong bond could engage in such antics. He approached and took Huang Wei's hand, asking, are you feeling unwell? The young girl pouted and shook her face, so scary. Wang Yi smiled and quickly planted a kiss on her cheek, saying there, it's no longer frightening. The young girl's face turned crimson as she turned her cheek, signaling for more. Wang Yi obliged with another kiss. Turning around, he noticed the two women staring intently at them from 3 meters away. Breaking the silence, the lunatic waved her hand. Dinner time. Everyone, wash your hands first. Zhang Ma, let us eat. Zhang Ma was the housekeeper. At this moment, Huang Wei suddenly had a thought and tugged at Wang Yi's sleeve. Brother, she just kissed me. And you kissed me too. Doesn't that mean you two indirectly kissed? Upon her utterance, an inexplicable silence enveloped the room. Wang Yi glanced at Han Han, whose expression was quite peculiar, and quickly patted the little girl's cheek. Are you a fool? The candied hawthorn you just ate was made by the owner's hand. And the owner also wipes their bottom with their hands. Can you say you've indirectly kissed the owner? Ugh. The remainder of his words were stifled by her hand pressing against his mouth. That's disgusting. How could you say such a thing? The lunatic chimed in. A dog's mouth cannot spit out ivory. Wang Yi rolled his eyes at her, choosing not to engage further for the sake of Huang Wei and the sister. The meal laid out before them was not the extravagant feast one might envision. It consisted of ordinary home-cooked dishes, including sweet and sour ribs, sautéed shrimp, white-cut chicken, greens, and tofu soup. The lunatic was quite attentive to Huang Wei, serving her several large sautéed shrimp, only to find Huang Wei deftly peeling the shrimp and placing them into Wang Yi's bowl, causing the lunatic's brows to furrow in discontent as she admonished. You being too kind to him. Be careful, he doesn't take advantage of you. The school beauty gently shook her head. No, he can't. He can't defeat me. She glanced at Wang Yi and smiled sweetly. He can't overpower me. The lunatic paused, then nodded in agreement. That is indeed true. Wang Yi shot her aside. Is it appropriate for you to say such things in my presence? I am your elder, or fine. By the way, I recently thought of a song. Upon reaching this point, he ceased to elaborate further, instead pouring some drinks for Huang Wei and a little for the elegant lady, chuckling, Senior, you've worked hard during this period. Han Han replied, it's good that you understand. The eccentric individual's gaze remained fixed upon him. However, Wang Yi seemed to have forgotten about discussing the song entirely, turning his attention to whispering with Huang Wei. The eccentric's heart fluttered with anxiety, akin to a cat's paw, as she glanced at the table and swiftly retrieved the plate of oil-braised shrimp, placing it before Wang Yi. Though the notion of peeling it herself was out of the question. What is the matter? Wang Yi inquired, looking at her. The new song, she exclaimed. Oh, I haven't finished it yet. He replied. What genre is it? Sing a few lines for me to hear, she urged. Han Han looked over in astonishment. So, Xiao, you can still write songs? Wang Yi felt a tinge of embarrassment. After all, he merely replicated songs and could never craft a melodious tune himself. Yet, he put on a facade of confidence, nodding. Occasionally, inspiration strikes and I can write a little. The eccentric interjected, to be honest. This kid's talent for songwriting is quite impressive. Even teacher Yuan praised him a bit. Is it that remarkable? I've purchased 2 of his songs. You should listen to them later. Ignoring the 2 women engrossed in their animated conversation, Wang Yi turned to help Huang Wei peel the oil-braised shrimp, even feeding it into her mouth, filling it to the brim, which looked utterly adorable. Upon witnessing this scene, Han Han suddenly remarked, Xiao Yi, you mentioned before that you found a girlfriend. I was quite curious to see what kind of woman you would choose. Now that I know it's Xiao Wei, I'm not pleased. Both Wang Yi and Huang Wei looked up in unison. Why? Wang Yi asked. The elegant lady retorted. Such a perfect and beautiful girl should belong to everyone. How can she be monopolized? Wang Yi countered, Senior, are you feeling feverish? Huang Wei then chimed in suddenly. I belong to my brother. The atmosphere at the table fell silent once more. Han Han turned to the eccentric. Xiao Yu, are you mine? The eccentric embraced her tightly, exclaiming, Wife, you're mine. The scene felt rather peculiar, to say the least. Once the meal concluded, the eccentric eagerly ushered everyone into the underground recording studio. And it was then that Wang Yi discovered she had recorded several versions of Divination and the Gray Little Donkey, each with slightly different pitches. Notably, while singing the Gray Little Donkey, she even had her own childish rendition. Wang Yi was taken aback. So many different vocal tones. All produced by you? The eccentric, slightly smug, replied, What's wrong? Doesn't it seem like it? Wang Yi remarked, You must have practiced vocal techniques, right? The eccentric lightly huffed. My vocal talent is innate. Wang Yi nodded appreciatively, recognizing her extraordinary versatility as a voice actor. After listening to all the versions of the songs, Wang Yi felt an overwhelming sense that he was on the cusp of fortune. The eccentric's rendition of Divination was even more enchanting than the original he had previously heard. This song, once released, was bound to garner immense popularity. While it might not lead to immediate wealth, the song's copyright would undoubtedly yield long-term benefits. He could fathom why she wasn't already famous. In truth, Wang Yi was unsure how to proceed with this revelation. He was merely a faux author. And ultimately, it was Han Han who assisted in making the decision. At that moment, Wang Yi's phone rang. Upon answering, he noticed it was his mother, Shi Qingqing's number. He paused briefly, recalling that earlier in the morning, old Wang had mentioned taking his wife to Hangzhou. Could it be that they had ventured to Westlake and were calling to share some good news with their son? Hello, Mom. Wang Yi answered. The women nearby immediately fell silent. Shi Qingqing's voice echoed. Son, come out and kneel to greet your mother. Wang Yi responded, Mom. Have you been watching too much of My Fair Princess lately? Have you caught the poison of Rome, Mama? Shi Qingqing retorted. Nonsense. We're at your school's gate. Hurry over. Chapter 163. Is this meant for girls? What did you say? You come to Zonghai. Weren't you supposed to be on vacation in Hangzhou? So old Wang was just throwing me off the scent all along? Wang Yi felt somewhat exasperated. Had he been informed in advance, he could have made arrangements. Now, with this sudden visit, was it a surprise inspection? Shi Qingqing explained. We did go to Hangzhou. I accompanied your father for a day, and my legs are sore. I can't just keep following your father around. I need to spend time with my son. After all, Hangzhou isn't too far from Zonghai. So I thought I'd come see you. Your father has seen it, but I haven't. She then complained about old Wang. Your father is truly directionally challenged. He has been here before, but somehow forgot how to get here again. Took a long time to find it. Wang Yi felt a jolt of surprise. Old Wang had never been here before, and his mother was completely unaware. Mom, the roads in Zonghai are numerous and intricate. It's perfectly normal for Dad to get lost, so you're the one who needs to step up and help him with the map. That is very true, son. However, I can't understand it. It gives me a headache just looking at it. Enough chatter. Hurry over. International roaming charges are expensive. If you can't find us at the entrance, call me. All right, just wait a moment. I'm outside, he replied, only to be abruptly cut off. Checking the call duration. It had lasted 3 minutes and 59 seconds. Impressive. My parents have come to Zonghai University. I must hurry over. Wang Yi turned to Huang Wei and asked, "Are you coming with me?" The girl shyly shook her head, not yet ready to face Wang Yi's mother directly. Wang Yi said, "Then you should stay here. If you need to return to school, text me, and I'll come pick you up." The eccentric urged, "Hurry up. You're not the only one with a car." The elegant lady added, "Xiao Yi, drive slowly, don't rush." Huang Wei blinked her beautiful eyes. "Brother, text me when you arrive." MHM. Wang Yi gently squeezed Huang Wei's fingers before dashing out. The drive from here to Zonghai University would take about 30 minutes. And given the current time, there might be traffic. He typed out a message. "You guys can wander around for a bit. I'll be there in about half an hour." At the school gate, Shi Qingqing observed the throngs of youthful students and the affectionate couples strolling hand in hand, expressing her envy. If only I could have attended university back then. Falling in love in such a beautiful campus would be truly wonderful. Wang Xiao chuckled. "Indeed. I could hold your hand and stroll around." Shi Qingqing glanced at him. "What would I need you for? Without me, how would you fall in love? There are plenty of young men at university. Why would I look for a vocational school student?" Old Wang paused, nodding that is true. There are indeed many capable and attractive young women at university. Shi Qingqing frowned. "What do you mean by that? Are you saying I'm not capable, not pretty enough? But I'm getting old." Old Wang quickly grasped her hand. "I was just joking, in my eyes. No woman in Zonghai could ever compare to even your pinky finger. To me, beauty is as ephemeral as clouds, but my wife is my heart's treasure." Shi Qingqing huffed lightly, though a smile crept onto her lips. Just then, a couple passed by and overheard Old Wang's words. The girl remarked, "Listen to how he flatters his girlfriend. What about you? I cried for 3 minutes, and you didn't say a single sweet word. Do you still love me or not?" The boy glanced at Wang Xiao and said, "That old fellow is smooth-tongued. It's clear he's not a good person. Who can utter such cheesy lines? Such men are generally unreliable. That woman must undoubtedly be his mistress." Wang Xiao. Shi Qingqing immediately wanted to rush over in a fit of rage. Wang Xiao held her back, saying, "Forget it. Men like him usually end up without a wife. Doesn't he have a girlfriend? A girlfriend can easily become someone else's wife." Shi Qingqing wholeheartedly agreed. "Right? If he can't even charm his girlfriend, what use is he?" Shi Qingqing's voice was somewhat loud, and the other girl overheard. Thinking it over, she also found it quite reasonable. After releasing the boy's hand, she said, "Ah Sheng, let us take a moment to calm down. I don't want to go out and watch a movie all night today." With that, she turned and headed back to school, leaving the boy in a state of bewilderment. Old Wang chuckled. "See, I told you so." Shi Qingqing remarked, "It seems we caused their breakup." Huh, if a mere passerby's words can shatter their relationship, then they were never truly in love. Suddenly, the tall boy shot an intense glare towards Wang Xiao and the others, evidently directing his anger at them, and walked over with reddened eyes. Shi Qingqing felt a twinge of anxiety. What is he planning to do? Surely he wouldn't resort to violence? Wang Xiao was also bemused. They were at the university gate, after all. To their surprise, the imposing young man approached Wang Xiao, suddenly bowing deeply. "Uncle, could you teach me how to make girls happy like you do?" Wang Xiao, noting his sincere demeanor, imparted a 3-word truth: "Be handsome." At that moment, a remarkably stylish vehicle, whimsically dubbed the Cream Bread by Shidu, came to a halt beside them. A young man inside the car called out, "Dad, Mom." Wang Xiao had just been pondering how cool the car was and which wealthy heir was driving it, only to discover it was his own son, the affluent heir. "Son, Mother has finally found you." Shi Qingqing's face lit up with joy upon seeing her son, and she didn't even consider how he was driving a car. Wang Xiao had been frequently driving home or picking her up lately, so she had grown accustomed to it. Old Wang glanced at Xiao Wang, chuckling silently without saying anything. In truth, when Wang Yi had suddenly revealed a property deed, claiming to have scored a bargain and made 200,000, he had been skeptical. However, knowing his son well, he understood that Xiao Wang wasn't the type to act recklessly. It was normal for him to have his own secrets, just as old Wang had in his youth. It was indeed a good thing that his son was resourceful and capable of making money, yet this ability to earn made him feel somewhat embarrassed. Is a college student scoring 666 points really that impressive? However, he kept this thought to himself, fearing his wife might relentlessly dig deeper. Wang Yi said, "Get in the car. I'll take you for a tour inside, and I'll inform the gatekeeper." At night, outsiders are not allowed entry at Zonghai University, but since Wang Yi had previously registered his vehicle, he was familiar with the gatekeeper and had even gifted him 2 packs of cigarettes. This time, he casually took 2 packs from the car and, after exchanging a few words, was granted access. For Wang, a few packs of cigarettes were a trivial expense, and maintaining a good relationship with the school security was quite convenient for any unforeseen matters. Wang Xiao watched him navigate these social interactions with growing admiration. Indeed, he is my son, Wang Xiao, clever and capable. However, at that moment, Shi Qingqing suddenly noticed a charming little rabbit hairpin in the glove compartment. Picking it up, she remarked, "This must belong to a girl, right?" Chapter 164. I fear you might sell me out. Wang Xiao's eyebrows twitched. He had considered revealing the situation with Huang Wei, but ultimately decided it was best for his son to disclose it himself. Furthermore, given that time was still short, there was no rush. Seeing her curious expression, Wang Xiao quickly replied, "Perhaps it accidentally dropped here. He has a car and occasionally give a female classmate a ride, which is quite normal. Now that you have a car, don't you often give female colleagues, classmates, or neighbors rides as well?" Old Wang sensed the potential for trouble and quickly interjected, "I certainly wouldn't, but my son would. Just look at how many times he confessed during high school. I must ask him, is that appropriate? The child is grown. He values his pride. This might be something he bought intending to gift it, but ended up unable to do so. You make a valid point. All right then." Shi Qingqing placed the hairpin back in the glove compartment, only to discover another item inside. She casually picked it up and examined it. "Oh, how curious," another woman's sock. "It looks quite familiar." Wang Xiao glanced at it twice and fell silent, thinking, "Son, you're on your own. I cannot help you out of this pit. I've unwittingly dug myself into it. You scored 666 on the college entrance exam. Your intellect surpasses mine." Just then, Wang Yi got in the car. Seeing his mother in the passenger seat, he dare not mention that it was the girlfriend's seat, lest he face her wrath. However, upon noticing the sock in her hand, his heart raced with anxiety. Thankfully, old Wang remained reliable. He casually asked, "Son, whose car is this? Is it a girl's?" Wang Yi quickly thought on his feet and replied, "Yes. I borrowed this car from a senior sister." "Mom, why are you holding on to her smelly sock? Isn't it disgusting?" Upon hearing this, Shi Qingqing immediately tossed the sock back to its original spot, asking, "What kind of person is this senior sister? How could she leave her sock lying around? And why did she lend your car?" Wang Yi had initially planned to be somewhat candid about a few matters during the drive, such as the origins of the Range Rover, the source of his funds, and that he had purchased a house. At the very least, he intended to reveal some information. However, the unexpected appearance of the little yellow sock derailed his plans, forcing him to explain. I spent the summer at home, studying software programming. I even sold a small software program, which I had mentioned to Dad. I, along with several seniors, established a studio, balancing both learning and earning some money." At this point, he glanced at old Wang. Shi Qingqing remarked, "Your father did mention it." Wang Yi quickly shifted the topic. "Where are you two staying tonight?" Shi Qingqing replied, "Just at the hotel at the gate. I've already booked a room. Then I'll take you in to see the nighttime Zonghai University." The car slowly drove into the campus and found a place to park. That night, Wang Yi spent 2 hours exploring Zonghai University's campus with his parents. The following Sunday morning, the three of them visited several tourist attractions around Zonghai. By 3:30 in the afternoon, Wang Xiao drove his own car, taking a satisfied Shi Qingqing back home. "Hey, senior sister." Wang Yi watched his parents' car disappear into the flow of traffic before quickly calling Han Han. It was rare for his parents to come over. Spending time with them was essential, but he couldn't neglect his work. He knew Han Yu was anxious, fearing the project might incur losses. If he continued with his leisurely attitude, she might resort to drastic measures involving Huang Wei. "Your parents have left?" Han Han's voice sounded better now, less congested than before. "Yes, they just left. Where are you?" "I'll come and find you." "At the company." "Great." Wang Yi hung up the phone and headed straight to the Guanghui building. After parking, he remembered the numerous items his mother had bought at a fruit store and quickly opened the trunk, pulling out 2 bags. In terms of social etiquette, Wang Yi felt he couldn't quite measure up to his parents. For instance, they understood that the car was borrowed from a senior sister and even prepared a bunch of items to share with the studio's seniors and sisters. Thankfully, time was a bit tight. Otherwise, they might have insisted on visiting the studio. He could only lead them to room 401, where those fellows immediately greeted, "Hello, boss." Such a greeting required no further elaboration. Upon entering the office, he found only Han Han present, clad in a formal office attire. She bore a striking resemblance to her days at the Kuaban Hotel, seated on the sofa before the floor-to-ceiling window, cross-legged, quietly engrossed in her reading. "Senior." Han Han lifted her head only after finishing a line of text. "Why have you bought so much fruit? Is there a fruit sale?" Wang Yi replied with a smile. "It's a gift from my mother for you." "What gift?" "I mentioned that the car was borrowed from you, and the studio is under your management." With a cold chuckle, Han Han remarked, "Indeed. When men become ruthless, they can even deceive their own mothers. Wang Yi countered, would you like some? If not, I'll take it back to the dormitory. Those guys would still call me godfather. The elegant woman shot back, you don't still fantasize about me calling you daddy, do you? Xiao Wei Wei refers to me as Aunt Han, and with your diminishing status, you must now address me as Annie too. Wang Yi retorted, I've truly never encountered a woman who enjoys calling herself old. He placed the items on the desk, and, seizing the moment before the elegant lady could erupt, transitioned directly to the main topic. Have you brought the contract? I'd like to take a look. Only then did Han Han rise, retrieving a file folder from a drawer. Boss, please review. Wang Yi nodded and began to scrutinize the document with earnestness. He primarily focused on several crucial clauses, such as the buyout terms, subsequent development, and regional restrictions. To his satisfaction, he nodded approvingly. This was indeed the contract he desired. It stipulated that for the game's Stone Age, apart from prohibiting promotion and operation outside the boundaries of Waxia, within this territory, even if it were to transform the game into a complete failure, the original developers would have no authority to interfere. Ultimately, the profits earned would not concern them. The share of Stone Age in the Japanese gaming market is quite minimal, and the gaming company itself has little faith in this title. Otherwise, we would not have secured such a contract. Wang Yi, how do you feel this game can succeed in our country? Han Han inquired. This rationale was not something he could articulate clearly at the moment. Perhaps they could discuss it further when the opportunity arose. As he spoke, he retrieved a small notebook from his pocket. This is the company work plan I drafted last night. Please take a look, and then... He glanced at the time, seemingly to himself. I expect a call soon. Sure enough, moments later, his phone rang. Han Han looked on in astonishment. Can you really predict these things? Wang Yi feigned mystery with a smile, answered the call, responded with a few affirmations, and then hung up. Senior, tidy up and come with me to a particular place. Where to? You'll find out when we arrive. I'm afraid you might sell me out. With meat prices so low, it's hardly worth much.